Chapter 391, just call it Guhang Star District. When the ground part of the starport was captured, this was another key note of the war. In space, the resistance of the fortress starport became meaningless from then on. A space starport is different from a starship. It is not a completely independent facility. It needs to be supplied by the ground, and even part of its energy comes from the ground. After the ground was captured, not only was the supply cut off, but even Kai Mingjin's troops could use the space elevator and the orbital spacecraft seized on the ground part of the starport to quickly and massively send the army to the starport and attack directly from the inside. There was no way to defend it. There was no reinforcement. No supply. What was there to defend in this starport? Not to mention, less than 30 hours ago, people were still in the fortress starport to boost morale. The marshal, who had promised countless rewards, was killed on the surface before he could fulfill anything. This war could not be fought. After the surface part fell, a series of small rebellions and internal purges soon occurred inside the starport. As a result, the surrenderists undoubtedly had the upper hand. After they initially gained control of the starport, they ceased fire and sent a communication request to the Imperial flagship. The temporary commander among them humbly surrendered unconditionally to Commander Gu and, under Guhang order, shut down the Void Shield. The order to shut down the shield made the garrison soldiers in the starport extremely nervous. Guhang did not give them any guarantee. If Commander Gu wanted to do so at this moment, a round of concentrated fire from the Pegasus fleet would be enough to turn the fortress starport, which had been extremely strong in the previous Void naval battle, into a space ruin. If you surrender your life, how can you call it unconditional surrender? Fortunately, Guhang did not do so. In Guhang's eyes, this future is his property. Why destroy it? A coalition force, taking a landing craft, entered the fortress starport, took over all important facilities, disarmed all personnel, and suppressed some riots. After the starport surrendered, the remaining armed space stations, there was no point in resisting, and in the next few dozen minutes, either surrendered or were destroyed. So far, all the outer orbital defense facilities on Fash 1 have been completely dismantled, although there are still a large number of anti-orbital fortress guns on the ground. A considerable number of them have never fired since the beginning. Now, even fewer of them insist on firing, and they cannot resist the space fleet at all. In fact, the Pegasus fleet does not need to continue to fight these surface fortress guns. It is enough to ensure that there is no resistance around the landing site established in the capital area. The Dragon Eagle Corps, the Alliance Army, continued to be deployed on the ground, and there were more than 6 million people. They were divided into several groups and swept across the entire continent. Most places were settled by the order of the proclamation. Only a few places had some fighting, but they were quickly suppressed by the Star Army and the Alliance Army, whose combat power far exceeded that of the Planetary Defense Force. A week after the war began, the entire planet changed hands. A part of the Alliance Army was left as a garrison, and some administrative officials of the Alliance also entered the planet to supervise the United Government. Their main task is to restore social order in production. In general, the damage caused to the society of Fash 1 by this war, which lasted for a week, was not particularly great. Not at all. That is impossible. This is a war. But it did not last long. The intensity was not high. The main forces of both sides of the war were mostly locals, and they deliberately avoided civilians during the war, focusing on the economy. These factors minimized the damage caused by the war. It is not difficult to restore social order, nor is it difficult to restore production. In fact, the army of the Alliance has also found a large number of ready-made materials in the warehouses of the coalition government and the warehouses that specialize in transferring imperial taxes. It is difficult to count these things in detail at the moment, but even with a rough estimate, the total value of 4 billion tax coins should be there, and all kinds of categories are complete. Food, textiles, various necessities of life. These things are the most important, followed by some heavy industrial products, such as steel, alloys, some general mechanical components, some vehicles, and some electronic components, paper products, chemical raw materials and products, are all supplementary categories. In the military industry, there are also arms, mainly various types of ammunition, artillery shells, missiles, light weapons, armored transport vehicles, etc. In addition, some tax coins were also looted. They are stamped with the seal of the Imperial Taxation Department, have special anti-counterfeiting measures, and need to be matched with the corresponding excess tax payment certificate in duplicate. Their only practical use is that when the imperial tax officials come, they can be taken out and handed in to offset taxes. But precisely because of the demand for hard currency, all planets and major interstellar organizations also use it for transactions, and it plays a role in transactions. The total value of these tax coins is also 1 billion. There is no doubt that the United Government hoards these industrial products in different categories, and also piles up a lot of tax coins, which is definitely not for its own use, but to prepare to pay the imperial tax. The Fokkers family undoubtedly understands that it is impossible to confront the empire. They have long been prepared to surrender, and all kinds of wealth have been prepared, and they will eventually have to pay the imperial tax. In fact, these things might be collected by them to deal with the imperial tax this time, but because of the fines, because they were forced to rebel by the Star District government, they left all the things here. And now, these things have all fallen into Gu Heng hands. Presumably, there will be similar wealth on the other 2 planets of Fash. This is quite cool, saving me from collecting them myself. The jurisdiction of the war zone has been expanded to Fash Star, but Fash Star itself has not been turned into a war zone. Since Gu Heng wants to actually control these 3 planets, then the taxes of these 3 planets, Gu Heng will have to bear them. This time, Fash didn't pay. They were finished. But the Empire would not care so much. The tax amount must be enough. According to the increased development level, Fash 3 stars have to pay a total of 6 billion. The Star Domain government will pay all. But the Star Domain government is not willing to pay all. Before coming in the various negotiations before this operation, this matter was also determined as one of the details. I have already missed the last tax season, so let's not talk about it. In the next tax season 2 years later, Gu Heng needs to make up for 66.6% of this time. 2 years later, for the sake of Fash Samsung, Gu Heng has to pay 10 billion tax coins. Even for the 10 billion tax in the past 2 years, Gu Heng can't forcefully send troops to do it. If it really breaks, what will happen to the 10 billion in 2 years? Gu Heng has to make up for it with his own capital. Although he can make up for it, Kurogia doesn't have to pay taxes. But why bother? He was a little worried. The 3 planets of Fash are 3 civilized worlds, with a population of about 3 billion. They have a complete range of industries, and a high level of development. They can completely bear the tax themselves, and even have a surplus, which can be used as income for the Alliance. However, he had no place to find the supplementary money. Unexpectedly, the Fash United government prepared it for him directly. Gu Heng was satisfied, and led the expeditionary force to leave Fash 1 and head to Fash 2. Number 2 and Number 3 certainly couldn't hold out for much longer. In fact, they didn't hold out at all. After the news of what happened on Fox Eye spread, after the arrival of the Empire's mighty fleet, they surrendered without hesitation. The capital of the coalition government, Number 1, which had more complete defenses than Number 2 and Number 3, was wiped out in a week. So what about them? Moreover, from a legal point of view, the guy in Pete's who claimed to be the interim president of the coalition government now has the right to do so. He, the 8th, the previous 7 are all dead. Although it may sound a bit self-deceptive, surrender is like this. You need to find some reasonable reasons. The most important reason is, of course, that the troops coming are the Imperial Army, the Dragon Eagle Corps. They are not surrendering, but rectifying the chaos. And there is also an order from the current president of the coalition government. Isn't this as orthodox as it can be? There was no naval battle. The troops took over the starport smoothly, and then directly came to the surface on a large scale through the starport, and took command of the local defense forces of the 2 planets. This entire war to suppress the rebellion has basically ended. The 30 million army, the Pegasus fleet, will not be withdrawn for the time being. They can also stay in the Fash Star for a while, as an occupation force. The personnel of the military and political departments of the Alliance, the personnel of the government departments, have already invested a lot in the 3 stars. Dismiss the army, take control of the army, control the government, consider the disposal of the original coalition government. There is still a lot of follow-up political work, but for the war, it is already over. A subordinate officer came to flatter him, saying that Governor Gu had taken action to put down the Fokkers rebellion, which had caused panic in the Star District government. In less than 7 days, 3 planets in 1 week. On average, a world was conquered in less than 2.5 days. The commander is worthy of being a hero of the Empire, and Governor Gu will definitely have a place in the future generals. Flattery never wears out. And even Gu Hang would be happy to hear the flattery. However, he still had to be humble. Compared with the speed of the solar expedition of 3 planets in 2 days, there is still a gap. His efficiency is almost as good as the solar expedition. How is this possible? In the Pegasus Palace of Faye Star, little Pedes lost his composure again. He found that, as long as something was related to Gu Hang, he would be easily defeated. Martinelli, who was sitting opposite him, stared at the battle report and said, "How can it be impossible? The battle report is here. There are declarations from the Star Army, the Navy, and the 3 planetary governments of Fox to restore order. Can this be false?" Middock and his son, as well as a group of people on the list released by the Star Domain government, had their heads chopped off and were to be sent to Yunluo Star. Little Pedes knew, of course, that this could not be faked. However, he still felt that this matter was magical. In his mind, the Fockers family was a very stubborn and difficult opponent. They were local tyrants. They had a long tradition. They were strong. They were united. Even his brother, the very skillful Pedes leader, could only suppress them after so many years of alliances. In Gu Hang hands, within 7 days, this family was wiped out. Or surrendered. Why? He had thought that Gu Hang would succeed. But in his imagination, even if he succeeded, he would have to go through a bloody battle, pay a huge price, and leave corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river, before he could kill Fash, the stinky and stubborn local snake. In the end, was it that simple? Originally, he felt that he had adjusted his mentality and barely believed that Gu Hang, the young boy, did have some skills. But now it seems that this skill is a bit too great. Looking at the information on the war report, looking at the declaration of surrender of the coalition government, little Pedes gritted his teeth and said, "The Fockers family are simply a bunch of rubbish. They have no bones at all, and they are finished just like that. If we had known that they were so weak, why would we have ceded so many interests to Gu Hang? I can do it by taking my flying wing army with me. Anyway, as soon as the army arrives, they will surrender without a word. Okay, stop talking." Martinelli really didn't want to listen to his stupid talk anymore. "You can do it by taking your flying wing army with you? What are you dreaming about? You look at it as simple. But in the entire Pegasus region, only Gu Hang can do it. You have planted a spy in the Fockers family. Can you guarantee that a group of senior officials and military generals will be rebellious when the war starts? You have the help of space warriors. Can you use a very small number of troops to kill Minnick in the Court of the Times and control the central government's offices? Does your flying wing army have the ability to fight a powerful offensive battle with the Star Army and the Alliance Army? Not to mention, do you have the ability to integrate the power of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and the Navy? For their patriarch Gu Hang, the Gu family will send transport ships directly to the front line to deploy soldiers in the war. Those naval masters who are arrogant will, because of Gu Hang order, push their warships directly into the face of the fortress starport and fight hard. Can you do it? You only saw that when Gu Hang arrived. Fash surrendered. Why can't you see how much preparation he made behind this surrender? I still say the same thing, in the entire Tianma Star region. Only he can do it. If anyone else goes, let alone such an easy victory, even if they pay the price of countless blood, they will return empty-handed in the end." After saying so much in one breath, Martinelli sighed deeply. He looked at the little Pedicii with a livid face and didn't speak. And he still felt a little sorry in his heart. He decided to give him one last warning. "I have known your brother for many years, and we are good friends. I really don't want you to end up in a bad way in the future. But I can't help you. You will have to face him alone in the future. You have to take care of yourself. Don't go against him. Be honest." "Ah?" Little Pedicii panicked. "What do you mean? What do you mean I will have to face him alone in the future? What about you?" "Although I haven't been officially appointed yet, I will go back to Yunluo Star. There is a position in the Ministry of Law where I will go. The new head of the Star Zone is either Gu Hang himself or Lao Yisi's confidant. In short, you should be prepared." "What? He is also the head of the Star Zone? 7 of the 9 worlds are in his hands. If he can still be the head of the Star Zone, what is the Tianma Star Zone? Just call it Gu Hang Star Zone." Chapter 392, Gu Chief. What is the Tianma Star region? Why not just call it Gu Hang Star region? A month and a half later, Martinelli returned to Yunluo Star and brought Xiaopei Des's words to Su Deqin, the chief of the legal department of the Dragon Eagle Star region, who is considered the third most important person in the entire star region, sighed. He said to Martinelli, "What do you want? Chief, can you stop him from being the Tianma chief? At the same time, we must also prevent Lao Yisi's people from obtaining this position. The status of the Tianma star region is very important. If Gu Heng gets it, and he is Lao Yisi's person, it will be very disadvantageous for us in the future." "But how to do it?" Su Dechen asked back. "Power can be top-down or bottom-up. You go to the Tianma star region as the head. This is a top-down source of power. It is an appointment from the imperial system, and the ruling power obtained by relying on the authority of the empire. But Gu Heng is different." Martinelli seemed to be thinking. "You said so, it is true. Gu Heng, the head of the star zone, is from the bottom up. He controls the actual ruling power of most planets, and most populations in the star zone. For him, the position of the head of the star zone is not so much an appointment, but a post-approval? Yes, that's what I mean. Now, he has the final say on the affairs of the Tianma star zone. Without his nod, what can the head of the star zone do? Why not give him the position of the sector leader? But you also said that power can also be transferred from top to bottom. We can arrange a new sector leader to fight him in the Pegasus sector. We can use the power of the star region government to restrict him. His alliance has no clear imperial decree support. We can find a way to slowly dismember it." Su Dechen did not comment on this, but talked about another thing. "Do you know that Baggio Gallardo has been promoted to the executive director of the Imperial Central Military Affairs Department?" Martinelli even looked a little horrified. "What? This is too fast. Isn't it? How long has he been in the position of deputy minister? He was promoted so quickly?" Without responding to this question, Su Dechen continued to add a few more sentences. "The original chairman of Solaria, the vice chairman, was dismissed. A vice prime minister of the Military Affairs Department was transferred to the position of chairman of Solaria, and the chairman Wang Swan of our Eastern Universe, who is already 270 years old and will retire in 2 years, was transferred to the position of vice prime minister of the Military Affairs Department. When Gallardo was in Wuji Star, Zhou Xiaofeng, who was persuaded by him and helped him with all his strength, was promoted directly from the chief of the Military Affairs Department of the Universe to the chairman of the Universe." Martinelli continued to be shocked. "If we talk about the changes in the political structure of the Central Empire, it still feels very far away and unreal. However, if we talk about the Eastern Universe, it is different. This is the superior government that directly governs the Dragon Eagle Star region government. Changes in the political structure of the Eastern Universe government will directly affect the Dragon Eagle Star region." Su Dechen had already said this. Of course he understood. This series of personnel changes, in fact, had very clear meanings, which were to pave the way for Gallardo and his cronies to continue to rise. The deputy prime minister, who went to Solaria to be the chairman, was probably planning to use Gallardo's power to find a way to calm down an area of the universe, at least to gather some forces loyal to the empire, which was also a great achievement. From one of the 3 deputy prime ministers of the military department to a chairman of the universe, from a senior central official to a frontier official, it can be regarded as a horizontal transfer. More importantly, going to Solaria to be the chairman, there are tasks to do and merits to be gained. After finishing this wave, who knows how far he can go when he returns to the central government. As for Wang Swan, an old man who was about to retire and saw that his political career could not go any further, he could go to Holy Terra and hang out in the center of the empire before he retired. It was a good way to retire. It satisfied the old man's wish and effectively improved his and his family's political status in the empire. Of course, he also needed to reciprocate. His relatives, friends, descendants, students and old officials would naturally become helpers. The key point is that Wang Swan will not do any specific work as the deputy prime minister, and the power he vacates will naturally be taken over by Gallardo, the executive minister. After 1 or 2 years, the deputy prime minister will resign, and the vacant position will naturally belong to Gallardo. For many politicians, every step Gallardo takes is a threshold that they cannot cross in their lifetime. After he goes to Holy Terra, it is estimated that in 3 to 5 years, he will be promoted from deputy minister to deputy prime minister. This speed is simply outrageous. The person who had the greatest impact on the political situation in the Dragon Eagle Star region was, on the contrary, Zhou Xiaofeng. In this wave of transfers, he was actually the only one who was promoted in an open manner, and his promotion was quite revolutionary. He was originally the director of the Military Affairs Department of the Cosmic Government, and his status was about the third or fourth in the Cosmic Government. He was promoted to the boss of the Eastern Cosmic Region. He would not be uneasy, as the team that Lao Wang had left behind would help him, and Gallardo in Holy Terra would also help him. He would be able to take control of power smoothly, and this was also the reward for his help to Gallardo. In the future, they will also be close political allies. When all this is implemented in the Dragon Eagle Star region, no one can ignore it. Gu Heng is a good friend of Gallardo, and his alliance was arranged by Gallardo. Want to put pressure on Gu Heng alliance through the Star region government? Want to dismember the alliance? Dream on. When the time comes, the newly elected chairman Swell will dismember you physically in a minute. Alas, after figuring out the whole thing, Martinelli sighed. It can only be like this. Do your best in the Ministry of Justice. There will always be opportunities in the future. Is Gu Heng necessarily hostile to us? We don't have any unsolvable grudges. It is true that I have a competitive relationship with General Lao Yisi, but we don't have to treat him as an enemy. Besides, Lao Yisi can win over Gu Heng. So why can't we? That little Paydesi. He was the governor of Fei Star, and he got to that position with the help of his brother. Paydesi's death is heartbreaking, but without his brother, he couldn't have held the position of Fei Star. What do you mean? Martinelli felt a little unbelievable. Don't you want to win over Gu Heng? Or at least make us not become enemies? Then the Fei Star, which was originally unpreservable, is a good gift, isn't it? Gu Heng, who was regarded as a hot commodity, was struggling at the moment. After the war, Gu Heng saw the settlement list of the end of the battle. There were not many points of grace. Only more than 10,000 points, which was just his current fixed income for 1 month. But this was roughly within his expectations. Although the scale of the war was not small, the intensity, duration, and number of casualties were not large. Moreover, the two main forces participating in the war, the Pegasus Fleet and the Dragon Eagle Corps, have not yet been recognized by the system and are considered to be friendly forces, and their results do not provide benefits. If it happens again, Gu Heng will not consume the military strength of his core forces for the sake of grace points, and consume the social stability of the 3-star Fokkers, which is destined to become his spoils. Gu Heng would rather spend his gift to exchange for these two things. Gu Heng is not only a commander, he is also a ruler. Military serves politics. He understands this and practices it. Because of this, after the military operations were basically over, his work became even busier, although some people flattered him before, saying that his efficiency was comparable to that of the Sun Lord. For Gu Heng, he respected and admired the great achievements of the Sun Lord, who expanded the territory of the entire universe for the Empire in a few decades. No one can deny his great prestige. But at the same time, his wild, killing without burying, expanding without governing, was also something that Gu Heng was not interested in. Gu Heng treated all the captured places as his base and managed them as his base. During the war, he tried his best to avoid using destructive means. And after the war, he also had to establish his own ruling power and consider the development of the occupied areas. On the 3 stars of Fokkers, Gu Heng selected 3 planetary governors. This is necessary. Each planet must have a governor. This is the person in charge, who is registered in the Empire. Black Arrow, Angry Owl, Kuroga 1 and 3, all 4 worlds have Gu Heng as the governor. But on the 3 planets of Fash, it is not easy. Gu Heng did not get this authority. But this is not a big deal. He chose Petrus Fash, Bobby Fash, Osanachenko, these 3 people, to serve as the governors of Fash 1/2/3 respectively. The relevant recommendations have been submitted, and the Star Domain Government's Administration Department and the Law Department have all approved it unanimously. Then the Star Domain head Tangioi also signed his name. This matter is almost settled. Although the Star Domain Government's authority can only allow the 3 of them to become temporary acting governors, the exact appointment must be reported to the Universe Domain Government for approval. But in general, the Universe Domain Government is unlikely to refute it. Moreover, after Gu Heng communicated with his good friend again, he learned more about the series of changes in the political arena of Wuji Star. Now, the cosmic government is our own people, so there is nothing to worry about. On the contrary, Gu Heng was worried that he would be stuck in the Star region. The Star region government, although it is easy to solve, it is annoying to be disgusted and cause trouble for him. But it didn't happen. Martinelli, the head of the Star region, signed it readily before leaving office. Lao Isi from the administrative department certainly didn't have to worry. But Su Dekhin from the legal department was also so straightforward, which surprised Gu Heng. He knew that the so-called parliamentary faction in Yunluo Star's political arena refers to a group of political forces headed by Su Dekhin. The Minister of Justice, Martinelli, Pedes, and Little Pedes are all considered to be in this faction. Gu Heng did not have a good relationship with them, but he was not embarrassed. He could realize that this was a step of goodwill from the other party. Gu Heng also gladly accepted it. Previously, there was a conflict of interests, but now the other party has made concessions, no longer hindering Gu Heng's actual interests, and even provided some help. So Gu Heng naturally had no need to go against them. Don't hit a smiling person. And then, they sent another big gift. Ivan Martinelli was transferred to the Star Domain Legal Department, and the vacant position of the head of the Tianma Star region fell into Gu Heng's hands. During the call with Lao Isi, the lady was still very surprised. She said that, before she proposed it, it was Su Dekhin who made the proposal first. Of course she would not refuse, and they jointly persuaded President Tanjiui. Although there is still a step to report, there will be no more twists and turns in this matter, and the exact appointment will be made soon. After thanking him, Gu Heng immediately received another call request from Su Dekhin. This was the first time the two of them communicated, and Su Dekhin was very enthusiastic and polite. He came to take credit, and Gu Heng certainly understood that. The two chatted in a friendly manner for a while, and Su Dekhin also made it clear that if the three new governors applied to join the alliance, he would give them the green light. After saying these happy things, Su Dekhin did not forget to secretly stab Lao Isi. General Lao Isi originally had another person in mind for the selection of the Tianma leader, and he thought he could cooperate well with you. I thought it would be smoother if you do it yourself than to find someone to cooperate with you. Thank you very much. Gu Heng smiled and chatted with the other party for a few more words, and then hung up the call after a friendly farewell. As for what he said about Lao Isi, Gu Heng didn't take it to heart. It could be true, or it could be made up. Lao Isi is not his biological mother, and everything goes according to his wishes. But Gu Heng didn't really care. It didn't matter. Turning around, he began to worry again. These good news, in fact, are of no help to the problems he is facing now. The three planetary governors were appointed by him, and they are basically puppets. Osina is not a puppet. Her identity as the Prime Minister of the Alliance is much more important than that of a planetary governor. She is just acting as a representative of the position. There is no doubt that the three governors will submit applications to join the Alliance later, and the three planets will soon become members of the Alliance. However, the internal affairs of Samsung cannot be solved by this. Gu Heng found that the tried and tested methods he had used on Wrath of the Owl, Black Arrow, and Kuroja did not work on France 3 stars. It was not easy for him to win the hearts of the people, and it was difficult for him to reform the system of the Alliance on France 3 stars. In the past, Gu Heng encountered poor people and low productivity. However, the Alliance system of defining job levels, providing clear citizen benefits, having a clear path for advancement, and nationalizing all means of production and production income. This combination of punches was very effective. On the one hand, people's treatment has been greatly improved compared with the past, and they can see hope. On the other hand, the low productivity has been rapidly improved through centralized and planned construction. As for the other series of political means, they are all tricks on this basis. Making people's lives better, more hopeful, and improving productivity are the serious things. The rest are empty, and are used by Gu Heng to maintain the system. As long as the former is guaranteed, in fact, no matter what the Union government does, it will be good. But the situation in France 3 stars is completely different. The development here is already good, and the people are not poor. If the Union's job grade system is forced on, the job grade for the people will be too low, which will not meet their past living standards, which will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of the residents of France 3 stars. If it is too high, the residents of Angry Owl Star, Black Arrow Star, and Kuroga may be dissatisfied because they are not worried about the scarcity of people, but about the injustice, and the cost borne by the Union will be very high. Chapter 393. Economic Reform and Development Plan. The Alliance system has always been ignored by the outside world, but it is actually Gu Heng trump card. It is very suitable for rapid development from a poor situation. Welfare benefits meet the needs of the lower-class people to improve their living standards and provide a path for promotion. The centralized system can quickly carry out planned, large-scale rapid development in certain key areas according to the needs of the rulers. And there is a very core point. The results of these rapid developments do not need to be shared with the people. Although the people will be promoted under the job grade system, they will be promoted one level a year. And even after reaching the D level, it will generally take several years to be promoted. The benefits brought by this, the increase in allowance costs, and the benefits of the rapid development of the entire social productivity are very different. The intermediate development results are eaten up by the owner of collective production. That is, the alliance government. This system has many advantages, but also disadvantages. For example, it doesn't matter if the alliance government eats it up. After all, in addition to paying imperial taxes and military construction, most of these wealth will be reinvested in social development and construction. Infrastructure construction, more factories, expanded production capacity, the infrastructure renewal, urban expansion, more and larger living space, more jobs, more promotion opportunities brought about by this will in turn improve the quality of life of the people. However, if the system becomes rigid, the fruits of development will fall into the hands of the bureaucracy, or because of wrong decisions. The systemic corruption will lead to terrible waste. If the people cannot benefit from it, and the government has no money for development, then it will be a big mess. This is a problem that Gu Heng has always been vigilant about. The assessment department of the administrative department will supervise, and the anti-corruption bureau under the Alliance Legal Center, the Demon Hunter Organization, and the Alliance Internal Affairs Department, the three-tier structure, all have relevant supervisory authority, and even supervise each other. At present, the entire system of the Alliance is running quite well, and has basically achieved what Gu Heng expected. This point is reflected in the Angry Owl Star, the Black Arrow Star, and Korogia. There is no need to say more about the first two. On Korogia, the Alliance reform is going quite smoothly. In the past year or so, Gu Heng attention has certainly been on the Fash family. But in fact, Korogia's reform has never been relaxed, and has always been advancing at a very rapid speed. In any reform area, relying on the tens of thousands of loyal officials trained by Gu Heng from Zhongxi Academy with gift points as the core backbone. Many new officials who have graduated from the academy urgently, and officials drawn from Angry Owl Star and Black Arrow Star, and officials from the original Korogia planetary government as assistants. The alliance reform can be quickly implemented. Once the supplies are in place, the positions are set, many problems are solved directly, there is no need to fight a security war, and the troops can be transferred. The alliance is not in a hurry to reform Korogia, it is just a hive city at a time, a block at a time. Administrative officials lead the way with supplies, provide jobs, carry out political reforms, develop industries, and these methods have been tried and tested. In places where there is no time to promote reforms, then propaganda can be carried out first. With the good life and treatment enjoyed by people in other regions, it is enough to tell the truth once, and many places are eagerly waiting for it. When the policy is really implemented, the resistance is very small. After getting the support of the grassroots people and the relevant propaganda is in place, the alliance has absolute military force, and the remaining people, forces, and inherent interest groups that may hinder the promotion of reform are all small fry, and they can be easily wiped out. But success in Korogia does not mean success in Fash. The situations in the two places are completely different. Fash is relatively developed, so it is not possible to copy and paste. But if the alliance system cannot be brought to the 3 stars of Fash, it will be very bad. It will directly affect the alliance control over the 3 stars, and fail to fully integrate these 3 worlds into the alliance. It is not impossible to rule like the Empire does most of the world. But it is very fucked up. From the old coalition government, the Union government has obtained their production reports for decades. In the past 20 years, the economic growth of the Fash 3 stars has basically not increased, maintaining an annual industrial and agricultural output value of about 26 billion. From this perspective, the development level of the Fash 3 stars is not actually 3, at most 2.6. It is no wonder that the Fash family has a big reaction to the adjustment of the development level of the 3 planets under their command to level 3. Although it may not seem as horrible as a fine of 100 billion. This incident will cause harm for thousands of years. For the Empire, although it is reasonable to judge the development of a planet, a dynamic balance strategy should be adopted. If the development of a planet is high, It is okay to collect more taxes. If the planet encounters difficulties, it is reasonable to collect less taxes and lower the development. However, although this mechanism exists, it is actually useless. If you raise the development level after the star zone government verifies it, the report can be quickly passed through the process. Basically, the star zone has the final say. However, if you want to lower it, it will be too difficult. After the star zone is determined, it must be reported directly to the center of the empire. Every level in the middle may be taken down by you. If you lower it by one level, it means countless benefits and a lot less tax. No government at any level wants to bear such a responsibility. It is basically not approved unless the situation is really special. The 0.4 development degree lost by Fash Samsung will be borne by them forever in the future unless they really develop. The Fash family originally received taxes from Samsung, which was actually around 2.8 billion per year. After paying 2 billion in taxes, they had a little over 800 million left every year, and they lived a good life. But if it rose to 3 billion, they would not be able to survive. If Gu Hang did not copy the alliance system and continue to use the system of the old coalition government, then there would be no point in playing. After all, after Gu Hang got the 3-star Fash, he had to pay another 200 million yuan every year? This is unacceptable. Gu Hang has no regrets about giving it to local development. Investment is for greater returns in the future. But this money is purely extra tax, which he definitely won't do. Increasing taxes and vicious harvesting are not impossible, but they will definitely have a great negative impact on local social production. Only by copying the alliance system can we break the original shackles and better collect surplus value. At the same time, only by implementing the alliance system can the black technology in Gu Hang hands be brought into play. For this reason, he has been working with his government officials, taking the local data of Fox, visiting and investigating everywhere, and studying for more than a month. Up to now, the officials of the alliance government headed by Asuna, who came to take over Fox Samsung, have already had a preliminary strategy. It was Asuna herself who reported this strategy to him. The first point is to reform the finance first. Abolish the currency issued by the original Fox regime, which is only circulated in Fox Samsung, and replace it with the currency issued by the alliance. In the next 2 years, the original currency of Fockers can still be used, but the subsequent issuance will be mainly based on the alliance coin. A dual-track system. Fockers can also exchange the old coins they originally held for new coins at a certain exchange rate within these 2 years. On this basis, the second step is to invest in the construction of state-owned factories. On the one hand, it is to build new factories and provide more jobs. On the other hand, it is to nationalize the industries originally held by the Fockers family. The old government of Fox did not directly control the enterprises. However, the direct and collateral branches of the Fox family owned a lot of industries and wealth. Gu Hang would definitely not be polite about these. With these two foundations, it involves direct reforms of people's livelihood. Workers, technical experts, clerks, and government employees working in state-owned factories will be given ranks, and allowances will be issued according to the corresponding ranks. And the benefits originally belonging to the rank will be partially cancelled and converted into currency at the local price of the planet Fox and included in the allowances. Most of the benefits that have been cancelled are in-kind benefits, including food supply, daily necessity supply, and entertainment supply. But medical benefits, educational benefits, and housing security benefits will be retained. Nationalized hospitals and educational institutions will be open to all people with job titles for free. They will enjoy different levels of medical and educational benefits according to their job titles. People of different job titles will also have different basic housing conditions, which will also be guaranteed by the government. The people working in these newly invested and built alliance factories, as well as the government employees who swear allegiance to the alliance government, will have relatively high job levels at the beginning, in order to ensure that their living standards are not lower than in the past. But in order to avoid excessive financial pressure, the number of people is limited. High-tech personnel in the factory, important management positions, and important employees in the government will have clear job levels. Normal workers and employees will maintain the previous salary level and be paid according to wages. But without job levels, the corresponding housing, medical, and education benefits will be gone. Next, increase the cost of education, medical care, housing, and make job ranks more popular. Subsequently, the path for normal private enterprises to be nationalized will be opened. The original managers will remain in office and become state-owned factory managers with alliance job ranks. The specific job ranks will be determined based on the scale and profits of the original enterprises. After nationalization, the corresponding workers and employees will also get job ranks. And all state-owned enterprises will be supported by the alliance government, mainly from the technical point of view, from the product procurement. The products produced by state-owned enterprises will never have trouble selling. As long as they meet the requirements under the inspection of relevant quality supervision departments, then all products will be handed over to the state, used for imperial tax payment, for welfare distribution, put into market sales, interstellar trade export. For non-state-owned enterprises, government procurement is not completely absent, but in the case of priority state-owned enterprises, I am afraid it will be affected. But in terms of market sales, it will not be affected. If the price and quality cannot beat the state-owned factories, then it is their own problem. Asana's whole strategy is, in essence, to establish a dual-track system, adding state-owned industries to the original economic foundation of factories. By binding benefits, it ensures that state-owned factories, government employees and other regular employees receive treatment that is no worse than in the past, or even better, in a high welfare, high stability environment. At the same time, it limits the upward path of people and enterprises outside the system. This is to drive the private sector into the system. But the core difference is that the alliance system is open to the public and enterprises. Especially for the public. Almost everyone is welcome. Those who are capable join state-owned enterprises, government systems, medical and education industries, etc. And the alliance welcomes them. Those who are not very capable, as long as they are willing to work, now have a salary income that is not worse than that of private enterprises. In the future, the alliance has a clear plan to expand the system and establishment, and will eventually include all people in the job grade system. However, for the business owners, the conditions are much more stringent. Originally, the boss had all the surplus value of the employees in his hands. He could make a fortune if he did a good job, or go bankrupt if he did a bad job. But now, if you choose to transfer to a state-owned enterprise, although the rank of the business owner will be set relatively high, there is still a big gap compared with the previous situation where all the income belonged to him. Moreover, although it is to stay in office, you can only stay and get promoted if you do a good job. If you do not do a good job, the output will not increase, the efficiency will not increase, and the products will not sell well. Then you may be demoted and transferred to other enterprises to be low-level personnel. If you are corrupt or have serious faults, you will have to go to jail or even be shot. But if you don't transfer to state-owned enterprises, then you will be squeezed to death by state-owned enterprises, and then you will have nothing, and you won't even get a job. Unless you are really awesome, there are taxes, you need to do marketing, there is a lack of government procurement, you need to offer high wages to offset the welfare advantages of state-owned industries in order to retain talents, which will lead to rising costs. Under this series of problems, you can still guarantee good benefits, then you are awesome, you deserve to make money. The ultimate goal is to hope that under these reforms, Fox Samsung will gently transition to a normal, ideal alliance system environment, generally with state-owned economy as the main body and private economy as a supplement. Of course, these series of reforms have made a lot of noise. But in terms of implementation, there are steps. All policies will not be pushed up all at once, but will be reformed gradually. First, nationalization will be pushed in important areas, such as energy, mining, smelting, military industry, heavy industry, etc., and the rest will be done slowly. We estimate that after the corresponding policies are introduced, our public expenditure will increase significantly. After the reform begins, the total tax revenue of Fox Samsung will continue to decrease, but with the profit after deducting the expenditure from the income of state-owned enterprises, it is expected that it will provide no less than $2.5 billion in revenue in the first year, and it will increase by 5% year by year. After 5 years, Fox will be self-sufficient, no longer need subsidies from the union government, complete the imperial tax, and start to generate surpluses. Osina carefully recounted their estimates and conclusions, and gave her 5-year economic reform and development plan according to Gu Heng requirements. Gu Heng listened very carefully. This is essentially to spend money first, ensure people's livelihood, and ensure the existing productivity, and then bear more losses, and gently promote the alliance system, and finally achieve the effect he wants. Chapter 394, Red Arrow Star joins. For the reform of Fash 3 stars, even if the plan made by Asuna is implemented smoothly, the Alliance will have to bear continuous losses, until 5 years later to break even. During this period, the Alliance is estimated to have to invest a total of about 1 billion to 1.5 billion. However, this is different from maintaining the old system, which has a net loss of 200 million per year. The extra money spent by the Alliance can be regarded as an investment in the construction and reform of Fash 3 stars, and the benefits will be seen in the future. Gu Hang is relatively willing to make such an investment. As for whether the Alliance can withstand the loss of 1.5 billion in 5 years, if you have this question, you underestimate the Alliance. When the reform of Kuroja has not been fully completed, and the Wrath of the Owl and the Black Arrow still need to provide large-scale material support to Fash, these two Alliance-based planets still have enough capacity to fill the gap of Fash 3 stars. This is not counting the income of the Alliance shipyard. What's more, since the Alliance pays taxes for integration, the investment the Alliance spends on the Star Army can of course be tax deductible. The Dragon Eagle Corps is here to fight this rebellion war. Of course, the Military Affairs Department should pay for it. To maintain the Dragon Eagle Corps, the normal retirement and replenishment of personnel, the ammunition consumption and equipment loss, the stationing and training costs. After all, the Alliance annual investment in this is equivalent to 100 million tax coins. Right? The Military Affairs Department will pay to offset the tax. However, the cost of maintaining the Alliance troops is still very high. The Angry Bear Corps is very expensive. But at least there are not many of them. Although the Kuroja Salvation Army is cheap, the number of 300 million is here. And it can't be cheap at all. With 300 million Salvation Army, Kuroja can still hold on. In the future, as Kuroja's reforms continue to advance, and productivity catches up, the financial pressure on the Alliance will be greatly reduced. At present, Kuroja's annual output value can reach about 20 billion. Compared with the 3-star Fokkers, it has 30 billion more people, but its output value is not as good. The Alliance is still losing money on Kuroja. However, Kuroja currently has 1/3 of the nests, and has already pushed forward the reform strategy. In the past year, the Alliance collected 1.1 billion in taxes from the unreformed areas, and the profits from the centralized production reform in the reformed areas were also 800 million. This was achieved even though Kuroja had lost more than 4 billion people, and continued to transfer population to the Wrathful Owl and Black Arrow. This has reached the amount of 2 billion in taxes Kuroja could generate each year before the war. Kuroja's tax amount is 4 billion. And the remaining 2 billion tax gap in previous years was made up by paying the population. Gu Hang's request to Kuroja is that the population of this planet should be reduced to less than 30 billion through transfers. And the profits of various types of output value should reach 3 billion. If this can be achieved, Kuroja can be considered self-sufficient, no longer needing subsidies, and no longer needing to pay taxes with population, and can complete the imperial tax. In the next 5 years, the nearly 6 billion people who will continue to transfer out will settle on the Angry Owl Star and the Black Arrow Star. Gu Hang hopes that the output value of these two planets plus the shipyard will reach more than 20 billion in 5 years. And the Alliance can reap more than 6 billion in profits. By then, the imperial taxes of these two places will be calculated as 7 billion in total. And the Alliance will still have a surplus of more than 6 billion after only 700 million. At this point, the Alliance can be regarded as an extremely powerful political entity in the star field. It is self-sufficient, and can have excess profits every year. It can produce most of the weapons and equipment needed by the conventional Star Army, support a space warrior regiment and a battle sisterhood, and can produce warships on its own. Although, under the organizational structure of the Planetary Defense Force and the Star Army, it is not allowed to have a naval fleet, and it is not allowed to conduct large-scale interstellar trade. If you want to engage in interstellar trade, you need to obtain a business license from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. However, this regulation has never been dead, and many planets have their own ships. I don't have a navy. I don't do interstellar trade, but I have some material transportation needs, some escort needs. I have flexible defenses in planetary orbits, and I have anti-piracy needs within the star system. This is also normal. Isn't it reasonable to have some ships? Most planets do not have their own starships. In fact, the biggest obstacle is far from the Empire's regulations, but that they cannot afford them. Even if they can afford them, they cannot afford to maintain them. But Gu Heng does not have this worry. He can form an escort team. Because the Alliance ruling scope has spanned multiple star systems, there is a practical need for this. What if there are interstellar pirates wandering over? As for the price, we can produce it ourselves, plus we have our own shipyard. The cost of self-organization is controllable and low. Even if we take a step back, Gu Heng can also place the Alliance fleet under Gu Trading Company. On the surface, it is a merchant fleet under Gu Trading Company. But in fact it is the Alliance naval fleet, with a complete army and navy. By that time, the Alliance can be said to be both rich and strong. Not to mention, in the past 5 years, Gu Heng relied on his position as the head of the Star Zone to get Phase Star. In the previous conversation between Gu Heng and Su Deqin, it was also mentioned that Little Pei Desi had been abandoned by the Parliament. Without his brother and backing, this guy can't control Phase Star at all. Although Phase Star has a population of only 8 billion, the shipyard that can build cruisers on the planet is really mouth-watering. That's a huge fortune. Putting it in the hands of Little Pei Desi is a waste. Gu Heng doesn't think the guy can hold on to it in the future. With the level of that idiot, there are ways to get rid of him. Moreover, this matter needs to be done quickly. Gu Heng doesn't want to wait too long. The sooner you get it, the sooner you can get the benefits. As for how to get it, Gu Heng has some ideas. Moreover, these ideas have begun to be implemented. Gu Heng is not concerned about how Xiao Pei Desi will react to this. No matter what that guy thinks or does, it will not change the result. While Gu Heng is planning Phase Star, another world in Tianma Star region has made a move. That is Red Arrow Star, which is the only planet in the Pegasus Star region that has not yet joined the Alliance. Red Arrow Star is an empire world dominated by agriculture, with a total population of about 2 billion people. Many large or small farmers, or agricultural group companies, control the land on the planet. These farmers and agricultural groups form an industry association, which is the highest power structure on the planet. The association will elect the leader of the association, who will also become the acting planetary governor, and authorize the establishment of a planetary government. The government of Red Arrow Star is a very loose organization. It only handles public security issues, and provides some necessary public services. They do not form an army or collect taxes. The necessary resources for the operation of the government are also obtained through the money given by the Agricultural Association. At the same time, the level of military construction of Red Arrow Star is also very low. There are only a few million ground forces for 2 billion people. And the heavy equipment is even worse. It is mainly composed of light infantry. The imperial tax of Red Arrow Star is negotiated by many people in the Agricultural Association. These large agricultural enterprises seize every trade opportunity. On the one hand, they use grain to pay the annual imperial tax of 200 million. On the other hand, they also use grain trade to exchange for various industrial products needed by the planet, especially agricultural production machinery. The development level of Red Arrow Star is not high, and there is almost no industrial level. However, the residents on the planet generally live a good life. They have a high food content, although most of it is taken away by agricultural companies and farmers. The remaining part can also provide food and drink for many agricultural workers. Gu Heng had actually considered how to take over Red Arrow Star before, but found it very difficult. These people from the agricultural company are all local rich people, without any special ambitions, and they just stay in their own small piece of land to farm. On the planet, nothing special had happened, so that people could intervene. Although their military force was very weak, Gu Heng could take them down with a wave of his hand. But they were an imperial world, without sufficient reasons, there was no way to attack them at all. What's more, the main output on Hongjian Star was food, and the output was very simple. It seemed that Gu Heng didn't have to get it, as long as he continued to trade, let Hongjian Star buy the agricultural output other than the imperial tax, and dump industrial products at the same time. Although, Gu Heng has a little obsessive-compulsive disorder about map coloring. It has reached this point now. He really wants to put the flag of the Alliance on all the planets in the entire star zone. Considering the practical factors, Red Arrow Star is really the kind of star that can be put on or not. Gu Heng was right to think so. But he did not expect that his fame in the star zone, the rapid expansion of the Alliance system, and his position as the head of the star zone would have a great impact on these local rich people on Red Arrow Star. Gu Heng didn't want to bother them. He just wanted to do business. But he didn't tell them this. And the local rich didn't know what Gu Heng was thinking. Even if he told them, they wouldn't necessarily feel at ease. The envoys from the Red Arrow Star Agricultural Association came to Phase Star with an uneasy mentality, met with Governor Gu, and put forward their demands. We want to join the alliance. This made Gu Hang laugh. You haven't done anything yet. You want to join on your own initiative. Is that okay? However, these local rich people did not join unconditionally. Before sending out envoys, they still studied the alliance system. They had a biggest psychological obstacle to joining the alliance. The alliance would confiscate almost all means of production and monopolize all output. Whether it was the boss or the workers and farmers below, they would all be assigned a rank and receive benefits according to the corresponding rank. They definitely could not accept this, and it would be more painful for them than killing them. However, they are really afraid of death. Although, in their assessment, it is basically certain that Gu Hang is unlikely to take direct military action against Hongjian Star. But with Gu Hang's current ability, there is no need for military action to deal with Hongjian Star, as long as the trade is cut off, or even just harsh price negotiations. For a planet like theirs with a very single output, the blow will be fatal. So, with a sad face, these local rich people of Hongjian Star proposed a plan. They saw that there were also some private enterprises in the alliance system. This was more common on the Angry Owl Star. In order to avoid institutional rigidity, the alliance government gave people the opportunity to start their own businesses. When people saw an opportunity to start a business, they could keep their job rank and welfare benefits, and then start their own business, and even get some support from the alliance government. But on this basis, they had to sign a contract with the government and make performance commitments. Then, they can recruit workers and employees, and the recruited workers and employees will also enjoy job-level benefits and allowances, which is equivalent to the government paying wages. This is equivalent to opening a new state-owned enterprise. If the entrepreneurial results are not good, the job level will drop, or even drop sharply, and there is no guarantee that you will have the previous position when you return. If you do well, the job level will rise rapidly, and part of the profits from starting a business will be rewarded to the corresponding entrepreneurs, which is actually equivalent to income other than taxes. Moreover, the government will also provide strong support for successful entrepreneurs who want to expand their scale. However, under the alliance system, the successful cases of such entrepreneurship are basically concentrated in small-scale and non-key industries. The smallest scale is a couple opening a breakfast shop. The higher-scale ones think there is a business opportunity somewhere and open a store or supermarket, employ 3 or 5 people, and start a transportation company. Or think that the current market for clothing design is lagging and start a clothing factory. And these local rich people of Hongjiangsing saw opportunities under this policy. They wanted to join the alliance to avoid being squeezed out, targeted, and not to lose their current property. So they came up with this idea. They all followed the rules of the alliance and obtained job ranks according to the scale of the industry they managed. The farmers and workers under their command also all had job ranks and were paid welfare benefits according to the alliance standards. At the same time, they all obtained the status of entrepreneurs and could enjoy the excess profits obtained by their agricultural companies or farms. They also promised to accept the jurisdiction of the alliance system. Those who do well will be promoted. And with the support of the alliance, they can expand their scale and make more profits. Those who do poorly, or those who are unlucky enough to encounter natural disasters and fail to cope with them, resulting in reduced production, will bear the risks themselves, and their ranks will be reduced. Their scale will be reduced, and in the worst case, they will be shut down and handed over to others. To put it bluntly, these results were naturally caused by market competition in the past. But now there is an additional layer of alliance jurisdiction, and they will accept alliance regulation. Chapter 395, The Choice of Phase Star. Although it is similar, after joining the alliance, Hongjian Star can still be the master of its own agricultural group and farm, and can also let anyone inherit the industry according to its own wishes. But in fact, the local rich people on Hongjian Star still paid a great price. In name, their performance, their respective companies, all have to be supervised by the alliance. Even the government they originally formed, which was so loose that it played a little auxiliary role at most, will be replaced by the alliance government after it is disbanded. The planetary management model that mainly relied on farmer self-governance in the past will be gone forever. The farm militias that had basically no construction level in the past will also be disbanded and replaced by the direct garrison of the alliance army. They are like putting a rope around their necks. and the other end is in the hands of the Alliance. In the future, the Alliance can strangle any farmer or agricultural group at any time if they want. They will not have any ability to resist. They had expected this situation. Of course. After all, they were the ones who proposed the conditions to the Alliance. There were also objections within Red Arrow Star. However, these objections had been resolved internally by them. The reason they made this decision was actually very smooth. First of all, it was very easy for the Alliance to destroy Red Arrow Star. Strong military force, plus the legitimacy of the Star Zone leader, plus the influence of the Gu family's status as the head of the family on interstellar trade, there are many ways to kill him, from force to peace, from civilization to barbarism. Anyway, you still have to kneel down to save your life, so it's better to negotiate a good condition before the Alliance takes action, when everything on the Red Arrow Star is still valuable, or a valuable bargaining chip. This is the condition that can be negotiated after weighing the pros and cons. Did they have peace of mind in the past? No. The situation on Red Arrow Star was generally stable for many years, but occasionally farmers would go bankrupt and agricultural groups would downsize. Under market competition, they also had a clearing mechanism to let those who were not doing well leave the positions they should not be in. Now, it is just that the invisible hand of market competition has been transformed into the visible hand of the Union government's control. They paid a price, but they will also gain. The Alliance made a promise. Although they took over the power of Red Arrow Star, they did not have much intention to make major changes to the situation of Red Arrow Star. It was no problem to keep the appearance of an agricultural planet. The Alliance did not plan to invest heavily in Red Arrow Star, but just increasing the export trade of agricultural machinery, agricultural technology reform, expanding and optimizing the starport of Red Arrow Star. These measures were enough to bring enough benefits to the local rich people on Red Arrow Star. They came with helplessness and returned with worries. But in the next few years, they will feel the warmth of the Alliance and be glad that they made the right decision. Gu Heng also gave instructions that the Alliance should give preferential treatment to planets that actively surrender and fully accept the Alliance transformation. It is not necessary to provide special economic support. Of course, mutual communication and progress are necessary. More importantly, political support should be given. For these smart farmers, the Alliance will try its best to ensure that their identity, status, and wealth will not decline. We need to create a vivid benchmark. If there are planets that want to join the Alliance in the future, with such a good precedent, it will be able to dispel the doubts of many people and make the future of the Alliance much easier. Compared with the preferential treatment of Red Arrow Star, Gu Heng was not so gentle to Fei Star. Gu Heng met the governor of Red Arrow Star at the Tianma Palace of Fei Star and accepted their joining. The reason why it was here was, of course, because this was the office location of the Tianma leader. Fei Star has a population of 8 billion, a development level of 5, and an annual 4 billion imperial tax. How does it pay? Most of it is paid by the shipbuilding industry. Of the remaining part, a considerable part is paid by various tax reduction policies, exemption or other forms of payment. There are many ways to pay in other forms. There are several major items, such as paying for the office staff of the Star District government and the cost of office resources. The staff of the Star District government must be paid and have income. These people are dependent on the Empire's finances. They also need an office space. The Star District government needs to be equipped with cars, spacecraft that can perform interstellar jumps, and servo skulls required for office work to assist in data processing. This is a very large amount of money. Even the entire Tianma Palace was built for the Star District government. It took more than 10 years to build a garden-style palace as the office of the Star District government. It cost more than 1 billion tax coins in total. This was the Empire's money. Although the number of office staff in the Star District government was not particularly large, the annual salary of a senior clerk was dozens or even hundreds of tax coins, which was far higher than the income level of ordinary people. In addition, there is also the Tianma Naval Academy, which also draws on the Empire's finances to train naval talents for the Empire and send them to the Tianma fleet. These costs were all paid by Fei Star, and then they obtained certificates from the Star District government, the Military Affairs Department, and the Navy, and asked the Empire to pay off the taxes. In the past 10 years, the amount that Fei Star paid for the Star District government and the Naval Academy each year was as low as 500 million or 600 million, and as high as 1 billion. This huge tax deduction, plus the ships paid by the shipyard, constituted the structure of Fei Star's payment of taxes to the Empire. Sometimes, when Phase Star's shipyard was in the cycle of producing large ships, the ship fee plus the tax deduction, not only could the Empire not collect an extra penny from Phase Star, but it had to pay a lot of money. However, how could there be no tricks in these things? In the past, the leader of the Star District government was Pedes. Although the governor of Phase Star was Little Pedes, how could Little Pedes lead Phase Star well? He didn't have the ability. At that time, he just helped his brother, led the position of governor, and lived happily every day. The important work on the planet was actually handled by Pedes himself. When Pedes was managing the planet and the Star District government, he actually used a group of people to form two teams. These people did the work of the planetary government and the Star District government. Isn't this just letting the same group of people, with the financial support of the Empire, serve as the team of the planetary government? It saved the planetary government a considerable amount of administrative costs, many personnel expenses, the cost of purchasing materials. When Pedes and Martinelli were in the past, no one would check them. But can it really stand up to scrutiny? Can it stand up to a cursory investigation? Can it stand up to Gu Hang, the successor, who really wants to investigate it? Even more, not only these Star District governments, the expenses of the Naval Academy, even the production of the shipyard, are they really so fair-priced, and comply with the regulations of the Empire? That is also uncertain. Things like starships are not the same as other standardized war equipment, tanks and the like. Starships can adopt different configurations from the hull design, power design, protection design, weapon equipment specifications. Of course, the word design is a nice word. In fact, to put it bluntly, each shipyard has its own construction level. The level of each shipyard is different, and the ships they can build are also different, which can only be roughly considered as XX level specifications. In response to this, the Imperial Navy, the Imperial Military Affairs Department, will come to evaluate the design of the ship and determine the specific price of the ship built by the shipyard. But this kind of pricing will only happen once. Later, when the Imperial tax officials come, the ship can be inspected and accepted. In the two links of design and acceptance, there is no room for manipulation. Pedes, big and small, are not yet at the level of being all-powerful. Those who have this ability will not look down on this thing. However, between design and acceptance, there are still countless links. It is not good to cut corners in the construction link, but let's say the most normal workers become skilled, and the technology matures. What about the money saved? Not to mention some things that are not normal, such as the margins that were deliberately left when designing, which can be saved now. From the administration of one team with two brands, to the training of naval cadets with financial resources, to the transfer of qualified sailors as taxes, from the construction of ships, to the process changes, to the acceptance of ships. When the integration of the Star District government and the planetary government reaches this level, there are too many links that can be operated in the middle. After Gu Hang received the official appointment from the Star Zone leader, he immediately ran to the Pegasus Palace on the Flying Wing Star. He brought his own guards, and after landing, he also deployed the personnel of the Psychic Order and went directly to the Pegasus Palace. The first person he met was the head of the Pegasus Palace Guards. This group of elite warriors, all equipped with feedback power armor, were private guards who ate the Empire's finances and obeyed the orders of the Star Zone leader. They were the benefits or rights given to the Star Zone leader by the Empire. The equipment was purchased, and the personnel were specially selected from the elite of the Star Army. This is of course a very good place for the soldiers of the Star Army. They can stay away from the war, have higher allowances and benefits, and be on a garden planet like Phoenixing. Isn't it the best destination for soldiers who have survived hundreds of battles? However, for the Empire, it is not clear whether it is a good thing for such an elite team of 1,000 people to be pampered here. In the past, the Pegasus Palace Guards obeyed both the Star District government and the planetary government. This was not a choice for them, because they were the same thing before. Even after Martinelli came, they were in the same camp, and the distinction was not so clear. But now, this problem suddenly came up, and was firmly placed in front of them. And they didn't have to think too much. They knew what was the right choice. From the perspective of interests, following the obviously sunk Little Pedes, they were mentally ill. From the perspective of responsibilities, they were the direct guards of the Star District leader. As for who the Star District leader was, they didn't care. And they shouldn't care. Whoever is in that position, you just need to listen to him. Then, they received the first order from the new leader, Clear out all irrelevant people who are not from the Star District government from the Tianma Palace, the office of the Star District government. In fact, there won't be too many people. Although the Tianma Palace actually still serves as the headquarters of the planetary government, the officials of the planetary government usually have a layer of skin of Star District government clerks. But little Pedes doesn't have this layer of skin. He was waiting to welcome Gu Heng in the Tianma Palace. He had no idea how much grievance he had hidden in his heart. He was still wondering whether he should face the reality and kowtow, or be tough and never give in. As a result, he was driven out by the Tianma Palace guards, who had protected him before he even saw Gu Heng. Then, little Pedes found that as the planetary governor, he could not interfere in the affairs of the planet. The people who should obey his orders were extremely rare. Most of the important positions and senior staff were the Star District government personnel who led the Empire's finances. In the past, when the Star District leader gave them the nod to do the work of the planetary government, they would do it, of course. Now, they are not allowed to do it. What should they do? They can only do nothing. Most of them are reluctant to leave their positions in the Star District government. Not to mention that the salary is high. They know better than anyone that the planetary government does not have any personnel budget. It was unnecessary before. But now? No one makes this budget now. Of course, without management, the planet will be in chaos. Gu Heng also didn't want to bring chaos to the rich phase star. He had already regarded this place as his own property. He would still let the officials of the Star District government continue to work. But he couldn't do it directly. As the head of the Star District, he issued the first decree. He reprimanded the governor of Phase Star, Xiaopei Dezi, for the chaotic governance. The planetary government was in name only, and the Star District government temporarily replaced the management, and ordered Xiaopei Dezi to reorganize the planetary government within 1 month and complete the management work. Otherwise, Gu Heng, as the head of the Star District, would formally initiate impeachment of Xiaopei Dezi to the higher government. Little Pei Dezi was dumbfounded. Where can I find a month to set up a planetary government? The people from the Star District government are not used. Isn't this asking for my life? But obviously, Gu Heng was not asking for his life. If he was asking for his life, there would not be this month. For little Pei Dezi, this was a whole month of thinking time, allowing him to make the right choice. And little Pei Dezi found that he had few choices. Chapter 396, Flying Wing Shipyard. Little Pedesai is not really without any means of resistance. On the entire planet, some local governments, some planet-controlled enterprises, and even the industries that he and his brother purchased privately, theoretically he can still mobilize them. He is still the governor of the planet, and he can do anything in name. However, although he is a fool, he is not really stupid. He can easily assess that, if he really makes trouble, he can indeed cause some trouble to Gu Heng, but it is limited to trouble. Even, this kind of trouble did not rise to the level of Gu Heng himself. The professional bureaucrats under him directly settled the matter. And what price did he have to pay? It was his own life. At this point, Xiaopei Dezi no longer had any illusions in his mind. He clearly understood that he had no security at all now, and Gu Heng could kill him at any time, sentence him guilty, cannot serve as governor, and then unfortunately say that he died suddenly of illness, or committed suicide out of fear of crime, and then report a new candidate for governor. This kind of thing happened too much. Even, sometimes when the Star Region government is too lazy to go through the lengthy process of removing the governor, they will do this. To kill him in this way, of course. There will be a political price to pay, but this price is definitely something Gu Heng can bear. The Star Region government may reprimand Gu Heng for this, or even take punitive measures, but it won't be too severe. In a different place, little Pei Dezi felt that he would definitely take action. So he is now scared to death. As the head of the Star Region, Gu Heng issued a reprimand order, giving him a month. He now understood that this month was certainly not for him to reorganize the government, but for him to think it over carefully. He quickly conveyed his idea of bowing his head to Gu Heng through some channels. Just like in the past, he could accept being a figurehead governor and not being in charge of anything. All matters on the planet would be handed over to the Star District government. He promised that he would be a mascot as before. However, his words were like a stone sinking into the sea. With no response, he watched as the Star District government quickly took over the various powers of the planetary government, including the takeover of various cities and regions, the seizure of the personal properties left by him and his brother, and the takeover of the 2 star ports and shipyards of Phase Star. He had countless opportunities to make moves. But little Pedes was like an ostrich, burying his head and doing nothing. He thought more than once. How can he survive this disaster? Why did he express his position? But there was no response. One of his staff members gave him an analysis afterwards. What Chief Gu wants is probably not just for you to be a mascot or a rubber stamp. Now the entire Tianma Star region, all the worlds have joined the Alliance. And the Star region and the Alliance are almost equivalent. It has come to this. Don't you know what Gu Heng wants? Do you still think that you can just be a mascot? You mean? Let me take the initiative to propose. And bring Fiexing to join the Alliance? The staff shook his head. I'm afraid it's still not possible. Didn't you say that Gu Heng wanted Fiexing to join the Alliance? But it can't be you. What is the essence of why he wants Fiexing to join the Alliance? It is to be able to better control the entire world. You yourself are the obstacle to this matter. You won't really obey him. And he won't believe it. Little Pedesai was already very irritable. And with a little madness under fear, then what should we do? Does he want me to die? If so, I will fight him to the death. Even if I really die, I will bite off 2 hairs from him. Resign from the post of governor of Phase Star. The staff said. What? Resign from the post of governor of Phase Star and leave here. The staff continued to persuade. Absolutely not. Little Pedes pushed the staff furiously, his eyes red, and asked, Have you surrendered to Gu Heng? Are you here to set a trap for me? Ah? The staff member who was pushed down stood up, patted his body, and said slowly, The first half of your sentence is right. I will indeed work for the Union government in the future, but the second half is wrong. I did not set a trap for you. This is the last time I, as a staff member, will give you advice. If you let go now, you can ask for a sum of money, hundreds of thousands of tax coins, and Gu Heng should still be willing to let you take it away. With this money, and your brother's connections in Yunluo to protect you, you can still live the life of a rich man. Hundreds of thousands of tax coins. You may not have thought much of it in the past. But as a living, even if you live a luxurious life, it is enough to spend a lifetime. If you miss this last month's opportunity, then the last thing I can do for you is to wait for a month and collect your body. Is little Pedes gone? Gu Heng asked casually. Yes. Zhang Lingyan responded stiffly. Gu Heng patted him on the shoulder and said, Relax. Osina said you have always performed very well. Why can't you let go in front of me? Zhang Lingyan forced a smile. The responsibility is heavy, I dare not neglect it. It's good to be aware of the responsibility. Relax, let's talk about something unimportant first. Let's talk about that little Pedesi. Yes. Little Pedesi's ship left the port yesterday. We confiscated most of his property, but still left him some floating wealth, so that he could leave with peace of mind, to avoid any more trouble. The property he took away was about 400,000 tax coins, and it should not cause us any more trouble in the future. Well, this guy is lucky. He has a good brother, who has been a governor for more than 10 years, and can be a rich man for most of his life. However, I hope he can make some progress in the future. Otherwise, he will not be able to keep his wealth. Yes. Let's talk about business. Yes. The business they wanted to talk about was nothing else but the biggest wealth on Phase Star. Phase Shipyard. Speaking of Zhang Lingyan, he was one of the 100 top students from Phase Star sent by his mother to help when Gu Heng and his mother reached a preliminary understanding. At that time, although they had reconciled, Gu Heng still did not completely trust his mother. He did not take these 100 people seriously at first, and threw them all to Asuna, asking her to arrange them and do low-level clerical work. However, the alliance at that time was quite short of people. Former refugee leaders like Patel were able to manage an industrial center, which is a good example. Although many of these top students from Phase Star were spoiled and could not bear hardships, and sank into low-level jobs, those who worked hard and were willing to do their work well were always able to make a name for themselves. Zhang Lingyan is such a person. He did not receive any preferential treatment at all, and was even suppressed in the officialdom of the alliance because he was an outsider, because he was initially considered a spy sent by Gu Heng's mother. However, he still made excellent achievements in any position for a long time. These achievements cannot be ignored. The alliance job level recognition and the performance evaluation of government officials all have clear standards. He did a good job, worked diligently, ranked well, and always had achievements. How could he be promoted when the alliance was generally short of clerical talents? Or, the alliance system was already suppressing him very hard. Many people who did not achieve as good results as him were promoted very quickly. Later, as Gu Heng's relationship with his mother further eased, and even merged, and it was also found out that there was nothing special about them. Gu Heng's mother couldn't stand seeing his group of peasants and a makeshift team. So she found some poor graduates from various colleges on Phase Star, signed a 15-year contract with them, and sent them all here. There are many people on Phase Star who go to college. This is also an important foreign exchange industry on Phase Star. Not only the local Phase Star, not only many dignitaries in the Tianma Star District will send students here, but even some people from other star districts will come here to study. More than 30,000 universities, with both technical and grammar departments, have cultivated countless talents. However, not every graduate has a good place to go. For example, Zhang Lingyan, whose family is not well off, has relied on his own ability, various scholarships, and student loans to study all the way. The pressure is even greater. After graduation, he has to start repaying the loan. For graduates on Phase Star, Gu Business is a great place to go. The few recruitment quotas every year are very popular. A 15-year-long contract, even if you have to go to an unknown foreign place, you have to go. That's how Zhang Lingyan came. After the background was clear, the ones who did well among the 100 people had long been on the list of talents in the Alliance Organization Department, and began to rise like a rocket. Zhang Lingyan was the fastest one, even entered the Prime Minister's office, and became one of Osina's important right-hand men. Now, he was promoted by Gu Heng, and he can take charge of his own affairs. The reason why Gu Heng chose him was that he still fully trusted the judgment of the system. Zhang Lingyan was a talent who was inspired in the hero panel very early. He had high qualifications and upgraded very quickly. With his loyalty guaranteed, Gu Heng simply used him more boldly. Under the alliance system, the position of planetary governor was not important. Although, in the imperial registration, this was the highest official of the planet, and could even be considered the owner of the planet. But in fact, under the system of the alliance, this can only be regarded as an honorary title at most, or even not at all. The one who really holds power is the planetary chief of the alliance government. Moreover, the planetary chief of the alliance is completely different from the planetary governor of the empire. They are purely administrative chiefs under the alliance government, holding administrative power, and the control of the alliance government over the planetary governments is very strict. In addition to the planetary chiefs being responsible to their superiors, the various agencies of the planetary government, such as the Organization Department, the Commerce Department, the Development Department, the Industry Department and other departments, in addition to being under the jurisdiction of the planetary chiefs, are also subject to the vertical jurisdiction of the alliance ministries. The planetary chief has no power to interfere with military power, legislation, judicial affairs, law enforcement, auditing, anti-corruption, and internal affairs are all the work of the Alliance Court of Justice, the Supreme Justice Lambert, and are theoretically independent of the government. The planetary chief cannot interfere. Under the centralized system of the Alliance, there is no possibility for the planetary chief to be independent. But despite this position is still very important. Economic development, administrative management, all depend on him. Gu Heng still has great expectations for Zhang Lingyan. Otherwise, he would not let the young man take on such an important responsibility at such a young age. And Zhang Lingyan did not disappoint Gu Heng's expectations. His first task was completed very well. Fiexing Shipyard, as the most important wealth on the entire planet, is now under the control of Zhang Lingyan. The production capacity of the entire shipyard has also been figured out. The Fiexing Shipyard has a long construction cycle of about 4 years, which can produce 1 musician-class cruiser, 8 destroyers, 20 frigates, various patrol ships, and civilian merchant ships. The total output value of this cycle can reach 30 billion tax coins, which is 7.5 billion tax coins per year on average. Of course, this is the output value. In fact, there are some parts that need to be purchased, and a large amount of raw materials, even the processing of raw materials, are all completed elsewhere. These purchase costs must also be converted into the calculation. But despite this, in general, the profit is about 2.5 billion per year. Phase Shipyard is the absolute pillar industry that supports the entire Phase Star. It not only withstands most of the high taxes of the development level 5, but also allows the 8 billion people on the planet to live a fairly good standard of living. The value of this shipyard is not comparable to the one on the current Angry Owl star. If the Angry Owl shipyard wants to develop to this level, even with the bonus of black technology, it will take a long time. Moreover, now that it is in his hands, there is no reason for Gu Hang not to use his black technology on the Flying Wing shipyard. The building's special effects can be exchanged and put on, increasing production efficiency. According to the blueprint of the shipyard, some unreasonable designs can be reformed. Some parts that could not be produced by the shipyard can now be processed by themselves, and there is no need to buy them from faraway places through trade, or even rush to buy them. All these can improve the efficiency of the Flying Wing shipyard and greatly reduce costs. The Flying Wing shipyard is in Gu Hang's hands, and it can play a role, and it will be much more powerful than before. Of course, even if he owns the Flying Wing shipyard, it does not mean that Gu Hang will give up the development of the Angry Owl shipyard. It is not a bad thing to keep pace. Chapter 397, Visit of the Mechanicus. The Alliance treatment of Wing Star is similar to that of Fash Star to some extent. Smooth currency reform, nationalization reform of key industries, welfare policies covering state-owned enterprises and government personnel, ultimately pushing job levels to all people, all industries, reforming private enterprises with no guarantees into private startup enterprises with the characteristics of the Alliance system. Wing Star seems to be much more developed than Fash Star, but after the Alliance actually took over both places, it was found that the gap was not as big as imagined. The 3-star development level of Fash was 2, and it was barely raised to 3, and it was already crying for help. Flying Wing Star, with a development level of 5, still lived a happy life. The biggest difference between the two places was the shipyard. This was a profit of about 2.5 billion a year, and Fash had no place to make up for it. In addition, the money Flying Wing Star earned from the Star District government, various colleges, especially the Naval Academy, directly paid for the imperial taxes, and even had more money. Apart from these aspects, the only difference between Phase Star and Fash Star is the natural environment. The overall productivity and social civilization are not that different. In this case, the Alliance can completely remove the 3 major parts of shipyard, administration, and education, and apply the policies of Fash Star to the remaining parts with some minor adjustments. The situation of the shipyard is relatively simple. As long as the shipyard and various supporting factories are continuously operated, the production capacity is maintained, and the workers' treatment can be guaranteed under the job grade system, then the problem of acceptance will not be big. In fact, this is exactly the case. The difficulty of taking over the shipyard is not even as great as the subsequent process reform. For some old masters in the shipyard, Phase Star has been manufacturing various starships of different sizes for hundreds of years. You guys, the so-called technical experts from Angry Owl Star, from the so-called Alliance, are just a bunch of mud legs, and come to teach us how to build ships? That's a joke. However, under the promotion of power, the initial changes were still passed with difficulty. Of course, it was also because some open-minded old masters did find some merits in these improvements, so let's give it a try. Then, this test, facts speak louder than words. Higher quality, lower cost, higher production efficiency. These things are real, cannot be faked, and can be seen immediately. The mechanics from the shipyard of the Wrathful Owl Star are immediately supported. At the same time, there are also looming explorations. In the Pegasus Star region, the Mechanicus does not have too much power. Their forge world is not here. They have not established a church of the Mechanicus and a clear organization in the Pegasus Star region. However, throughout the Empire, the influence of the Mechanicus is everywhere, even permeating into daily life. The most common titles such as junior specialists and technical specialists are widely used in many factories and even in the military. Some of them graduated from certain technical colleges and obtained certificates, while others passed exams later. They may not have a strong religious background, but the ones who issued them certificates, whether they were technical colleges or technical associations, all applied for this qualification from a forging world. In the teaching of formal technical colleges, there are contents of mechanical theology. In the examinations of the technical association, there are also theological knowledge tests and theological discussions. The higher the level, the harder it is. What is a forge world? It can be called this name. It is a world completely controlled by the Mechanicus. The forge world does not even pay imperial taxes. The official statement is that whether it is a forge world or the home world of the Space Marines, it serves the Empire in another way. so it does not need to pay imperial taxes. This statement is also correct. The Forge World created most of the weapons and equipment of the Imperial Army, most of the construction work, most of the naval ships. In the Astra Militarum, there are countless technical specialists sent by the Mechanicum, mechanic priests, who handle weapons with the army, and even personally participate in combat. The Scutarii and Titan Legion belonging to the Mechanicum are simply a main force of the Empire that cannot be ignored. But if we look deeper, it may be a bit superficial to understand that the Mechanicum does not have to pay taxes just because it bears these responsibilities. Some people say, that the national emblem of the Empire is a double-headed eagle. One head is Holy Terra, the other head is the Forge World of Mars. Whether this is true or not, it at least illustrates a very important issue. They do not pay taxes, not because they pay, but because of their special status. They pay for the Empire, not because they have any obligations, but because the Mechanicus can almost be regarded as the most important original shareholder of the Empire. Only people like Gu Heng, who have redeveloped from a dead world like the Wrath of the Owl, have not been influenced too much by the Mechanicus. But even so, his most trusted technical expert, Ms. Wu Jiarong, is also from the Mechanicus, on the Wrath of the Owl, and the newly built Technical Academy on the Black Arrow. The technical certificates issued are all fake certificates, and no one recognizes them when they go out. Moreover, this matter cannot last long. In fact, Wu Jiarong has already made a plan, and is going to go to the nearest forging world, Jindi Star, to get this done. Jindi Star belongs to the Mingyang sect under the Mechanicus. The Mingyang sect is not well known among the complicated church factions within the Mechanicus, but it is not a particularly small sect. They are the sect with the highest influence in the entire Eastern Universe. In the Tianma Star region, all technical professional certificates have a small, bright yellow round sun around fire logo on them, which is the logo of the Mingyang sect. Theoretically, the Winged Star shipyard has nothing to do with the Mechanicus. But in such a technology-intensive industry, how can it escape influence? There is even a ruling bishop in the shipyard. Although he does not preach, but only works as a technical expert and technical consultant. But he must wear a red robe when traveling, and must hang the Mechanicus sign on his body, carrying scriptures, and his body, that has been greatly modified, makes him look inhuman yet sacred. At least it is sacred by the standards of the Mechanicus. Going down, there are not so many engine prophets, but there are a lot of mechanic priests. In the past, the Alliance fought a small battle. Even if it took out the Warhound Titan on the battlefield of Kuroja, it was not too serious. Although the Forge World does not sell Titans to others, it still sells some. As for the technology of the Titans produced, it is a secret that is not confidential. It is not forbidden to leak the technology. But in fact, there is no Titan production capacity outside the Mechanicus. The scale of the Alliance is still not large, and the number of times the war dogs appear is not large. However, despite this, it has still attracted the attention of those who are interested. However, this attention has not yet had any direct impact on Gu Heng. However, this kind of time of just watching without taking action will not last long. People stare, and they want to take action. And now, with the ability to build starships, Gu Heng has directly built a shipyard on the Angry Owl Star, which is even more eye-catching. Starship manufacturing, unlike Titan manufacturing, is not monopolized by the Forge World. However, in terms of technology content and industrial scale, starship manufacturing is a more advanced and complex industry than War Dog Titan construction. Being able to build starships is a big deal. Moreover, the starship manufacturing technology of the Wrathful Star seems to have many unique features, which can even provide some guidance to old shipyards, like the Winged Star. This cannot be ignored. After the Alliance took over the shipyard, 5 sneaky people were caught within 2 days. They were looking around when no one was around, inspecting the Alliance renovation project on the shipyard. To be honest, the Alliance control over the Phoenixing shipyard is not strong at the moment. Even so, they were able to catch a few people. The number of people who were not caught must be hundreds or thousands of times this number. After a few days, Gu Heng welcomed an expected visitor, Wang Xiaoren, the ruling bishop of the Mechanicus Mingyang sect, and the casting consultant of the Phoenixing shipyard. What is to come will come. In fact, Wang Xiaoren's coming was much gentler than Gu Heng had initially thought. There was no questioning, no further drastic actions. Wang Xiaoren just fulfilled his duties in the shipyard and submitted a request for a meeting with Gu Heng, the head of the Star region. The reason for the meeting was also clearly stated. which was for the new technology of the Fiexing shipyard. The other person's intention seemed legitimate, which left Gu Heng no room to refuse. It's not that he couldn't refuse. But why? He was a casting consultant and the ruling bishop of the Mechanicus. After seeing the new technology, he came to ask about the source of these technologies. Isn't it reasonable? On the contrary, if Gu Heng chose to refuse, he would seem guilty. Although he did feel a little guilty. However, for this expected event, Gu Heng also made a plan. After confirming the meeting time, Gu Heng also found his most important technical expert, Ms. Wu Jiarong. Taking over the Fiexing shipyard is a big deal for the alliance, and there is no room for technical mistakes. Wu Jiarong came here with her personally trained technical team to handle the shipyard affairs. It was just right for her to face Wang Jiaoran. At the beginning of the meeting, Gu Heng was also there. But soon, he found another reason and left the scene, letting Wu Jiarong and Wang Jiaoran, two technical people, talk by themselves. Of course, Gu Heng was fully capable of monitoring the content of the conversation. He also had full trust in Wu Jiarong. Ms. Wu would not talk nonsense. This was also what Gu Heng had thought of earlier, the way to deal with the black box and a series of technical sources that he could not explain, all pushed onto Wu Jiarong's head. In any case, just say that it was Wu Jiarong who researched it. She just knew these, and brought these technical capabilities to Angry Owl Star, and helped the development of the alliance. As for how Wu Jiarong learned these techniques, it was the enlightenment from the God of all things, the divine revelation she received during prayer, and some knowledge she already knew, which she integrated into her mind. This sounds ridiculous, but it is not impossible. And Wu Jiarong did deal with Wang Jiaoran according to these prepared statements. The two did not talk about this issue for a long time. Later, more content was still technical exchanges. In this regard, Wu Jiarong will not have any problem. For so many years, she has been immersed in countless black boxes, and has gained a lot of research experience. And her level has been rising rapidly. Now, it may be a little different to say that she has the knowledge and skills of a ruling bishop. After all, she has not yet mastered many technologies. However, if it is just theory and academic discussion, she will not have any problem. After so many years of research, some of the technical ideas and thoughts she proposed are very groundbreaking and inspiring to Wang Jiaoran. The bishop's voice was full of mechanical feeling, and even had a hint of excitement. The two chatted for a long time, and when the conversation ended, Wang Jiaoran still felt a little reluctant to leave. He took the opportunity to invite Wu Jiarong to the shipyard to talk in detail the next day. Wu Jiarong agreed happily. Then, he also proposed to go to the Angry Owl Star to take a look, especially to see Wu Jiarong Research Center. Wu Jiarong also agreed immediately. What's wrong with coming? He used to feel guilty. But now, all the black boxes are hidden in the kingdom of Storm God. As long as Gu Heng doesn't want to, who can break into his territory in the subspace and expose his past? If you want to see, then go ahead and see it openly. Even if the ruling bishop makes any request for an exchange student in the future, Gu Heng is ready to agree directly. Don't be afraid. After sending Wang Zhao away, Wu Jiarong said to Gu Heng, he must still have doubts. Let him doubt it. No matter what we do, we can't dispel these doubts. Right? Indeed. Then do it openly. These things are very troublesome, even dangerous. However, it has come to this point now. Are we going to stop using it because of the risk? That is even more impossible. Wu Jiarong nodded, and she said to Gu Heng, now, Governor, you are not the same as before. If it were back then, perhaps just because of a suspicion, the Mechanicus's recycling fleet would go to the wrathful Owl Star and turn our territory upside down. But now, your status has forced the Mechanicus, which has always been independent, to treat it with caution. Without clear evidence, they will not go too far in public. As for the means behind the scenes, we are not afraid. After thinking for a while, she continued to add, I look forward to the alliance being stronger in the future. At that time, even if we use our evil ideas openly, no one will dare to say anything. Chapter 398, Education is the top priority. Regarding the matters concerning the Mechanic Church, Gu Heng handed them over to Wu Jiarong to handle on her own. As they expected, Wang Jiaoran actually proposed to send some personnel to each other later, to learn from each other. There will be cooperation between the technical personnel of the shipyards on both sides, and his students will go to Wu Jiarong Research Center to study and work, And Wu Jiarong can also send people over. Studying and working is not fake. Since Wang Zhaoran has reached the level of the ruling bishop, his technical ability is undoubtedly good enough. And he has been specialized in starship manufacturing for so many years. So he must have his own unique skills. Even if we can't learn the core skills, it's good to learn some basic skills. At the same time, if he sends people here, we can certainly learn something from his exchange students. And at least get a few workers with outstanding technical ability. Of course, we also have to guard against the leakage of some core secrets. The people Wu Jiarong sent were her students, and indeed graduated from her research institute. But they had nothing to do with the black box industry. And they knew nothing. Not even a guess. As for the people sent by the other party, she also placed them in some places that seemed to have a lot of things to do. But they had no access to the production process of the black box factory, let alone any contact. As for Wu Jiarong herself, she had a lot of exchanges with Wang Zhaoran in the following days. Wu Jiarong was originally helping the Alliance to take over the shipyard on Phase Star. Wang Zhaoran, the casting consultant, although he was just a consultant, seemed to have no power. But in fact, he was in charge of the main matters of the shipyard's technology and production. The two of them, it was inevitable to communicate about their work. Not to mention, they had a lot in common to talk about. As for the matter of opening the shipyard to the Alliance, Wang Zhaoran had no resistance at all. It had nothing to do with him. He was not the owner of the shipyard. He was just a casting consultant. No matter who took charge of the Feixing shipyard, he and his disciples would be indispensable. Even if the Alliance had some technical capabilities that made him curious or even surprised, it would be the same. During the communication with Wang Zhaoran, Wu Jiarong also received a special invitation. The ruling bishop of the Mingyang sect was greatly surprised when he learned that Wu Jiarong's current personal title was actually only a technical specialist, and he thought it was a mistake of the Mechanicus itself. He sincerely invited Wu Jiarong to go to the nearest forging world, Jindy Star, to study for a period of time and give a few speeches. In his words, he believed that with Wu Jiarong's level of knowledge, he would definitely cause a sensation on Jindy Star, and would definitely be able to obtain the title of a true ruling bishop. Wu Jiarong was somewhat moved by this. If she wasn't moved, she would ask for a ruling bishop, which would be meaningless. She couldn't and didn't want to leave the Alliance. She knew that all the opportunities she had now came from the Alliance and Governor Gu. Moreover, if she wanted to go higher and further in the future, she would definitely not be able to leave the Alliance. If she left the Alliance, where would she find so many black boxes of different forms and categories? Even those main business sages didn't have such an opportunity. What attracted her was that a trip to Jindy Star could solve some problems she had thought about before. After obtaining the status of the ruling bishop, she could enter the system of the Mechanicus. The engine prophet could only be considered as the middle level, at most the upper middle level. But at the level of ruling bishop, even in the forging world, it was definitely a high level. Going up further, to the level of the main business sage, it was almost the authority to control the entire forging world. In the core forging world of the Mingyang sect, such as Jean Dixing, there are only a dozen or so main occupation sages, who form a common forging council to manage the entire world. The forging general, in fact, is just a main occupation sage. If Wu Jiarong obtains the status of ruling bishop, then she can really establish a small branch sect as discussed with Gu Heng before. This branch sect may not be recognized at the beginning, not widely recognized, and will be regarded as just a small sect under the Mingyang sect. But it can perform certain things relatively independently and promote certain knowledge. When this branch sect grows and becomes stronger, many things that are still hidden and not dared to be brought out in public will have a reason to appear. But it is not easy to tell Wang Zhaoran about these thoughts. Wu Jiarong did not give a reply immediately, saying that she would consider it. In fact, she found Gu Heng and asked Governor Gu for his opinion on this. Gu Heng agreed. This was originally a plan within the scope of the plan. Moreover, Gu Heng was not worried that Wu Jiarong would leave for a while and go to Jindy Star, where she would be free to fly freely under the vast sea. In addition to Gu Heng's trust in Wu Jiarong, and knowing that this bishop would not lose sight of the big picture, he could also ensure that Wu Jiarong would not say anything she shouldn't. Even if Wu Jiarong wanted to go to Jindy Star, it would not be possible in a short time. She had to finish the matter of Phase Star shipyard first. This was a big project. Fortunately, the difficulties had been basically dealt with. After the Alliance took over, The production management officials sent in had to sort out the entire production process. With the completion of the construction of the first ship after the Alliance took over, after becoming familiar with the process, the problems in the future will become simpler and simpler. Gu Heng was generally satisfied with the overall progress, so his attention shifted a little and turned to the many universities on Phase Star. The education system of Phase Star is also very developed. Here is not only the education center of Tianma Star District, but also the education resort of many surrounding star districts. Many people are proud to study in the universities of Phase Star. But in general, education is also something that requires investment. Although the tens of thousands of universities in Phase Star have created huge value, if we only count the investment and income, after removing the cost, the tens of thousands of universities together will only make a profit of about 100 million yuan. But Gu Heng's perspective is never limited to the present. In his opinion, Phase Star's developed education system is the best way to solve the current serious shortage of administrative bureaucrats and technical bureaucrats. The current alliance, after so many years of development, is no longer appropriate to say that it is a makeshift team. However, compared to the sphere of influence currently controlled by the alliance, it is definitely not enough. This problem, in fact, has already erupted after the alliance took over Kurogia, and it has become more and more serious. The administrative officials under Gu Heng's current government agencies, the main sources are actually very mixed. The most core, of course, is the angry Al Starman. In the alliance government, most of the people who are in high positions now are from the angry Al Star. Many of those who followed Gu Heng to conquer the world are now in high positions. They have high status, important positions, and high salaries. They are the most core group of people under Gu Heng rule. But their number is also the smallest, after many planets were controlled by the alliance. Whether the ruling class on these planets was eliminated or not, at least the administrative bureaucracy was generally retained. It is necessary to keep them. Otherwise, who will do the work? Among them, the Black Arrow Star people are doing well. Although, the Alliance fought a battle with local forces in the process of controlling Black Arrow Star, the battle was not too bloody in general, and it did not last long. And there was no deep hatred. After many kingdoms surrendered, people like the Iron Curtain Queen, Ispsi, and King Eureka of the Kingdom of Pambos were able to find their own positions in the Alliance. On Kurogia, many officials of the former planetary government, as long as they did not cause trouble and worked for the Alliance conscientiously, were also appointed to official positions. On the three-star planet of Fash and Wing Star, not only administrative officials, but also the government structure, were retained to a large extent. But Gu Heng did not want this situation to continue for a long time. The hidden risks were still not small. He used Zhongxi Academy and the political commissar training under the function of the soldier card to solve some particularly difficult problems. But there was no way to completely eradicate them. He simply did not have that many gift points to use. The only way he could think of to alleviate the problem was to use officials from other places. It can be seen that the former rulers of Black Arrow Star, where they shined, were not in their hometowns where their old power was deeply rooted, but were thrown to Kurogia in large numbers. The initial rule of Black Arrow Star relied heavily on the people of Angry Owl Star. But after Kurogia was acquired, a large number of Kurogia officials were transferred to Black Arrow Star to work. It has not been too long since the acquisition of Fash Star and Wing Star. But similar things will obviously be promoted in the future. But this is only a temporary solution, and it will bring some other risks. The fundamental reason is that there are too few qualified officials who can be truly trusted by Gu Heng and truly agree with the Alliance philosophy. This thing cannot be faked, and can only be cultivated by oneself. Zhongxi College is a way, and Gu Heng plans to build more. Even if the training function of the system is not used, and Zhongxi College is only used as an educational institution to train students, the role it can play is still huge. It is nothing more than a longer training time. Now, in the emergency period, the tens of thousands of officials trained by Gu Heng with hundreds of thousands of points of grace have helped to overcome the difficulties. So there is no need to be so anxious. However, Zhongxi Academy can only solve the problem of concept and loyalty, but not the problem of official ability. After training, mediocre people will only become loyal mediocre people. The developed education system on Phase Star is regarded as a good solution by Gu Heng. After inspecting the whole circle, Gu Heng has already come up with several ways to clearly establish a training system for administrative civil servants. The first is to retrain existing officials. The Union government will provide funds to allow all levels and types of Union officials from various planets to have the opportunity to study and further their education. According to the type of work and content of the administrative officials, they will be arranged to study in various majors of various universities on Phase Star. They will study in specific training majors opened by various colleges. The second thing is that the Union government will recruit some young people and sign long-term contracts with them. The Alliance provides educational opportunities and educational loans, and they have to go to school and study hard. And after graduation, go to the place specified in the contract, serve for a certain number of years, and repay the loan. Through this model of entrusted training, some talented and capable young people at the bottom can find a better way out, and the corresponding government units can obtain a stable supply of fresh blood of talents. Of course, those students will also have certain requirements in terms of grades. They have to make their grades meet the standards, or even reach the level of excellence, to complete the contract and get a job. Otherwise, after graduation, the original employer will see that the transcript is terrible and will not want you. Then you will have to find a job and find a way to repay the loan. But in any case, it is a better way out than before. Whether it is the further study of existing civil servants or the targeted training, these are actions initiated at the government level, aimed at training a large number of government officials. It is estimated that the number of these two types of students each year will be more than 1 million, until the Union government has initially solved the problem of insufficient number of civil servants. Then it will slowly stop and reduce the number. For this reason, the education budget that the Alliance has to prepare every year must reach tens of millions of tax coins. This is not a small amount of money. How much did the angry All-Star pay in imperial taxes every year? It is not even a fraction of the current education budget. However, the situation can also be thought of in a positive way. This will be a huge expense. But in fact, this expense should only appear on the books. These universities on the Winged Star will of course be nationalized and managed in the future. The corresponding expenditure will be recorded in the government expenditure account, consuming the budget, but it will also appear in the college's income and be handed over. Of course, after the previous round of circulation, the significance is still great. The significance of the economy lies in circulation and exchange. After such a round, government officials have been trained and their horizons have been broadened. The college has increased its student population, increased its income, and can accommodate more educators. A series of ancillary economic activities surrounding the college will become more prosperous. In addition to these two types of direct training, the Alliance also has reform requirements for many universities on Phase Star. Mainly, on the basis of the existing professional courses, an ideological education course must be added, whether it is every academic year or the final graduation. The results of this course will be included in the assessment of all majors. The course content and teaching materials are provided by the Alliance Zhongxi College. In order to cultivate a broad sense of identity with the Alliance philosophy in the cradle of Alliance talents at the beginning stage, no matter what industry these students go into in the future, these subtle identities will play a role. Moreover, in terms of employment, in the future, governments in various regions of the Alliance will come to the major colleges of Phase Star to recruit directly, just like many companies. In addition to the requirements for professional ability, this kind of recruitment will definitely make additional special requirements for the results of ideological education courses. Through this three-pronged approach, Gu Hang hopes to gradually complete the personnel replenishment and replacement of the Alliance government agencies in the next few years. Chapter 399, just like the young students. With the blessing of Phase Star's developed education system, Gu Hang has formulated a series of plans to solve the problem of insufficient talents in the Alliance. In the future, he thinks the ideal state is that officials from all over the Alliance, a large proportion of them have a good education background, and their general ability level is better than it is now. During their education process, they agree with the Alliance's current set of ideas: loyalty to the Empire, loyalty to the governor, support for the Alliance system, promote the integration of multiple stars, build a better society together, and lead all Alliance members to prosperity. But relying solely on the ideological education courses in regular schools may not be enough. The many Zhongxi colleges that have been established will play a role in the next stage. These Zhongxi colleges are all built with 1,000 points of grace each, specializing in ideological education, and have been fully implemented on all the planets currently controlled by the Alliance, with varying numbers. Whether it is administrative personnel, civil servants, industrial executives, or military officers. If they want to move to a high position, Jeonsi College is a path they must take. It is not required for everyone to enroll. No matter how much Guhang is built, it is not enough for everyone to study there. Only those who perform well and are about to take important positions will be admitted. When upgrading ranks and positions, the learning experience and academic performance of Jeonsi College will account for an important proportion of the scores. Under the same conditions, a large proportion of those who have studied at Jeonsi College will be given priority, even if they have some political achievements and slightly lower academic qualifications. If they are endorsed by Jeonsi College, they will be given priority. The training of Jeonsi College will select the best graduates from each college and provide full-time education for 1 year. Graduates who have this experience will undoubtedly have a bright future. If nothing unexpected happens, these young people will rise rapidly in any position or business line in the future. Full-time students account for only about 20% of the students in each Jeonsi College. The remaining 80% are in-service personnel who receive training for 2 to 3 months. These employees include administrative officials, civil servants, state-owned company employees, entrepreneurs and company executives, engineers, military officers, etc. They cover almost all walks of life under the current alliance system. At present, Guhang has established more than 30 Jeonsi colleges, and the construction specifications of each college are designed to accommodate about 20,000 students. In a year, it can produce 200,000 full-time, outstanding graduates and 1.6 million in-service trainees. With such talent output, the purity of all teams in the alliance can be guaranteed to a certain extent. Later, the number of Jeonsi colleges will be further expanded. The higher education system is integrated into the alliance system and combined with the Jeonsi College system. The Alliance Education Department is working hard to establish a whole system that meets the requirements of Governor Gu in the shortest time. Cheers! A dozen cups touched each other again. Shang Yanwen, who was always calm and introverted, also had a flushed face under the influence of alcohol, and was sad but excited. This was their last gathering. Shang Yanwen rarely participated in his classmates' gatherings. In his opinion, it was a waste of time. He didn't have the time to attend meaningless gatherings. Nor did he have that much money. Shang Yanwen came from the city of promise in Korogia. He was just an ordinary student, and his family was also ordinary. Back then, when a great plague broke out in Korogia, he, who was still young, fell ill. If it weren't for Governor Guhang leading Korogia's army, leading the Empire's army, winning the plague war, liberating the city of promise, and issuing a series of policies to save people, and providing jobs for his family and changing their ranks, he would never have lived to grow up. In the past, a boy like him, who was close to adulthood, would have to find a way to hang out in the streets. The better ones went to factories and found jobs, while the worse ones hung out on the streets, cheated, even robbed and stole. In short, they had to find a way to support themselves and even their families. But after Korogia joined the alliance, the system reform was led by Ms. Ispsi, and he came to the city of promise. His fate was changed again. He was able to escape the fate of being a child laborer and go to school to study. Although most of his classmates, in the end, only learned some basic knowledge in school, took care of their bodies, and waited until they were older and truly became adults before participating in work. But that kind of working environment is much better than before. His neighborhood, under the reform of the alliance, has state-owned factories and transport teams. He can also start his own business as a small vendor. If that doesn't work, he can look for opportunities in other neighborhoods. As long as he has a formal job at a rank, he doesn't have to worry about starving to death. All of this is brought by the alliance. He understood this when he just recovered from his illness, and when his mother thanked the alliance officials and soldiers profusely. After entering the school, he learned more knowledge, studied ideological and political courses, and combined with everything he saw with his own eyes. He had a deeper understanding of all this. He did not miss the opportunity to change his destiny. During his time at school, he studied hard and his grades were undoubtedly ranked first. Afterwards, he entered a higher-level institution and continued to graduate with the first place. At that time, the alliance had just recaptured Phase Star, and after the policy of delegated study came down, his grades, his ideological awareness, and his excellent performance in internship practice all won him a chance to study at Phase Star Liberal Arts University, Anjiang Branch. Shanghai Liberal Arts University's Anjiang branch. This school is considered a third-tier school on Phase-Star, and is ranked only about 7,000 to 8,000 among all the universities on Phase-Star, but he still ranked among the top in the first 2 years of study, and was promoted to the main school. The main school of Shanghai Liberal Arts University, that is the first-tier school in the top 100 on Phase-Star. There is no doubt about his talent, and his own efforts are also particularly important. But he never forgot that. He was able to have what he has today, completely relying on the Governor-General, and the opportunities that the Alliance has given him. Without the changes brought by the Alliance, he would either die or be working in a factory without knowing anything. How could he have the opportunity to come to one of the highest institutions of learning on Phase-Star, wander in the ocean of knowledge, and have a bright future? That is why he never dared to slack off. He knew that every opportunity was hard-won. He was much luckier than most people, and he had gained a lot from the Alliance. He needed to seize every precious time, and put it on every opportunity to improve himself. What he has gained, he hopes to give back to the entire society that has nurtured him in the future. For this reason, no matter how many temptations there are around him, he has always been devoted to learning. But today, it is really special. The dozen people present, not only Shang Yanwen, but also other young people, all have similar backgrounds. They are the first batch of government-appointed students sent to Phase-Star for study by the Alliance, and they have completed the 4-year study and passed the exam. Starting tomorrow, they will go their separate ways, return to their hometowns on different planets, return to their assigned units, and contribute to the development of the Alliance, the development of their hometowns, and their own future. Today is their last gathering before parting. No matter how much Shang Yanwen studies, no matter how much he ignores the outside world, he can't avoid participating in this scene. What intoxicates him is not just the alcohol, not just the sadness of his classmates about to leave, but also the passionate words of a group of young people with the same spirit at this moment. Classmates. Classmates. One of them jumped onto the table. Shang Yanwen knew him. He was also a fellow villager from Koroja, but he was not from the same hive as him. In his impression, this guy was always gentle and refined. But now, his collar was torn open, his movements became unrestrained, and his expression was high-spirited. Classmates, listen to me. We come from different worlds, different hives. We have different origins and backgrounds. But we all come here for one goal. We are all here for the entire Alliance, for our hometown, and for the changes brought by Governor Gu Hang, so that we can change our destiny and gather here together. I agree with the concept of the Alliance very much. I believe that in the future, our world and our Alliance will become better and better under the leadership of Governor Gu. This is an exciting and youthful era. We have lived up to our youth. We all graduated with excellent results. I am proud of each of us. The young people cheered. The man standing on the table pressed his hands and shouted, But, classmates, we must be sober. We must realize that this is just the beginning. The end of school only means that we have mastered the knowledge we should master. What comes next is the most important. What should we do? We should take everything we have learned here back to our hometown. We will use the knowledge we brought back in our future work. We will integrate into the Alliance with our wisdom, sweat and blood. The founders of the Alliance came out of the angry Owl Star, saved countless people, and changed the fate of countless people. They created the past, and we will inherit these wills and create a better future. In the future, there will be more people with smarter brains who will take over the business from us and make the Alliance last forever. Now, we are going to take over a world where everything is flourishing and full of vigor. And I hope that the world we hand over to the next generation in the future will be more prosperous and more vibrant than the present one. Classmates, do you have the same confidence as me? Yes. Yes. Shang Yanwen also raised his glass and shouted. This should have been a sad gathering for the separation of classmates, but it was pushed to a high climax at this moment. There was no sadness, only the passion of the young people, in their vision of the future. Everything became exciting and beautiful. After drinking the last sip of the glass, everyone agreed to meet again in 10 years and 20 years. Looking back, I hope everyone can hold their chests high and proudly tell other classmates how much they have practiced their ideals in these years. Amidst the laughter and joy, the wine was over and the people dispersed. They walked back to the dormitory arm in arm. And as they walked, their steps stopped again. Ah! Xiao Shang. Lu Xiaoyu is in front. I'm sure he'd be waiting for you. Sean Yenwen, who was talking to his classmate next to him about what to do after returning home and how to describe the situation in his hometown in a recent letter, suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw a pretty black-haired girl in a white dress standing in front of their group. He also stopped. The brothers patted his shoulders and left with a sly smile, leaving only two people. Soon, the noise faded away, and the night wind became quiet. Yenwen, Lu Xiaoyu spoke, with a little pleading in her eyes. I asked my father. His company has completed the nationalization reform, and now there are many vacancies. You, Xiaoyu. Needless to say, we have already discussed this issue. Although he was still drunk and felt guilty, Sean Yenwen was very determined. I want to go back to my hometown. Compared to Fiexing, my hometown needs my ability more. But? Lu Xiaoyu walked up to him anxiously, looked up at him, and was about to burst into tears. Have you ever thought of me in your heart? You went to Kurogia. How long will it take for us to see each other in the future? I'm sorry. I understand. That's why I never dared to accept your kindness. You belong here. You deserve everything you deserve. Enjoy the birdsong and flowers of Fiexing. And enjoy the progressive and civilized city. You should be drinking coffee in the sunny afternoon, doing a job you love. But I am different. I come from the bottom of the nest city that never sees the sun in the city of promise. I can never leave there. If I can't lead everyone in my hometown to live a life where they can enjoy the afternoon with a smile, how can I be qualified to live by myself? While speaking, Sean Yenwen, under the influence of alcohol and affection, could not help but embrace the girl in front of him. But this tenderness only lasted for a moment. I'm sorry. I can only let you down. I can only let myself down. But I would rather do this. I can't let my hometown down. I can't let the alliance down. He resolutely let go of his hands and walked quickly past the girl. Lu Xiaoyu turned around, already in tears. I go with you. Sean Yenwen didn't look back, but just waved his hand with his back to her. Chapter 400, An Ordinary Journey. Sean Yenwen finally set out on the journey back to Kurogia alone. Of course, he would not let Lu Xiaoyu follow him. As he said before leaving, they were not from the same world. He has decided to devote his life to a great cause. Lu Xiaoyu didn't have to do this. Her life would be more exciting and more leisurely. She shouldn't go to that dark and backward place with him. He knew Lu Xiaoyu's intentions, but love was perhaps just a momentary impulse. How long could it last? It was his responsibility to change his hometown. He knew the road ahead was long and full of difficulties. He didn't even know how many years he would have to spend on this. He shouldn't have dragged a beautiful girl along with him. His difficult journey was even reflected on his way back home. It took him 2 days to take public transportation to the ground part of the starport of Phase Star. Then he queued up to get on the starport and waited for the ship for another 3 days. The Alliance has now established interstellar transportation within its own Alliance system. And the main force of these 2 ships are the Traveler 2 and the Flying Pig. The former can carry 2,000 people at a time, and the latter can carry about 80,000 people. The Angry Owl Star Shipyard and the Flying Wing Star Shipyard have received a large number of orders from the Alliance Public Transportation Department to produce these 2 types of spacecraft for the construction of public flights within the star region. In the past, if normal people, even many wealthy people, and high-ranking officials wanted to travel between star regions, they did not have this opportunity. For intergovernmental affairs, it depends on the ships of the star region government. For business exchanges, it depends on whether each company can find a relationship to contact a force like Gu Company that is capable of interstellar navigation. And it also depends on whether the other party happens to have a ship passing by the destination and take a ride. A year and a half ago, the Alliance interstellar flights were officially launched. Although the ticket price is still very expensive and not affordable for ordinary people, this way is a big step forward. If there is really something that requires a trip to another planet, at least there is a way to go now. Not to mention, if it is a business trip, the government or company will pay for it. Sean Yenwen himself certainly didn't have the money to take a boat to and from Kurogia and Fiexing. In fact, he had never been back in the past 3 or 4 years of study. This time, he also took the government's approval and got a free ticket. There were quite a lot of people returning to Kurogia recently. He waited for 3 days before he boarded flight B-1733, which was a Phaeton transport ship. The conditions on the ship were not very good. There was a compartment of about 6 square meters, with 2 rows of 4-layer bunks, separated by a corridor in the middle, and each bunk could sleep one person. There were countless compartments like this, stacked up in the cabin. Sean Yenwin was quite used to it. Although his accommodation during college was good, he spent most of his life in Croatia, which was no better than this. He put his luggage in one of the 4 separate public compartments under the bed and laid down on the second layer from the top. It was very crowded here, and Sean Yenwin could barely sit up. If he sat any higher, he would hit his head. He took out the books he had brought with him and began to read. He prepared several books to help him through the long journey from Phase Star to Croatia. The total journey, at the speed of Phaeton, would take 6 days, and he planned to spend the time reading. It was just a pity that there were strict restrictions on the carrying of various items on interstellar spacecraft, and books were on the restricted list, and it was not allowed to bring too many. Moreover, before the interstellar tunnel jump, all books had to be placed in a designated place for special preservation, which was very troublesome. But Sean Yenwin still brought as many books as he could within the prescribed scope, so as not to waste every bit of time. The ship left the starport and drifted in the void for 2 days. Sean Yenwin estimated in his mind that it should be close to the node of the star tunnel. Although it is a point, it is indeed a point in the entire universe. But in fact, the jump point is a very large area. As the starship gradually approaches this area, the signal received by the jump identification system will gradually increase, until the signal strength exceeds the critical point, which means that the current position of the starship has reached the jump standard. As long as the jump engine is started, the entire starship will jump into the star tunnel. From the outside, the spaceship will disappear from the real universe in an instant. These are all the knowledge Sean Yenwin learned from books, including the fact that the ship has almost reached the jump point, which he also judged based on his knowledge. He stays in this box-like compartment every day, unable to see or hear anything, and can only guess. However, the starship's jump engine has never been started. He was quite confused. Did he guess wrong? But he soon realized that it was not the case. Inside the cabin, an alarm sounded. "We are sorry to inform all passengers that our journey may be delayed. Recently, there have been traces of pirates around the route. The Alliance Navy tracked a group of pirates 2 hours ago. There is a battle around the jump point of the Croatia galaxy. We may have to wait for 2 hours here. We are sorry to delay the itinerary of all passengers." Oh, it turned out to be pirates. Sean Yenwin had seen some news reports about this matter before. In an editorial, Sean Yenwin also saw a point of view that he quite agreed with, that the arrival of pirates was inevitable. In the past, there were no pirates in the Tianma Star region. On the one hand, the powerful Tianma fleet was stationed in the Star region. Any blind pirate group that dared to come here and commit crimes would really be desperate. On the other hand, the Tianma Star region does not have much money to earn. The Imperial tax fleet does not dare to plunder. The Imperial caravan does have a goo company, but it is difficult to track the route, and the flights are not frequent. The Tianma Star region itself is not a particularly important transportation hub, and the benefits of long-term pirate activities in the Tianma Star region are not high. However, in the past 1 or 2 years, the situation has changed. The main force of the Tianma fleet is gone, and although the remaining ships can still form a crushing military advantage over ordinary pirates, the space is so vast that pirates can hide in an asteroid belt or even leave the Tianma Star region to hide in other places. No one can find them unless they show up. Moreover, due to the interconnection of the 9 stars within the Alliance, a large number of fixed flights began to travel very frequently, and most of them were single ships running directly in the Star Sea. If they were targeted by pirate ships, they would be doomed. The pirates thus had considerable expected benefits. Of course, the pirates still had no way to fight against the remaining forces of the Pegasus fleet. If they encountered a frigate, those shabby pirate ships could not withstand it. However, the high returns have made those pirates dare to take risks. In the past year, there have been many pirate robberies, and 3 Alliance ships have been looted, causing great losses. The Alliance has undoubtedly taken severe countermeasures against this. Du Shiliang, the current acting commander of the Tianma fleet, has publicly apologized to the public and promised that the Tianma fleet will work hard to fight pirates and ensure the safety and smoothness of interstellar flights. At the same time, the Alliance Public Transportation Department has also urgently established a special group to announce the establishment of the Alliance Navy. Of course, the word Navy was not used in the official announcement. This is what the citizens of the Alliance think. The public statement is that it is the Alliance Escort Fleet. The shipyards of Wing Star and Angry Owl Star have also received orders from the Alliance to build warships. It is said that some escort armed ships modified by travelers, and even several Blackfish-class fast patrol ships have been put into use. 3 months ago, the Alliance completed a heavy blow to a pirate group called Red Eye. Several Alliance fast response patrol ships bit the buttocks of those pirates. After several days of fighting, they chased them relentlessly but not recklessly. Finally, a destroyer of the Pegasus fleet arrived with a squadron of several frigates. They destroyed some enemies, and through boarding tactics, they captured 3 patrol ship-level pirate ships. It was a great victory. For the next 3 months, there was no news of any pirates appearing. Unexpectedly, there are still some now. Shan Yanwen was a little nervous, but generally speaking, he was calm. He believed in the ability of the Alliance government. Since they did not stop the regular flights and did not arrange escorts for every flight, the problem should not be too serious. This was indeed the case. 2 hours later, a new announcement was issued, saying that the pirate problem had been solved and the ship was about to enter the Star Realm tunnel. All passengers were asked not to move around in the cabin. The execution time in the Star Realm tunnel would last for 13 hours. For Shan Yanwen, these 13 hours did not feel that special. He just felt that the ship vibrated for about a few minutes, and they should have entered the astral tunnel. It is said that at this time, looking out from the ship, one should be able to see a large area of colorful, bizarre and brilliant pictures. Unfortunately, in the cabin where he was, he could not see anything. At the same time, it is also said that even if the astral force field is turned on, when traveling through the astral tunnel, there may still be some unknown dangers in the ship. But at least, he did not encounter them this time. These 13 hours, for him, were not much different from the other 13 hours, until the ship vibrated for another 10 minutes. And with the announcement he heard, he knew that they had already left the star tunnel and returned to the real universe. Then, after sailing for a little more than 3 days, the starship stopped moving. The announcement said that they had arrived at the Kurogia starport. Everyone packed up their things, left the hatch, and in the passage outside, they followed the guidance of the staff, lined up in an orderly manner, went to the nearest exit, and prepared to leave the ship. Flight B-1733 is a flying dolphin, and this voyage carried nearly 90,000 passengers. With so many people, it is very troublesome to leave the ship with their belongings. However, when designing the ship, including the design of the starport, there are special responses to this. Shan Yanwen queued up, and still left the ship after an hour and a half. When walking on the corridor bridge, he could see through the glass that on the side of B-1733 close to the starport, there were 20 large and small exits, scattered up and down, left and right, connected to the starport through the corridor bridge. People and goods are communicating through these movable corridors in space. Only here can they see part of the ship they are on, and the larger starport through the glass windows of the corridor. The Flying Pig is just a small transport ship, but it can hold 90,000 people, and carry a lot of goods and daily necessities. So it should be a huge ship. It is like a small town standing in space. But despite this, compared to the starport, it is too small. The scale of Kurogia's starport is not as large as that of Faye's star, but it can still be ranked second in the entire Tianma star region. After entering the starport, I took the tram in the starport again, went to a connection point of the space elevator, queued and waited, and got off the starport. After leaving the starport and reaching the ground, this is the capital of Kurogia, Mingyan City. I took another car, and arrived at the northern station of Mingyan City, and waited for half a day, and waited for a train to Nuyan City. Nuyan City is not too far from Mingyan City, compared to the Nest City on the other side of the planet. But even so, the train running at a speed of more than 500 kilometers per hour in the wilderness still took him 7 hours to reach Nuyan City. After getting off the train at Nuyan City Station, he took another car and swayed in the Nest City for 6 hours before he finally arrived at his destination, the Green Bee district in the lower Nest area of Nuyan City. This journey, even with Shan Yanwen's usual calm mentality, was really exhausting. Interstellar travel is really troublesome. The distance is too far. Even with the support of various technologies that humans have, it is still too troublesome for an ordinary person. He didn't even remember how many times he changed trains, and how much time he spent. But no matter what, he is back. After getting off the train, he looked around and saw some familiar scenes. But there were more things he had never seen before. The streetscape has changed a lot. The originally dirty and blocked alleys have been cleared. The streets are mixed with metal smelting, various exhaust gases, and various household garbage. There is still a little smell, but it is much lighter than he remembered. Some of the surrounding buildings are still the same, but most of them are no longer what they used to be. There are many people walking on the street, and many cars driving. It is not like in the past, when no one would walk around if there was nothing to do. Although the clothes they wear are not gorgeous, they are at least neat, and the expressions on their faces are smiling and bold. Is this still my hometown? Chapter 401. Kurogia pays taxes. The changes in the Green B district made Shang Yinwen feel unreal. He had not been back for 4 years. And why did he feel like he was in a different world? Not to mention 4 years. Even in the past 40 years, the Green B district had not changed so much. In the past era, in the lower Hive area of the Hive city, people's faces changed one by one. But apart from people, those buildings, those streets, and the ceiling covered with pipes above, all seemed to be imprisoned by time and never changed. Before going to Phase Star to study, Shang Yinwen personally experienced the reform policies brought by Mayor Ispsi, which allowed the people in their neighborhood to have enough food, jobs, and a future. When he was studying on Phase Star, he also read in some newspapers that the reform of the alliance was still deepening, and the major nests on Kurogia had changed a lot. However, compared with what he saw in the newspapers through words and photos, and the great changes in his hometown that he saw with his own eyes, could the impact be the same? My hometown has changed a lot, and it is no longer what I remember. But Shang Yinwen is not sad about it at all, only happy and excited. He only hopes that such changes will come faster and more. He regrets that he has not been able to witness the changes in the past 4 years. He is excited that he will not miss it again. To cheer up, he went back home first to meet his parents and brothers and sisters. Needless to say, his family was surprised, and he himself was even more emotional. Originally, his family had 7 people, except for one of his elder brothers who died young. The remaining 4 children, including him, were all raised by their parents with difficulty. Now, everyone is doing well. His father and mother both work in the supply and marketing mall that opened 5 years ago in the neighborhood. His father is a cargo loader, and his mother is responsible for shopping guides in the mall. In the early years, both elders were rated E5 at the beginning, and now they have risen to E8. Food, daily necessities, and allowances are enough to support the family. The family also moved into a newly built collective apartment. In addition to him, the 4 people in the family were allocated a 60 square meter apartment. There are 3 rooms in the house, a bathroom, and an open kitchen that can be used as a small restaurant. The parents live in the master bedroom, and the 2 small secondary bedrooms are enough for the younger brothers and sisters to live separately. The whole environment is still a little small, a little cramped, and there is no decoration. There are just some simple furniture and cabinets. But at least, each family member has a place to sleep, has their own space. They can cook for themselves, have a table to eat together, have a set of kitchen utensils, tableware. This is much better than the home he grew up in. My sister used to work in a textile factory. With literacy, she has some knowledge of mathematics and accounting. She worked as a clerk in the textile factory. 2 years ago, she married a young man and has moved out to live with her husband. My brother-in-law is from another place. He is a clerk in the neighborhood. He is currently in charge of the construction of a new supply and marketing mall. The 2 of them already have a child. They have also been allocated a 60 square meter house. The little niece is now over 1 year old and is healthy. The couple can see that they will live a prosperous life in the future. My sister and brother are studying. Although my sister's grades are not as good as his, she is now a good student in the neighborhood middle school. She has the opportunity to fight for a place in the community high school, although it is a bit difficult to get a scholarship. As long as you are rated E4 or E5, the benefits can guarantee your life. The allowance can supplement part of the burden, and the tuition can probably be solved by the education loan. And you can pay it back when you work. Generally speaking, as long as you have a grade of E8 or above, you can pay off your tuition loan in 2 or 3 years of work. And the E8 grade is not difficult for graduates of community colleges. Moreover, with her grades, she has a chance to apply for a local university in Kurogia after graduating from high school. Although the tuition pressure is quite high, Shang Yinwen is back, and he can help support her. The younger brother is not doing well. The young man is not focused on studying. It seems that he can't even go to middle school. It is estimated that after 2 years of elementary school, he will have to find something to do at the age of 14. Although there were some worries, such as his younger brother's study and future problems, Xiang Yanwen was pleased to see that the family situation had been getting better and better in the past few years when he was away. He chatted with his parents at home and prepared a table of food together. When it was time for dinner, his sister, who had heard the news, also rushed back and brought her husband and daughter to have a lively family dinner. He spent the night in his younger brother's room. The single bed was a bit crowded, but it was not a big problem. Before going to bed, the two brothers talked a lot. His younger brother was named Xiang Yanwu. You could tell from the name that they were brothers. Xiang Yanwu was encouraged by his brother. Xiang Yanwen's description of the life at Fiexing University was not bad, but the description of the Sea of Stars in particular really made Xiang Yanwu yearn for it. But he was also a little frustrated. He thought he was not good at studying, unlike his brother, or even his second sister, who could concentrate on studying and even feel the joy of knowledge. He felt sleepy when he was reading, but full of energy when he put down the book. Late at night, the topic had ended. Xiang Yanwu suddenly asked a question in the darkness. Brother, what do you think? I should join the army. Join the army? Yes, I'd better join the navy. That's good too, Xiang Yanwen said. But you can't do anything in your current state. The selection of the Alliance Army is becoming more and more strict. I'm afraid you won't even be able to join the Planetary Defense Force. You still have to work hard. It's best to be admitted to the Naval Academy. But it's too difficult. Xiang Yanwu became frustrated again. Naval Academy. It's the best even in Phase Star. Right? I can't get in no matter what. Is there any way to become a naval sailor? This is much easier than getting into the Naval Academy. Right? Xiang Yanwen felt that his brother was right. Even if his grades that year were invincible, it would actually be difficult to apply for Fei Naval Academy. Not to mention his brother's condition. However, applying to the Naval Academy is the way to become a naval officer. If you just want to be a naval soldier, a sailor, or even a marine, the difficulty is completely different from being a naval officer. It is very difficult to enter the Pegasus fleet, as their size is relatively fixed. Although the governor's fiancé is a general of the Pegasus fleet and is fighting on the front line, the naval forces fighting on the front line do not receive reinforcements from the Pegasus Star region in the rear. Moreover, naval warfare has a special feature. Generally speaking, the loss of personnel is not big, but once it is lost, it means the annihilation of a whole ship of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. To replenish, new ships must be built and then replenished. However, since the Pegasus fleet cannot enter, the Alliance Navy should have a chance. According to the information currently available to Xiang Yanwen, the Alliance Navy will face more and more serious pirate challenges in the future, and the production capacity of the two major shipyards of the Alliance is also sufficient. In addition to the part of paying the imperial tax, there is still a lot of surplus production capacity. These production capacities will never be wasted. It can be predicted that the subsequent Alliance naval fleet will continue to expand. My younger brother really has a chance to join. As for the dangers of joining the army, Xiang Yanwen also knows it. If possible, he also hopes that his younger brother will always stay with his parents, even if he is just an ordinary worker and finds an ordinary job. Under the current Alliance system, as long as he works, he will definitely not worry about future life problems. However, since his younger brother has such ambitions, Xiang Yanwen thinks that it is not bad to join the Navy. It is dangerous, but it is definitely not a bad thing for a good man to dream of the stars and the sea. It is still early. The younger brother is only 12 years old, and there are at least 5 or 6 years left. He will help to pay attention. But at the moment, he's still warned, even if you are just a sailor, you should work harder to learn something now. If you can't even go to middle school, everything will be in vain. The next day, Xiang Yanwen said goodbye to his parents and went to report to the government of the Green Bee district. His commission unit was Promise City. He had already reported to Promise City, and they arranged for him to come to the office in his hometown. As soon as he entered the door, he was warmly welcomed. The head of the Green Bee district government was from Korogia, but not from Promise City. He came from Ming'an City, where he also worked on the deepening reform of a community, and was recently transferred here to be in charge of a larger district. The man named Moody is a middle-aged man with a bald head. Comrade Xiang, you came at the right time. We are in great need of top talents like you. I won't say more polite words. Now is the busiest time. I'm sorry that I didn't have time to welcome you. You will need to take up your responsibilities soon. That's why I came. Please give me instructions. Okay. After Moody's explanation, Xiang Yanwen quickly understood what the first major task he had to do when he came to his hometown was the imperial tax. Hearing these 3 words, Xiang Yanwen could only feel nervous. The imperial tax, in his past memories, was quite profound. Every time the imperial tax came, with a cycle of 2 years, the people of Karojia Xiaochao district suffered. Various materials would begin to be tightened before the imperial tax was due. Food would become insufficient. Various daily necessities would become tight. And every family would be required to pay the population. His grandfather, his uncle, were all taxed as population taxes, and never came back. His family was lucky. But if Governor Gu had not led the alliance to save Karojia, in 6 years, his family might have to pay personal taxes again. Either his father, him, or his sister. After the alliance took over, Karojia became a war zone. And there was no tax for 6 years. Up to now, counting it, 6 years have passed. Karojia will once again return to the normal situation of paying imperial taxes. However, under the rule of the alliance, paying imperial taxes should not be a hurdle that cannot be overcome as in the past. Right? Indeed. Now, imperial taxes have nothing to do with civilians, and have completely evolved into the obligations of the government and enterprises, except for those places that have not yet completed the reform. But even in Karojia's 40 hives, such places should not be many now. In places where reforms have been completed, the people are assigned ranks, given jobs, and enjoy benefits and allowances. Of course, with Xiang Yanwen's current knowledge, he understands that these benefits and allowances are not as much as the wealth created by the people. But he still clearly understands that the opportunity to create wealth itself is given by the union government. Moreover, the general public who have created wealth only have the obligation to work, the obligation to abide by the law, and enjoy benefits and allowances, but do not have the obligation to pay taxes. The extra value they created was taken away by the union government. So the union government should guarantee the people a peaceful and stable life, guarantee that hard work will lead to upward mobility, and guarantee that they will no longer go bankrupt and suffer because of undue taxes. In the Greenby district, where the reform has been initially completed, this concept is fully implemented. The government officials in the district should carefully count all production conditions in the district, connect various enterprises, factories, soilless plantations, and other production institutions, and complete a series of work such as inventory, storage, and transportation of all production income. This is indeed a big project. Xiang Yanwen immediately got busy, and all of this, the district government, can be regarded as a certain amount of experience, although it is the first time to pay the imperial tax. In the past 4 years, there is no need to pay taxes, but the alliance system itself is also in operation. The production situation and material operation in the enterprise are the responsibility of the government, and these work processes are ready. It is nothing more than that. During the tax season, this part of the work will become more arduous. Xiang Yanwen also played his role in this process. After the initial period of inexperience, his speed in handling various documents and affairs became extremely fast. In addition, he was able to use the management knowledge he learned to realize that there were some inefficient and time-wasting parts in their current work processes, and was able to propose practical modification plans through participation in practice. Although it is just some changes in the working methods and some details, no major changes are involved, it has indeed made the operation of the entire organization more smooth and efficient. This has also been praised by Moody. Top students are different. Xiang Yanwen is very modest about this. I still have a lot to learn, and there are still many areas where I can contribute to the alliance. Chapter 402, I have plenty of money now. While Xiang Yanwen was busy with the imperial taxes, he did not forget that he had something he wanted to do. When he was in Phase Star, combining what he had learned and past experiences, he designed some industries that could be developed for his hometown, as well as corresponding specific development strategies. When he came back this time, he saw that his hometown had changed a lot. Many of his previous ideas cannot be called designs, but more like fantasies, which are completely inconsistent with the current situation of the Greenby block. But he was not discouraged, nor was he anxious. In the process of working on the imperial tax, He became more familiar with the neighborhood that had undergone such great changes, and investigated many actual situations. He constantly overturned his own plan, based on the current situation of the neighborhood, and made a new one based on the actual situation. At the same time, he did not relax his own work. When counting the tax situation, he found that the situation he was most worried about did not occur. The Green Bee district has a population of 420,000. In the past year, the total output value of various materials in the Green Bee district was 390,000 tax coins. Most of them were consumed by the local population. Through currency and exchange, these value outputs have become houses, food, furniture and appliances, textiles, and medical expenses. They have effectively improved the living standards of the people in the district. The medical level is not high enough, the furniture and appliances are not enough, the food types are not rich enough, the textiles are not fashionable enough, and even the houses built with large-scale construction are not enough. Many people who should be allocated houses are still waiting in line. However, it is undoubtedly much better than before. As for the imperial tax, there is no need to worry. The district government actually started preparing for the imperial tax at the beginning of the year and reserved 40,000 tax coins. Its components are mainly some primary processed raw materials, textiles and alliance coins in cash. The district can pay taxes to the higher level government in alliance coins. Correspondingly, the alliance government will use these alliance currencies to pay some key industrial areas, such as military factories and heavy factories. Their output is the main force of paying taxes in kind. After all, when the Union government pays taxes to the empire, the imperial tax officials do not recognize your Union currency. In the eyes of the empire, currency is just a piece of waste paper. They only recognize tax payment certificates, which are tax coins, or physical objects. The empire recognizes many physical objects, but not all items. If you produce a kitchen knife, a table, etc., the empire will ignore you. Not to mention some service industries, such as commerce within the planet, construction workers, transportation, medical industry, etc. They certainly create value within the planet, but they have nothing to pay taxes to the empire. So, in fact, the planetary government pays taxes, mainly relying on the production of hard currency recognized by the empire, such as heavy industry, military industry, textile industry, and agriculture. But the workers in these production areas also need to live. Their living necessities, such as transportation, medical care, service industry, food, come from other places. This has formed a general division of labor. Regions that can produce products in the imperial tax category purchase other services in other regions through the currency issued by the alliance, and they themselves produce most of the products required for the imperial tax in the region. Non-production areas use alliance coins to prove that they have made contributions through affiliated industries. This kind of division of labor exists widely at all levels, between blocks, between hives, and even between planets. The main pillar industries of the Green Bee block are construction, transportation, waste recycling, and primary processing of raw materials. Except for the products of material processing, which can be used as physical objects to pay imperial taxes, the others are actually not very good, but they still create value. The real imperial tax, they don't have to worry about it. The large industrial production areas will take it out. The higher level government will make overall planning. They helped in transportation, and also exported construction teams to build houses in other industrial areas, and obtained alliance coins, which is essentially the value of their labor, and it is recognized by the alliance government. This is the essential logic of the Green Bee district with a local population of 410,000, a total output value of 390,000 tax coins, consumption of 350,000, and 40,000 for tax. The per capita consumption in the Green Bee district is 0.85 tax coins. This is not a very good living standard, but it is definitely survivable. Shang Yanwen once read an old report. In the 100 years before the Plague War, the per capita consumption of Karogia was only about 0.3 tax coins. This is a level that can barely keep people from starving to death. The per capita output value of Karogia is only about 0.5 tax coins, which is only half of the lowest per capita standard of the empire. This is also the fundamental reason why the people of Karogia have to pay 0.05 tax coins per capita as imperial taxes, and then face a 1% probability of being levied as human taxes. As for where the 0.15 per capita tax coin difference went, we have to ask Karoja's former bureaucrats and rulers. Now, the per capita consumption level has reached 0.85, more than doubled. So it's no wonder that life has become more bearable. Moreover, this is the consumption level after the 0.1 imperial tax was taken away, which means that the Green Bee district will no longer need to pay human taxes in the future. Of course, this is just the result of Shan Yanwen's observation of his own Green Bee district. But at present, the entire Promised City is about this level. Even in the middle and upper areas of the hive, the situation is much better than the lower hive. The situation in the lower hive may be worse, but it should be roughly the same overall. Looking at all the hives in Karoga from the perspective of Promised City, if every hive is at this level, then it can be said that the entire Karoga is on the right track. Karoga no longer needs to pay human taxes, and can pay imperial taxes by relying on its own production, and is no longer a burden on the Alliance. According to the current development speed, in 2 years, there may be a surplus. In a few years, the surplus will increase. The living standards of the people of Karogia will get better and better, and it will become a major engine for the development of the Alliance. The population size is here. Thinking about these things really makes Shan Yanwen very excited. He is excited that he can personally participate in this great change of the times. And the development plan he made in his spare time will also be based on this, and will provide another engine for the Green Bee district. After the busy work of the imperial tax came to an end, he found his immediate superior, Moody, the head of the block government, and proposed his own ideas. What he wanted to do was a circular breeding system. In the Green Bee block, there used to be a small flying creature that looked like a bat, had tough fleshy wings, and strong teeth. The main materials it needed for survival were 3 things: human garbage, industrial wastewater, and a luminospore fungus produced in a highly polluted environment. The locals call this thing a fluorescent sick bat. In the past, it was a harmful creature in the nest area under the city of Nguyen. It would bring diseases, pollution, radiation, and people to the city, causing illness and even death. The neighborhood has also spent a lot of effort to deal with it. There are still such things now, but there are not so many. But Shan Yanwen saw the value of this little monster. A classmate he knew had a research project on biomaterials at an engineering school on Phase Star. Shan Yanwen felt that the little monsters in his hometown, which ate highly polluted fungi, organic waste, and teeth honed by drinking wastewater, and had very durable skin, were very good materials. Before, he had found a way to get some of these specialties from the nest area under the city of Nguyen, and gave them to the research team for analysis, saying that they were indeed valuable, as long as they could be mass-produced. The collected monster wings and teeth could be used as a good biological material, used for leather materials needed for some mechanical manufacturing, used for armor lining, and used for anti-corrosion biological materials to emit light and heat in some places. He sorted out the relevant technical materials and brought them back. What he had to do was to set aside a certain area, cultivate the polluted bacteria, and then cultivate the mutant monsters under strong pollution, and then slaughter them in a centralized manner, collect biological materials, and sell them to some processing plants. This was a preliminary project. In the future, it would be best if the relevant processing industry could be undertaken by the Green Bee district, build relevant factories, and even develop a more comprehensive industrial chain on this basis. If the whole set can be done, there is no doubt that the Green Bee district will get a new industry. This means higher output value, more jobs, and it will be easier for residents of the Green Bee district to upgrade their positions. After having money, the people's living standards will be further improved, and they can pay more taxes directly, making greater contributions to the Alliance. After listening to Shan Yanwen's plan, Moody slapped his thigh and said, "You are indeed a top student. You have helped a lot with the tax issue before, not to mention that you have come up with another surprise now. Do you think this is feasible?" Shan Yanwen was not as confident as he was just now. In essence, he was still a rookie with little experience in governing. He was afraid that what he had carefully made would be his own fantasy. Although he had tried his best to avoid this situation, and had done a lot of research, and the plan had many carefully considered specific implementation steps, he was still a little worried. He was afraid of ruining his hometown. But Moody seemed more relieved. "Don't think about this or that. We just need to have this spirit. As long as the whole looks good, just do it. What if we fail? The superiors will not punish us for our failed attempt. The Alliance has always encouraged this kind of innovative behavior. However, we do need to be more cautious. If the investment is too large, there will still be an impact. Let's start with small-scale breeding and work slowly. As long as it works, we will have solved a big problem. To be honest, there are still many laborers in the neighborhood who have not been absorbed. This is the core indicator of our local government. I have been worried about it for a long time. Your method sounds good. I must try it. Even if it can only accommodate dozens or hundreds of people at the beginning. It is also very good. Don't underestimate hundreds of jobs. With hundreds of stable output jobs, it can support a new shopping mall, more construction workers, more vendors and stalls, and the ancillary industries can develop together. Not to mention, there will be opportunities to further expand and become stronger in the future. Encouraged, Shan Yanwen said, then do it. I will immediately apply for the opportunity of interstellar communication and contact my classmates. Their research groups will be interested in us. Shan Yanwen's deeds were condensed into a short report, which was placed on Gu Hang's desk together with the deeds of several other young civil servants, who also performed well, and new managers of state-owned enterprises. At this moment, Gu Hang was on the starship, heading to Kurogia. During the voyage, he read through the documents and gave a comment. Our young people have done a really good job. He was very pleased. The industry created by Shan Yanwen was very prosperous. After a few months, it had a good output value, which had a driving effect on the local streets. And it also had the value of promoting it to the bottom nest and the lower nest of the entire Promise City hive. Although, even if this industry develops in the future, the output value is a small matter in the overall view. Its application range is still a bit narrow. Grinded teeth, stripped and processed bat wings, become a basic material after processing, and can only play a certain role in the structure of some industrial parts. It is not the same scale as the metal smelting industry. In the past, the Alliance also had applications for this material, but it was basically imported. However, the innovation ability of the Alliance system reflected behind this incident, and the emergence of this new generation of administrative personnel are all things that make Gu Hang even happier. A circular breeding, processing industry is nothing, add a few more, even connect them in groups, build multiple industrial chains, then it may be very valuable. Moreover, as long as it is proved that the Alliance system has the ability to innovate, and the new generation of officials of the Alliance are reliable, then whether it is to develop new industries, or to maintain old industries, it is okay to say that the future is promising. Putting this matter aside, Gu Hang looked at another electronic board at hand. Above, there is a more important thing. The tax situation faced by the Alliance. Currently, the Imperial tax is collected in one go from the Alliance as a whole. For the Imperial tax fleet, this is considered to be a hassle-free operation. At present, the total annual tax of the Alliance is 10.95 billion tax coins. Flying Wing Star 4 billion, Fox 3 Stars 3 billion, Kuroga 1 and 3 together 3.5 billion, Angry L Star 100 million, Black Arrow Star 150 million, Red Arrow Star 200 million. When the tax was set, there were 1 billion people on the Wrathful Owl, and 1.5 billion on the Black Arrow. The extra population migrated from Kuroja. As a result, Kuroja's population dropped from more than 37 billion to about 35 billion. And the tax was set at 3.5 billion. Minus the 4 billion tax-free allowance. The tax is paid every 2 years. In the past 4 years, the Alliance has paid 13.9 billion in imperial taxes in the 2 tax seasons. This is a huge number that Gu Hang, who was not well off a few years ago, dared not even think about. But it is not difficult for the current Alliance. Especially in the recent tax season, Flying Wing Star completed a musician-class cruiser, plus 4 destroyers, which is more than 10 billion. If the imperial tax is kept every year, the fiscal surplus of the Alliance can still be more than 5 billion. In the last call with his mother, Gu Hang once said quite ostentatiously, I have plenty of money now. Chapter 403, you call this a planetary defense army? More than 5 billion in fiscal surplus a year, this is definitely a figure that the former Pegasus Star region could not have achieved. Compared to other surrounding star regions, the Pegasus Star region is indeed rich, but because of this, it bears a lot of imperial taxes. For example, Kuroja, half of the 4 billion imperial taxes in the past year had to be paid by human taxes. Fox 3 Stars had to survive. After the development degree was raised to level 3, Flying Wing Star was good, but with such a developed shipbuilding industry, all the ships built had to be handed in to withstand the tax of level 5 development degree. After the Alliance took over all the planets in the Pegasus star region, for years have passed, not only can it meet the imperial taxes, but it can also have a surplus of 5 billion. The key is that the living standards of the people in the entire star region have not declined, but have risen. The changes on the 5 planets of Fokkers, Winged Star, and Red Arrow may not be big, and people's living standards have not improved significantly. But on Karogia, Wrath of the Owl, and Black Arrow, the changes are not small. The reason why this can be done is that, on the one hand, the imperial tax will not change within 10 years after it was set 4 years ago, and the planets under the rule of the Alliance have developed rapidly during this period. Of course, it is still impossible to achieve this by relying solely on development results. The core reason is still the Alliance system, which has greatly reduced the existence of capitalists, bureaucrats and other rentiers. They still exist in the Alliance system and play a role, but the excess profits they can get have been greatly reduced, and have turned into a way to obtain results through job ranks. They will be easier to upgrade their job ranks than ordinary workers, but compared with the exploiters in the past, it is much less. Most of the value created by workers is consumed by the workers themselves. This is the fundamental reason for the significant improvement in people's living standards under the rule of the Alliance. The rest is eaten directly by the Alliance government. The rentiers still have some benefits. After all, the Alliance has not banned all private economies, but overall it has definitely been greatly reduced. With both development and the elimination of the middle class, the Alliance has become more direct in its management of the middle class, the grassroots, and production. Under these dual effects, it has brought about a fiscal surplus of 5 billion. Of course, the Alliance will not keep these fiscal surpluses like a miser. Their use lies in the budget allocation, which is used for production reinvestment and accounts for most of the fiscal budget. The second largest part is used for military expenditures, including military expansion and military maintenance. The third part is used to expand government spending. Normal government spending is not included here, but is included in the cost. This refers to the cost of opening more government agencies. In addition to the cost of opening more agencies, the corresponding maintenance costs will naturally increase, but the maintenance costs will be included in the cost. These three are economic construction, military construction, and political construction. All 5 billion will be spent, and there is nothing left. Spending more money now is for more income in the future. 2 years later, Karogia will start paying taxes for the first time, and the 4 billion tax-free quota will be gone. Gu Heng hopes that the Alliance will still have a fiscal surplus of 5 billion by then. This means that in the past 2 years, the Alliance income surplus will have to increase by another 4 billion. While ensuring the growth of people's consumption, the Alliance must increase its current output value of 112.3 billion to at least 1,300 yuan, and have an economic growth rate of 20% in 2 years. It's not very difficult. The two with the greatest potential are Angry Owl Star and Karogia. Gu Heng hopes that Angry Owl Star will have a population of 4 billion in 2 years, mainly through Karogia's transfer. With this scale, it can better exert the power of Angry Owl Star's transformation into an industrial planet, and at the same time, it can better exert the value of Angry Owl Star's shipyard. As for Karogia itself, it is expected that in the next 2 years, after a total of 6 years of population migration, in addition to increasing the population of Angry Owl Star to 4 billion, it can also increase the population of Black Arrow Star to 3 billion, which is the end for Black Arrow Star. It is estimated that at that time, including the new population, Karogia will still have a population of about 31 billion. With 9 billion fewer people, the pressure on the hive city will be much smaller. At the same time, as the reform deepens, the development potential brought by the population will also be realized. Gu Heng is counting on these 2 planets as the strongest economic engine to really bring about a 20% growth in 2 years. This is also Gu Heng's request to the Alliance government. Ms. Asuna, who has been promoted to A4 level as the Prime Minister of the Alliance, is so worried that she is pulling her hair. I thought, when the situation of the Alliance gets better and better, I can also take a breath and have a little more time to rest. However, the plan indicators for the next 2 years issued by the Governor General made her start to worry again. It's not that it can't be done, the Governor General is not raising indicators randomly. But it's because she has to work hard that she has to continue to struggle. She has to grab everyone in her Prime Minister's office, pull up the governments of various planets, pull up senior officials from various ministries of the Alliance, and work hard. After reading the tax-related documents and reports, and signing some documents, Gu Heng began to pay attention to the military construction. In fact, he went to Korogia this time for this matter. A large part of the Union's fiscal surplus was allocated to military construction. The Union Army will not make any major moves at present, or rather, the major moves have been made since 4 years ago, but they have only recently borne fruit. At the beginning, the composition of the Union Army was still very simple. Later, when Koroja, Fash, and Wing Star gradually fell into Gu Heng hands, the situation became complicated. Koroja's planetary defense force was divided into 2 parts, the Salvation Army and the Defense Army. Fash and Wing Star also had their own planetary defense forces. On this basis, there was also the Alliance Army sequence, and the 2 combat force sequences of the Angry Bear Legion and the Dragon Eagle III Legion. An overly complex military force structure is definitely not conducive to command. The Angry Bear Corps and the Dragon Eagle III Corps are not easy to move. These 2 troops are in the Star Army sequence. In theory, they have little to do with the Alliance and the Star Region government. Logistics is under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Military Affairs Department, and the command of operations and the appointment and dismissal of officers are under the jurisdiction of the Star Army headquarters. However, just like the Fokkers family had a strong influence on the Dragon Eagle III Corps, now, this 20 million-man Star Army is actually supported by Gu Heng Alliance. Although, this part of the cost is actually paid by the Military Affairs Department. From soldiers to officers, they are all from the Pegasus Star region, and were once citizens under the rule of the Alliance. The influence of the Alliance is absolutely inseparable. Not to mention the Angry Bear Corps, which was simply transformed from the command system to the soldiers by the Alliance Army on the spot. In the past, Gu Heng was still thinking about how to digest the Dragon Eagle III Corps as his own. Now, he found that he didn't have to do anything at all. When he became the ruler of the Tianma Star region, in fact, when he was the boss in name, the Dragon Eagle III Corps stationed in the Tianma Star region was his. In particular, Gu Heng also adopted some strategies. Normally, there is no such thing as demobilization in the Star Army. Most of their soldiers come from human taxes. Since they have been taxed as human taxes, how can they be released? Moreover, the longer they serve, the more veterans they become. They are definitely much more powerful than new recruits. But the premise is that they are not too old to lift a gun. People will age. When they are in their 30s or 40s, they are in their prime. But after the age of 50, the physical functions of normal humans begin to decline significantly. Their physical conditions cannot keep up with the accumulation of experience. When they are in their 60s or 70s, it is really difficult for them to carry a lot of weight and cross mountains and rivers. At that point, unless you are promoted to an officer, it is really inappropriate to continue fighting on the front line. The Star Army, which is constantly fighting on the front line, may have veterans who have survived for decades, not to mention some who are stationed in the rear. Generally speaking, the Star Army is quite good to veterans who have been fighting on the front line, survive for a long time, and have outstanding military achievements. Veterans who can still live will either be promoted to officers, and those who are not suitable for being officers will be placed on the spot when they reach the age of retirement. It is a routine operation to pay a large sum of money and place a position with leisure and money on the local planet or the rear planet. It is a little worse for those who stay behind. However, Gu Heng does not intend to do this. In fact, the Star Army also has a normal retirement process. It is that soldiers can be arranged when they reach a certain age, not necessarily when they are old. However, if the old soldiers retire at the age of 30 or 35, the combat effectiveness of the army will decline. And how to replenish new soldiers? The former can basically not be compensated, and the latter will also cost the empire more money, and mobilize human taxes to make up for it. It's a big loss. The Military Affairs Department and the specific Star Army units will not do such a thing, which makes the normal retirement process meaningless. After many discussions with the Dragon Eagle Corps, General Hans agreed to carry out a large-scale retirement process for veterans, but also put forward some conditions. Within the Dragon Eagle III Corps, veterans aged 30, especially those over 35, will be withdrawn from the army in batches, and the resettlement work will be solved by the Alliance, and the missing soldiers will be supplemented by the Alliance, which is required to meet the standard level of the Star Army. Gu Heng agreed to all these conditions. Veterans aged 30 to 35 have retired, not died, after they stay in the local area and transfer to civilian jobs. There are plenty of places to place them. The police, anti-corruption, and Secret Service departments will need them. If there are more than they can absorb, many industries and industrial areas will need manpower. Even, they can be transferred to some planetary defense forces on the spot, which is equivalent to turning the veterans of the Star Army into the backbone of their own defense forces. It is not a loss at all. Star Army soldiers of this age, especially those who have retired from the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, which has been on the garrison for most of the time, are not particularly meritorious, and they are not very old. So there is no need to arrange a particularly comfortable and lucrative position like a retired hero. As for Gu Hang's benefit, it was that he could complete the blood transfusion of the Dragon Eagle Corps by doing so. The additional soldiers were required to reach the level of the Star Army. Where would these people come from? Gu Hang transferred them from the Alliance Army that had completed the soldier card training. The Dragon Eagle 3 Corps had been fighting in Korogia for more than 8 years. The old soldiers in the army, even if they were very young before, were over 30 to 35 years old after these 8 years. After a certain degree of blood transfusion, the Dragon Eagle 3 Corps was no longer the same as before. Of course, its essence is still the Star Army. The same is true for the Angry Bear Legion. The Military Affairs Department and the Star Army headquarters have the power to transfer these two troops to take on other tasks. However, it is not so easy to transfer them. Now is not the past. Gu Hang's voice is hard to be ignored. What's more, if there is a war around the Star region, it is a good thing to transfer them to fight. The Alliance has expanded to the limit under normal means. Without the bonus of the Star Zone leader, and without any unexpected events, Gu Hang would find it difficult to get involved in areas outside the Star Zone. For this reason, Gu Hang did have an idea to continue to expand the Alliance with the help of the Star Army to fight outside. However, this idea is not mature yet, and there are still many problems to be solved. In addition, the main task of the Alliance now is to digest it internally, and to make all the chassis currently controlled into core territories, and there is no energy to expand it externally for the time being. But at least, Gu Hang has to keep this method. Whenever there is an opportunity, the Star Army will go out, and the Alliance can follow behind to find opportunities. And even in the current peace period of the past few years, it is not a loss for the Alliance to support the Star Army. It can offset taxes. The Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion maintains a scale of 20 million people, and the Angry Bear Legion has expanded to about 10 million in the past few years. In terms of equipment level, it has maintained a high standard. The maintenance cost of these 30 million troops alone is hundreds of millions of tax coins a year. That is to say, it can offset 100 million imperial taxes for the Alliance every year. In addition to these 30 million Star Army, the Alliance cancelled the establishment of the Salvation Army in Korogia, cancelled the establishment of the Planetary Defense Force in the entire Alliance, and replaced the Planetary Defense Army with the Alliance Army system. The total size of the Alliance Army is currently around 400 million people, of which 300 million are stationed in Korogia. Gu Hang cannot use the military card system to train all these 400 million people into qualified soldiers, nor is there any need for that. In fact, only 100 million people have completed training by the system, and the remaining 300 million are all trained under normal means. However, with the support of 25% of the backbones and the standard logistical supplies of the Star Army, after 4 years of training, they can reach the combat effectiveness of the standard Star Army without much problem. At present, the proportion of soldiers in the Alliance Army who have reached the standard Star Army level can reach 85%, which is better than many conventional Star Army troops. Not to mention, Gu Hang also established many elite divisions in it. These elite divisions, internally called Skull Divisions, often have more powerful equipment, such as rifles fully replaced with laser guns or Gauss rifles, equipped with more heavy bomb machine guns and various bombs, equipped with plasma weapons and hot melt weapons, armored vehicles with higher density of armored vehicles, equipped with Lion King tanks, and reconnaissance troops can even be equipped with Sentinel mechas. Even at a higher level, there are more elite divisions that will be given special numbers, and even a large proportion of exoskeleton armor distributed to the soldiers, and some spearhead companies even equipped with a large number of Sermon feedback power armor, let alone those elite special number troops. Even the Skull Division will make General Hans of the Dragon Eagle Legion feel sour. Damn, the equipment of the Planetary Defense Force is more powerful than my genuine Star Army. How can this be justified? Chapter 404, Iron Teeth War. The total construction cost of the 400 million Alliance army exceeds 20 billion. And it consumes about 2.1 billion of the Alliance military expenditure every year for maintenance. This is much more expensive than maintaining 30 million star army, even if the total amount is not mentioned and the per capita is the same. This means that although the Alliance army is in the order of the Empire, it can only be regarded as a planetary defense force, but its actual combat effectiveness is probably much stronger than the standard star army such as the Dragon Eagle Legion. Normally, the Alliance cannot build such an army. In addition to personnel training, the production and maintenance of military equipment are also too expensive. But in fact, the Alliance did not spend so much money on its books. Most products, especially expensive ones, were actually lowered by at least half when they were supplied to the Alliance army. This is to make the Alliance military expenditure look more normal. Otherwise, if the army was built at 20 billion and the annual maintenance cost was 2 billion, the outside world would doubt how the Alliance could afford such expenses. In fact, if it were under normal circumstances, the Alliance really couldn't afford this money. The book price can be made lower at will, but the actual production cannot be faked. After all, the troops really need so much equipment and ammunition supplies. But the Alliance has a unique advantage in this regard. Some equipment directly produced by the black box is almost free, just the material cost. When producing relatively cheap things such as firearms and armored vehicles, the advantage is not obvious. But when producing heavy tanks such as the Lion King tank, which costs more than 300,000 yuan per unit, making one black box is like picking up one for free of charge. The direct production of the black box is still a small one. The most important thing is that the production line directly pulled out by the black box is highly efficient. And the production line itself is free. When the same equipment does not need to consider the R&D cost, the production line cost, and only considers the manpower and material costs required for manufacturing itself, then this cost will become very easy to accept. Moreover, the larger the scale of production, the lower the production cost will be. The Alliance will definitely make as much as possible. And the army equipment that it cannot use up will be regarded as the imperial tax. With an annual tax of over 10 billion, there is no fear of not being able to meet the production capacity. Let's not talk about the actual situation first. On the books, the Alliance only spent 7 billion on the army, and it was spread over the past 6 years. The maintenance cost is only 600 million a year, and it is still increasing year by year. However, the other major part of military expenditure, the construction of the navy, is not so easy to do. The black box cannot produce the finished product, only the manufacturing blueprint, and can only produce key components one by one to build the production line. Although this is already very good, and it also greatly reduces the manufacturing cost. However, due to the small number of warships, the unit price is high, and it is not easy to do accounting. And there is no need to do too much accounting. The difference in the middle is not particularly large. In the past 4 years, the Alliance has invested about 7 billion tax coins in naval construction. The current Alliance Navy has 3 Crazy Shark-class destroyers, 5 frigates, 3 of which are silver helmets, and 2 silver swords. This is the main force of the Alliance Navy, plus 21 Blackfish-class patrol ships. There is no need to say more about these small boats, as they can only play a supporting role. Du Shirliang of the Pegasus fleet had seen the appearance of the Alliance Navy, and his expression was a little subtle at the time. On the one hand, the current combat effectiveness of the Alliance Navy is incomparable to that of the Pegasus fleet, even if it is just the remnants left behind. The entire Alliance Navy is about the same cost as a Musician-class cruiser. But on the other hand, the Alliance Navy is also a Star Sea force that cannot be ignored. They built all this in just 4 years. In comparison, how many years did it take for the Pegasus fleet, which was funded by the imperial tax, to build from the beginning to its current strength? 300 years. The Pegasus fleet was founded from scratch during these 300 years, accumulating ships, fighting, exploding ships, and continuing to accumulate ships. All the way. The Alliance Navy is not the Imperial Navy. They are nominally an escort team within the Alliance Star Zone. Neither the Military Affairs Department nor the Imperial Navy headquarters can control them. There is no need to unconditionally obey the Empire's orders, go to the dangerous battlefield and fight desperately. Just escort within the Star Zone. The probability of the ship exploding is extremely low. Just accumulate assets like this, and with the further growth of the Alliance production capacity, especially the production capacity of the Angry Owl Star shipyard, wouldn't it be possible to accumulate 1/3 of the Pegasus fleet in 20 to 30 years? From this perspective, it is really a bit scary. But in fact, Gu Heng's idea may be even further than Du Shiliang imagined. It took 20 to 30 years to build 1/3 of the Pegasus fleet. That's too little. If they were given that much time, the Alliance productivity would probably grow to an exaggerated level. The speed at which starships are produced will become faster. And the conventional productivity improvement can also free the winged star from the restriction of paying imperial taxes with starships. Those starships can be directly retained and added to the Alliance Navy. The speed at which the Alliance builds its Navy will become faster and faster over time. Let alone 1/3 of the Pegasus fleet. If the entire Alliance develops steadily, he is confident that within 20 years, he can build a naval force that is not inferior to the entire Pegasus fleet. The warship that Gu Heng was on arrived at Kurogia. He inspected the recent reorganization of the Alliance army, and an elite corps held a military parade in front of him. Then, he also visited several nest cities to meet with some officials, and stayed in the governor's mansion for a few more days, so he completed this trip to Kurogia. At present, Gu Heng spends half of his time every year in the governor's mansion of Faye's Star, or Angry Owl Star. And the other half of his time is spent flying around the various planets of the Alliance. Looking around. He has a Crazy Shark class, 2 Silver Helmet class, and 7 or 8 patrol ships, which serve as his vehicles, taking him around the star regions. On the destroyer named Meditation, a cabin was specially modified for this purpose, which is used for him, his head office, and the Alliance staff group to assist him in his work. At the same time, the astropathic signal of the Meditation was strengthened, making it easier for him to perform his duties here and communicate with officials at all levels of the Alliance, ministries, and various planets. If you think about it this way, the life of being the top leader of such an alliance is so boring and tedious. However, something happened recently that required his attention. The main force of the Pegasus fleet is coming back. At the same time, it also means that Yi Lixia is coming back. It has been more than 6 years since Yi Lixia left the Pegasus Star region. Engaged, but the marriage has not been concluded after 6 years. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Earlier, actually, I didn't expect the war against the Iron Tooth clan to last so long. The Iron Tooth clan has been entrenched in the northeast of the Dragon Eagle Star region for more than 70 years. Not only have they not been solved, but they have continued to grow stronger in these 70 years. From the beginning, it was just a small trouble on a planet in the Iron Pass Star region, but it turned into the entire star region being dragged into the war. Then, the first Iron Tooth War started, and despite having the advantage in space, humans suffered a disastrous defeat in the ground war. Then, a large number of landing capsules launched from the surface, jumped onto the human warships in orbit without hesitation, ultimately resulting in the destruction of at least 50 naval ships of all levels. The greenskins don't care about their lives. They launch manned rockets directly from the surface to orbit, bombing and landing at one go. This is something that human armies cannot do. After they seize naval ships, they drive the ships directly to the surface. The big guys of dozens of kilometers can actually drive to the surface of the planet. It doesn't matter if they are smashed. After the failure of the first Iron Tooth War, the Starfield urgently mobilized more forces to fight again. However, before the second Iron Tooth War started, the entire Iron Pass Star region fell. The greenskins were no longer just ground combatants. A large number of greenskin junk ships that looked tattered and had weak combat power, but were numerous, began to run rampant in the Tianguan Star region and spread to all directions. The second Iron Tooth War broke out. A battle dominated by naval operations. The human army, which misjudged the enemy's strength, was defeated again. The result this time was the fall of the Yingguan Star region, the Kuoluo Star region, and the Jiangmeiyu Star region surrounding the Tianguan Star region. The warlord who unified all the greenskin tribes launched a grand whack, and launched a fierce attack on the Iron Pass Star region. Humans rushed to fight, and the third Iron Tooth War was launched in the Golden Pass Star region. In this battle, the human army finally won. The death of a greenskin pirate commander caused the huge greenskin fleet to fall into chaos and be wiped out on a large scale. Humans took the opportunity to launch an extermination order on the surface of a planet, killing most of the greenskins on the planet, and causing the death of the greenskin warlord who personally led the expedition. The Orc Empire of 4-star regions fell into civil strife. After losing the leadership of the warlord, many first-level greenskin warlords began to fight among themselves. This is also a traditional skill of the greenskin orcs. Under the leadership of a unified warlord, the greenskins will burst out with powerful fighting power, But once the leader is gone, the civil strife will start immediately, until they compete for a new leader. In theory, this is the best time to completely eliminate all the greenskins. But in fact, there were 3 consecutive Iron Teeth battles. The first 2 were defeats, and the last one could only be considered a bitter victory at best. After the battle, there really was not enough power in the star field to pursue the victory. The greenskins did have internal strife, but after all, the number was still there, and the internal strife was also between planets. Even the bosses who occupied multiple planets at the same time fought against each other. If you want to recover the lost territory one by one and eliminate the greenskins, you still need enough power. The Dragon Eagle star region no longer has the corresponding strength. The support they requested from the surrounding star regions, and the higher-level cosmic government was also far away. In this case, they could only make an attempt to recapture the G1 star region and clean up the greenskins inside the star region. They were unable to carry out a complete annihilation operation in the 4 star regions that had completely fallen into the hands of the greenskins. The Third Iron Tooth War was 26 years ago. During these 26 years, the Dragon Eagle star region has established a defense line in the 6 star regions that can be directly connected to the 4 fallen star regions, which has locked the 4 fallen star regions. This defense line is called the Iron Tooth Line. The human army often organizes troops to attack the fallen areas, try to recapture some planets, destroy the Greenskin fleet, and destroy the Greenskin shipyard. But at the same time, the Iron Tooth clan's plundering fleet also often enters the 6 star regions that make up the Iron Tooth Line and attacks the human side. Greenskins would also fight each other, and the whole situation presented a dynamic balance. Until 6 years ago, the star region government felt that it was back on track, seeing that the greenskins had not yet formed a unified state, and the entire star region had recovered a lot of strength after 20 years of recuperation. So the star region government planned to organize another war to give the Iron Tooth clan a hard blow. The problem that had not been solved for 70 years, of course, could not be solved at this moment. But at least, some results should be achieved. This war was initiated by the human side. The first step is to cut off the tentacles of the greenskins that extend to the 3 defense line star zones of Jingguan, Tongguan, and Jiaoshu, and completely liberate the worlds in these star zones that are caught in the Greenskin War. Then, attack the Yingguan star zone. At least capture and destroy 3 to 4 Greenskin worlds. Establish a bridgehead, and prepare for subsequent actions. Following this plan, the main force of the Pegasus fleet was transferred away. At the same time, the Dragon Eagle fleet and several main army groups of the Dragon Eagle Legion also took action. At the beginning of the war, it was said that it was going quite smoothly. In a little more than a year, the greenskins in the 3 Iron Teeth defense line star regions were dealt with by the human army. Then the fleet and the army entered the Silver Pass star region and began to carry out the second phase of combat missions. But here, it became a stalemate and progress was slow. What was originally expected to be done in 3 years has been delayed to now a full 6 years. But recently, there is finally good news. Yingguan 2, Yingguan 3, Shuiwu Star, White Mist Star, the 4 scheduled targets in the Yingguan Star region, have finally been captured. Since then, the human army has established a bridgehead inside the Yingguan Star region. Although the war was quite difficult, the greenskins in the Iron Teeth line were eliminated, and 4 worlds were conquered in the occupied area. This result can be considered as an explanation. What happens next is just waiting to accumulate another wave of power, and gradually encroaching on the occupied areas. The Star Region government has even formulated a timetable for completely eliminating the greenskins, and has made a bold statement that within the next 15 years, the greenskin problem in the Star Region will be completely solved. Under this premise, the war goal has been initially achieved, and the Pegasus fleet has the opportunity to come back for rest. Chapter 405, The Tall Pirate Team. The joint forces of the Dragon Eagle Star region achieve their war goals, but it does not mean that the war is over. War can be started at will, but it cannot be ended at will. How could the greenskins accept this loss? On the 2-star systems of Shuiwu Star and Yingguan 2, the war continued. The greenskins attacked fiercely for 2 years, trying to take back these 2 planets, and then attacking Yingguan 3 and Baiwu Star behind these 2-star systems. The human army gritted its teeth and held on for 2 years, and beat the greenskins back. To this day, there are still sporadic small-scale wars going on. The large-scale battles are over, otherwise, the Pegasus fleet would not be able to return. According to the plan, the Pegasus fleet will come back to rest for at least 5 years. People need to rest, and the ships also need to be repaired. The Pegasus fleet that went out to attack, led by 5 cruisers, and all the warships added up to more than 100. After 6 years of fighting, 1 cruiser was destroyed, and the loss of other types of ships exceeded 20, and the rest, all can only be repaired on the battlefield, and the overall fatigue has reached a certain degree. It is estimated that after returning, it may take 5 years to repair all the ships. By then, the shipyards of Phase Star will probably have to reduce production, and many docks will have to be vacated to repair ships. The cost of repairing ships alone may exceed 20 billion. The relevant orders have been sent. Of course, the cost of repairing ships is paid by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Imperial Navy, which will be used to offset taxes. 2 billion a year. From the perspective of income, it is not a loss. At least a few docks are vacated, and other ships can be built. Gu Heng and Yi Lixia talked several times during this period, and they planned to get married when they came back. As for the war to continue, the two would have to face separation again in a few years, which was probably inevitable. Even with the status of Gu Heng and Yi Lixia, they were often helpless, or even more helpless. But at least they could live a stable life for a few years. Gu Heng could only tell himself this. Calculating the time, Yi Lixia should have left. To come back, you need to travel through the star tunnel 12 times. Generally speaking, the one-way time from one galaxy to another, at the speed of the general fleet, is about 5 to 8 days. Among them, the time for traveling through the star tunnel is not long, usually only 1 day, mainly because the vast void between the starport and the jump point, the ship has to drive for a long time. However, in long-distance travel, this problem can be largely overcome. Mainly, if you don't stop along the way, the starship is always in an accelerated state, flying from one jump point to another without slowing down, directly starting the jump when you arrive, and continuing to accelerate to the next jump point. The speed of the entire fleet will become faster and faster. The speed of physical space travel does not affect the time of jump. The 12 interstellar tunnel shuttles take about 10 days, which cannot be reduced. However, the time of traveling in space in between can be compressed to about 25 days. The entire journey takes only a little over a month. In other words, in another month, Gu Heng will be able to see his fiancée. She feels strange. Originally, in order to solve the problem of political marriage, before Yi Lixia left, Gu Heng tried to bring the two closer. This separation lasted for 6 years. It was hard to say how much of the little feeling that had been cultivated with great difficulty was left. However, this marriage had to go on no matter what. No matter what the emotional foundation of the two was. While the welcoming ceremony was being arranged on Phase Star, a military operation that the Alliance was currently carrying out also had its results. After the routes within the Tianma Star region became prosperous, pirates were attracted. Pirates are annoying. They appear and disappear in the Starry Sea. They can't do anything big, but they harass people everywhere. They hijack a small boat today and run away and circle around the Navy tomorrow. It's very disgusting. Excluding those powerful pirate alliances that are difficult to wipe out, the general pirate groups are nothing in front of the imperial officials. As long as the lair can be found, it is easy to wipe them out. But the problem is, you have to find the lair. Where is the pirate base? Where do the ships come from? Where do the manpower come from? For the officials, it is all a mystery. As long as this information is mastered, it is often the time when the pirate group is destroyed. The pirate group that appears in the Tianma Star area is called the Red-Eye Pirates. It has been cholera for more than a year. The damage they caused was neither big nor small. To say it was big, it did not cause any serious damage to the Alliance. To say it was big, the loss of a ship, even a small ship like the Traveler, would cost several million tax coins. Not to mention, there was a ship departing from Kurogia, carrying more than 800 young students appointed by the local government of Kurogia, heading to Phase Star. All the young students who were going to study to change their fate were captured. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to the Alliance. Gu Heng could not tolerate such a thing happening in his own star zone. The pirates conveyed the ransom demand to Gu Heng through secret channels. The amount they demanded was ridiculously high, but they underestimated Gu Heng's determination and the power of the Alliance. No matter how much money these pirates wanted, even if it was a dime, Gu Heng never intended to pay. He knew that once he gave in, it would mean setting a precedent. The pirates would get better after tasting the sweetness. By then, knowing that the Alliance was weak and easy to bully, they could make a lot of money by coming here, then there might be more than one red-eye pirate group coming to the Tianma Star Zone to beg for money. Maybe all kinds of colorful eyes would appear. He had to give a strong response to let all potential pirates know that challenging the alliance was a way to death. Gu Heng rejected the ransom demand without hesitation, even if it meant the death of hundreds of people. At the same time, he also gave orders to the newly established alliance navy and to Du Shiliang of the Tianma fleet, requiring them to solve the problem as soon as possible and to prevent such things from happening again. This was not easy, mainly because pirates were hard to find. All they could do was some stupid methods. Reduce the frequency of flights, group the ships together, and then go together, with the alliance navy escorting them. The method is effective, but the key is still disgusting. The efficiency of Star Sea shipping has been greatly reduced. Escort also consumes the cost of the navy, fuel money, ship depreciation, all of which are additional losses. There is only 1,000 days to steal. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? The goal of the alliance navy and the Imperial Navy is to eliminate these pirates as soon as possible. In several attempts to repel pirate harassment, the Alliance fast ships played a role. Thanks to the Alliance technical accumulation in advanced engines. When designing ships, it was extravagant to equip almost all types of ships with excellent engines. Spiritual engines, which are used for regular navigation, are not usually equipped in large quantities on normal ships. For example, ordinary patrol ships do not even install them. They are a bit expensive. And the main reason is that they consume advanced energy such as energy crystals, which is very costly. Low-level ships, it is a bit wasteful to use this. But the Alliance is not afraid of waste. The Angry Owl Star has a large amount of energy output. Currently, the Angry Owl Star has a lot of experience in collecting and utilizing the energy of the waste energy storm. Energy compression technology also comes from the black box output. After years of expansion, it now has a pretty good output. Especially after the population is abundant, the other two uninhabited continents on the Angry Owl Star are currently in the development process. The planetary government has built a large-scale energy collection factory on those two continents. In addition, the Alliance Technology Center, the Storm Mage Corps, and the Psychic Order are already studying how to completely quell the waste energy storm on a global scale. Once this project is conquered, the spiritual gas field is expected to reappear on the Angry Owl Star. By then, the Angry Owl Star will probably reach a level 4 or 5 development level just by producing energy, coupled with stronger industrial productivity and shipbuilding than before the war. The development potential of the entire planet is greater than any world in the Pegasus Star region. Even at present, it can only roughly collect the energy of the waste energy storm, which is not comparable to the efficiency of the spiritual gas field in the past. But it can barely reach 20%, which is also a good output, thanks to the convenient advanced energy. And the spiritual engine produced by the black box can reduce the price a lot. The Alliance ships can be equipped with this engine group on a large scale, especially the two fast ships, Silver Sword and Blackfish, which can bite the pirates and they can't escape. Pirate ships, generally speaking, because of their combat characteristics, usually do not choose to attack head-on, and they seek an unequal attack. It is enough to beat transport ships and armed merchant ships, and the rest is all added to speed. However, under the ships of the Alliance Navy, they still cannot escape. After being beaten several times, the red-eyed pirates were also injured, and the frequency of their appearance was greatly reduced, and they never succeeded again. For ordinary star regions, solving the pirate problem to this extent is almost the end. Even in most places where pirates are active, it is impossible to achieve this. But the Alliance will obviously not let it go. The Alliance Navy will never give up until these red-eyed pirates are completely exterminated. Through torture of the captives, psychic brain searches, and the Psychic Order's Star Language Hall intercepting the astropathic conversations in the entire star region, they have finally figured out the background of these pirates. They built a hidden base on a satellite near a gas giant planet in the Red Arrow Galaxy. There were some supplies needed by pirate ships stored there, and there were thousands of slaves working there, responsible for repairing ships, processing some parts using local materials, and building a small underground plantation. Of course, the satellite of that giant planet had not undergone any habitability transformation, and humans could not normally survive in it. Those slaves could only live inside the base, and had to wear corresponding space suits when going out. There were more than 1,000 Alliance prisoners who were also held there. After obtaining this information, the Pegasus fleet sent some forces, and together with the Alliance Navy, raided there. 9 pirate ships were destroyed, the pirate base was also destroyed. Thousands of slaves and Alliance hostages were more or less damaged, but most of them were rescued. However, despite the news of victory, there were still losses. A Blackfish fast patrol ship in the Alliance Navy was lost. They were not lost in the naval battle. With absolute power, the Alliance Navy would not lose ships no matter how weak it was. However, after all the pirate ships were destroyed, the resistance of the island base was also eliminated, the Marines landed on the satellite surface, and when they liberated the slaves and hostages, they were hit hard by a strange enemy squad. In the ground battle, the casualties were very serious. And this strange enemy squad turned around and occupied a landing ship and drove it into the sky. Caught off guard, the landing ship showed very flexible driving skills, passed the firing net that was hesitant to fire, and crashed into a Blackfish patrol ship. Then, the pirate team hijacked the Blackfish and escaped the pursuit. When he first saw the battle process, Gu Hang was a little surprised. There were basically no accidents in the whole operation process, and the performance of the Alliance Navy was in line with expectations. It was even excellent for a newly established army. But this first show was ruined by the so-called pirate team. The team showed too much ability. Before the operation, the Alliance military considered the possibility of ground combat. After all, they had to deal with the personnel and couldn't blow them all up. Therefore, at the beginning of the operation, in addition to the Marine Corps established with the Navy, they also requested to borrow some elite troops from the 10th Special Operations Brigade of the Alliance Army. 100 Special Operations elites participated in the battle, including 3 teams of elites wearing Servant God feedback power armor. Such a team can be defeated by a so-called pirate squad? What kind of pirate squad is this? Space Marine pirates? Space Marines? Wait a minute. Gu Hang immediately paid attention to the description of these enemies by the survivors in the battle report. They were very tall, much taller than ordinary people, estimated to be about 2.2 meters per person. They were wearing heavy power armor, and it was clearly different from the feedback power armor. Their power armor looked a little tattered, pure red paint, but the parts that should have clear markings, such as the chest armor, the shoulder armor, were all scratched and painted over. In the back, there was a blurry photo. The painted over symbol on the shoulder was not very clear. But Gu Hang gestured and felt that there might be a soaring firebird underneath. He thought for a moment, and dialed a special number on the angry owl. Captain Martins? It's me. The Alliance may need you and your warriors to provide some help. After a pause, he added, it may also be related to the Phoenix itself. Anyway, take a look at the report first. Chapter 406, Rebel Space Marines. On the Wrath of the Owl, inside the chapter monastery, Martin sat upright and quietly read the battle report. During this period, the star voice call was not disconnected. Gu Hang on the other side was also waiting patiently, or doing something else while maintaining the communication. Martins came to his senses and said, Sorry, Governor, I kept you waiting for a long time. It's okay. Next, what are you going to do? I will lead the team immediately and solve this problem myself. Thank you for your trouble. Martins was still very polite to Gu Hang. Okay. I leave it to you. I will let the Navy cooperate with you, whether it is the Alliance fleet or the Pegasus fleet. Thank you. After the communication ended, Martins turned around again. He took out a thick book from a password cabinet behind him and placed it on the table. He turned the pages of the book, and it recorded one name after another. That was the list of all the members of the Phoenix Regiment since its founding. He turned to one of the pages, and his own name was on it. And just 2 lines above his name, it was written Sidney Blevins. He could still remember that Blevins had entered the Phoenix with him. They had trained together, encouraged each other, completed the implantation surgery together, and fought side by side. In the 79th year of the Phoenix Atonement Expedition, in a counterinsurgency mission, the Phoenix deployed 50 soldiers. At the beginning, the war was going smoothly. But in the later stage, the battle line suddenly collapsed, and the Planetary Defense Forces, which were friendly forces, were defeated. He and his comrades were trapped in a siege and forced to defend a bunker. The 50 Phoenixes fought against countless enemies with heavy firepower. They eliminated a large number of enemies and frightened the rebels. They dared not attack again and could only bypass their defense. In the end, when they ran out of ammunition and food, the Phoenixes could not continue to hold on. With no reinforcements coming, they had no choice but to break out. They broke through the minefield, faced bullets and artillery fire, and the attacks of the Air Force, and finally broke out of the siege. But in the process, they also encountered many crises, and the team was dispersed. When they were united in the rear, there were only more than 20 people left in the whole team. Among the casualties, some died in the bunker defense battle, and some disappeared in the breakout and never came back. His good friend, Sidney Blevins, was among the latter. He angrily shot the commander of the Planetary Defense Force, who ordered the retreat without notifying Phoenix in advance, decisively took over the command, and finally won the war. But there was no reward, and only pain and rebuke from the Empire. There was no reward because they were already on a sin expedition, and there was no honor to speak of. The rebuke was because as a sinner, he actually shot the commander on the battlefield and took over the command. However, Martins did not regret it, and the regiment did not punish him. That incompetent and stupid commander directly killed more than 20 of their brothers, just in an ordinary war to suppress rebellion. This is unforgivable, especially among those killed. There were also his friends. At this moment, Martins recalled the scene of the past, and recalled the time he spent with Sidney Blevins. The figure in the memory kept appearing in front of his eyes, and became more and more real. He stared at the blurry, fleeting photo for a long time. Juedushu, this is a desert world located in the Kinma star region, and is connected to the red arrow star on the star map. It is a bit like a super-enlarged version of the western desert on the Angry Owl star. The entire planet is covered by desert, the ocean area is relatively small, and the environment is very harsh. But despite this, there are still about 200 million people living here. Most people, following water and grass. The precipitation on Juedushu is very small, and it shows obvious seasonality and regionality. The people on Juetu have also mastered the ability to chase the rainy season, and have developed nomadic groups all over the planet. In addition to a small number of river valleys and oases, they have relied on groundwater sources to form stable residential areas and even cities, which support another part of the population. The main output of this planet is food, meat products, fur and leather products. The annual tax amount of 20 million can be collected by scrambling. Occasionally, if the harvest is not good in some years, or there is some unrest on the planet, then some human taxes can be used to make up for it. The governor of the planet is just a patchwork man, and his life is not very good. Since life is not easy, we have to think of other ways. After a group of interstellar pirates visited Jueta Star and carried out a robbery, Jueta Star's governor Azamuba came up with an idea. Not only did he not report the robbery to the Empire, he even provided more food supplies to the pirate group and reached a long-term cooperation agreement with the pirate group called Red Eye. Juetus provides some supplies to the pirates, and even some goods, which they sell in the pirate black market. The price obtained in this way is higher than the normal price of paying imperial taxes and normal trade. The materials obtained are used to purchase some goods that are difficult to sell in the black market, and then they are exchanged for other materials in the normal imperial trade system. In addition, they can also cover the identities of the pirates. In this way, whenever some official naval forces are clearing out the pirates, they can hide in Juetus and disguise themselves as Juetus people. Even after a long time, the pirate group simply recruited people on the spot in Juetus. However, before that, Governor Azamuba and the people of the Red Eye pirate group at least understood the principle of a rabbit not eating grass near its nest. In addition, the interstellar trade in the Kinma star region near Juetus is not well developed, while the interstellar trade in the neighboring Tianma star region is much better, but there is also a Tianma fleet stationed there for a long time. For this reason, the Red Eye pirate group has never been active in these two-star regions. They use Jasuda as a secret base, a retreat, a supply station, a place to import goods, and a place where they actually carried out looting activities. They would place it far away. Until recently, this strategy has changed. The neighbors next door are doing better, and shipping and trade are developing. That's really enviable. The key is that there are still many civilian merchant ships that lack protection, wandering around. The main force of the Tianma fleet also left because of the Iron Tooth War. Isn't this a good time to make a fortune? Of course, if it was just that, they would still hesitate. But at this time, they encountered 8 warriors in an operation in other distant star regions. Their main ship was captured, but the 8 warriors did not kill them. Instead, they joined them and undoubtedly gained the right to rule. The leader of the Red Eye pirates became a tall man named Nines. Anyone who has heard the legend of the Space Marines can undoubtedly identify their identities from their stature and their power armor. Looking at their attitude, looking at the symbols painted on their armor, there are more things that can be guessed. But no one dares to say. Anyway, having a new boss is not a bad thing. After all, the new boss is really fierce. Then, under the command of the new boss, they abandoned the previous strategy and started to attack the Pegasus Star region. At first, they succeeded a few times, and they really made a fortune, which made the pirate group excited. But then it got difficult, and losses occurred. This is normal. As pirates, who can just make money without getting beaten? However, at this point, it's almost over. Azamuba thought so too. There are already quite a few Juatis in the pirate group, and many of them are his confidants. Gu Hang from the Tianma Star region. How can he be so easy to mess with? From official channels. The more news Azamuba heard about this person, the more frightened he felt. So far, it is best to stop. Everyone has made a fortune, and some brothers have died. Now stop. Go back. Sell the hijacked ships, people, and materials, and the remaining people will each get a large sum of money. Jew Saturn will also be much more comfortable, and the next imperial tax will not have to pay human taxes. In recent months, he has repeatedly raised this point to Nides. However, he was rejected every time. When he tried to contact Nides again, he found that he could not get in touch with him. The star language tower on Juatis was not advanced, and the psychic who operated it was also an accidental awakening of the locals. He was a self-taught person, and his ability was not very strong. But it was just to contact the neighboring star system, which should not be difficult. After trying to contact them many times without any results, Azamuba felt something was wrong. But he still had some luck in his heart. Maybe the Red-Eye pirates just ran away. Even if they were really destroyed by the so-called Alliance, it was possible that all the people on the ship died. The Alliance might not know the relationship between Juatis and these pirates. He could only think like this. What else could he do? The Alliance was next door, and he could reach him from Red Arrow Star in one interstellar shuttle. Compared with Governor Gu, whether it was a tough fight or political influence, he and his planet were as small as a small village, and had no resistance. Moreover, this matter undoubtedly violated the Imperial decree, supporting looting, raising pirates, colluding with rebellious space marines. Any of these charges would be enough to kill him several times, and he would have to take a whole household registration book with him. The key is, he is not a pirate, and the planet will not move. The pirates can run away, but he can't. After a period of anxiety, what is coming will eventually come. The person in charge of the observatory told him that a spaceship with the Alliance logo had arrived in the orbit of Jew Saturn. He thought it was a neighbor who came to ask for punishment, so he quickly called his boss, the head of the Kinma Star region, hid some information and explained the situation, and on the other hand, he was ready to welcome him. But who knew that the people who came down were not from the Alliance, but Nides? However, the entire pirate fleet that went to the Tianma Star region with Nides, as well as many Juatis, did not come back. Captain Nides, where are my people? Azamuba asked, his voice trembling. None of them came back. Then what did you bring back? We only brought back our lives. Azamuba was choked. After hesitating for a moment, he asked again, what about the Alliance? Did the Alliance know? Nides interrupted him. I don't know what the Alliance has mastered, but I don't plan to stay here for long. Prepare fuel, food supplies, and some slaves. We will leave soon. Azamuba was anxious. If you leave, what will we do? What does it have to do with me? No. You must stay with us. Azamuba wanted to say fight side by side, but he couldn't say it. Fight side by side for what? Go against the Alliance? 8 more traitors. What good can they do? In small-scale battles, these 8 traitors are simply invincible. But in large-scale battles, under the wrath of the Alliance, let alone 80 are useless. The Alliance is said to have received help from a Space Marine chapter, which is a serious chapter. But Azamuba still couldn't let these traitors go. If they didn't leave, he could still find a way to hand them over. As for what to say after handing them over, he could say that he was possessed by a ghost or was forced. Or he could think of a way to atone for his sins. Even if the chance was small, he had to find a way to escape. If they ran away, he would be finished. At this point, he didn't know how many Jutsu people had fallen into the hands of the Alliance. No matter how lucky he was, He knew that he could not hide anymore. However, he couldn't tell Nides so directly. He had to think of a way. Azamuba said, I understand. I will try my best to meet your request. Don't play tricks. I will only give you 3 hours. I will definitely meet all your needs within 3 hours. After Nides left, Azamuba left the planetary capital under the pretext of secretly preparing supplies and working as a slave. If he didn't leave, he would be torn to pieces. This is one of the few places on Jutsu that can barely be considered a city. Located in a river valley with lush water and grass. Taking the vehicle, driving into the desert, Azamuba remotely directed his subordinates. On the one hand, he pretended to prepare things, but he was procrastinating. After 3 hours, the things were of course not ready. Azamuba called someone to apologize, saying that he had tried his best to prepare, but because he had to act in secret, it was not easy to be exposed, and because there were too many things needed, it was difficult to prepare them at once. In short, he made various excuses, saying that it would be ready soon. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to delay time. Moreover, at this moment, he was just praying in his heart, asking the Alliance to come quickly. However, Nides decisively did not give him more opportunities. He did not believe any of the nonsense. And as soon as the 3 hours were up, he started killing people. Azamuba confidants were killed. And then the guards who were guarding these traitors were quickly defeated. The planetary defense forces guarding the capital city were unknown. But they also acted according to Azamuba orders. The order they received was that there were pirates attacking. The warriors of the planetary defense force were to destroy the landing ships of the pirates when they came down from the sky, put the whole city under martial law, and block the actions of all suspicious people, even if there were only 8 traitors, and even if there were at least 50,000 planetary defense troops stationed in the capital. Azamuba had no idea. He rode in a vehicle, wandering aimlessly in the desert, and he used the vehicle to keep in touch with the city, remotely controlling the troops loyal to him, and blocking the actions of knights. Chapter 407, The Phoenix Has No Secrets. Can the Planetary Defense Force stop the Space Marines? Obviously not. Even if they are traitors, Nides or Sidney Blevins and his 7 combat brothers are veterans with at least 200 years of combat experience. They have extremely rich combat experience. Blevins and his comrades, a total of 8 people. 1 person did not come down from the patrol ship in the sky. The remaining 7 people, 2 followed Blevins, and the other 4, guarded their landing spacecraft. After realizing that something was not right, they made a prompt decision, started killing people, and forced the Saturnans to transport the prepared supplies and slaves to their landing ships. They transported as many as they could. As for the planetary defense forces that dared to attack them, they killed them without mercy. The planetary defense forces on Saturn completely matched the general impression of planetary defense forces. They were really weak. Perhaps among the planetary defense forces, they were also the ones with poor equipment, training and morale. They neither broke through the traitors' defenses, dealt with the forced laborers, nor destroyed the spacecraft used by the traitors to land on the surface. After the 7 traitors killed more than 1,000 Juace's soldiers in about 20 minutes, the surviving troops were completely terrified and dared not go forward. Azamuba urgent orders came one after another, and the senior officers gritted their teeth and gave the grassroots teams a death order that they must go forward, and those who survived and did not go would be shot afterwards. Under such circumstances, they finally gathered their troops again and launched some attacks. But such an offensive, one can imagine how low the quality was. The Jew Saturn soldiers who were forced to move forward fired a few shots, and soon retreated after seeing their comrades around them being accurately sniped one by one. In this situation, the traitors took the initiative to launch several attacks. They first found a command post of the Planetary Defense Army, destroyed it, and killed the commander. Although he was not the supreme commander, the commander stayed in the rear. But he also caused chaos in the frontline troops of the Planetary Defense Army. Then, they took advantage of the chaos to destroy the artillery positions of the Planetary Defense Army, eliminating the threat of heavy firepower to the transport team. By the way, in the process, they also used individual missiles to shoot down 5 planes. After disintegrating the resistance of the Planetary Defense Army, the slaves who were forced to work finally loaded all the supplies and themselves onto the landing ship. The landing ship started to start, and there were 4 space warriors guarding outside. They would jump on the ship after the landing ship was completed, or even about 1 meter away from the surface. It seemed that no one could stop them at the moment. The ship flew high into the sky, Azamuba was in the desert far away, and heard the report from his subordinate officers. He was desperate and angry. He collapsed and cursed, saying that these traitors would not die well, and were traitors to the Empire. He also cursed that the officers under his command were a bunch of rubbish. And then he cursed the Alliance for pressing them step by step, and not letting them live, although the Alliance had not had time to do anything from beginning to end. However, at this moment, he heard the officers report again. Those pirates, they are back again. Ah, they are flying back again. The officer's voice did not contain any happiness, but she was completely afraid. I thought that after so many people died, the killer was finally sent away. Even if the governor cursed, let him curse. At least no one would die. But those killers are back again. That's not necessarily the case. In the battle just now, they had left more than 1,000 bodies, and the result was that less than 100 kidnapped slaves were killed. Those pirates, they were not unscathed, but at least they were not hurt. Why did they come back? Azamuba was also thinking about this question. Are they here to kill me? I was cursing at the pirates for escaping just now, but now that they are back. Azamuba was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly asked the driver to drive away and take him to the nearest safe house. But a few minutes later, new intelligence came. It was the news from the observatory. They observed that a naval fleet had entered the Jueta star system. Some of the ships had the logo of the Imperial Pegasus fleet, but most of the others were painted in the blue color of the Alliance, due to the backwardness of observation methods. When they observed it, the fleet had not only completed the interstellar shuttle, but had even arrived not far from Jueta star. At most, there are 4 hours left to reach the planetary orbit. This fleet had already crossed the star tunnel between Hongjian star and Jueta star at least 2 days ago, but they only observed it now. At the same time, it also proved that the fleet from Hongjian star was following closely behind Nides and his team. Nides and his team arrived at Jueta star from the time the landing spacecraft was sent out to the present. It had only been less than 5 hours, and the fleet from the Tianma star region had arrived. No wonder Nides asked him to prepare all the supplies so urgently. It seems that if he is a little slower, he will be finished. Right? Combining this information, Azamuba guessed the purpose of the defectors' return. They knew that they could not escape the encirclement of the Alliance Navy in the Star Sea, so they did not plan to run away. But obviously, they did not seem to want to hold on, and they looked desperate. They should be hiding in their Jew Saturn and playing hide-and-seek with the Alliance in the vast desert. What should he do next? Azamuba's eyes rolled around, and one thought after another came to his mind. He had to find a suitable reason, an explanation, an excuse to deal with it. How to say it? He thought of one explanation after another, and asked the driver to take him to the capital. The pirates' returning spaceships did not land in the city, but went to other places, so he was not afraid of being shot when he returned. The speed of the Alliance Navy arrival was even faster than the people in the observatory had predicted. I thought it would take 4 hours to get there, but in fact, in less than 3 hours, the huge spaceship had already landed on the orbit of Jueta star, and it was so close to the orbit that in clear weather on the surface, the naked eye could see the shadow in the sky. Soon, news came from the sky. This is a joint operation of the Pegasus fleet and the Alliance escort team, and we are carrying out the mission of chasing pirates. We have definite evidence that a group of sinful pirates has landed on the surface of Jueta star, and we suspect that Jueta star has illegal connections with this pirate group. We request a meeting with Governor Azamuba of Jueta star, and hope that the Jueta star government will cooperate with the investigation. The words were quite polite. Requesting, hoping, as if Azamuba approval was really needed. But in fact, the Alliance did not wait for Jueta star's response at all. Dozens of landing spacecrafts fell from the sky and headed straight for Jueta star's capital city. Azamuba, who was still considering the wording of his response, did not dare to say a word. Forget about any response. Quickly add a message of agree and willing to cooperate, at least make up for it. Then, he rushed to the landing site on the outskirts of the city. There were more than 30 landing ships in this wave, and the landing site on the outskirts of the city could not accommodate them. But they were not picky, directly chose a few flat sandy places around, and landed all of them. Afterwards, each of these landing ships had hundreds and thousands of soldiers. They all wore the uniform logo of the Astra Militarum, and a core logo. The former was a golden winged skull logo, and the latter was a giant bear logo bathed in a thunderstorm. This corps was not as well known as some corps whose reputations resounded throughout the universe. But with the end of the Kuroja battle, and the transmission of the battle report, at least people around the Pegasus Star region knew that this corps named Angry Bear was an elite force that was even more powerful than the Dragon Eagle Corps. Along with them came roaring self-propelled artillery, tanks, armored vehicles, Wind Falcon fighters and Chilan fighters. This posture made Azumuba terrified. Are they here to catch pirates? At the same time, there was also a smaller group of people who were more elite in terms of equipment. They did not have any Star Army symbols on them. Only the Alliance symbol, with a 5-pointed star in the middle of the open wings, and a circle of steel star rings around them. These three elements have their own meanings. The open wings are part of the Empire's Sky Eagle logo, the 5-pointed star is the logo of the Alliance, and the solid steel star ring around it symbolizes an unbreakable alliance. Each of them wears at least exoskeleton armor, and a few wear power armor. And from the leading spaceship, 50 tall space marines wearing power armor came down directly. At first glance, Azumuba thought that Nides' gang had come again, and almost thought he was dazzled. But a closer look reveals the difference. In terms of temperament, these people are more high-spirited now, they all hold their heads high, they don't have the vicissitudes of Nides' group. In terms of equipment, they are all very new, bright red paint, shiny and beautiful. Unlike Nides' group, they are all battle-damaged power armor, which looks a bit tattered. In terms of emblem, they clearly have the Imperial emblem with a winged skull on their chest, and the red background with a white picture of a bird bathing in fire on their shoulders. They hold their heads high with pride. All these represent that they are the real Emperor Angels, and are space marines, who are widely respected in the Empire. But it was when he saw them, that Azumuba truly confirmed that the group of people from Nides before should be the defected space marines. He even had a deeper suspicion. The paint of these Emperor Angels in front of him is a bit too similar to that of the group of people from Nides before. Right? The main color is bright red. And there are white edges at the borders of different parts such as the breastplate, shoulder armor, belt, and knees. It seems that the group of people from Nides is also like this. After removing the Imperial and Chapter logos, the two are almost the same. Azumuba kept this question in mind and quickly went to the leader. A leader wearing a Terminator power armor that was taller than ordinary space marines. I am Azumuba, the governor of Ju Saturn. He introduced himself. Martins, the Phoenix chapter leader. Where did those pirates go? I want to know their exact location. We don't know either. After they took off, they were forced back and disappeared into the horizon. Maybe they hid in the desert. Okay, I understand. From now on, the Angry Bear Corps and the Alliance Army will temporarily take over all defense of Jueta Star until all threats are lifted. During this period, you must unconditionally cooperate with all our requests. Azumuba found it difficult to accept. This is his planet. It is not the Alliance territory. Seeing that he was a little hesitant, Martins continued, we now have evidence that there is some illegal cooperation between Jueta Star and the Red-Eye Pirates. Governor Azumuba, your suspicion has not been cleared. That's impossible. Azumuba subconsciously refuted, but immediately realized that, Captain Martin said so, he must have evidence, and two sophistry will not work. He immediately gave in. Captain Martins, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. My family has been loyal to the Empire for 11 generations. It is impossible to have any connection with the enemies of the Empire. I will fully cooperate with your actions. I also want to quickly eliminate the enemies of the Empire, who have looted Jutsu. But after that you should leave. Right? It depends on the results of the investigation. Captain Martins, please forgive me for being a little rude, but I have met Nides, the leader of that group of pirates. Perhaps there are some secrets of the Phoenix Corps here? His words hid some threats. This is a very risky behavior, but he must seize every opportunity, otherwise if he is really charged with a crime, it will be too late. Obviously. His words aroused Martin's interest. The war captain, who had been looking around, lowered his head for the first time and looked at Azumuba. It seems that there is hope. This sentence is indeed useful. As soon as this thought came to his mind, his eyes suddenly blurred. And then he felt that he could not breathe. Martins grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a chicken. Martin stared into his eyes and said, the Phoenix has no secrets. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything. The force on his neck became stronger and stronger. And soon, his eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Around him, Governor Azumuba confidants all reacted when the governor was just picked up. They subconsciously took out their weapons and pointed them at Martins. But no one dared to open fire. How to open fire? The people who came to welcome the aliens were only about 100 or 200 armed personnel in total. But at this moment, tens of thousands of people have come down from the landing spacecraft one after another. And their equipment is 100 times better than theirs. Not to mention that there are space warriors. They can only watch as their governor's body is thrown aside like a rag. Martins ignored these natives, waved to the side, and ordered his mortal officers, take over the entire city completely, and isolate all the Jutsu people who participated in the battle and witnessed the pirates. At this point, he hesitated, but added, "Don't let go of any possible witnesses. And don't let anyone leave the isolation camp. This is for necessary review. And the demon hunters will be responsible for the review and screening." Chapter 408. Ashes of the Dead Warband. This is a good place. Nines, or Sidney Blevins, looked at a sand cave found by his battle brothers and expressed satisfaction. "Let's go here. Still pay attention. We must set up sentries. And we will take turns to rest. I want to meet with Martins. But not in a way that he can surprise us. We have come this far for more than 30 years. The original decision was made by us together. And I have not let any of you down. So far, we have only lost one battle brother. I hope that this time, no one among us will die." The other 7 people around him did not reply immediately. Everyone seemed to fall into a kind of silence. One of them broke the atmosphere and said, "I am a little doubtful now whether we should really do this. Perhaps it is not good to be like the past 30 years. At least, at this point." He could not continue. After a while, another person took over the conversation. "If we don't want anything just to survive, then why don't we go find the traitor Zhong Jihua? He will definitely accept us. Why would we come to Martins like this, trying to lure them out, and worrying about whether he will kill us all?" Someone else said, "Indeed, if I go to Zhong Jihua, I would rather die." "Well, why do you all look like loyal subjects of the Empire? If we were really that loyal, we should have died 37 years ago, or at least died with Fan Haoja 9 years ago. Brothers who lived and died together are about to quarrel." In fact, similar debates have not been rare in the past. Their situation is special. They have been in a daze for more than 30 years. Even a space warrior would feel helpless and even unable to reconcile with himself. This is a very dangerous signal. Don't think that venting something will make it better. On the contrary, as long as the situation cannot be changed, then once venting will only make the connection between them fragile, and make the seemingly solid relationship crack. And one day in the future, it will completely explode. This is the problem that Blevins, as the leader of the team, has always tried his best to avoid. Every time, when there is a sign of such a thing, he will speak up and put an end to any possible arguments. No matter what his fighting brothers think, whether they regret their past decisions or have new ideas for the future, they should keep it in their hearts and not express it. Of course, he also understands that it is only a temporary solution and not a permanent one. But if there is a permanent solution, they wanted to find Zhong Jihua. However, most of the brothers thought that it would be better to die. They were indeed defectors. In that battle, they could have returned to the team, but they thought that the Atomic Crusade had no end and that no one could survive to the end. This was a desperate journey, and it also contained resentment towards the Empire. Why? The glory accumulated over thousands of years of the history of the regiment, and the sacrifices made during the decades of the Atomic Crusade are not enough to atone for a sin. Obviously, the Empire felt it was not enough. They were unwilling to die and perish. So, in the rebellion war more than 30 years ago, they had the opportunity to join Martins and others, but they finally chose to leave quietly, hiding their identities and wandering around. Sometimes they would disguise themselves as normal space warriors, get some subsidies, and save some people, but more often, they would erase the signs and wander among some gray groups. Sometimes they are looters, pirates, sometimes mercenaries. They will carefully assess the danger of the battle. They no longer have the mission to fight to the death for any goal. And they will not lose their lives for these actions without honor, just for survival. However, they do not want to endanger their mother group, nor do they want to become the real enemy of the Emperor. At the same time, for some reasons that they themselves did not make clear, they always kept an eye on the Phoenix mother group. Sometimes they would move directly to the battle area of the regiment and observe from a distance. There were even several times when they took action at critical moments. Save some battle brothers, but left without meeting them. About 25 years ago, after they completed a looting and supply, they heard news from the Mother Regiment again, that they were fighting a war against the Chaos evildoers. The traitors who had nothing to do rushed over with the mentality of just go and take a look. In this battle, the regiment suffered heavy losses. Of the regiment that originally had only more than 200 people left, half of them were stuck in the quagmire. They could not save them. They only had 8 people, and they had no way to escape the battle situation that more than 100 fighting brothers could not escape. They could only watch sadly from a distance. In fact, this was the majority of the scenes they saw when they followed the Mother Regiment in the past. The scenes where they had the opportunity to save their fighting brothers and retreat quietly were absolutely rare. However, this time, something completely different happened. When faced with a desperate situation, these more than 100 people made an amazing move. Their leader, a Phoenix captain, went out to negotiate with the cult traitors. Blevins was also familiar with that captain, whose name was Dong Jihua. Blevins and his friends who were watching from a distance, of course, did not know the specific content of the communication, but they could see the result. The group of fighting brothers led by Zhong Jihua no longer fought, even opened their own defense line, allowing those cult traitors to pass through their defense zone. And they stayed in their camp, did not fire a single shot, no longer resisted, and no longer had any contact with the outside world. Then, in their camp, there were sporadic sounds of fighting. Of course, that was not an invasion by foreign enemies, but an internal cleansing among the Space Marines. Obviously, not everyone is willing to accept Zhong Jihua behavior. Among the Space Marines, the number of people who are willing to die for honor, for faith, and for the Empire is the largest. In the end, after the purge, only about 60 or 70 phoenixes came out of the camp. Then, Zhong Jihua led the survivors to the depths of the area occupied by the cult traitors and disappeared there. In the end, the cult rebellion on that planet was resolved. But no one on the Empire side, whether it was the planetary garrison or the Phoenix War Band, knew that Zhong Jihua group had betrayed the Empire. They had always believed that Zhong Jihua company had died in the war. And until the cult rebellion was resolved, Zhong Jihua group had never appeared again. The Phoenix lost a company. And in the Star Sea, there was a war band called the Ash Dead. They believed in tyrants. Their bodies had mutated. Most of them had grown horns. And the overall paint of their power armor was dark red with gray stripes. Although the Ash Dead were few in number and had been established for a short time, they had done a lot in the past 20 years. They looted the Empire's ships, slaughtered whole ships, and in the wrecks people found afterwards, blood covered every aisle, every room, every wall, and on the bridge, in the assembly square, in places like the ship's church. There were bloody 8-pointed stars and skulls piled up into a small mountain. This is a typical appearance of those who have sacrificed to Khorne. They have also assisted the cultists in slaughtering the human Empire world. In the past 25 years, there have been at least 4 human worlds destroyed, or hives massacred, in which they have appeared. They even united with other war bands, and attacked an Imperial fleet carrying gene seed taxes handed in by the Space Marines, and seized a batch of gene seeds, to pollute and strengthen themselves. They even merged with another war band, and took the lead. Blevins and others once met their old comrade Zhong Jihua in a Pirate Alliance base. Zhong Jihua had invited them to join, but they had to refuse. The only battle brother they lost was the one who died during the breakout. They did betray, and even became deserters in disgrace, not living and dying with the regiment. However, they might be worthy of the title of traitors, but they were definitely not willing to go along with Zhong Jihua. They turned to chaos, believed in the tyrant Khorne, and purged their own battle brothers. Blevins and his gang really couldn't do such a thing, and they were ashamed to be associated with them. But sometimes they would think, after the mother group was destroyed in the redemption expedition, in this universe, maybe only themselves and the Ashes Dead will be left. No! Zhong Jihua's group, their name/beliefs/paint/logos have all changed. So how can they still be called the Phoenix? The Phoenix is a symbol of indomitable spirit, a phoenix reborn from the ashes. The new name they chose, named after Ashes, the Dead, is obviously a complete abandonment of the tradition of the regiment. Phoenix finally came to an end. However, just when they were wandering in the universe in a daze, not knowing where to go, or even what the meaning of life in the future was, they heard that the mother group had ended the redemption expedition. But there were only 7 fighting brothers left. What was the point? Now the number of people in the mother group, even less than these traitors. However, when they heard the news of Phoenix, they had already been deeply integrated with a multi-star political entity called the Alliance. The current mother group seems to be fighting for a star zone leader named Gu Hang. They don't know what happened in the middle, but from the latest intelligence, the situation of the group seems to be unexpectedly good. The entire group not only does not look dying, but has recovered quite vigorously. Especially the news of the Battle of Kurogia came out, under the leadership of Governor Gu, actually destroyed a big demon, ending an invasion war directed by him personally. Although, in that war, it was the man named Gu Hang who gained the greatest fame. Those who knew about the war were all praising the commander, the governor's composite identity, for his wisdom and bravery, as well as his powerful psychic power. However, under Gu Hang's reputation, those who were interested could still see the contribution of the Phoenix. This group of space warriors, who should have perished, helped Gu Hang to a great extent. And, in the battle, they showed a scale of at least 100 people. People who don't know about the Phoenix and don't pay attention to it may not think it's a big deal. But in the eyes of people like Blevins, who have been paying attention to the situation of the mother group for decades, this is a miracle. They know that the regiment had lost all its arsenals and gene seed banks in the last battle that ended the atonement expedition. In this case, how could it be possible to grow from a size of 7 people to more than 100 people in less than 10 years? Not to mention the success rate of gene seed implantation, it is impossible for there to be so many seeds. Could it be that Holy Terra, or the Martian Order, allocated the gene seed tax previously paid by the Phoenix to support the war band? This is really a strange thing. Space Marines also have to pay taxes, but they do not pay taxes to the Empire, do not provide taxes in kind, and can even ask the Empire or some Forge Worlds for equipment. However, they still have to hand in 1/10 of all the gene seeds produced by the war band within a certain period. In name, this is to allow the Empire to check and monitor whether the gene seed of the chapter is still pure and not contaminated. In addition, it is also to save the chapter, so that when the chapter suffers losses in the future, the previous gene seed can be provided to the chapter to help the chapter recover. But in fact, the former may be a legitimate reason, but the latter is almost bullshit. A chapter without the crisis of destruction. What gene seed do you want? If there is a crisis of annihilation, then why don't I use the gene seeds to create a new, obedient regiment, but support you old regiments with countless rich histories, which may not be obedient? It is a foolish dream to ask the Empire to feed back the gene seeds it has eaten. Perhaps, it may happen to some regiments with very special identities and backgrounds, but the Phoenix is obviously not one of them. As a result, this thing really happened to the Phoenix? No matter how unbelievable this matter is. After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. Could Martins, that kid, create gene seeds out of thin air? It is precisely because the mother group has signs of revival that these 8 lonely ghosts have the idea of coming to find the mother group. In other words, it is to warn the mother group of the existence of the Ash Dead. As for the reality, do they have some unrealistic expectations? Only they themselves know. Chapter 409, Who Will Judge? Governor Gu. There is one thing, which Blevins and his men are not sure of. If Martins knew that they were not dead, and had been wandering around for so many years, and even became pirates, what would he think? As for the Alliance, they couldn't believe it. So, there were such a series of activities recently. Of course, Blevins didn't want to make the situation like this at the beginning. The best result is to sneak into the Angry Owl Star and secretly meet Martins. But obviously, they don't have this opportunity. The current Angry Owl Star has a developed observatory, has dedicated psychics on duty, has a defense zone with the fortress starport as the core, countless armed space stations, and firepower platforms as auxiliary, and the surface is also equipped with anti-orbital firepower that can cover the entire planet, and there are Alliance fleets cruising outside. With their current conditions, there is really no way to sneak in. They can only move around on the periphery, and as they move around, they have become the current situation. It's not impossible. Martins came much faster than expected. Moreover, his movements were much more sharp. Blevins didn't want to be attacked by surprise. He didn't want the two sides to start fighting before he could say a word. No matter which side had some people killed. It was a result he didn't want to see. However, Martins obviously wouldn't be polite to him. Blevins and others didn't leave any clues. For them, the best result was not to be discovered. And then, they would take the initiative and contact Martins. However, their idea soon failed. Martin's level was certainly not worse than theirs. Moreover, Martin still had a large number of troops to call upon, not to mention the reliable soldiers of the Angry Bear Legion. Even those Saturnans, even if the governor died, had to be under the banner of the Empire, under the coercion of the Alliance army, and driven by the real Emperor Angel. They were locals, and had a better understanding of the local situation. Martins quickly found the abandoned landing spacecraft, and then according to the time of abandonment, the surrounding terrain, and his understanding of Blevins, he quickly locked on some possible locations. There are actually many possibilities, but it doesn't matter. Martins has enough manpower to investigate and block every place. Until someone saw the sentry post set up by Blevins. The witnesses did not launch an attack. The order they received was just to investigate. Once they saw it, they just had to report the information back. The traitors did not take the initiative to attack, because it was meaningless. What would happen if they killed the witnesses? If there was a battle, death, or even just disappearance, their hiding place would be exposed without a doubt. Run! The whole team quickly began to move. However, they found that they were surrounded. The first decision of the team was to fight their way out and break through the siege. But this was not easy. Even in their eyes, the Angry Bear Legion was considered a strong Star Army unit. To break out of their encirclement, the difficulty was not the same as the Planetary Defense Army they had destroyed before. In the Battle of the Red Arrow Galaxy, they were able to do it mainly because they caught the Alliance troops off guard. At that time, the Alliance Marines had no idea what kind of opponent they were facing, and they still fought with the mentality of fighting against regular pirates. Even though there were some mortal elites wearing feedback power armor, when they were quickly broken through, they had no position, lacked anti-armor weapons, and could not open the can, so they naturally ran away smoothly. But now, the Alliance troops who have arrived are quite clear about what they may face. In the hands of this group of angry bears, there are already traces of hot melt weapons, plasma weapons, and heavy grenade launchers. They are also generally equipped with some armored vehicles. The most powerful one is naturally the Lion tank. These things can threaten the Space Marines. Any one of them, hitting them, is fatal. However, the damage they can cause is relatively limited. It's okay to fight ordinary soldiers, but the Lion tank is not an ordinary tank made by some worlds. They lack weapons to fight against this heavy Astra Militarum armor. The Lion armor cannot be penetrated by bolters, nor can it be cut by chains words. But they can kill a Space Marine with one shot. In the past 30 years, they have basically avoided such opponents. At present, if they really fight, it is not impossible to break through. But they may have to sacrifice the lives of some soldiers. There were only 8 of them, who would fight with such an armed Imperial regular army. Seeing that the Star Army had no intention of shrinking the encirclement, but only further strengthened the blockade, they roughly understood what they meant. They were just waiting for Martins to arrive. To be honest, they were very uneasy. The original initiative was broken, and now they were lambs to be slaughtered. It's not a big deal now, and they can even choose to break through actively. Even if half of them have to die, at least there is a chance. When Martins arrived with a bunch of new phoenixes, they didn't even have a chance to run. However, after weighing it, they gave up this first reaction. Forget it. Just stay here and wait for Martins to come. Even if they choose to break out now, half of them will die. In this desert, how can they escape Martins' pursuit? In the anxious waiting, Martins came. Of course, he didn't come alone. There were 50 new Phoenix warriors accompanying him. In addition to the Phoenix, there are also a group of elite warriors. Although these people are just normal people in terms of body size, and not as visually oppressive as the big guys over 2.2 meters tall, they are definitely not easy to deal with. Each of them is wearing feedback power armor, and has the logo of the Alliance. There are hundreds of such people. When this group of people, led by Martins wearing the Terminator, began to shrink the encirclement and approach their hiding place, every defector knew clearly that there was no need to fight. Their next orders depended on the result of the trial. But despite this, they did not relax too much. They set up a small defensive position at the entrance of the sand cave where they were hiding. When Martins and his men approached this place, a gun fired and the explosive bomb hit the open space on the route of Martins and others, which was a warning. Martins did not stop for a moment. His roar penetrated the defense line through the breathing mask of the helmet. Blevins! I know you're in there. Come out and see me! The 8 traitors were stunned. It's not that the shout was so scary, but brother, there are so many outsiders around, you shouted. Wouldn't they know everything? Blevins himself was a little caught off guard. Am I not the stain of the phoenix? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others don't know? Before they could react from their daze, Martin spoke again. You betrayed the Empire, betrayed the chapter, betrayed all the brothers who sacrificed in the Atonement Crusade. You traitors! Deserters! How dare you show up in front of me? Get out here and die! A traitor said to Blevins next to him. Why don't you get out quickly? If he continues to shout like this, the chapter will lose face. After saying that, he felt a little embarrassed, as if it was Martins who betrayed. Blevins didn't expect this. Even just now, he imagined that Martins only brought the Phoenix Space Marines to the cave entrance, and then they just had a secret conversation in a circle inside the chapter. Regardless of whether the outcome of the talks was life or death. At least, the matter was resolved within the regiment. He never expected that. As a traitor, he still thought that family disgrace should not be made public. While Martins, on the other hand, was howling all over the world. Helpless. He could only walk out. He did not bring any weapons. Because it made no difference. Under Martin's gaze, he stepped forward step by step. Making a friendly gesture, I want to talk to you. But what greeted him was Martin's fist. The power armor deliberately stomped the ground to make a banging sound. Martins walked quickly to him and punched him in the face. The output of the Terminator power armor was so great that it directly hit him so hard that his head was dazed. When he came to his senses, he was already lying on the ground. And Martins had one foot on his chest. He reached behind Bluen's head with both hands, pressed a buckle on the back of his head and on both sides, and took off Bluen's helmet by forcing it upward, revealing his face. It was a weathered face. Martins took off the mask of the Terminator armor, and the two finally looked at each other face to face. In his eyes, there was a complex expression, but it was soon replaced by anger. Blevins, it is you. Martins lowered his head, and the two faces came closer. Why didn't you die in Carlocaster? Blevins smiled. Die? Why? You, and those cowardly traitors in the cave. Your survival is a humiliation to the regiment. Yes, we are a disgrace. But are we the ones who should be ashamed? The Expedition of Atonement. The Expedition of Atonement. That means we are all going to die. Why? Why? Hasn't the Phoenix made enough contributions in these countless years? Why should we be beaten into one group just because of the rebellion of the Bauhinia? Besides, is the Bauhinia wrong? Are we wrong? Isn't it Iron Armor who is wrong? Why are we wrong? Because we lost? Losing is wrong. Right? Blevins roared these words, making Martins even angrier. He punched him again. Blevins's head was immediately broken and bleeding. But Martins was holding back. Otherwise, the naked head, under the heavy punch of the Terminator, even the skull of the Space Marine, which is much harder than that of an ordinary person, would be smashed into a rotten watermelon. After shutting Blevins up with a punch, Martin said, It's meaningless to quibble, Blevins. I'm not here to talk to you about the past today. I'm here to cleanse the shame of the chapter, and bring judgment to you damn traitors. Whatever you say, winning is right anyway, and now you win. Blevins said with blood all over his face, but after a moment, his expression turned hesitant, even with a little pleading. You can do whatever you want to me. You want to judge me, I will accept any verdict. All sins are attributed to me, but the others, let them go. They were all bewitched by me at the beginning. Now they can return to the battle group. They are all the best warriors. When did you learn to daydream? Martin said. Phoenix is always the most loyal hero. We accepted the judgment of the Empire. We went through the Atonement Crusade. We endured every test given to us by the Emperor, and paid countless prices for it. Now we have cleared everything. And you cowards who deserted during the Atonement Crusade, gave up your honor, and betrayed your blood relatives, dare to dream of continuing to be with us? It's ridiculous. Heh. Blevins sneered, but he couldn't say anything else about this matter. However, he hadn't forgotten the most important thing for this meeting. But I still want to warn you, it's not just us who are alive. What do you mean? Blevins lowered his voice, and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear, Zhong Jihua and the others are still alive. They believed in chaos, and merged with other traitors. Now, they call themselves Ash dead. Hearing this, Martins was shocked. Are Ash dead, the people of Zhong Jihua? Yes. Martins took a long time to digest this information. He said to Blevins sarcastically, It seems that there are some differences among you traitors. Right? Blevins turned his head and spit out a mouthful of blood, Whatever you say. Martins grabbed the top edge of his breastplate and lifted him up. Then turned his head and shouted to the cave entrance, "The rest of you, come out. Put down your weapons. Take off your armor. And surrender unconditionally. I will take you all back to the monastery of the regiment. You will be interrogated there. And you must truthfully confess every crime you have committed after your shameful betrayal of the Empire and the regiment. Then, you will be judged fairly, and pay the price for the more than 30 years of atonement expedition you missed. For your desertion, and for all the new crimes you have committed after leaving the regiment." Blevins spoke with difficulty. "Don't do those empty words. You are the commander of the regiment now. Just say what you want to say. Otherwise, who else is qualified to judge all this? Governor Gu." "Ah?" Blevins was confused. Chapter 410, Atonement Expedition, Independent Kingdom. When Martins was escorting Blevins and 8 others on the way to the Angry Owl Star, Gu Heng had already received the information sent back by the Phoenix. In this information, Martins did not hide anything from Gu Heng. The origins of Blevins and his gang, as well as a series of information about the Ash Dead War gang, are all attached in detail in the report. After reading it, Gu Heng actually had an idea of how to deal with Blevins and the other 8 people. There is no doubt that Martins hoped to save these people's lives. Although the intelligence sent back from the front line recorded every conversation between Martins and Blevins. Words like Empire traitor, chastity of the war group, coward, and so on were thrown at Blevins's gang. Moreover, in Martins' own report, the crimes of these people were clearly written, and it was claimed that all the power of judgment was in the hands of the war group's supporters, rulers, and saviors, that is, Gu Heng. But if Martins really wanted to wash away his shame, wouldn't he just kill these 8 traitors on the spot? Even if he cared about the so-called correct process, or wanted to give them a ceremonial trial. It shouldn't be said that the fate of these people should be judged by Gu Heng, reporting to the Empire, whether it is the Imperial Inquisition or the Space Marine Management Agency. They are more suitable judges. Of course, that would cause the Phoenix reputation, which had been washed away with great difficulty, to drop a lot, and it might even attract investigation, which would not be worth the loss. But no matter what, in name, what is Gu Heng's relationship with the Phoenix? He is nothing more than a sponsor. Gu Heng is indeed the actual controller of the Phoenix Corps, but when Martin set out, Gu Heng had already made it clear that those who might be traitors of the Phoenix would be left to Martins to deal with. In the end, Martin still brought the people back alive. Don't look at what he says, just look at what he does. As for whether these people are dead or alive, Gu Heng really doesn't care. They are just 8 Space Marines. Even if they are all century-old veterans. Elites. So what? Gu Heng can now create Space Marines in batches, including gene seeds and personnel screening. It only costs about 1,000 points of grace. The Alliance can already mass-produce 4 Malawang Quach's majestic power armor, and the cost can even be controlled below 100,000 tax coins. For Gu Heng, Space Marines are no longer a scarce commodity. The 8-century-old veterans are indeed quite powerful, and can serve as the backbone. However, with Gu Heng training system, it only costs 200 points to train a single Space Marine into a veteran. Even if Blevins and his men have reached the level of Sergeant Major, Gu Heng can get a new one by spending 400 points. That's why Gu Heng let Martins handle it himself. Picking up 8 veterans for free and saving tens of thousands of grace points is really good. But if Martins insists on eliminating this group of people, Gu Heng has no objection. However, looking at the current situation, since Martins wanted to keep these people alive, or at least had a conflicted mentality, then Gu Heng felt that accepting them was not a bad idea. As for the risk, he didn't think there was any. According to Blevins's confession, their actions in the past were still very cautious, that is, they came to the Tianma Star region recently to lure Martins out, so they repainted the power armor red. If they were operating normally before, they would not even wear red paint, but other colorful colors, and no one would know who they were. They could just announce to the public that they had killed the pirates when they were on Ju Saturn. As for those who really knew the truth, they were still a minority, mainly the elites of the 10th Brigade. The reliability of these people was also quite high, and Gu Heng was not worried that they would leak the secret. Of course, we can't just let them off so easily. After all, they are guilty. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Gu Heng gave Martins a suggestion, or instruction: set up a new company under the regiment, named the Redemption Company, After Blevins and the other 8 people re-swore allegiance to the Emperor, their past affairs, the entire regiment, and the Alliance would keep it secret for them. However, the Redemption Company they belonged to would participate in the most difficult part of every battle of the Phoenix Regiment in the future. The Alliance will not engage in a redemption expedition. No reinforcements, lack of supplies, it is obvious that people are sent to die. All treatments are the same as normal Phoenix warriors. They will not be deprived of the necessary equipment and supplies, and the necessary support forces, and they will not be asked to perform any missions that will lead to their death. But at the same time, they must also take on the difficult task of attacking the enemy, and cannot shirk their responsibilities, and when the normal conditions are provided, they must fight well. That was the end of the treatment of Blevins and the other 8 people. Compared to the 8 of them, Gu Hang was more interested in the past of the Phoenix, and the information about the Ash Dead mentioned by Blevins and the others. He had previously looked up information about the Bauhinia Rebellion that led to the Phoenix being sentenced to the Atonement Expedition. That was highly confidential information. And at first Gu Hang could only get a few words, and some of the Phoenix statements from Martins and Pastor Rizzo. But these are rather one-sided and thin. Later, when Gu Hang's good brother, Baggio Gallardo, became rich, it was easier for Gu Hang to find out these news. Gallardo gave him an internal confidential report. The Bauhinia Rebellion took place in a star region called Bauhinia, which is located in the Spiderweb universe. In the Princess Star region, the Spiderweb universe is next to the Eastern universe, and is located in the north on the star map. In the Bauhinia Star region, there is a regiment. The name is the same as the Star region, called the Bauhinia Regiment. This is also a sub-regiment of the Phoenix Legion, with the same bloodline as the Phoenix. In the Spiderweb universe, there is another regiment, called the Iron Armor. Compared with the Bauhinia and Phoenix, the Iron Armor Regiment is much more famous. They directly guard the Princess Star region, together with multiple star regions, forming a defense network. The main enemy they face is the Void Zerg. The Void Zerg is a terrifying alien creature. The individuals among them do not have their own will, but are completely under the command of the node creatures at a higher level. Their biological fleets are across the planetary seas, and each ship can be regarded as a huge space creature. They are real destroyers. When they visit a planet, they will soon devour all the life on the planet, destroy the local ecosystem, and lay down a large amount of meat blankets. These meat blankets will absorb nutrients from the entire planet, absorb stellar energy efficiently, and hatch more void insect beasts, and even hatch many parts, and send them into space to form new biological starships. A hive fleet, in the conventional physical space navigation method, came to the Queen Star region and caused great damage. It was not until the arrival of Iron Armor and several war groups allied with Iron Armor that they controlled the situation in the Queen Star region and suppressed the power of the void insect race within a few star regions. Although the disaster was under control, the characteristics of the Void Zerg are their endless huge numbers, and their super-fast recovery of troops. In addition, the planets devoured by the Void Zerg are all their meat carpets. Even if humans take them back, they can hardly use them again. For this reason, the Empire considered that the price to be paid to retake these planets was too high. So it ordered Iron Armor and several regiments to build a defense belt around the multiple star regions invaded by the Zerg. The goal of the human empire is to control the situation in the area, and not let the Empire invest more power. After all, at that time, the solar expedition was being prepared in full swing, and a large amount of manpower and material resources were concentrated in the southern part of the Empire. There were not enough resources to solve this major disaster. For this reason, the Empire also granted the Iron Armored Corps considerable autonomy. They can collect taxes on their own and manage the imperial power in the entire Princess Star region. As long as the imperial tax is paid, the rest will be managed by the Iron Armored Corps. Even the multiple war bands operating in the Princess Star region. Let Iron Armor be the leader, so that they can coordinate operations. So far, the Iron Armor War Band has become the actual master of the Princess Star region. The Iron Armor War Band did a good job indeed. They blocked the continuous expansion of the Void Zerg and paid the full amount of imperial taxes. If things only went this far, then the Iron Armor War Band would undoubtedly be a great loyal minister of the Empire, and a meritorious official. However, this matter soon exposed some inside information. The Iron Armored Legion did not pay that much tax at all. The so-called full tax payment of the Princess Star region was actually a false account. They increased the losses caused by the Void Zerg by more than 10 times. And by lowering the development degree and concealing the population verification, they intercepted 80% of the taxes that should have been paid in the Star region. On this basis, they also exaggerated the scale of the battle with the Zerg, constantly asking the Empire for money, people and materials, and said that they could not stop it if they did not give them. Then, they will really open up part of the defense line, let the Void Zerg rush out, and go to the outer star field to make trouble, forcing the Empire to really pay. The gene seed tax they handed in was also problematic. The number of seeds they gave was in line with the level of a war group of about 800 or 900 people. But in fact, they had a lot more. According to reports, the Ironclad Warband had at least 6,000 Space Marines on the eve of the Bauhinia Rebellion. The Empire has restrictions on the size of the war group, which must not exceed 1,000 people. 6,000 Space Marines. This is the size of 6 regiments. Moreover, they have also trained a large number of mortal auxiliary troops who are only loyal to them. This is a standard behavior of nurturing the enemy for self-protection. And the one who exposed all this was the Bauhinia Regiment. Bauhinia is also in the Princess Star region, but they have some old grudges with the Iron Armor Regiment, and now they are asked to obey the command of the Iron Armor, which is a bit difficult to accept. If it is just like this, for the sake of the overall situation, for the order of the Empire, they will just hold their noses and endure it. But the key is that the Iron Armored Corps is not kind, and often withholds their resources and supplies, and always makes them fight difficult battles. This hatred is getting bigger and bigger. Bauhinia is inside the Princess Star region. After a long time, they have some evidence of what the Iron Armored Corps did. And then, they directly reported it to Holy Terra, and had an armed conflict with the Iron Armored Corps. Bauhinia cannot fight against the Iron Armored Corps, which is much larger than them. Not to mention that there are 3 other corps, which also stand with the Iron Armored Corps. So, they began to mobilize people. It was also at this stage that Phoenix, who had a good relationship with them, was mobilized to help. But at this point, the situation was actually not bad. It was only an armed conflict. If they turned a blind eye, it could not be considered a civil war. However, the next action of Holy Terra intensified the situation. The behavior of the Iron Armored Corps was certainly not what the Imperial government was happy to see. If you did it a little bit, it would be fine because you are really capable of doing things on your own. However, if you did it too much, you saved 80% of the tax revenue of a star region. If you had 1,800 extra people, you could tolerate it when you were in a wartime state. But if you had 6,000 extra people, plus there were 3 more corps standing with you, with a total of nearly 10,000 Space Marines, it would be very inappropriate to create an independent kingdom here. Therefore, the Empire determined that the Iron Armor's behavior was rebellion, and restored the Imperial tax within a time limit, and required the Iron Armor to be split into 6 regiments, and accept the Empire's dispatch to other places. Bauhinia, Phoenix, and another regiment, the Starbreaker Blade, were shaken to serve as supervisors. Iron Armor was not happy with it, and directly determined that this matter was targeted, was nonsense, and that the traitor was in Terra. They opened the defense line, allowing some Void Zerg to rush out, and at the same time, completely blocked the Princess Star region and the surrounding star regions, and did not allow any Imperial ships to pass through the Princess Star region. Moreover, inside the star field, the Bauhinia, Phoenix, and Starbreaker were completely wiped out. This caused a big disturbance. The incident that affected multiple star fields had a great impact on the Empire's taxation, trade, and navigation in this area. The Void Zerg were rampaging, and Iron Armor followed behind them in the name of chasing and fighting against the Void Zerg, taking over and even looting many planets, and even requisitioning many materials of the Empire's taxation fleet. Inside the Princess Star field, Bauhinia, Phoenix, Starbreaker could not fight against Iron Armor at all. The number is not as large as theirs, but the key is that they have raised a large and very elite mortal auxiliary army for so many years. The 3 regiments lost the support of the Empire, and could only deploy some planetary defense forces under their control, which had a great difference in quality, and could not win at all. Things have come to this point, and it is almost impossible to end. Do we really have to fight an Imperial civil war during the preparation of the solar expedition? It's not that we can't win, but at least we have to deploy nearly 10 more loyal regiments, plus countless star troops, and the Imperial Navy fleet, to settle this matter. Next, they had to deal with the rampant Void Zerg, and then they had to leave enough forces to block the Void wormholes that kept popping up in the Princess Star domain. After evaluation, the cost was too high. Just at this time, a Terra official was ordered to go to the Iron Armored Corps. With his superb diplomatic skills, he persuaded the Iron Armored Corps to stop. The Empire would not split them up. The Imperial tax in the Princess Star domain would increase a little, but not too much. They would still be given the places they were supposed to guard, the Empire would still provide them with reinforcements and supplies, and the Empire would also withdraw its decision on the Iron Armored Corps' rebellion. The Iron Armored Corps accepted these conditions. Since Iron Armor was not a traitor, who was? Someone had to be held responsible. At the request of the Iron Armor, Balhenia took the blame. This was clearly a rebellion of the Iron Armor. But in the official records, it became the Balhenia Rebellion. They framed the loyal Iron Armor and took the initiative to launch an attack, which led to the collapse of the Zerg defense line and caused this incident to affect several star regions, and even put the Spiderweb universe in deep crisis. The Balhenia was completely destroyed in the Iron Armor Regiment's battle to suppress the rebellion. The Phoenix and Starbreaker were released and sentenced to the Atonement Expedition. The Starbreaker was completely wiped out when the Expedition of Atonement reached 60 years. The Phoenix survived the 100 Years Expedition, but only 7 people were left, until they met Gu Hang. This is the whole process of the Balhenia Rebellion. Now, the Iron Armor Regiment is still a major overlord in the Spiderweb universe, with strong troops and horses, its own independent small kingdom, and a heroic regiment fighting against the Void Zerg. As for the war groups that opposed them, except for the Phoenix, which had a special situation, all the others were wiped out. In fact, Gu Hang had always thought about this occasionally. Originally, the Alliance and the Iron Armor War Group had no great connection. Although the Eastern Universe and the Spider Universe were adjacent, in terms of star regions, the Dragon Eagle and the Princess were not close, and they had to cross at least 3 star regions in between to connect. Unless the Alliance expanded to an outrageous extent in the future, it would not be able to touch the Princess Star region in a short time. But another problem could not be ignored. If the Void Zerg problem in the Princess Star region broke out, whether the Iron Armor could not stop it, or they were going to do something weird again, and the scale expanded to an outrageous situation, then the Dragon Eagle Star region might be affected. But the probability should not be high. The incident 100 years ago was not a small one. It did rush through 3 star regions. It took a lot of effort to wipe it out. But it did not move towards the Dragon Eagle Star region. However, although this is the normal situation, if the Phoenix revives again, what will the Iron Armor Corps do? Gu Hang's understanding of this corps comes from the report of the Balhenia Rebellion. Judging from what happened in those years, Gu Hang feels that this corps' methods are quite unscrupulous. Moreover, they have a vengeful character and are ruthless to their enemies. If the Balhenia is revived, Gu Hang has no doubt that the Iron Armored Corps will find a way to kill the Balhenia even if they are separated by 3 star regions. The Phoenix is a little better. After all, the Phoenix came to help in the battle, and the hatred between it and the Iron Armored Corps is not that great. But it is only slightly better than the Balhenia. Gu Hang is still not sure what the Iron Armored Corps will think when they go back. This may be a threat that needs to be taken seriously. The same is true for the Ashes of the Dead, or even more urgent. After all, the Ironclads are still members of the Imperial Order. No matter how reckless they are, they cannot completely abandon the rules. And the Ashes of the Dead, a rebellious war band that has defected to chaos, are not restricted by any rules, and are full of malice. According to some information revealed by Blevins, when he was interrogated on the ship later, the Ashes of the Dead have an obsessive attitude towards all the bloodlines of the past Phoenix. After Blevins and his men broke out of Zhong Jihua encirclement, in the following years, they were chased and intercepted by the Ash Dead many times, and they escaped every time. Zhong Jihua really wanted them to join, because they had the same blood. So it would be best if they all became dirty blood. If there were Phoenixes who were still loyal, or even getting better and better, Zhong Jihua would be very unhappy. This was certainly a guess by Blevins, and there was a point in it that he was deliberately exaggerating. But Gu Hang believes that it is indeed highly likely that the Ash Dead will become enemies of the Phoenix. And then the Alliance. The Phoenix attack on Juatis this time not only solves a small problem of pirates, but also solves the problem of 8 Phoenixes. It also puts some future concerns in front of Gu Hang. These things need to be prevented. How to prevent them? It is nothing more than making yourself stronger. To fight against Iron Armor. It may be a long way off. He is the overlord of a star field. 100 years ago, He had an estimated 6,000 space marines. 100 years have passed. Although they have suffered some losses in the continuous fight against the invasion of the Void Zerg, their number will not be less than that of the past. In fact, the Empire does not know how many people there are in iron armor now, and they are very vigilant about it. He has more than a few thousand, and may even have tens of thousands of space marines. The most important thing is that he has unified the power of a star field. His strength level is equivalent to that of the mortal auxiliary army of the Star Army, which is probably calculated in billions. The size of the naval fleet, according to the Dragon Eagle star field, is at least 3 to 4 times that of the Pegasus fleet in its heyday. The current size of the Alliance is incomparable. But at least, this is a goal. To be honest, Gu Heng still has some yearning for the Iron Armored Corps' rule in the Queen Star region. However, Gu Heng will not adopt a similar plan to them. As for the Ash Dead, this may be relatively easier to deal with in terms of strength. The scale of this war gang may be similar to that of the current Phoenix. That is, 200 or 300 people. What's more, the Phoenix has an alliance as a backing. But the trouble with dealing with them is that the whereabouts of the rebellious war gang are even more unpredictable. And they have no base, no old nest, and there is no way to find them. Even though Martins now hopes to find the Ash Dead and eliminate these real shame of the Phoenix. But there is no condition to deal with them. You can only passively defend. A direct confrontation is not a problem. But the problem is that Gu Heng does not know when, where, and in what way their threat will come. So it is not easy to guard against. In this situation, Gu Heng decided to invest a little more strength in the next period of time, and put it on strengthening the Phoenix Regiment. The best way to fight against Chaos Space Marines is, of course, loyal Space Marines. When they are not stupid enough to confront the huge size of the Alliance head-on, they will most likely use some unrestricted operations and special operations. The Alliance must have the corresponding strength to fight back. After thinking about the 2 possible threats in the future for a while, Gu Heng casually dealt with the matter about Ju Saturn. When Martins led Blevins and others to leave Juatus, the Alliance left about 20,000 Star Army soldiers from the Angry Bear Legion to control the capital of Juatus. But in fact, Gu Heng did not intend to bring Juatus under the direct rule of the Alliance. The power of the Alliance is not a big problem in the Tianma Star region. Gu Heng is now the head of the Tianma Star region. But if it is to expand beyond the Tianma Star region, it will be a very sensitive political event, which will cause some consequences that Gu Heng does not want to see. It's not that he doesn't have a plan for this, but if he wants to do it, he may lack some opportunities. The key is, if there is really a particularly significant benefit, Gu Heng will do it despite the risk. But obviously, the situation of Ju Saturn and the benefits it can bring are obviously not equal to the risk. The minerals on that planet have not been explored yet, but I think there won't be too many, or they are not precious. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this now. To develop industry, there are also some necessary conditions. It is not a place close to the market, nor a place with a large population, nor a place with rich resources. Relying only on nomadism and agriculture, it can barely support 200 million people. Gu Heng thinks there is no need to make a big fuss about it. The conditions of Juatus Star may not be as good as those of the original Angry Owl Star. Although the population of Angry Owl Star was very small at the beginning, it was still a post-war wasteland. But at least there were places like Qinggu District where the natural environment was well preserved, and precious resources such as the waste energy storm. What's more, Gu Heng invested resources to build Angry Owl Star at the beginning. There was no choice. He started his career here and had no choice. Now there is a choice. Gu Heng does not think that taking over Juadushu and spending a lot of money to develop it is a good choice. However, not taking it under the direct rule of the Alliance does not mean that there are no other ways. The governor is dead, and the crime is ready. If the traitorous Space Marine is removed, the remaining one is enough for Gu Heng to hang him. Then, he will support a new governor of Juadushu, who will not join the Alliance, but can sign some cooperation agreements with the planets under the Alliance. The food and biological materials produced by the nomadic groups there are valuable, and the Alliance can also export some cheap industrial products, such as daily necessities, furniture and home appliances, which are very despised by the imperial tax. To exchange these things, it is good as a small grain production base. Then, some technology can also overflow, which can be used to better carry out the breeding industry and the primary processing industry, which will also stimulate the development of Jutuxing. In general, this is a good thing for everyone. The benefits of the alliance are greater, but it is not bloodsucking. At the same time, the alliance control over Jutuxing will be improved to a very high level. Although it has not joined the alliance, it is better than joining. In the future, if the situation changes, Gu Heng can ask Jutuxing to submit an application to join the alliance at any time when he needs it. Once approved, it will be done. Chapter 411, Don't Be Too Honest. The group from Ju Saturn has increased the intensity of Gu Heng. There is a long-term risk, iron armored core, and a threat that may erupt in the near future, ashes of the dead. Let's ignore the distant ones. The reason why the ashes of the dead are a near threat is that since Blevins and his gang can come to the door, then Zhong Jihua and his gang can also. Gu Heng is a little annoyed. However, since the tone of responding to crisis with development has been set, the focus should still be placed here. And in the alliance, what is the biggest boost to development? Of course, it is the grace points in Gu Heng's hand. The last time he spent a large amount of grace points was 4 years ago. At that time, it was mainly to boost the alliance shipbuilding industry, which directly created the current industry. Now, after 4 years, although the alliance did not have any large-scale wars during this period, Gu Heng control is now stable within the scope of the entire Tianma Star region, and the total population has reached 61 billion. During these 4 years, the average life expectancy of the people under the alliance has increased. The fertility rate has not changed much, and the key is that the mortality rate has dropped significantly. These reasons have led to a fairly high level of population growth. The population of the alliance has increased by about 1 billion during this period. Such a high population growth is quite scary for some worlds. If the population increases too much, then when the world population is assessed next time and the tax is assessed, it will be all money. But the alliance is not afraid. More people is a good thing. The 3 stars of Fash, Red Arrow Star, have a larger population carrying capacity. Kurogia will continue to migrate people out. Besides the population, the productivity of the alliance has been increasing over the years. The education system of Fei Star is open to the entire star region, and the higher quality of the population, all of which have pushed up the productivity of the alliance. Add to that the improvement in living standards. These factors, population size, population quality, average living standards and happiness, productivity level, are all reasons that have a strong positive correlation with Gu Heng monthly gift point income. This also caused Gu Heng monthly income to soar. 4 years ago, before taking over Fei Star, Fash 3 stars, and Hongjian Star, Gu Heng gift point income was 7,000. That was only after Kurogia's situation was raised a lot before returning to the level, when he only controlled Angry Owl Star and Black Arrow Star. And now, this number has increased to 32,000. A full 4.5 times increase. Of course, this number has increased gradually, not all at once, and the growth rate has slowed down a lot recently. But in general, Gu Heng monthly income accumulated in the past 4 years has exceeded 1 million. However, although he did not spend a large amount of money at once, Gu Heng spent 600,000 of it gradually in the past 4 years. The main use is basically on people and buildings. He activated more heroes, spent a lot of gift points on the political commissar training of Zhongxi College, also spent a lot on military training, occasionally exchanged some gene seeds, and selected personnel through the basic training templates of the soldier cards, replenished new blood for the space warriors. Many college templates, factory templates, and even church buildings, exchanged them, and gave them to some corresponding buildings in the real world, playing a role. It is precisely because of these investments that there is a high growth. Whether it is the growth of alliance income or the growth of gift point income. Now, the more than 400,000 points of gift left in his hand. It is time to use them in batches. First, he planned 200,000 points for the Space Marines. With a continuous increase in the past, the number of Phoenix Space Marines has reached more than 200 people. And this time, with 200,000 points, the number of Phoenix Space Marines directly increased to 500. In addition to the gene seeds that Gu Heng directly exchanged, the first batch of new blood of the Phoenix in the early years. 5 years have passed, and the first seed on it has matured and has been picked. Originally, Martins was still thinking whether to keep some of these gene seeds to prepare for the gene seed tax that the Phoenix will pay later. After asking Gu Heng about this idea, he was speechless. The gene seed tax collected by the Empire is calculated according to the number of new gene seeds produced by the war group in the past 10 years. This can be calculated, in the past 10 years, how many new bloods have grown to the 5-year period, and how many old warriors have sacrificed. That is the total number of gene seeds in 10 years, and 1/10 of them will be enough. Under normal circumstances, it is not too difficult for the Empire to obtain this information. Generally speaking, the loyalty of the Space Marines is still guaranteed. They will report a number themselves, and the Empire will accept it if it is more or less. If you want to monitor, it is actually a bit difficult. The number of deaths in battle is easy to say, after all. Generally speaking, the Space Marines will not fight alone, and other Imperial troops will probably also have some information. The development of the new blood is really a bit difficult to monitor. But it doesn't matter. The Empire won't be so strict. The Mechanicus and the Space Marines Administration will look at the total size of a regiment, calculate an average, and calculate how many seeds you can deliver in 10 years based on common experience. For a regiment of 1,000 people, usually 5 to 10 seeds in 10 years, and if something big happens, it will be calculated separately. The Empire will only ask if the number is particularly different. Now the question is, how does the Empire know how many people there are in the Phoenix at present? The last time the information was reported, there were only 7 Phoenixes. According to common sense, after a few years, no matter how much the Phoenixes grow, their number will not be large. Under Gu Hang, the conventional experience of the Mechanicus and the Space Marine Management Agency is useless. The Empire has very little information about the situation of the Phoenixes. As long as you don't talk too much, it will be difficult for the Empire to know how many people there are in the current regiment and how much tax to pay. Isn't it up to you? Now, it is almost the end of the 10-year period. When the time comes, you can say that you have 100 people and hand over a seed as a token of your appreciation. As a result, you, Martins, really want to pay according to the actual situation. The amount to be paid is too much. 400 or 500 new bloods in 5 years, you have to hand over 40 or 50 seeds. Aren't you asking for trouble? You really follow the rules. You are really loyal subjects of the great Empire. Even now, you still want to pay the full amount of gene seed tax? No wonder you can't beat iron armor. But Gu Hang didn't say that directly to Martins. He responded by saying that the new seeds produced by the new blood of the regiment should not be kept, and all should be used to develop new warriors. In addition, Gu Hang will follow the previous practice through the soldier card training system, select young, T1 level seedlings, and perform implantation surgery on them. The success rate of Phoenix gene seed implantation surgery is quite high. Over the years, there have been a total of 500 operations, and only 9 have failed, with a success rate of 98%. There are 2 main reasons for such a high success rate. First, Phoenix seeds are not that picky. Second, and most importantly, each candidate is at the right age and has been trained to the T1 level. Physical fitness, experience, skills, and mental will are all up to standard. As long as the individual undergoing the operation is not too unsuitable for Phoenix seeds, it is unlikely to fail. Relying on the gene seeds produced by the new blood before, and the seeds exchanged by Gu Hang, the number of Phoenixes has now risen to 500, which can be considered a recovery. In the future, Gu Hang may not even need to exchange gene seeds for the Phoenixes. After all, the personnel structure of the regiment is very special. They are all new blood. The number of new seeds they produce in 5 years is even greater than that of many fully staffed regiments. In addition, with the extremely high success rate of implantation surgery, Gu Hang will not have to spend extra money on seeds in the future. He will continue to reproduce, and the number will increase quickly. At this point, the Phoenix certainly can't be said to be very strong, but at least it looks like a normal chapter. Many Space Marine chapters that have been in war for a long time and are not in a good situation may be of this size. As for their missing chapter fleets, chapter servants, mortal auxiliary troops, armored vehicles, and aviation vehicles, Gu Hang currently has no way to equip them all at once. But there is no doubt that their next action will not be to fight alone as a chapter, but will definitely be with the Alliance Army. The relevant war needs can be provided and compensated by the Alliance Army. Although the armored vehicles driven by mortals are not as effective as some proprietary armored vehicles that can provide special neural connections to Space Marines, at least the problem of whether there are any is solved first. Even if Gu Hang wants to equip Space Marines with exclusive armored vehicles now, it is quite difficult. Rhino transporters can be produced, but Raider tanks are really impossible to produce. Not to mention things like Dreadnought mechas and Apocalypse mechas. If you want to get it, you can only rely on external purchase. But external purchase, that's too uneconomical. If the Alliance produces it itself, the actual consumption is the cost price. Which is to say, the man-hours of the staff, the raw materials, the food and daily necessities paid to the workers. Although the price reflected in the Alliance account is still calculated using the Empire standard price list, the budget is so much. But in fact, not so much money is spent at all. If you purchase it from outside, you will actually consume the tax currency of the Alliance. Not a penny less. And even for such high-tech products, there is a high probability that there will be a considerable premium. He could only make do with it for now. After 200,000 were spent on the Phoenix, it was expected that when the number of Phoenixes increased to 500, he would not be too worried about the problem of the Ash Dead. That Chaos Warband, at most, killed more than 200 Space Marines. He prepared about 2.5 times the number. Even if the Ash Dead rushed to his face and made trouble, Gu Hang would have enough power to deal with it. If they came a little slower, a few years later, then they might have to face a standard full-strength warband of 1,000 people. At that time, Gu Hang really wanted to see what expression Zhong Jihua would have on his face. Aren't you greedy for the blood of the Phoenix? 1,000 bloods are here. Come and get them if you have the ability. Of course, the 200,000 gift points that were thrown at the Phoenix also brought nearly 20,000 high-level soldiers from T4 to T2 levels. Although these people are byproducts, they cannot be said to have no value. As usual, some of them were stuffed into the 10th Brigade, and the other part was thrown into some special units, such as the 1st Chiefing Brigade, the 2nd Beast Slaughter Brigade, or several skeleton divisions. The 10th Brigade has tens of thousands of troops. All of them are elite, and equipped with special equipment. I won't say much. The other divisions and brigades have even formed a group of all T4 level troops, and fully replaced with exoskeleton armor and LR series, GHS series rifles, and more armor and firepower. Such a force, fighting against ordinary Star Army, is likely to win against an enemy 20 times larger. But the key is that such a force is not used to exchange with the enemy on the battlefield, but is deployed in key battlefields, playing a key role in the overall battle situation. In short, this has greatly strengthened the Alliance military construction function. As for the remaining 200,000 points of grace, Gu Hang thought about it, and took out 100,000 points for the technology lottery. In the 10,000 points of grace, it is far from being drained. However, after the previous extraction, the probability of delivery is definitely much lower than the initial time. However, throwing in 100,000 points of grace, there will always be some splashes. For example, some upgraded technologies such as advanced engineering machinery. Some less important technologies will not be mentioned. Among the 10 consecutive draws, a relatively important harvest is the elite technology power weapon. The power sword in Martin's hand is a weapon of this type. This kind of thing, to exaggerate, can be said to be indestructible. In this universe, except for a few materials that cannot be mass-produced, there is almost nothing in conventional armor that can withstand the attack of power weapons. And it's not just the power sword, like Thor's hammer, the force field scepter, the power gauntlet that is more often equipped on the Terminator armor. These all fall into the category of power weapons. Power weapons are not only suitable for space warriors. Just like the elite warriors of the 10th Brigade of the Alliance, many of them use chainsaw swords. Power weapons can be modified and adapted, and can also be used by mortals. Just don't make them too big or too heavy. And if you want to increase the power of the weapons, these power weapons can also be made into precision versions. Although the cost will increase significantly, and it will be difficult to mass produce, it doesn't matter. This is originally equipped for cutting-edge combat forces. The goal is to be more useful when dealing with some powerful individuals. So far, Gu Hang has concentrated on consuming 300,000 points of gifts. He will use the remaining 100,000 points as a reserve fund for emergencies. Chapter 412, Jingguan Changes. Hawkhorse Star Region, Hawkhorse 2-star system. The main force of the Pegasus fleet is sailing here. Elixia looked at the planet outside the bridge, with some impatience between her eyebrows. It has been more than 6 years since she left the Pegasus Star region and participated in the war against the Iron Tooth clan. This is a much longer time than she expected, and the long years of fighting have also left some marks on her body. Although she, like many powerful people in the Empire, had undergone a rejuvenation surgery. This surgery can greatly reduce the speed of aging, and people will not age rapidly until the end of their lifespan and then die. Combined with the life extension surgery, the dignitaries of the empire can still have a long and high-quality life. A package of rejuvenation surgery and life extension surgery can extend a person's lifespan from a normal 70 to 80 years to about 150 years, and 2 times can make a person over 200 years old. Some people's physical conditions can even support 3 or 4 times. However, the more time passes, the more difficult the 2 operations become, and the lower the success rate becomes. Currently, the mortal with the highest record has undergone 6 life extension operations and lived to 450 years old, compared with the real immortals and the space marines who have not died of aging as long as they do not die in battle. The gap is still large, but this is also a great technology, although it can only be applied to a very small number of people. But even so, the operation can only keep her body in a young state as much as possible, but it cannot make her energetic. Several years of war and long-term great pressure made her skin dark and exhausted. Now, she just wanted to return home as soon as possible, relax and have a good rest. But it was not possible. When sailing to the Eagle Horse Star region, the fleet began to slow down. When asked, it was said that the leader of the Eagle Horse Star region and many dignitaries in the Star region cordially invited the Pegasus fleet, which had made outstanding achievements, to stop at the capital of the Star region, Eagle Horse 2, and attend this banquet. Yi Lixiao was a little unhappy. During interstellar navigation, if the fleet can really fly all the time without stopping in the middle, then the speed will get faster and faster. The time spent on high-speed flight in the middle is not very long, and the time spent on the jump in the star tunnel is not very long. But it is the process of accelerating and decelerating the fleet that takes time. After stopping in the middle, it will take 1 or 2 weeks to return to the Tianma star area. This is what bothers Yi Lixiao the most. But she also knows that this is inevitable. They fought in the Golden Pass star region first, and then in the Silver Pass star region. Behind these 2 star regions, the closest place that has not been involved in the war is Eagle Horse. This can be regarded as the base camp of this military operation. A large amount of materials, which were transferred from various parts of the star region through imperial taxes or other means, were distributed from the Eagle Horse star region. The local star district government was ordered to take on the responsibility of distributing these supplies to the frontline battlefield. It is necessary to build a good relationship with them. On the one hand, they have helped a lot in the past 6 years of war, and even gave priority to distributing some materials needed by the fleet. Now we need to thank them. On the other hand, the war is not over yet. It has only completed the goals of the first stage. There will be more battles later. When the time comes, the Pegasus fleet will definitely come. It is important to continue to maintain a good relationship. Given these 2 reasons, and the fact that they took the initiative to invite me, in the name of rewarding loyal imperial warriors, it would be hard not to come. Even if it meant delaying the trip, there was nothing I could do. Although this was the decision of the fleet commander, General Tillmans. In fact, if Yi Lixiao was in the same position, he would have to make the same decision. Although Yi Lixiao was irritable, unhappy, and eager to go home, she was still able to be patient and do what she should do. The time was almost up. She changed into a new set of clothes, wearing the uniform of a rear admiral, wearing all kinds of medals, and boarded the spaceship to the starport of the planet in front of her to attend the dinner. During the dinner, she put on a smiling mask and communicated with the local star district officials in a decent, elegant and enthusiastic manner. She enjoyed the praise of the local officials, and humbly responded that this was what she should do, and that she also needed the support of the local officials. No matter how much hypocrisy there was, at least it seemed that the atmosphere of the entire dinner was very harmonious, and both the host and the guests had a great time. The dinner soon reached its climax. Vice Admiral Tillmans, as the fleet commander, was invited to the front and gave a speech. The general also integrated well into the current environment. He made a few humorous jokes, and the guests in the audience also laughed in unison. People listened to him talk about the fleet's achievements and the previous victory. At the same time, he looked forward to the future, announcing that the Pegasus fleet was not only the Star Sea Defense Force of the Pegasus Star region, but also that the Pegasus fleet's actions would safeguard the safety of the surrounding star regions, especially the Eagle Horse Star region. Just when everything was in a good atmosphere, a naval adjutant, ignoring the general's speech, hurriedly stepped onto the stage and whispered something in the ear of Vice Admiral Tillmans. This was of course very rude. Even if it was something very important. Couldn't he wait until he finished speaking and step down? But thinking about it, he would rather do this than waste another 20 minutes. Which indirectly proved how important this matter was. Yi Lixia could see that Lieutenant General Tillman's face had a very dramatic change on the stage. From the high spirits just now, it turned ashen in an instant. What happened? Yi Lixia's doubts did not last long. In her peripheral vision, she saw her own adjutant, who was also rushing over. The adjutant came to her side and whispered in her ear, "General, something big has happened." Among the iron-toothed greenskins, a new chieftain is suspected to have appeared. From the depths of the occupied area, the greenskin fleet suddenly swarmed out. And the number was much larger than we had previously estimated. Shuiwu Star and Ingguan 2 had been lost. After the northern fleet was defeated, it regrouped at Ingguan 3 and is now under siege. The Star Region Navy Command ordered us to return immediately. Go to the Jingguan Star Region to deploy defenses and meet the Yunluo fleet. The Yunluo fleet has gone ahead of us to rescue the northern fleet. Yelisa's face darkened. The coalition forces of the Dragon Eagle Star region have achieved two major results. First, they pacified the Golden Gate, which was a conflict zone. Second, they conquered 4 star systems in the Silver Gate, which was an occupied zone. They are Water Mist Star, White Mist Star, Silver Gate 2, and Silver Gate 3. It took 6 years to achieve such results. But in the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 planets were lost. However, the most worrying thing is not the loss of the results of the war, but the emergence of a great chief in the Iron Tooth clan, which has given the Iron Tooth clan a unified leader again after decades. After many years of war with the orcs, Yi Lixia fully understands that the orc race, with or without a strong leader, will show completely different war performances. However, it also depends on the level of the so-called great chief. The last Iron Tooth chieftain set off a huge whack, which led to the fall of 3 or 4 star regions, laid the foundation for the power of the Iron Tooth Empire today, and his troops were directed to the heart of the Dragon Eagle Star region, until he died unexpectedly in the war, which ended the expansion of the Iron Tooth clan. The last chieftain was quite ordinary, he could only barely restrain the fragmented Iron Tooth clan, and his prestige was far from good, but even so, he also ended the ability of mankind to recapture the 4 fallen star regions, and cause the 6 star regions surrounding the fallen regions to fall into years of war. A few years ago, the Dragon Eagle Star region was about to start a war to retake the occupied areas because the iron-toothed chieftain was challenged and killed in the cruel internal struggle of the green-skinned orcs. However, the challenger also lacked prestige and died soon. Then the iron-toothed clan, which could only barely maintain unity, fell into civil strife again. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? But unexpectedly, the green-skinned orcs decided on a new chieftain so quickly. Even Yi Lixia suspected that the war action in the Dragon Eagle Star region had a catalytic effect on this. As for the current situation, we can only hope that the new Iron Tooth chieftain, like his predecessor, is a reluctant leader who cannot truly receive the sincere submission of all the military leaders of the Iron Tooth clan. But in any case, Yi Lixia and others' plan to return for repair has been ruined. Even though the entire fleet is not in good condition, many ships were damaged in the previous war and need to be repaired. But now there is no other way. They can only drag their injuries and turn around to go to the front battlefield again. A banquet that was originally in a good atmosphere just ended like this. The Pegasus fleet hurried back to the direction they came from. On the way, Yi Lixia seized the time, using the star language tower on the ship, to get in touch with Gu Heng. She told Gu Heng the latest situation on the front line, and reminded Gu Heng to pay attention to this matter. Gu Heng asked, "Will they attack the Pegasus Star region?" Yi Lixia smiled. That shouldn't happen. Gu Heng understood what she meant, after all. There were still 2 star regions in between. From Ingguan in the occupied area to Tianma, there is a Jingguan Star Zone and an Ingma Star Zone in the middle. However, we can think of the best, but we should prepare for the worst. I know. I will make some preparations. Yes. Although the probability of attacking Tianma is not high, the war in the star field is tight. We may find the leaders of various places, the governor, to discuss what to do. There may be apportionment and borrowing. You really need to make some preparations in advance. Gu Heng frowned instinctively. Apportionment, borrowing. It doesn't sound like a good thing. However, If the war really deteriorates to that extent, it seems inevitable. What else can we do? Watch the situation in the two neighboring star regions deteriorate. Impossible. The lips and teeth are cold. There is almost no possibility of negotiation with the green-skinned orcs. If the situation really deteriorates, there is no reason to let the Tianma star region go without attacking. However, compared to apportioning the assets that the Alliance has worked so hard to save to the star region government, or even handing them over to the troops, Gu Hang is still unwilling to accept it. If it really comes to that, the situation is inevitable. And he would rather lead the Alliance to fight directly. At least the command and autonomy of action are in his hands. Gu Hang instinctively distrusts all other commanders from outside. When he has nothing to do, he reads some battle examples, materials, and reports of the Empire. He always feels that the generals and judges of the Empire will spare no manpower when fighting, as long as they can achieve their goals. The death of many people seems to be an acceptable price. Objectively speaking, it may be true. There are millions of people in the Empire, and the population of the Empire is incalculable. No matter what they lack, they are not short of people. If one of your green-skinned orcs dies, there will be one less. My 50 good brothers are endless. However, Gu Hang himself really doesn't like that. Human resources are always the most important resource in his heart. The wealth that a living person can generate in his lifetime is much higher than sending them to the battlefield to die easily. Of course, he also understood that, in many cases, sacrifice, even large-scale sacrifice, is inevitable. But for this reason, such sacrifice must be respected. A merciful man cannot command an army when it is time to be cold-hearted and ignore the cost of casualties. Of course he should do so. But when it is not so necessary, he would not be happy even if one more person died. For this reason, Gu Hang did not like to hand over his subordinates to other imperial forces for command. They did not have the same mentality as him and would not feel sorry for his soldiers. I understand. Maybe next, we may meet on the battlefield against the Iron Tooth clan. Yi Lixia smiled, and then said seriously, I really don't want that. You'd better wish me victory, and then return victorious. Gu Hang followed up with a sentence. Return victorious and marry me? Yi Lixia turned her face away slightly, and then turned back. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the best? That's true. But you still have to be careful, take care of yourself. I will. After talking to her fiancé, although they didn't talk about much, Yi Lixia's mood was much better. She felt that she had the strength to deal with the ups and downs in the future. But at this time, she didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. The order they received was to deploy defenses in the Jingwan Star region, to meet the Yunluo fleet and the Northern fleet. The latter was blocked in Yingwan 3, and the former was trying to rescue them, which required a support force. It was also a precaution. Once the war in Fraud changed, the results of the battle in Yingwan Star region would be lost. Then the defense line established by their Pegasus fleet would pull the green-skinned orc fleet to Jingwan Star region. The situation of both sides would probably return to the situation before the war started 6 years ago. This was almost the worst plan. However, when they really entered Jingwan Star region, they found that the situation was even worse than that. Chapter 413, Heaven and Earth Collapse. After several jumps, and entering the Jingwan Star region, the Tianma fleet was actively seeking the latest news from the front. But no news came back. The Yunluo fleet and the Northern fleet were all out of contact. When the space fleet was sailing and fighting, because the ships were moving at high speed most of the time, even shuttling through the Star Tunnel, and the specifications of the Star Talker Tower on each ship, the level of the Star Talker was different. It was normal that they often couldn't get in touch. However, the two fleets, no ship could be contacted, and they could not be contacted for several days, which was a bit scary and frightening. Not only that, when they entered the interior of the Jingwan Star region, after sailing forward for a short time, they actually encountered the ships of the Iron-Tooth orcs. There should be no greenskins in the Jingwan Star region. From the occupied area to the Jingwan Star region, the most core location is on Baiwu Star and Yingwan 3. To enter the Jingwan Star region from the occupied area, these two star systems are must-go places. These two places haven't been lost yet. How can the greenskins get through? They still have some luck in their hearts, thinking that it's just a small group of greenskins plundering invasion. This is possible. A star system, such a large place, usually has 1, 2, at most 3 or 4 developed colonized planets. Even if a space fortress, space station, or even a giant structure is built, the area that can be covered is still limited. But in the universe, the empty void is the most. Looking up at the night sky, the stars are so attractive that one can overlook the large area of darkness in the background. If you want to completely guard a star region and not let even a mosquito fly over, there is only one way: block the star tunnel jump point in the galaxy. The scale of the universe is so large. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years. Without star tunnels and spacetime jumps, it would take too long to reach different star systems, which can almost be regarded as impossible. However, it is actually quite difficult to block the dead jump point. The jump point, although it is a point, is in terms of the scale of the universe. In fact, it is a very large area. The small one is as big as several stars added together, and the large one is even the size of hundreds or thousands of stars. As long as you are in that area, you can jump. How difficult is it to block it? There are some particularly important galaxies, such as the capital of the human empire, the solar system where Holy Terra is located, and they will really set up multiple star fortresses at all the jump points to ensure that all the ranges of the jump points are covered by the defense of the star fortresses, ensuring that no one can sneak in. But most galaxies cannot build such a huge space fortress far away from the planet. The difficulty and cost of construction are very high, and the long-term maintenance is a huge expense. It is good enough to build a space station near the jump point, where people are stationed for a long time, and used as an observation platform to monitor the actions of the jump point. Many galaxies do not even have such conditions. In this case, it is normal for a small group of enemies to slip through the defense in the vast void and jump from the star tunnel to other places. Back then, didn't Yi Lixiao also cooperate with Gu Hang on the Angry Owl Star to annihilate a small greenskin fleet? Those greenskins, they might have sneaked in like this. And they didn't expect to capture the planet. They were mainly used to plunder, massacre, and harass the shipping routes. The Pegasus fleet annihilated several small fleets they saw. The largest was no more than a destroyer, and most of them were ordinary patrol ships. The greenskins' garbage ships were still garbage. Under the same specifications, they cannot beat human ships. Moreover, due to their nature, greenskin garbage ships are generally thin-skinned and big-gunned, which makes it uncomfortable to let them fire a few times. But on the contrary, a single shot can often directly smash the shield and ship, while clearing out these small orc pirate fleets that invaded the Jingguan star region. The Tianma fleet is still persevering in trying to find ways to obtain the latest situation on the front line. On the one hand, they continue to work hard to call the Northern Fleet and the Yunluo fleet, and on the other hand, they also actively dispatch patrol ship formations to the front battlefield, trying to figure out for themselves what happened in front. New news finally came. A fleet of fast patrol ships, after exploring 2 star systems, finally got the news of the Yunluo fleet. They didn't see it, but they were in the same star system, and the star language system was finally able to break through the interference and get in touch. This was a catastrophic news. The Yunluo fleet had been destroyed, and was retreating and regrouping, and the Northern Fleet had either been completely wiped out, or it would be completely wiped out soon. In any case, it was finished. According to the new branch of the Yunluo fleet, they lost a battle at Yingguan 3. Their initial mission was to rescue the Northern Fleet. But when they just jumped to Yingguan 3, they encountered an ambush that the Green Fleet had planned in advance. The number of ships on the other side was about the same as theirs. And if they fought normally, with the capabilities of human ships, they should be able to win. However, for some reason, the observation system of the human fleet did not warn of this ambush. The auspicious instrument did not warn. The meditator array did not warn. And the fleet that jumped into Yingguan 3 first sent back all normal information, which led to the ambush. The green boat was bad. It was bad in structure, bad in speed, bad in hull strength. Everything could be bad. But the firepower was definitely not bad. The Yunluo fleet, which had just completed the jump, was directly hit by 2 rounds of salvos. If the fleet had not reacted quickly enough, and the shield had not been propped up in time, the result would not have been a defeat, but annihilation. The Northern Fleet failed to be rescued, and the Yunluo fleet itself suffered a great loss. They destroyed part of the Greenskin fleet, and also suffered losses. But just when they were still thinking about whether to continue the rescue mission, they detected a Greenskin fleet of no less number than theirs, coming again. What else can we say? Let's run. They ran and chased all the way. and most of the Yunluo fleet still escaped. But they were scattered and needed to regroup. As for the Northern Fleet, it can basically be declared hopeless. Even if they are not destroyed, it is probably only a matter of time. The Northern Fleet is finished. What they will face next is the swarm of greenskins. This is a pessimistic idea. The Northern Fleet can still hold on for a while, and continue to delay the main force of the orcs in Yingguan 3 for as long as possible. This is an optimistic idea. The Yunluo fleet also made a corresponding request, hoping that the Tianma fleet can continue to perform the support mission, but the target of the support has changed from the Northern Fleet to the dispersed Yunluo fleet. What to do then? The Pegasus fleet had no choice but to do so. The Yunluo fleet still had to be rescued. In the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, just talking about the Navy, there were actually only 3 serious ones, and their strength was ranked as follows: Yunluo fleet, Northern Fleet, Pegasus fleet. Although there was such a ranking, in reality, the strength of the 3 fleets was not much different, and the strongest Yunluo fleet only had 3 more cruisers than the Pegasus fleet. The rest were just small fleets of local forces, and the Alliance Navy was considered very strong and could be ignored. The Northern Fleet is probably gone, which basically means that the naval force of the Dragon Eagle Star region has been reduced by 1/3. The Yunluo fleet must be rescued. Otherwise there will only be the Pegasus fleet left, which will definitely be unable to support itself in the future. They came to the Yingguan Star region to get support, which is the right thing to do. However, the situation really changes 3 times a day. Just when the main force of the Pegasus fleet let go of a small greenskin fleet, and was preparing to meet them according to the several locations given by the Yunluo fleet and cover the reunion of the Yunluo fleet. New news came again. The speed of the greenskin fleet chasing out was faster than expected. The Yunluo fleet was forced to go to the designated location. They could only run southwestwards. They were about to run out of Jingguan and run to the Cursed Bone Star region in the southwest. At that moment, the position of the Tianma fleet suddenly became awkward. You ran away. What should I do? After receiving several small boats from the Yunluo fleet, they suddenly got the news that the Tianma fleet had fought a small-scale greenskin pursuit fleet. After winning the battle, they did not dare to pursue and expand the victory, and could only retreat in disgrace. On the way of retreat, the Navy commanders were all worried. In terms of position, they were more dangerous than Yunluo. However, there was also good news. The main force of the Iron-Tooth orcs did not focus on them, but continued to pursue the Yunluo fleet, burning the war to the west and south. The direction of the Tianma fleet's retreat was to the southeast of the Jingguan Star region, which was the Eagle Horse Star region. It was a different route. But even so, they were caught up when they just entered the Eagle Horse Star region. That was on Steel Wing Star. Steel Wing Star is the most important location of the Eagle Horse Star region in this war. It is a well-connected transportation route. To the south, it leads to the heartland of the Eagle Horse Star region. Going a little further southeast, you can enter the Fadge Star system in the Pegasus Star region. That is the core area of the 7 horses. Going northeast, it borders the Mist Horse Star region. The days ahead for the Mist Horse Star region may not be easy. It borders the Copper Pass Star region, which is also close to the occupied area. But fortunately, the Tongwan Star region is not the focus of the war at the moment. And the situation is not bad if the latest intelligence update is correct. From the Steel Wing Star to the northwest, it is the Golden Pass Star region. In the early days, Steel Wing Star could almost be regarded as a strategic location, the focal point of many surrounding star regions, with perfect defenses, and it could even be regarded as a fortress world. However, in the era of the unification of the Eastern Universe and the general peace of the Dragon Eagle Star region, there were no enemies around Steel Wing Star, and it gradually lost the need to be a fortress world, and then turned into a trade hub. But a few decades ago, after the rise of the Iron-Tooth clan, the surrounding situation became chaotic, causing a sharp drop in trade volume, and it began to decline. Until 6 years ago, when the war broke out again, the role of Steel Wing Star was once again valued, becoming the rear base for attacking the Jingguan Star district, and a hub for the mobilization of supplies and troops. After retreating to Steel Wing Star, Yi Lixia said in a military meeting, "We can't retreat anymore." After hearing Yi Lixia words, no one said anything. Everyone was a bit flustered and quite confused. Tillmans did not speak. Yi Lixia sat in the meeting room of the quintet, looking at the virtual images of her colleagues, sighed, and said, "If we retreat any further, there is no way to retreat. Do we have to retreat all the way back to the Pegasus sector?" Without our defense, the Hippogriff will surely fall completely, and no Space Force can compete with the iron-toothed Greenskins. By then, the Greenskins will still chase into the Pegasus sector, and we still cannot avoid this war. Why don't we just stay on Steel-Wing Star? From here on, there is no planet more suitable for defense than Steel-Wing Star. By staying here, we can also ask Eaglehorse Star District to mobilize all available forces. Pegasus Star District will also give us full support. On the contrary, if we retreat to Pegasus, then we will only have the manpower and material resources of Pegasus Star District to use. After Ulysses' analysis, everyone's mind was also settled. Considering her words, everyone had to admit that she was right. Staying on Steel-Wing Star. At least there was a way to retreat. Even if they really couldn't defeat the Greenskin fleet in the decisive battle in space, they could always protect themselves by hiding in the firepower platform, armed space station, and star fortress of Steel-Wing Star. And because the defense facilities and troops on the surface of Steel-Wing Star were relatively sufficient, it would not be easy for the Greenskins to take the planet through ground attack. All in all, this is indeed the most suitable place for defense. But the final question is, you want the Alliance to send people to help defend, but you don't go back to the Pegasus Star region to defend. But defend outside? Is the leader of the Alliance willing? Yi Lixia saw the virtual images of her colleagues looking at her, and she also sighed with a wry smile. I go and talk to them. Then let's decide. Tillman's made the final decision. No problem, I support your decision. After listening to what Yi Lixia said, Gu Heng agreed without much thought. Yi Lixia breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, it is difficult for ordinary imperial officials to accept such things. We all know the truth that the lips and teeth are cold, but why don't you warm me when I am cold? Do you have to warm others? But fortunately, Gu Heng is not such a person. While thinking about it, Gu Heng went further and said, the Alliance will not only support the war on Steel-Wing Star, but I will also personally lead the troops there. The Alliance Navy, the Alliance Army, the Phoenix Regiment, the Dragon Eagle Legion's 3rd Army Group, the Angry Bear Legion, will all participate in this war. Chapter 414. Total War. Gu Heng accepted the invitation to join the war, and was willing to personally lead the Alliance Army to the Eaglehorse Star region to participate in the war. Of course, the factor of Ulysses was there, but it was not the key. The most important reason was that the enemy had already reached the door, and this war had to be fought. In the past, Gu Heng had reservations about the Dragon Eagle Star region government's war strategy against the Iron Tooth clan. He felt that things here had not been cleaned up for decades, and if it was delayed until now, it would sooner or later explode. However, it happened too fast, catching people off guard. After all, not long ago, the Star region government just announced that they had won the war and achieved considerable results. But now, everything is on the verge of collapse. Relatively speaking, the current strength of the Alliance is still insufficient to deal with this disaster that may endanger the entire Star region. He does not have the ability to cover the entire Dragon Eagle Star region for the time being. Regarding the current situation in the Star region, Gu Heng had to admit that he was indeed worried. But this did not prevent him from making the right decision. However, although he had decided to join the war, he did not have to send troops right away. The situation in the Eaglehorse Star region was difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, if Gu Heng left in a hurry now, it would not end well. By then, not only would he not be able to ease the situation, but he would also be involved, which would be an even more devastating thing. Gu Heng realized that, when fighting the green-skinned orcs, he couldn't add fuel to the fire. That would only make the fire burn more and more vigorously. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough power to pacify the iron-toothed orcs in one fell swoop. But it was also because of this that the Alliance had to gather as much strength as possible. Only by clenching the fists can it be possible to accumulate the strength to change the situation. The Alliance war machine, when Gu Heng received Ulysses' situation report at the beginning, had already started to turn. The branch of the Pegasus fleet in the Star Zone had originally received an order from Vice Admiral Tillmans, asking Du Shiliang to lead all ships and immediately go to the Eaglehorse Star Zone. However, he was stopped by Gu Heng. Gu Heng required Du Shiliang and the 2 cruisers he was currently commanding and several other ships to act together with the Alliance army. With the Northern Fleet destroyed, the Yunluo fleet fleeing, and the main force of the Pegasus fleet trembling, what ability could Du Shiliang have to change the situation with 2 cruisers? Obviously not. It would be better to follow the Alliance army, rather than rushing there by yourself. If something happens on the way, it would be too late to regret. Du Shiliang hesitated. In the past few years, his cooperation with the Alliance was relatively comfortable. He was also used to following Gu Heng advice. But at this moment, he felt that Gu Heng advice made sense, but it was obviously contrary to the instructions of his superiors. At the critical moment, Gu Heng asked General Fofana to persuade Du Shiliang. On the other hand, after learning Gu Heng's opinion, Yi Lixia also gave Gu Heng full trust. Yi Lixia chose to believe that Gu Heng was not using various excuses to save strength and avoid fighting, but really had some ideas. So, she also personally found Lieutenant General Tillmans and persuaded him to withdraw his previous order. In addition, the Alliance Navy is also actively preparing for war. The existing fleet has been assembled, not to mention the action with Du Shiliang. The two major shipyards on the Angry Owl Star and the Flying Wing Star are also quickly taking stock of the work on hand. All the dock construction work. First of all employees cancel their vacations and work overtime in the factory. The corresponding workers' welfare is improved, and overtime allowances must be given. At the same time, political and ideological work is intensified. The propaganda department of the Alliance is fully committed to exaggerating the atmosphere of the coming war, publicizing the importance of the Navy, and publicizing that this is a critical moment that determines the fate of everyone. All Alliance personnel should grit their teeth and get through the difficulties. For this reason, the Alliance still felt that it was not enough. More factory technicians were mobilized to the shipyard. All problems that could be solved with more manpower and material resources were solved as much as possible. On multiple planets, all industries related to the shipbuilding industry also adopted corresponding strategies. The work of building naval ships is not a matter of one day or one night. The cycle of building cruisers at the Fiexing shipyard is 4 years for one cruiser, and there are 2 docks. The last ship delivery cycle has just passed, and the new cruiser project has just started construction. Even if various means are taken to accelerate the construction cycle, it will take 3.5 years, at least 3 years, to deliver the next 2 ships. However, some small ships, such as destroyers and frigates, are already at the end of the construction cycle. These are the key targets that need to be conquered. The resources within the shipyard are also allocated in this way. Prioritize all efforts on the ships that are about to be completed. Try to add more ships in the shortest time. According to estimates, within a month, 3 more destroyers and 5 more frigates can be used, and the other small patrol ships will not be counted. In addition, there is another strategy that Gu Heng is also working with his mother to promote. The Alliance has no ships, and the Tianma fleet has no ships either. There is only so much potential that can be tapped. However, within the Tianma Star region, there is another company with many ships, Gu Company. Although, most of the ships of Gu Company are civilian ships, transport ships, and merchant ships. Those Phaeton class, Whale class, and even Giant Belly class ships have no combat capability. However, in the early days, there were many armed merchant ships in the company. The combat capability of these armed merchant ships, compared with the regular naval fleet of the same specifications, is definitely far inferior. But the large number is also an advantage. The Alliance Naval Department, in conjunction with the 2 major shipyards, quickly assessed the situation and issued a plan to further strengthen the armed merchant ships to meet the needs of the next fight against the green-skinned orcs. In fact, to be frank, it's nothing. The basic characteristics of the armed merchant ships, such as structure, energy, and power, cannot be changed too much. However, if there is room for maneuver, it is possible to add a larger shield or find a way to cram in more naval guns. Strengthening defense and firepower is the most basic way to increase combat effectiveness. Although, the cost is not low, and under normal circumstances, it is quite wasteful. But in this war period, it is obviously not the time to consider cost effectiveness. Under the premise of extremely limited time, the Alliance must create as strong a force as possible. According to the latest estimates, including those armed merchant ships that have been recruited, and the branch fleets of the Pegasus fleet, plus the strength of the Alliance Navy itself, and the ships that can be completed quickly, adding them all together, in 1.5 months, the Alliance will launch a space force with 200 ships of various levels. Although the quality is a bit poor, there are only 2 musician-class cruisers, and about 30 destroyers as the mainstay. But there are 200 ships. At least they are here. If used properly, the effect they can achieve will not be too bad. As for the army, the Alliance cannot send out all the troops. On each planet, people must be left behind. the Dragon Eagle 3 Corps, and the Angry Bear Corps, with a total of 30 million troops, must be mobilized. A large number of combat forces must be drawn from various planets, especially Karogia. The Alliance Army will send out 80 million combat troops, including a large number of top-ranked teams within the Alliance Army, to participate in the war. In addition to the preparation of military forces, Gu Heng also took out a sum of grace points. It is not meaningful to temporarily pull out more troops. After all, if more troops are really needed, it is not a problem of the troops themselves, but a limited delivery capability. But in comparison, Gu Heng can improve the combat capability of the delivery troops. If a large proportion of the soldiers' level is raised to the T4 level, Gu Heng does not have that many gift points. For T4 soldiers, one gift point can only train 10 people in the foreseeable large-scale battlefield. The role that this amount of manpower can play is relatively limited. However, Gu Heng has another trick. Under his soldier card training function, there is also a rarely used ability to give soldiers who have completed T5 level soldier training the beast-killing characteristic. This is a special attack feature against green orcs. Soldiers with this feature will better understand the weaknesses of green orcs and master the various skills needed to deal with them, although their strength levels are still at level T5. After having the corresponding features, they will be significantly strengthened when fighting against green orcs. If they cannot reach level T4, they can at least be considered T4.5. The key is that the price is much cheaper. 100 people/point. The price is the same as training T5 soldiers, and 10 times cheaper than T4 soldiers. Gu Heng has 100,000 gifts on hand, plus the war money he just got this month. A total of 140,000. He spent 100,000 and directly produced 10 million soldiers with this characteristic among the soldiers who were about to go to war. Compared with the Alliance naval force that has just started, the Alliance Army is a more reliable force. After all, the Alliance was founded on the Army. However, no matter how strong the Army is, the deployment of the hundreds of millions of troops that are about to participate in the war is a big problem. It is impossible to cross the sea in a bathtub, but it is impossible to cross the Starry Sea. Fortunately, the Alliance has gathered more than 200 warships. On these ships, each of them is stuffed with some Alliance army. It is not about how many people can be loaded on the warships. The key is that those greenskins like to engage in boarding battles very much during naval battles. Conventional Marines, not to mention their combat capabilities, their numbers are also worrying. If they really break through and smash some landing capsules, landing spacecraft, let those greenskins make a fuss inside the ship. Even if there are only a few hundred, thousands of them, it will be a headache. With the army inside, it can also make people feel much more at ease. In fact, who says humans can't board ships? However, naval battle problems that can be solved with strong ships and powerful guns, then try to solve them with strong ships and powerful guns. For human troops, boarding is always a very late choice. Except for the Space Marines. On the Navy main battleship, 500 Phoenixes are ready to go. They may be the key force at some critical moments. Military-related preparations, that's about it. During this period, Gu Heng held one pre-war military meeting after another, discussing the general direction of various matters. He couldn't catch the specific details in person, involving hundreds of interstellar warships and the mobilization of hundreds of millions of troops. It was not something he could handle with his own brain. At this time, he could only fully believe that the alliance system he had built could withstand the test of this sudden outbreak of all-out war. However, Gu Heng never forgot one thing: war is about politics and economy. If he went to the Eagle Horse Star region and failed, or even lost, or was completely annihilated, and then the group of green-skinned orcs really made it all the way and killed their way into the Pegasus Star region, then there would be nothing to say. At that point, everything would be over. Gu Heng would just have to figure out how to run away, and then see if he could find a place to make a comeback, and also find a way to wash away the stain on himself. However, as long as it is not that kind of situation, the war will, to a certain extent, become a stalemate, no matter it is an advantage, a disadvantage, or a balance. Then in the end, the rear will still need to continuously provide all war materials. War is not only a matter for soldiers, but also for administrative officials, workers, farmers, and even all 61 billion people in the alliance. The so-called total war. The meaning of total war is here to use all the power of the political body to fight the war. This is not a matter of one war. The military is only a part of the total war. Although it is very important, the maintenance of the wartime economy in the rear and the continuous supply are more important. Can the Alliance destroy 100 million troops? And then immediately have another 100 million? Destroy 200 ships? And produce dozens or hundreds of dumplings in these years? If it is possible, then there will always be a dawn of victory in the war. Apart from other things, the tolerance rate will be much higher, and the military will have much more room to adopt military strategies. This is what Gu Hang asked of Prime Minister Asuna of the Alliance and the entire Alliance government. As for his earlier request for the Alliance government to increase its GDP by more than 10% each year, it will be shelved indefinitely. When the war is over, we will talk about it later. To this end, all administrative forces established by the Alliance on the 9 planets in the Tianma Star region were mobilized to serve this purpose. Gu Hang has signed relevant documents, announcing that the Alliance has entered a wartime system. The 3rd-level mobilization order has been issued, and the 2nd-level mobilization order is on the way. A large number of civilian factories have been converted to military use, and a large number of personnel, who cannot join the army, at least have to enter all industries related to war. The atmosphere of war has descended on everyone. Chapter 415, Warp Point Naval Battle. No matter how much the Alliance needs to gather its forces, no matter how much it needs to prepare in advance, it cannot be delayed too long. If it takes too long, if the Eagle Horse Star region is rotten, the Alliance will have to fight those green skins on its own land. It is better to fight on Steel Wing Star. The departure date is set 45 Standard Terra days after Gu Hang promised He Lixia that he would participate in the war. This time makes Lieutenant General Tillmans and Admiral Yuan Chunchuan, both sweating profusely. The former is self-explanatory. The latter is the Commander-in-Chief of the Joint Defense Force of the Eagle Horse Star region and has just been awarded the rank of General of the Star region. This rank of General is an honorary title. Or in other words, the Admiral of the Planetary Defense Force, which is different from the Admiral of the Star Realm Army. Although the military rank within the planet is also recognized by the Empire, its rank is only valid within the Planetary Defense Force. Outside the planet, no one recognizes it. Yuan Chengchuan was originally just the military commander of the Star region capital Eagle Horse II. At this special time, the leader of the Eagle Horse Star Zone, Ren Wanxia, in order to unify the military forces of the Star Zone and resist the invasion of the green-skinned orcs, created the title of Star Zone Admiral and let all the planets in the entire Star Zone grant him the rank of Admiral to facilitate the unification of the defense forces of the entire Star Zone. At present, on the Steel Wing Star, Tillmans is the commander of the naval forces, and the entire war zone is roughly headed by him, assisted by Yuan Chunchuan, who is mainly responsible for the overall command of the ground forces composed of the planetary defense forces. The two of them are under great pressure now, especially the news from the Jingwan Star region. One after another. No good news. A lot of bad news. And a lot of messages asking for help. But how to help? There is no help at all. At present, the entire Jingwan Star region is caught in the flames of war. There is no need to say more about the space region. After the Yunluo fleet fled to the Juga Star region, the Tianma fleet retreated to the Ingma, and the Northern Fleet was in danger. The Jingwan Star region was essentially abandoned. Of course, losing the space part does not mean that the war is over. The Orc fleet has indeed deployed a large number of troops on the 13 worlds of the Jingwan Star region to carry out ground invasions. But on these planets, there are also planetary defense forces resisting. In addition, since the Jingwan Star region has been in the front line of the war with the green-skinned orcs for the past few decades, the economic development situation is definitely not that good because of the war. But the Star government has been constantly migrating people here, sending troops, and recruiting soldiers. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the planetary defense forces of the various worlds in the Jingwan Star region is stronger than that of ordinary places. It is not easy for the green-skinned orcs to conquer every world so quickly. In fact, their chances of winning may not be that great. The number of iron-toothed orc tribes is indeed terrifying. But to fight in 13 worlds at the same time, the number of troops required is also astronomical. There may not be enough troops to distribute to each planet. What's more, there may still be resistance from human armies on the surface of the 4 planets in the Silver Pass Star region. After all, on those 4 planets, there are 4 army groups. The 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 8th Dragon Eagle Legion, with a total strength of over 200 million. These are all real Star Army, and it is not so easy to wipe them out. Of course, when fighting on the ground, the control of the orbit is very important. If one side completely loses the ability to control the orbit, the threat from above is extremely terrifying. The attack of naval guns on the ground is completely uncounterable, with great power and relatively accurate. However, it is not that there is no way to deal with it. A large number of excavated fortifications, especially underground fortifications, can effectively prevent heavy artillery bombardment. If people hide, if they are directly hit by naval guns, then it goes without saying that even if they hide 20 meters underground, they may be doomed. However, as long as they are not at the center of the explosion, the fortifications and air raid shelters can play a very important role. If they are at the edge of the explosion, they will be killed on the ground, but here they may be unscathed. In addition, deploying troops separately and not making the defense positions too dense can effectively reduce the casualties caused by orbital bombing. However, if you adopt such a combat posture, you can basically forget about taking the initiative to attack. To attack, you need to gather troops. Once you gather, you will be easily discovered. If you are discovered, you will be hit by a cannon from the sky, and you will be finished. If you are just defending, the pressure will be much less. Of course, the enemy will be under the cover of orbital firepower, and the offensive can often be regarded as invincible. But if the defending party grits its teeth and holds on, it may not be impossible to drag out the time. Although the end may still be inevitable, it is common for the battle to drag on for several months, 1 or 2 years, or even 5 or 6 years. The most important thing is that this is not a human civil war. When fighting against a hostile race like the green-skinned orcs, no matter how low the morale of the soldiers is, no matter how desperate they are, they may flee, avoid fighting, but they will never surrender. The orcs do not accept surrender either. They just want to fight. Kill. 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 Surrender is also death. The only difference is being massacred or being enslaved and tortured within a month. It is better to fight for your life. And when you really die, you can bite the other side. Moreover, the most strange thing is that when those green-skinned orcs were conducting ground attacks, they basically did not use orbital firepower. The messages for help from all directions mentioned this point. Although the green-skinned orcs came in large numbers, and their offensive was fierce, which caught them off guard and caused heavy losses, they were indeed rarely subjected to orbital bombardment. Even on the planets in the G1 star region, most of the orbital defense firepower is still intact, and some of them have not even lost their starports. Why is this? It is obviously unlikely that the green-skinned orcs showed mercy. The green-skinned orcs don't know what mercy means. Where did the huge fleet of the orcs go? The answer is also obvious. Either the northern fleet was not completely destroyed, although it has lost contact. They may still be somewhere, and have involved many orc ships. At the same time, another part of the main force of the orc fleet should be chasing the Yunlul fleet and heading to the hinterland of the Dragon Eagle Star region. Of course, there is also the possibility that a considerable part of the fleet is heading to the Eagle Horse Star region. In this case, can they hold on to Steel Wing Star for 45 days? Moreover, the 45 days mentioned by Gu Heng is only the time for the main force of the Alliance to set off. Even if they set out from the nearest Fokkers galaxy, they will have to go through 5-star tunnel jumps to reach Steel Wing Star, which will take at least half a month. If they really want to wait for the main force of the Alliance to arrive, it may take 60 days. However, after a personal exchange with Gu Heng's calm attitude made him accept the reality. This is indeed the most critical time for the Alliance to gather all its forces, issue a mobilization order, and then set off. The Alliance can't come immediately, which will cause problems in the deployment of ships. And the army can't just send 100 million people. A series of heavy equipment, even those with greater load requirements, countless shells, bullets, and food supplies are all needed. After all, the troops were sent here to fight, not to die. And Gu Heng was quite sincere. The first advanced fleet had already set off. This fleet consisted of 20 transport ships, and a part of the armed merchant ship escort team. They mainly transported various weapons and equipment, artillery shells, food and the like. Through the material aspect, they could strengthen the reserves of Steel Wing Star, and also make some preparations for the arrival of the subsequent main force. On these ships, the most important things for the Tianma fleet are the technical workers who came with the ships, and some important ship accessories. These are urgently needed by the Tianma fleet. After all, They have been through 6 years of war, although they have also carried out simple maintenance work in the G1 star region. After such a long period of fighting, the damage to the ships and some parts are all unavoidable. With the arrival of a group of professional technicians, they can replace some severely worn parts, and the status of the entire fleet will be significantly improved. Looking at those technicians, Tillmans even saw some familiar faces. They were some old technicians from the Feixing shipyard. This made him know that Gu Heng was indeed very sincere, well-planned, and rational in doing the right thing. But even so, he couldn't restrain his worries. According to intelligence detection, his previous guess was basically true. The Greenskin fleet did not cover their ground forces to attack, but continued to gather forces, and continue to spread the flames of war to various parts of the Dragon Eagle star region. A Greenskin fleet has arrived at the Tamir galaxy in the Golden Pass star region. There are 3 imperial planets in this star system. The Greenskin fleet carried out a wave of bombardment in various places in these 3 worlds, knocking out some orbital defense system organizations, and putting down a group of Greenskin legions, and then left. Their next target is the Eagle Horse star region. The star tunnel of the Tamir galaxy is directly connected to the Steel Wing star. This means that the opponent that Tillmans has been waiting for has finally arrived. When he learned that a Greenskin fleet was shuttling from the Tamir galaxy in the Golden Pass star zone to the Steel Wing star, he activated the strategy he had conceived before. The main force of the Pegasus fleet rushed to the galaxy's jump point and began to wait for the enemy. The 2 sides had an expected collision at the jump point. The Pegasus fleet deliberately wanted to intercept here, and the Greenskins could actually predict it. Although this creature is reckless, warlike, and loves to get ahead, it looks stupid and foolish. But it is actually a very cunning and cruel enemy with considerable combat wisdom. It is very difficult to easily ambush them. That is why it is said that this is an expected battle. Short and fierce. Tillmans is experienced. Before the Greenskin garbage ships appeared, he had roughly predicted at which minute and which second they would appear and where they would be. The firepower was already accumulated in advance, waiting for the moment when the Greenskin garbage ships appeared, and the most intense round of artillery fire was thrown at the opponent's face. There were a lot of Greenskin ships in the first wave of jumps. They had expected that human ships would intercept them here. The moment they came out, they had already put up dark green energy shields and were ready to fire. However, the human heavy artillery still gave these Greenskins, who were rushing all the way, a wake-up call. A large number of Greenskin ships, under the concentrated fire, suffered a devastating blow because the energy shield power could not be fully pulled up for a while. Then, under the bombardment of both sides, the Greenskin fleet had just completed the jump, and even though its firepower was prepared at the fastest speed, its counterattack was still slightly insufficient. The key point was that the speed of the ships was still the same as before the jump, and there was a speed difference between the 2 sides. This was also caught by Tillmans. The Greenskin fleet rushed out as soon as it appeared, but the Pegasus fleet passed by at an oblique angle and circled around the Greenskin fleet, which made a lot of Greenskin firepower fall into vain, and the human fleet took some advantage. After more than a dozen rounds of bombardment, at least 15 green ships of various levels were blown into space junk. In contrast, the human fleet was basically unscathed, with only 1 frigate lost. This was undoubtedly a victory. Then, the human fleet withdrew immediately. Before the war, Tillmans had some fantasies. If the number of this wave of green fleets was small, the strength was not strong, and the response was not good, the human side could achieve a big enough victory at the beginning, and they might try to completely annihilate the invading enemy here. If we can fight a war of annihilation, even if the Iron-Tooth clan still has many ships, at least it can greatly reduce the pressure and greatly delay the arrival of the Greenskin wave. But unfortunately, fantasy is fantasy after all. The number of Greenskin ships emerging from the jump point is increasing, and soon it has exceeded 300, and there are obviously more to come. Although the quality of a single ship of the Pegasus fleet is much better than that of the Greenskin garbage ship, the number is barely about 100. There is still a gap in the strength of both sides. If they really fight, they may be able to achieve good results in the early stage of the battle by taking advantage of the first move, but it is obviously impossible to quickly annihilate them. As time goes by, the Greenskin ships have adjusted, and the advantage will gradually disappear, and both sides will fight with hard power. By then, the Pegasus fleet's chance of winning will probably be only 30% at most. Although the fleet in front of them is definitely the main Greenskin fleet, if they can win, it will definitely be a major victory. But to bet the entire Pegasus fleet on a 30% chance of winning? Forget it. Tillmans is not that reckless. He took advantage of 15 ships, and ran away quickly, and retreated to Steel Wing Star. There is a complete orbital system there, and a large number of anti-orbital guns on the ground, which is a more suitable place for a decisive battle. Chapter 416, Battle of Steel Wing Star. Gu Hang has always been paying close attention to the Battle of Steel Wing Star. Tillman's choice in the war at the war point was, of course, correct, and he fully supported it. What he feared most was that the generals of some fronts would have their own ideas and give him a hard time. It was absolutely unacceptable to risk the outcome of an entire battle for a 30% chance of winning. Being safer was more reliable than anything else. And then, the green-skinned orcs who suffered a loss, of course, would not give up. They chased the fleeing Pegasus fleet all the way to Steel Wing Star. At that time, the main force of the Pegasus fleet had already been in place. The greenskins didn't care about anything. They directly launched a fierce and violent attack. To be honest, such an offensive posture really brought a lot of pressure. Steel Wing Star had not experienced war for many years, and many war equipment were only recently reactivated, and it was really a bit flustered for a while. But after finally overcoming the initial discomfort, they still took advantage of the planet's complete defense system, not only stubbornly blocking the attack of the greenskin fleet, but also causing considerable casualties. In the war that lasted for a month, the greenskin fleet paid the price of 30 or 40 warships, but the result was only the destruction of some armed space stations and firepower platforms. The most important star fortress, the starport, is still standing. The main force of the Pegasus fleet was also saved, and only 3 ships were consumed. If the exchange ratio continued, this deal could be done 100 times. The number of greenskin fleets, no matter how large, could not withstand such a fight. They quickly slowed down their attack. However, during this process, the Iron-Tooth clan released another trick, a large number of greenskin orcs, with the help of landing capsules, landed on the surface, forcibly landing on a well-defended planet like Steel Wing Star. That would cost a huge price. More than half of the landing capsules were intercepted and destroyed during the landing process. However, the planet is so big after all. Compared with the entire planet, even a starport like a space city is a small thing. The greenskin fleet can always attract attention by fainting in one place, and then other ships will go around to places with less strict defenses and drop landing troops. Even if only half of them were taken down, there are still tens of millions of fearless orcs landing on the ground. This is what Tillmans is most worried about. If the Iron-Tooth orcs only have a lot of ships, that would be fine. They can just retreat a little, relying on the planet's defense system, and the Pegasus fleet itself is not a pushover, so who is afraid of whom? What they are afraid of is a large-scale ground attack. When the regular Astra Militarum troops of the Empire engage in ground combat with the Iron-Tooth orcs, they will have a very hard time, not to mention that at the moment, the main ground force of Steel Wing Star is still the Planetary Defense Force. Although there are many of them, more than 100 million, and their quality is considered to be a gathering of heroes in the Eagle-Horse Star region, but overall, Tillmans dare not fully trust them. The results of the battle on the ground are very important for the naval battle. Once a large area of the planetary surface falls, the anti-orbital guns deployed on the ground will be gone. Without the cover of the anti-orbital guns, the starport and the star fortress will be in danger. If these two big things are destroyed, the orbital defense system of the Steel Wing Star will be completely collapsed. The Pegasus fleet would have to flee again, and they might not be able to escape. To some extent, they are now trapped on the Steel Wing Star. In order to prevent the worst situation from happening, Tillmans transferred several ships, withdrew from the confrontation with the Greenskin fleet, and turned to support the ground battle. But the Greenskins will also respond. Their ships will also move to the corresponding positions when the key battle on the ground begins, and fire on the surface. Although a large amount of firepower will be intercepted, it can still provide some support. The Battle of Steel Wing Star began. The battle was still very cruel. Now, Admiral Yuan Chengchuan was very grateful for the 20 ships of supplies sent by the Alliance. Although the Eagle-Horse Star region was well prepared, a large amount of supplies were gathered on Steel Wing Star during the previous preparation period. However, when the war really started, he still found that no matter how much military supplies there were, they were not enough. In particular, the things said by the Alliance are all good things. There is no need to talk about the food supplies and the conventional ammunition supplies. The key is that many heavy bolters, plasma guns, and high-performance melta bombs are quite reliable. With one, you can form a solid firepower position. A burst of fire, or 2 shots from the plasma gun, can destroy a raging orc war truck or eliminate a killing tank. This can often save a position, or save dozens of lives. The land area of Steel Wing Star accounts for 43% of the global area, and there is only one complete continent, which is basically located in the Eastern Hemisphere. The ground part of the battle soon reached almost the entire Northern Hemisphere. But the human army cannot completely ignore the Southern Hemisphere. The greenskins flew down from the airdrop pod in a meteorite made of rock and metal structure. There are often thousands, even tens of thousands of greenskins. As long as one of them lands, the alarm will be sounded for a large area around the landing location. In this case, the human forces must be equipped with defenses in all land areas of the entire planet. Even those seemingly worthless wildernesses cannot be relaxed. If a group of greenskins really land in the wilderness, plant those greenskin spore fungi, and develop, then the subsequent greenskins will not even need to bear the huge loss rate. Transport troops from the Jingwan Star area, and then carry out airdrops. They will soon build a unique ecological system like the greenskins in the wilderness. From basic fungal plants, to various types of squigs, to fart spirits, and even greenskin boys. They will soon grow out of the ground and become a disaster. If, at present, it is still an invasion by the enemy, then if it comes to that, the human army will have to fight against the planet cancer. It is best not to let this happen. Even if it is impossible, it should be delayed as much as possible. In fact, the green-skinned orcs did make similar attempts. They dropped some airdrop pods to the southern continent. This also reflects the importance of always being on guard on the entire planet. It is impossible to expect to kill all the green-skinned orcs. There are many orc boys and farts on their hundreds of ships. In fact, some green-skinned ships were halfway through the battle and returned to the Jingwan Star area to pull a few ships of people. What Yuan Chunchuan has to do is the most important goal, not to lose the anti-orbital capability. The second goal, to prevent the enemy from establishing a stable ecological cycle system. As long as this sign is discovered, even if it costs a lot, even if it requires calling for support from the Pegasus fleet, it must be resolutely eliminated. The third goal is to destroy the enemy manpower as much as possible. Under this guiding ideology, the entire Steel Wing Star finally stabilized after the chaos at the beginning of the war. For such an interesting war, the green-skinned orcs were also very dedicated. They continued to invest power on the surface, and continued to put pressure on the human orbital defense system in space. The war began to stalemate. And this was also the result that Gu Hang hoped to see. The Steel Wing Star has become a huge magnet, which can firmly attract the enemy attention, and can also defend it. That's the best. At present, it seems that, if the greenskins do not further increase their troops on a large scale, the Steel Wing Star can be defended for half a year, or even a year, let alone 2 months. But soon, these greenskins also took some measures that Gu Hang did not want to see. Their main force, while blocking the Steel Wing Star, divided a part of their strength, with a dozen or 20 small garbage ships as the structure, and came to the interior of the Eagle Horror Star region. This cannot be stopped. If the enemy splits up on a large scale, then the Pegasus fleet is not dead. They can just chase after them, and concentrate their forces to destroy the enemies who split up. But if it is just a small-scale split, the main force still gathers on Steel Wing Star, and the Pegasus fleet starts a decisive battle right away, and leaves the cover of the Steel Wing Star orbital system. The chance of winning is still very low. They still have to retreat, and cannot control those small-scale splits. However, the significance of such small-scale splits is not that great. A dozen small green garbage ships, their combat capability may not be as good as that of ordinary human frigates, and their thin skin makes it unlikely that they can destroy a planet's orbital defense system independently. However, the orbital defense systems of many planets in the Eagle Horror Star region are just average, so there is nothing they can do with these garbage ships. These garbage ships just run around happily, bombing this planet a few times, dropping a bunch of airdrop pods, and then moving to another galaxy. Soon, the entire Eagle Horror Star region was caught in the flames of war. In the star zone, 12 worlds, almost every one of them was invaded by greenskins, but the situation was either serious or minor. Even, the neighboring Muma Star zone in the north was also affected. The greenskin ships that slipped from Steel Wing Star to Suhun 2-star system in Muma Star zone, and the greenskins that invaded Suhun 1-star from Tongwan Star zone, which was already in a war zone, made the situation in Wuma star zone deteriorate rapidly. And this behavior of the greenskins, to a large extent, interfered with the support of various human worlds for the war. Many planets, productivity was destroyed, and due to the invasion, they were forced to find ways to take care of the problems at hand, slowing down their contribution to the overall war situation. At the same time, the Iron Tooth clan's behavior of spreading war across the board also caused panic in many star regions. These are of course bad, but from another perspective, while catalyzing the panic, a plan that Gu Hang was promoting became smooth. While the entire alliance activated the wartime system and raced against time to gather forces, preparing to join the war, the alliance was also making multifaceted political efforts. The location of the Tianma star region is in the southeast corner of the entire Dragon Eagle star region. This place is also called the Seven Horses Land. The reason for this name is that in this corner, with the Tianma star region as the center, there are 6 star regions around it, namely the Eagle Horse, the Mist Horse, the Purple Horse, the Border Horse, the Reclamation Horse, and the Iron Horse. Together, they are the so-called Seven Horses Land. Gu Hang is promoting the establishment of the Seven Horses Agreement, which is a military joint defense agreement, in order to face the attack of the green-skinned orcs. He hopes to establish a wartime mechanism to integrate the forces of the other 6 star regions. This agreement should stipulate that each star region should establish a unified military command system and a unified resource allocation mechanism under the Seven Horses Agreement. Of course, the leader of the Seven Horses Agreement is naturally the Pegasus Star region. That is, the Alliance. The Alliance will ensure the military security of each world in the agreement. Gu Hang envoys have been traveling to various places on fast travelers, carrying his letters, and discussing with the leaders of various star regions and planetary governors. The negotiation process of this Seven Horses Agreement was not very smooth. Aren't you, Chief Gu, taking advantage of the war to expand your so-called alliance? How big is the difference between signing this Seven Horses Agreement and joining the alliance? Although, after signing the agreement, the alliance will not continue to expand its system outward. However, in terms of military, you have to listen to the deployment of the Seven Horses Pact. The planetary defense force is no longer your own. In addition, there is a financial expenditure. You have to fully support the Pact Corps, provide soldiers, provide resources. Of course, each planet will have great doubts about this. Imperial taxes are already a huge burden on each planet. You have to pay a protection fee to your alliance? Why? You can't stop the attack of the greenskins by yourself. Another important factor is the situation of the entire star field. Not to mention the battle in the eastern part of the Dragon Eagle star region, in the central and even western parts of the star region, that is where the greenskin frenzy is more turbulent. The focused battle on Steel Winged Star cannot be regarded as the real main force of the Iron Teeth. In fact, the main force led by the orc chieftain named Titus chased the remnants of the Yunluo fleet and burned the war all the way to the core area of the Dragon Eagle star region. From the Golden Pass star region to the Curse Bone star region to the Snow Eagle star region, the Speed Eagle star region has been completely swept by the greenskin wave. The Yunluo star region, where the star region capital is located, and the Steel Fire Dragon star region, where the only forging world in the Dragon Eagle star region, the Jindy star, are located, are probably the next stage of the greenskin orcs targets. In fact, the difficulty of conducting star language communication from Kamadi to the star region capital has become extremely difficult due to the greenskin wave. The Imperial tax collection work that should have started this period was forced to stop because the tax fleet could not pass, and the road in the middle had been cut off by the greenskins. Under such circumstances, Governor Gu claimed that he had been authorized by the star region government to do extraordinary things in extraordinary times, and even had the authority to allocate the current imperial tax. Many people doubted this, and did not know whether it was true or not. But in the confusion, some people made a decisive choice. The head of the Eagle Horse star region, Ren Wanxia, took the lead in announcing that he and all the planetary governors in his star region would sign the Seven Horses Agreement. This is a good leading role. Chapter 417, You still want to collect taxes for the Empire? Is Gu Hang using the war to expand the influence of the Alliance? Objectively speaking, yes. Subjectively, he does have this idea. However, he has a clear conscience about this. In this matter, he believes that he is doing the right thing. In the case of the deteriorating situation in the star field, even the Yunluo star field itself is difficult to protect. Kamadi cannot rely on external strong support, at least in the short term. If the situation in the star field is rotten to a certain extent, the threat of the Iron-Tooth clan will definitely be greatly increased by the Empire. By then, it may not even be just the troops from the Eastern Universe that will come. The Empire may even directly form an expeditionary force to quell the disaster in the Dragon Eagle Star region. However, that will require a long wait. Gu Hang's understanding of the Empire's reaction speed made him very pessimistic that the Empire could quickly gather enough forces to suppress the threat as soon as things broke out. He believed that with the Empire's huge size and endless military force, the Iron-Tooth clan might seem to be a disaster in the Star region and Star region. But for the Empire, this matter was not too big. As long as the Empire wants, it can settle the matter with a slap. However, similar disasters always happen in the thousands of star fields within the Empire. By the time the Empire reacts and gathers its forces, the entire star field may have been destroyed, not to mention the Central Empire. Even Gu Hang feels uncertain about when the reinforcements from the Eastern Universe will arrive. By the time the reinforcements from the Universe or the Central Empire arrive, but the 7 horses have been destroyed. What is the point for Gu Hang? He did not seek to resolve the Iron-Tooth clan by himself, as this would depend on the subsequent development of the war. However, to protect his homeland and the fruits of his struggle over the years, he had to unite the forces of the surrounding star regions. If people contributed their manpower and strength, it would be more likely that the Greenskins would be stopped. The alliance would expand its influence in the process, which was incidental. As for what Gu Hang said to the heads and governors of other star regions, that he had obtained authorization from the star region government and had the power to allocate resources from the surrounding star regions to fight this war. He was not lying. It's just that he didn't tell the whole story. This matter originated from a call between Gu Hang and Yunluo Star. Since the orc waves swept across the star field, it became very difficult to contact Yunluo Star, the capital of the star field in the west, from the eastern part of the Dragon Eagle star field. Ordinary astropaths just felt that the phone call was not connected. But Gu Hang's perception was clearer. When conducting astropathic communication, he could clearly sense that the subspace where information was transmitted was abnormally surging. All he saw was a frenzy of green, a very violent psychic force, stirring up the entire subspace. Is this the so-called Wak? Wak is the name of many things among the green-skinned orcs, originally derived from their war cry. Happiness can be Waf, anger can be Waf, sadness can be oh, greenskins may not be sad. The Iron-Tooth clan launched a grand Wak, and this Wak energy, following their journey, spread across many star regions. As a result, the subspace became more violent and unpredictable. A large amount of subspace energy turned into a green tide, which made astropathic communication extremely difficult. According to Gu Hang's ability, he had even used a very ordinary astropathic tower to directly contact Holy Terra. It should be easy to contact Yunluo Star, but now, it is difficult. The green tide energy that was surging in the subspace had great malice towards other energies. It was really difficult to break through the layers of obstacles and contact other places. Because of this, when Gu Hang finally got through the star language communication and contacted Yunluo Star, the other side was also very surprised, and immediately alarmed many people. Several bigwigs of the Star Domain government immediately connected Gu Hang's Star Domain communication to their own offices, and such a unique meeting was held. Dragon Eagle Star Domain Head Tan Jiui, Minister of the Interior Lao Isi, Minister of Legal Affairs Su Dekin, and Dragon Eagle Legion General Michelle Oliki were all present. They were also eager to know what was happening in the eastern part of the star field, which had been out of contact for 2 months. In fact, before Gu Hang contacted them, they had even prepared for the worst, believing that the eastern part of the star field had completely collapsed. Tan Jiui told Gu Hang very clearly, "Your call is the only good news I have heard recently." Then, the two sides exchanged a wave of information. The situation in the eastern part of the star field was like this. The focus was on the Battle of Steel Wing Star. The battle was still going on, and Gu Hang would lead the team to fight in the Eagle Horror Star region soon. In the center of the star field, the situation in the western part of the star field is even worse than that in the eastern part. More than a dozen star regions are all caught in the flames of war. Most of the star regions have been rapidly invaded by the Iron-Tooth clan. The green-skinned orcs, like sowing seeds, have spread one green-skinned army after another to various planets, and have fought with local human armies, and have tried to build their own green-skinned ecosystem. But these can only be regarded as minor problems. The bigger problem is the main force of the greenskins led by the Iron-Toothed chieftain Titus. At present, They have about 600 warships, of which Titus' largest warship has surpassed the flagship of the Yunluo fleet, the Dragon Eagle battlecruiser, adding to more than 400 warships in the east of the Starfield. The Starfield government can't figure out how these greenskins have gathered so many ships in the 4-star regions they originally occupied. If they were all junk ships, it would be fine. But the key is that there is still that super powerful flagship. Could it be that, in the past few decades, the Iron Tooth clan has been dormant, preparing for a big move? This does not fit the character of the green-skinned orcs. Before, they did not even have a unified chieftain. And when they fought each other, the warships might not be enough to cover the losses in the civil war. How could they have accumulated so many? The Star Domain government has not yet figured out the reason. But this does not prevent them from trying to deal with the current crisis for the time being. The greatest effort made by the Star Region government was to reach an agreement with Jindy Star's casting general, the senior leader of the Mingyang sect. The two sides have had very close cooperation. Jindy Star and Yunluo Star Region are directly connected by a star tunnel. The two sides also hit it off in the goal of fighting against the green-skinned orcs. At Tanjoi's personal request, the Mingyang sect's religious army and fleet set off. They had a brief battle with the vanguard of the greenskin fleet. The Mingyang sect had invested a lot of money, and the lifeblood of Jindy Star, a mechanical arc, went directly into battle. They defeated the vanguard of the greenskin fleet and solved the dilemma of the Yunluo fleet being chased. At this point, the Yunluo fleet could finally turn around and gather the team. Multiple scattered fleet clusters were reunited. After counting, the size of the Yunluo fleet was only about 30% of the original size. Fortunately, the flagship Dragon Eagle battlecruiser is still there. And there are 4 other cruisers and 2 light cruisers, together with the mechanical arc of the Mingyang sect. The human navy has finally regrouped. But the pressure is still great. Titus' main force has received the news. The greenskin main fleet he personally led has entered the Snow Eagle Star region from the Cursed Bone Star region. From the Snow Eagle Star region, there are 2 roads, which can enter the Steel Fire Dragon Star region, where the Jindy Star is located, and the Yunluo Star region, the capital of the Star region. Now, it is still unknown what choice the terrible beast will make. But no matter which option it is destined to be a fierce battle. The Mingyang sect's protective fleet and the Yunluo fleet, a total of 400 ships, are probably still no match for the greenskin main fleet. Tanjui asked Gu Hang a question. Is it possible for the Tianma fleet and the naval force gathered by the alliance to rush to the Yunluo Star zone as soon as possible to help in the battle? He even thoughtfully helped Gu Hang think of their route. It is definitely unrealistic to come directly from the Iron Tooth clan's route, but in the southernmost circle of the Dragon Eagle Star region, the Iron Tooth clan's troops have not yet reached it. You can go from the Kinma Star region to the Black Bone Ridge. There are traces of green skins appearing in the Black Bone Ridge Star region, and many planets have been invaded, but the strength of the greenskin fleet should not be strong. As long as you pass through the Black Bone Ridge, and then go to the Bald Eagle, Fire Eagle, you can directly reach the southern part of the Yunluo Star region, and enter relatively safely. Hearing this suggestion, Gu Hang suddenly increased the signal strength of the star communication, and showed his face in front of these Star Domain officials. He kept a polite smile on his face, and did not say whether he agreed or not, but stared at everyone. It was not until Tanjui coughed twice and unnaturally skipped this topic that Gu Hang's stare ended. Such an outrageous suggestion. I don't know how this Star Domain leader came up with it. Your mind is confused under pressure. Right? Lao Yisi came out to smooth things over. Lieutenant General Tillmans did a good job. It would be great if we could hold Steel Wing Star. Gu Hang, you must also fully cooperate with the Pegasus fleet and the defense of the Eagle Horse Star region. If you can attract as many enemies as possible in the eastern part of the star field, it will be a great achievement. Gu Hang was still smiling. Of course, I will do that. In fact, I have promised that I will personally lead my army and the more than 200 ships I have collected, as well as the hundreds of millions of soldiers of the Alliance army, to Steel Wing Star to participate in the war. When he said this, he deliberately skipped the so-called cooperation. Then, some of his requests further revealed his goal, however, to protect the eastern part of the star field and to attract the attention of the Iron Tooth clan as much as possible. This work is not just the Alliance business, but the entire star field. At present, due to the invasion of the green-skinned aliens, most of the star field has been caught in the flames of war, and the east and west parts of the star field are isolated, making it very difficult to communicate. Because of this, I hope to gain greater autonomy in the eastern part of the star field. In the many worlds and star regions in the eastern part of the star field, I want to establish a unified front against the greenskins, sign an agreement, be united, and help each other. All planetary defense forces, all planetary governments, star region governments, and ships owned by caravans of all levels will operate under unified deployment to fight against the Iron Tooth clan. The imperial tax in the eastern part of the star field has been cut off, and it is impossible to send it to the capital of the star field. I want to temporarily replace the Starfield Tax Department in the Chima area and all the fallen areas in the star field to collect imperial taxes. All taxes collected will be used for this war, and the relevant accounts will be fully prepared, and there will be no misappropriation. After Gu Heng finished speaking, the bigwigs of the star region government fell silent. When Gu Heng first talked about autonomy, they could still continue to listen. But the next two, I want S were more excessive than the other. A unified agreement. Ambitious Gu Heng. Is he finally going to expand his alliance beyond the Tianma star region? This matter is a kind of voice that has always been in the star domain government. When the universe domain government inexplicably approved a multi-star political union alliance, many officials in the star domain government would have some murmurs. After all, although it is not without precedent, it is a bit unconventional. As the scale of the alliance expands, even until it occupies the entire Tianma star region, it is not just murmurs, but serious vigilance. Many star domain officials have carefully studied the history of the alliance and believe that this union, with a very tight internal structure, cannot be expanded. Otherwise, it will affect the authority of the entire star domain and become a potential threat that is too big to be eliminated. However, over the years, the alliance has always been very honest. Now, finally, taking advantage of the war, showing its fangs, are you going to take advantage of the fire to rob? Your so-called mutual assistance, isn't it just a copy of your alliance? Gu Heng intentions, everyone knows. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible to agree to. But at this critical moment, Gu Heng's words make sense. The star region government has the help of the Mechanicus, but it is not known whether it can stop the green tide, not to mention the scattered star regions in the eastern part of the star region. When the two sides cannot communicate well, and only Gu Heng, a top psychic, occasionally has the opportunity to penetrate the obstacles in the middle and communicate in astropathic language. How can we fight if we cannot unite these star regions in the eastern part of the star field under a strong leader? And if this so-called 7 horses agreement is still a special move that can be tolerated in special times, then the imperial tax involved later is something that is even more difficult to accept. Who are you to dare to say that you will collect the imperial tax on behalf of others? Chapter 418, All Troops Attack. Compared to the 7 horses agreement, collecting the imperial tax is a much more sensitive matter. In fact, the authority of the governments at all levels of the empire is based on the imperial tax. Why is the planetary governor a local emperor, the absolute ruler of the planet? That is because as long as the imperial tax is paid, the planetary governor can do whatever he wants on the planet in theory, and has supreme power. Of course, in reality, due to the difference in the strength and importance of the planet, the planetary governor will always be subject to various supervisions and assignments, which is another story. But among all levels of government, the Star District government actually has the least power. The core of their authority is based on the determination of imperial taxes, population verification, and planet development. They cannot collect taxes. The income needed for office work, in theory, also needs to be allocated by the superiors. But in reality, it is borne by the local planets and offsets taxes. This means that if the head of the Star District is a little bit lame and does not get the support of most planetary governors, his authority will be infinitely reduced. But the Star Domain government is completely different. They are strong local governments. The reason is that a complete imperial administrative system has been built on the Star Domain government. Under the Star Domain government, the 4 major institutions, including the Ministry of Political Affairs, the Ministry of Taxation, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Military Affairs, are all available in the Star Domain. Usually, a unified Star Army Command Center and a Navy Command Center will be established in the Star Domain. Although, the 4 major government institutions actually have to obey the direct orders of the superior institutions, such as the 4 major institutions of the universe. The Star Army and the Navy are not theoretically under the jurisdiction of the local government, but have their own command and deployment system. However, this complete structure, coupled with the responsibility for taxation within the entire Star Domain, makes them powerful. Often the star domain government can keep 30% of the taxes they collect, and the rest will be handed over to the universe domain government, of which 20% will be kept by the universe domain government. This also means that the universe domain government, which also has a complete government agency, can keep taxes, and can directly decide the personnel rights of its subordinate agencies, namely the star domain government, is a more powerful agency. Of course, these are not as good as the Imperial Center, which takes 50% of the tax revenue. Now, Gu Heng wants not only the power of the military commander of the 7 horses, but also the power to collect the imperial taxes on behalf of the government. Although the Yunluo Star authorities cannot collect taxes from the east in the current situation of the star field being isolated from the east, this loophole cannot be opened. Once opened, what will happen in the future? If this Iron Teeth War ends soon, it will be easy to say. The Starfield government can still find a way to terminate the 2 temporary strategies of the 7 Horses Agreement and the collection of imperial taxes on behalf of the government. But if the war lasts for 10 years, or even 20 years, then the entire eastern part of the Starfield will probably only know about the Alliance and not Dragon Eagle, the first person who jumped out to oppose, unexpectedly, but also not unexpectedly, was the Minister of Government, Neil Lais, who promoted Gu Heng and has always been a supporter of Gu Heng. Her voice was trembling, and she said coldly, "Gu Heng, you are dreaming. How could the Starfield government agree to let you collect imperial taxes on its behalf? You are challenging the laws and order of the entire empire." Gu Heng still had a smile on his face, but the sharpness in his eyes was like a knife pointing directly at Lao Yisi's heart. "General Lao Yisi, I can't understand what you mean by challenging the laws and order of the empire. However, please look at our current situation. The green-skinned orcs of the Iron-Tooth clan have ravaged the entire star field. If I don't collect this tax, who will collect it? Will I leave it to those green-skinned aliens? Do you hope that the bullets that were supposed to be fired at the aliens would be snatched away by the greenskins and turned into bullets fired at the empire? The plan I proposed is to maximize the concentration of resources to win this war." Lao Yisi wanted to speak, but the chief legal officer Su Dekhin suddenly spoke up. "I support Gu Heng proposal. In this special period, we need special means. The influence and ability of the Alliance in the Eastern Star Field is the only choice now." Everything he said made sense, and I also believed in Governor Gu loyalty. Su Dekhin's support made Lao Yisi look very unbelievable. Her eyes almost immediately looked at Su Dekhin. What does this chief of law want to do? In the past, the parliamentary faction represented by Su Dekhin had a bad relationship with Gu Heng. On the contrary, she was Gu Heng's supporter. She was against it. So why would Su Dekhin support it? She thought about it and immediately said, "Now, the eastern part of the star field and Yunluo Star have not completely cut off contact. Gu Heng, the Alliance should be under the control of the Starfield government and support this war. Now is not the time." "Okay, General Lao Yisi, Governor Gu certainly knows what you mean," Su Dekhin said. "If we can work under the unified leadership of the Star Domain government, that would be the best. Now, isn't it just a matter of what happens? We have to prepare for the worst. When the 2 sides of the Star Domain cannot communicate, isn't the best option to let Governor Gu do what he wants? Everything is aimed at victory in the war first. We have to consider the problem of survival first, and other things can be put aside first. Isn't that the truth?" Lao Yisi stopped talking. Tan Jiui sighed. He ignored the words of the 2 subordinates and said to Gu Heng seriously, "I can't agree to your conditions. No matter what I want, I don't have the power to agree to such an important thing." Hearing this disguised rejection, Gu Heng's face did not change at all. He said softly, "I'm sorry, but President Tan, General Lao Yisi, and General Su, please understand that this is not a request, but a notice. If things come to that point, if I can't win without doing this, I will still do it. I can't be indifferent when everything I have is about to be destroyed. All the governors of the entire Eastern Star Field, the imperial officials, and even the people of the empire will not sit idly by and wait for death." After a pause, Gu Heng continued, "I also believe that after the war, the empire will fairly judge the nature of my behavior." "Gu Heng, you are too presumptuous," Lao Yisi responded angrily. Tan Jiui waved his hand, telling Lao Yisi not to say more. And he said, "Do whatever you want to do. The Star Domain government will not hinder your behavior, but it will not admit that it agrees with your behavior. That's it." I personally still hope that you can hold up half the sky in the eastern part of the star domain. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. The call ended. Gu Hang's message had disappeared from the star language channel. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Eagle Star region were still in the channel. They were silent for a long time. Even Lao Isi, who was the most emotional before, was silent now. They all needed some time to digest a fact. The actual person in charge of the eastern part of the star region was Gu Hang. Obviously, it was meaningless for the star region government to speak on the affairs of the eastern part of the star region. They could not stop Gu Hang from doing anything. Even if they want to settle the score later, they have to wait until later. In fact, can they really settle the score with Gu Hang later? That may not be the case. Maybe he will become a war hero again. But Lao Yisi is still in a bad mood. In the past, she regarded Gu Hang as her own person, someone she supported, and a confidant who provided strong support for her in the local government. But now it seems that this Gu Hang has his own ideas. Confidant? Forget it. She had a feeling that Gu Hang had lost control. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't help but say to Su Dekhin, "Do you know what you just said? You are encouraging Gu Hang ambition." Lao Yisi meant that when Gu Hang first expressed his outrageous ideas, she opposed it, and Su Dekhin actually said some words of support. Su Dekhin was unmoved. "General Lao Yisi, do you remember who strongly supported Gu Hang coming to power at the beginning? It's you. If you think the alliance is a problem now, then the root of this problem, maybe you should start from yourself." Lao Yisi was speechless for a moment. She even had a bad idea in her mind. Is Su Dekhin setting a trap for me? Gu Hang has her mark that cannot be erased, and Su Dekhin wants to take advantage of the opportunity to push Gu Hang in the direction of his burning ambition, and then drag himself into the water? Tan Jioi remained silent. What he hoped most was, of course, that Gu Hang could lead his army to the western front, and give up on the east. But he knew that was impossible. Then, as a second best option, Gu Hang could attract the attention of the greenskins in the east as much as possible, which would not be a bad thing. With this goal in mind, he made the bigger the better. As for the 7 Horses Agreement, collecting taxes on behalf of the empire, and even Gu Hang's use of the 7 Horses Agreement to annex multiple star regions into his so-called alliance. If these things were to happen, it would not be his fault. The person was promoted by Lao Yisi. The alliance was established by Gallardo. And there are signatures of Zhou Xiaofeng and Wang Xuan, the current and former presidents of the universe, on it. It can't be blamed on me. Tan Jioi. Right? Gu Hang can actually roughly grasp the thoughts of Lao Yisi, Su Dekhin, and Tan Jioi, the Starfield bureaucrats. But to be honest, he doesn't care. As he said before, no matter what those Starfield bureaucrats think, he has to do what he wants to do. Those people, their brains are too complicated, and they think too much. For Gu Hang, he should win the war first and then talk about other things. If he wins, he has many ways to make all his actions, whether right or wrong, right in the end. If he loses, even if he follows many rules, the final blame will be all on him. Now that he has obtained the permission of the Star Domain government, Gu Hang has started to sell his 7 Horses Agreement even more unscrupulously. The negotiations with the other 5 horses are still going on. As for the Eagle Horse Star region, which has already agreed and even signed, Gu Hang has also given clear feedback. The time agreed with Tillman's is almost up. The Alliance Army, which has completed its war preparations as scheduled, is finally ready to set off. More than 200 warships, the same number of transport ships, 110 million star army, the Alliance Army, and an astronomical amount of war materials. The Alliance Army set off. For the Alliance, to gather such an army, it is undoubtedly a total investment. Under Gu Hang leadership, the Alliance blood-making ability is quite strong. Even if this army is completely wiped out, and nothing is left, the Alliance will be able to accumulate a fund that is no less than the current one in about 4 years. The Navy may be slightly smaller, and there will be fewer transport ships, but at least it will be enough, and of similar quality. But the problem is, if this wave of all-in is lost, will the iron-toothed beastmen give Gu Hang 4 years to make blood again? This is a big question. As for the aftermath, let's talk about it later. At least, Gu Hang's first priority at the moment is to fight the battle in front of him. In the so-called total war, although the power of the rear is the most critical, it does not mean that the military is not important. If the commander is a fool, no matter how strong the capital of the rear is, it can't withstand the commander giving away the troops every day. The first thing the Alliance Legion did when it attacked was to fight an annihilation war at the jump point of the FAT system. Today, the Alliance Storm Mage Corps has more than 500 people, and there are even 3 or 4 B-level psychics. At the beginning of the war, the Alliance installed the most advanced stargazing equipment in the country on FATS 2. 2 days ago, they monitored a greenskin fleet traveling through the star tunnel from Hippogriff 3 to FATS. The number is unknown, but since the Steelwing Star battle is still going on, the number cannot be much. So, the Alliance Navy took the initiative to attack once. The greenskin plundering fleet that rushed in had 6 ships, but they were besieged by at least hundreds of human warships. The result was doomed. There were still greenskin ships that wanted to escape, but the Blackfish-class patrol ships in the Alliance Navy were masters of hunting. They formed a group of 3 or 4 patrol ships, fighting the greenskin ships that wanted to escape, and reducing the shield strength of the greenskin ships, dragging them until the Silver Sword arrived. Then, the specialized fast torpedo frigate, the M-Spec sky-splitting axe missile equipped on the Silver Sword, often can resolve the battle with one shot. A naval victory with 0 losses is considered a victory. Although the 6 greenskin ships destroyed were all the lowest-level garbage ships, victory is victory. There were still a few days before the scheduled departure time, but since they had already reached the jump point, the vanguard of the Alliance Navy, after consulting the headquarters, simply crossed the jump point and entered Eagle Horse 3. Was there a greenskin fleet cruising around Hawkeye 3? I don't know, but they didn't dare show up anyway. No matter how much the greenskins like to fight, they wouldn't go up to die when they were 100% sure they couldn't win. Then, the Navy immediately deployed to the orbit of Hawkeye 3 and began to release scalpels, sky-splitting axe missiles, heat hammer macro cannons, meltdown light spears on the surface and violently at the gathering places of greenskins. The morale of the local defense forces on the surface of Hawkeye 3 was greatly boosted. They had previously been subjected to orbital bombardment by the greenskins, and had millions of greenskin troops deployed, which made them suffer greatly. Now, the Alliance has arrived, and it is time for them to be proud. With the help of orbital bombardment, they launched a counterattack and achieved certain results. On the contrary, the greenskins had to start retreating. Chapter 419, would you like to consider joining the Alliance? Relying solely on orbital bombardment and the counterattack of the planetary defense forces, the situation on Eagle Horse 3 has been greatly alleviated. The vanguard fleet of the Alliance Navy left a destroyer and several armed merchant ships to continue to provide assistance in the orbit of Eagle Horse 3. While waiting for the arrival of the follow-up large force, the rest continued to explore, entered Eagle Horse 6, and then entered the Star District capital, Eagle Horse 2. Wherever the Alliance Navy went, the greenskin fleets retreated. They had to retreat. The Alliance Navy vanguard fleet had dozens of ships. No cruisers, but several destroyers. With this number and quality, the greenskins' branch plundering fleets could not resist. In fact, in Hippogriff 2, another greenskin plundering fleet was bitten and lost 4 ships before running away. It can be said that when the Alliance Army entered the Hippogriff Star Zone, the originally chaotic space, which almost allowed the greenskins' plundering fleets to do whatever they wanted, suddenly became quiet. Humans have recaptured space, recaptured orbit, and the battle on the ground has become much easier. At this time, the main force of the Alliance Army also entered Eagle Horse 3. They only stayed here for a short time. Gu Hang met with the planetary governor of Eagle Horse 3. The other party had signed the 7 Horses Agreement more than half a month ago, and the Alliance came to fulfill the agreement. The governor of Eagle Horse 3, holding the paper document of the 7 Horses Agreement, took a photo with Gu Hang. Gu Hang left with the main force of the Alliance with satisfaction. Before he left, he sent 8 divisions to Eagle Horse 3, 1 skeleton division, 6 infantry divisions, and 1 armor brigade, totaling about 330,000 people, all of whom were from the Alliance Army. With them, Eagle Horse 3's problems should be solved. This is indeed the case. The Alliance Army's participation in the war immediately turned Eagle Horse 3's ground situation, which had already improved due to orbital bombardment, into a complete advantage. Eagle Horse 3 is an agricultural and mining world with a population of about 800 million. At present, the greenskins have invested about 1 million troops in this world. The quality of the planetary defense force of Eagle Horse 3 was mediocre to begin with a size of only a few million people, and half of them were taken away by Yuan Chunchuan and sent to Steelwing Star. When facing the invasion of millions of greenskins, They had a very hard time resisting. It is not possible to mobilize all the people to fight, as the weapons are not enough. We can't let civilians fight against the greenskins with pitchforks and pickaxes. Right? That would be pure slaughter. In fact, the greenskins have already vaguely shown the intention of taking root on the planet. On the tropical continent of the planet. After defeating a unit of the defense army, they established an ecosystem and planted mushrooms everywhere. If they could not be eliminated for a few years, they would not need to send more troops from the Star Sea, and their size would double. However, all of this was destroyed and disintegrated after the arrival of the Alliance army. The first wave of orbital bombardment took care of the main force of the orcs, and the second wave took care of their ecosystem. Then, after the Alliance army landed, according to the agreement of the Seven Horses Agreement, the Alliance army colonel who led the 8 divisions became the supreme commander of the planetary battlefield. And the nearly 2 million planetary defense forces of Eagle Horse 3 were also under their unified deployment. At first, the planetary defense forces were a little reluctant. Soldiers are always a little proud. Even the planetary defense forces are like this. No matter what. They have fought bloody battles with the greenskins in the past month and suffered heavy losses. Although we didn't win, we also made sacrifices. We are very happy that the Alliance came to help us. But how can we give you all the power at once? If you were the Star Army, it would be fine. But we are all defense forces. You are awesome just because you have a little money? However, the governor of Eagle Horse 3 is quite reliable. Under his strong orders, the defense forces are quite obedient. Moreover, after the war began, the generals and officers of the defense forces, even the slight resentment in their hearts, quickly disappeared. No matter how unwilling you are, can you stand up to them? The Union Army, which has obtained the power of general command, has no intention of using the local troops as cannon fodder, as the local army worried. Although, they still require the millions of people who participated in the war to fill the front line. But they are only responsible for filling the line. In the real battle, the Union Army rolled up their sleeves and went up. The well-equipped Skeleton Division, with its own armored forces as the spearhead, found a place and plunged into the tropical rain forest of Eagle Horse 3. The Lion King led the male lions, ruthlessly knocking down the trees in the jungle, crushing them. The elite tanks equipped with anti-gravity engines did not care about the road conditions at all. Powerful power and highly passable tracks were basic configurations. When on the muddy road, the anti-gravity equipment was activated when necessary, and the weight of the vehicle body was greatly reduced, and it could even float a few centimeters off the ground for a short time, so it could really go on any bad road. The greenskin strongholds were eliminated one by one, and the Alliance soldiers following behind quickly eliminated all threats. The local defense forces behind them delivered supplies, used flamethrowers to burn mushrooms, burned battlefields, and helped cut trees to clear roads. It was precisely because they accompanied the Alliance army to do these chores that they saw with their own eyes how the Alliance fought. The greenskin orcs, who were quite difficult to deal with in their eyes, were crushed by the impact of the Alliance steel torrent, even with the rainforest as cover. If the greenskins wanted to fight the Alliance army, they would first have to endure a round of fierce bombardment from the self-propelled artillery regiments that always accompanied the main force, and then the ruthless crushing of the armored forces. Even if they really managed to get close to the Alliance tanks. The Alliance infantry were not pushovers. They generally had excellent shooting skills, superb tactical skills, and high morale, and were not afraid of a head-on confrontation with the greenskins. The heavy machine guns in the squad, the heavy bolters and infantry guns in the company, and the rocket launchers, as infantry firepower, would also cause great suffering to the greenskins. When the two sides were very close, they were often able to seize the opportunity, and with more than a dozen guns, they could concentrate their fire to eliminate one greenskin orc after another, without dispersing their firepower. And their coordination was quite perfect. Even if it was really a one-off situation, the Alliance soldiers would not be afraid to use bayonets, and several people would surround and kill the green-skinned orcs, who rushed up in groups. Although the orcs were thick-skinned and strong, they could cause considerable casualties to the Alliance soldiers by relying on their tenacious vitality and powerful caw guns. When they were close to the gun, the local defense forces had never seen the Alliance soldiers afraid. Even if they really had to retreat, it was an order from their superiors to carry out strategic tasks, rather than being easily defeated. If the gap in equipment is still the gap that the Eagle Horse 3 defense forces are dissatisfied with, then the gap in combat skills, tactical capabilities, and combat will is really beyond description. The Eagle Horse III defense forces, which were quickly convinced, became more obedient. They actively cooperated with the actions of the Alliance army and gradually got rid of the haze of the past month, which felt that everything was going to end and that they could not win. They began to believe that with the help of the Alliance army, victory would eventually belong to them. The morale of the Planetary Defense Force has been improved, which is also helpful to the Alliance army. After all, the Alliance army landed on Eagle Horse III with only more than 300,000 people, and they had to face millions of greenskins. It was impossible for them to defeat them all by themselves. Greenskins like to use garbage, but they are not really garbage. The 2 million army of Eagle Horse III is still a force that should be used well. With closer cooperation between the two sides, the Iron-Tooth Orcs' territory on the tropical continent of Eagle Horse III has become increasingly tight. The Orcs were not willing to sit and wait for death. They also launched a fierce and cunning counterattack. A defense force under the command of the Alliance army was encircling a group of Orcs who had lost all their heavy firepower and armor with an 8-fold advantage. This should have been a relatively simple task. Although in a face-to-face fight, the defense force could be overwhelmed by the Orc army even with a 4-fold advantage. But if the greenskins lost their heavy artillery, killing cans, war trucks, giant scimitars, and only had rifles and machetes, they would still be unable to fight against the defense force with heavy artillery support. Although there would still be some casualties in exterminating them, it was still a battle with a 90% chance of winning. If there was a 10% chance of an accident, there was an infantry regiment of the Alliance army not far away, and they would be able to provide support quickly. However, an accident really happened. A greenskin army came from outside and surrounded them. They could only ask for help. The Alliance infantry regiment immediately rushed to support them, but the number of enemies was far beyond the initial estimate, and they were also surrounded. They continued to ask for help, and an Alliance army division and a defense force of about 100,000 people came. Then, they were also surrounded. At this time, the human side realized that the enemy was not only numerous, but also had advanced units such as killing tanks, death tanks, and heavy orcs. With the combat power and number of this greenskin, they could have annihilated the human troops in the encirclement long ago, and they would not even be given a chance to ask for help. The reason why they didn't do this was, of course, intentional, just fishing, or to surround and attack the reinforcements. This time, they attracted 40,000 Alliance army and 100,000 defense forces, which was enough. The iron-toothed boss, who led the team, personally planned to close the net with satisfaction. He even took out a group of squigs that had been hidden for a long time. Squigs are an extremely excellent war weapon. They are like giant unicorns, and the smallest one is as big as a Lion King tank. On their huge bodies, a layer of thick scales is attached. Their skin is also extremely tough, and their bones are like steel. The green-skinned craftsmen will also put a lot of armor on their bodies. While being adequately protected, their brute force, fangs and big feet can break down those solid fortifications. They often carry a huge cannon on their backs, and there are many battle cabins hanging on both sides of their bodies, and the green-skinned boys shoot down or throw explosives in the battle cabins. Therefore, the squig can be used as a battle tank, a troop carrier, and a siege weapon. However, despite the huge investment, the greenskins were still stuck when closing the net. Even though this division of the Alliance army was besieged, it was still unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Heavy artillery is the core of the infantry division, which caused the greenskins a lot of trouble. A large number of advanced units were destroyed by heavy artillery in the battle. The terrifying squig could not withstand too many heavy artillery bombardments. The greenskins thought of many ways to deal with the trapped heavy artillery of the Alliance army. The airstrikes of the Orc Flying Squadron, the airborne infiltration of the Special Warfare Boys, the heavy artillery bombardment, the advance of the armored behemoths. Of course, there were results. But firstly, they were not completely eliminated. And secondly, they suffered heavy losses. The infantry division of the Alliance also paid great attention to air defense. The air defense vehicle was equipped with a special air defense servo skull with a strong locking effect. It also brought air defense missiles. And individual soldiers also had air defense missiles. The flight squadron of the Alliance army would not sit idly by and watch their comrades being besieged. The Wind Falcon and the Unicorn took off one after another, fighting with the Greenskin Air Force. The Greenskins Air Force suffered heavy losses, and the special forces that infiltrated were fiercely blocked by the Alliance Army's guard artillery array, and were annihilated wave after wave. The armored beast's assault was effective. The dispatch of the squig monsters often managed to take down a position, but the retreating humans, even if they suffered heavy losses, were extremely tenacious and quickly rebuilt new positions in the back. The monsters had to bite them off piece by piece, and they had to bear the risk of being hit by heavy firepower. Heavy artillery bombardment is also useful. The number of artillery that the greenskins have assembled is not small. However, the bombardment will take a long time, and it is destined to be a problem that cannot be solved immediately. The iron-toothed boss found it embarrassing that if they wanted to completely defeat the besieged human army, the greenskins themselves would have to lose 20,000 to 30,000 people, and the losses of various advanced units would not be small. At the same time, it would take at least 6 or 7 days. If you want to reduce the losses, you can also adopt a siege tactic, which will make the opponent run out of ammunition and food, so that there will not be too many casualties among the greenskins. But it would take at least 2 or 3 months. Before he could decide what to do, the human reaction came first. The skeleton division of the Alliance Army, with an armored brigade, arrived directly. Along with the 200,000 defense troops, they all gathered here. This battle, which was originally just a fishing battle for the green-skinned orcs, and a siege and attack, quickly turned into a major battle. The green-skinned boss was also fierce. Since it had come to this, he was also constantly mobilizing reinforcements. In the fierce battle that lasted for a month, both sides continued to mobilize troops and add fuel to the fire, and the war became more and more intense. In the end, the total number of troops participating in the battle reached more than 1 million. The final result was that the human side won, when one squig armored beast after another was killed by human heavy artillery, killed in the collision with the Lion King, when one greenskin armored unit after another was destroyed by various anti-armor firepower, when one greenskin boy after another was knocked down by various weapons. The greenskin boss was also knocked down by a plasma gun in a charge he led himself. And then the hot melt bomb destroyed him. The orc army collapsed. Almost 300,000 greenskins were wiped out in this battle. Although the Planetary Defense Force lost more than 300,000, the Alliance Army also sacrificed more than 70,000 people, and various armored units and artillery units also suffered heavy losses. However, the victory of this main battle also laid the foundation for the victory of the entire ground battle of Hippogriff 3. The Greenskin Army, which lost its commander, became a mess. More importantly, their elite forces were almost completely lost, leaving the remaining 500,000 orcs alive, seriously lacking advanced units. And their overall combat effectiveness became extremely low. At present, they can no longer pose any threat to Eagle Horse 3, except for the war zone. Eagle Horse 3 has been working hard to resume production and restore social order. In the war zone, at most half a year, these greenskins will be completely wiped out. The governor of Eagle Horse 3 was very happy. He went to the front line in person, visited the Alliance Army, and also visited his own defense army. The governor praised the colonel of the skeleton division and even prepared a medal and military rank. How can the rank of colonel reflect his contribution? At least the rank of general should be given. But the colonel of the Alliance refused, and left a sentence: perhaps all ranks will be unified in a short time. After hearing this, the governor of Eagle Horse 3 didn't know whether he should be happy or not. The Battle of Eagle Horse 3 is a microcosm of the situation in the entire Star Zone. When the Alliance Army entered the Eagle Horse Star Zone, many worlds here, similar situations occurred. The pattern is similar. Once the Alliance fleet enters the corresponding star system, it drives away or destroys the greenskin ships, then provides orbital support to the corresponding planet, and then looks at the situation on the planet and deploys some troops. Hippogriff 3 is considered small, and the greenskin threat is not that big, to be honest. There are only 1 million orcs, and 8 divisions can solve it. The bigger problem is Hippogriff 2. There are 3 human worlds in this star system, and the main star has a population of 4 billion. This is also the world with the largest population in the Hippogriff star region. The entire Eagle Horse star region, 12 worlds added together, has a population of only about 15 billion. Eagle Horse 2's number 2 and number 3 stars each have only a few million people, pure mineral planets. The main star of Eagle Horse 2 was attacked by the greenskins. Tens of millions of greenskins descended on this world. The defense forces on the main star of Eagle Horse 2 were beaten. In a month, several key cities were captured. the defense forces were defeated. And the Alliance army invested an entire army group here. More than 20 million soldiers of the Alliance army undoubtedly withstood the attack of the green-skinned orcs, and united with almost the same number of defense forces, started to conquer the Lost Land and destroy the green-skinned ecosystem. The situation in the Eagle Horse Star region can be said to have been quickly stabilized after the Alliance army entered. This incident, actually, was quite shocking. Gu Heng group photo with the planetary governors, the Alliance army's unstoppable battle in the Eagle Horse Star region, are all sent to multiple surrounding star regions along with a star language message. This made the work of the Alliance diplomats much smoother. Some star regions that were not attacked may still be considering and watching. However, another star region that was also invaded, the Mist Horse Star region, quickly changed its attitude. They were willing to accept the Seven Horses Agreement, and only asked the Alliance's army to go there quickly. Mist Horse has 13 worlds, one more than Hippogriff. But the total population size is smaller, about 13.4 billion. And they are basically agricultural worlds, mining worlds, and barren worlds. Even the capital planet, Mist Horse 1, is just an ordinary civilized world with only 3 billion people. The invasion suffered by the Mist Horse Star region was not as fierce as that of the Eagle Horse Star region. In fact, a considerable number of invading green-skinned orcs jumped from Steelwing Star to Green Spring 2 to enter the Mist Horse Star region, the conflict star region that the Mist Horse Star region is facing. That is, the direction of the Copper Pass Star region is not the main attack direction of the orcs. However, the Mist Horse Star region does not have a barrier like Steelwing Star to hold them back and attract the main force of the orcs. The entire star region was invaded by the green-skinned orcs, and most of them were already caught in the flames of war. In the star region, there was no naval force, and the army only had the local planetary defense force, which was limited in strength. More importantly, there was no space delivery capability, which meant that each planet was an isolated island, and the army could not support each other. For some planets, the invasion was not serious, and they were able to control the situation and not collapse. Obviously, they have enough power to support other planets in serious situations, but they are unable to do so due to the limitation of the delivery problem. After seeing that the Alliance easily solved the threat of the Eagle Horse Star region, which was more serious than their own, the governors of the Mist Horse could not help it. Their star region leader has not nodded yet, and is still arguing with the diplomats of the Alliance. But many planetary governors in the Mist Horse Star region have already been unable to help it. They took the lead and contacted the Alliance privately to express their willingness to sign. The idea of these people is also very simple. As the governor of the planet, save your own life first. Moreover, as long as the signature is signed, why bother with the Star District government? According to the Seven Horses Agreement, it is not only military protection and trade alliance, but also the imperial tax will be collected by the Alliance. After signing, the Star District government is nothing. For these planets, the Alliance took them all with a stroke of the pen. However, the diplomats of the Alliance also made it clear to the governors of these fog horses that now that they have signed, the military protection they deserve will definitely come, and the Alliance will never break its promise. However, the most important thing in the entire war situation at the moment is the Battle of Steelwing Star. The main force of the Alliance will solve the problem there first. Governors, you still need to think of some ways on your own planets, and stick to it for a while. It won't be too long. At most 1 or 2 months. The Seven Horses Agreement is an agreement of mutual assistance, not an agreement that can be relied on and wait for the Alliance to solve all problems. However, if Mr. Governor really wants to do that, I have an agreement to formally join the Alliance here. You can consider it. Chapter 420, Turning the Tide of War. Joining the Seven Horses Pact, you still have to be forced to a certain extent. Joining the Alliance, those governors will not consider it now. The Seven Horses Pact is still a military agreement plus a trade agreement. As for the imperial tax, it will be collected by anyone anyway. The governors can ignore it if there is a problem. The Empire can go to the Alliance. But if they want to join the Alliance, they have also heard about the Pegasus Star region. Under the Alliance, although there are still planetary governors after all, this is a position under the Empire. The Alliance cannot cancel it. However, the planetary governors of the Alliance are either appointed by the leader of the Alliance, Gu Heng, or a senior leader of the Alliance, or the original ruler. It is a symbolic position anyway. In the Alliance, the planetary governor has become an honorary position, which does not involve the management of any planet. Even the governor himself may not stay on the planet that nominally belongs to him for a long time. For example, the two governors named Fox are now enjoying the beautiful environment of Winged Star every day. Not only the governors of Mist Horse, but also the governors of Eagle Horse, have not thought about giving up their own world. The Alliance will not force them. No rush. Take your time. There will be plenty of opportunities for them to choose freely in the future. There are many worlds in the Mist Horse Star region that have joined the Seven Horses Agreement. But as the diplomats of the Alliance said very frankly, the main force of the Alliance cannot come for the time being. In fact, even if we solve the problem of the Eagle Horse Star region, it is just on the way. The main force of the Alliance is still rushing to steal Winged Star. We passed by Eagle Horse 3, Eagle Horse 6, Eagle Horse 2, Brock 2, although we have passed by them, we can solve the problem. For those that are not on the way, we can only send a small branch fleet, and we have to be careful, especially since the transport ships are carrying soldiers. Losing a ship will cause huge losses. For the worlds that are not on the way and are very marginal, such as Eagle Horse 4, Eagle Horse 5, Fire Feather Star, then forget it, we can't go there for the time being. However, the problems in these worlds are not particularly serious. There are not many greenskins, and the defense forces can still hold on. The main problem is that the situation on the battlefield of Steel Winged Star has deteriorated. Tillmans has been somewhat dissatisfied with Gu Hang's slow march, which wastes time on the road, and has repeatedly sent letters to urge him. And this so-called deterioration of the war situation is not that there has been any major change in the battlefield situation. The most important thing is that on the ground battlefield, Yuan Chengchuan can't stand it anymore. The main force in his hands is the Planetary Defense Force of Steel Winged Star, and the Planetary Defense Forces mobilized from all over the Eagle Horse Star region during the war preparation period. The total number is about 50 million. The green-skinned orcs are constantly deploying troops to the surface. The number of people on the green-skinned warships is much higher than that of humans. In fact, generally, there is no need for so many. After all, the ship is sailing, the guns are operating, and the various tasks on the ship are running smoothly, and only so many people are needed. However, the greenskins often like to stuff 3 or 4 times the number of human navy into their ships, and the extra ones are used as marines, to engage in boarding battles, and so on. The greenskins transport ships are more similar to human transport ships. A small transport ship, like the Flying Pig class, can transport 100,000 people at a time. A whale-class transport ship can transport 2 to 3 million people. And a large transport ship, like the Giant Belly, is nearly 30 kilometers long. So 15 million people can be carried on board. This is still the normal transport capacity. If it is more crowded, more extreme, and the journey is shorter, it does not need to carry so many life-sustaining supplies. It is possible to triple or quadruple this transport capacity. No one knows how many green-skinned boys are crammed into the main fleet of greenskins that invaded the Eagle Horse Star zone. For the ground offensive of Steel Winged Star, they dropped 20 million in the first large-scale landing. Tens of thousands of airdrop capsules were continuously released. Even if more than half of them did not land in the end, there were still tens of millions of them that landed, dragging the entire northern continent of Steel Winged Star into the war. Then, a few or more rock airdrops were dropped out of nowhere, and the large-scale landings, similar to the first one, were carried out twice. At present, the total number of Iron-Tooth orcs who are constantly whack on Steel Winged Star is estimated to have exceeded 35 million. Yuan Chengchuan's defense force could still rely on the advantage of numbers, and the defense facilities scattered on the planet to hold on at the beginning. But as the numbers of the two sides were greatly narrowed, the insufficient quality of the planetary defense force, and the old and dilapidated problems of many fortresses on Steel Winged Star, were exposed one by one. The strategies he had insisted on failed one by one, and could not be realized. The idea of annihilating the green-skinned orcs in an organized manner was no longer a consideration after the second large-scale landing. After the loss of a large number of areas, the point of not allowing the green-skinned orcs to establish an ecosystem was basically left to chance. If the Pegasus fleet in space had time to help with a few shots, then so be it. Anyway, the ground forces could not cooperate at all. After the third large-scale landing, even Yuan Chengchuan's strategic bottom line, that is, the task of holding those precious anti-orbital gun fortresses, had become very difficult to accomplish. Often when a railgun fortress is invaded by greenskins, the surrounding human armies try their best to send troops and generals to defend it. After a bloody battle and heavy casualties, the fortress is finally conquered. Before retreating, the human army will not destroy the railguns at first, thinking that if there is a chance later, they can take them back and use them again. However, after a period of development, they found that the green-skinned orcs inexplicably mastered the ability to transform human railguns. And then the few railguns taken away by the orcs became the firepower to attack the Pegasus fleet in the sky. That would be really uncomfortable. So far, this situation has not happened often, and it can still be withstood. For a few captured orbital guns, the Pegasus fleet can just blow them up and that's it. But this situation cannot happen too often. If most of the orbital guns are occupied and used by the greenskins, then Steel-Winged Star may not be a strong defensive position, and the Pegasus fleet will be caught in the middle and beaten from both sides. In the future, if the human army on the ground is really forced to not defend the orbital gun fortress, they will often choose to destroy the orbital guns before retreating. That was a very reluctant choice, but it was the only way to do it. But even if it was destroyed, the situation would be bad. At most, it would be as bad as not being occupied and being used. In short, if this situation continued, the Pegasus fleet would not be able to bear it. No wonder Tillmans was anxious. He also heard the news that the Alliance army was advancing rapidly after entering the Eagle Horse Star region. The combat effectiveness of the Alliance army surprised him greatly. At first, when he had just left the Tianma Star region to fight, he did not know that the Alliance was so powerful. In the years since he went out to fight, a lot of things have changed. This is of course a good thing. The more powerful the Alliance is, the better it will be. But, Boss Gu Hang, stop kidding. If you want to come quickly. We can't hold on here. After Gu Hang arrived with the main force, he quickly deployed the fleet to a position close to the Steel-Winged Star. During this process, the fleets of both sides also made contact and wanted to complete the pincer attack on the Greenskin fleet in the orbit of the Steel-Winged Star. If they could trap the Greenskin ships in orbit, with the help of the orbital defense system, they would even have the confidence to turn all the Greenskin ships into space junk in one wave. It was just a pity that they failed. The Greenskin fleet commander was not stupid. No matter how reckless he was, he would not put himself in such a dangerous position to fight a strong enemy. When Gu Hang fleet passed through the star tunnel and entered the star system, the Greenskin fleet naturally observed it. In fact, the Alliance fleet made a lot of moves along the way. When they beat up many of their detachments, they actually knew where the Alliance fleet was. However, during that process, the Greenskin fleet commander, who was also the commander of the Greenskin main force, One-Tooth Ghost, decided to take down Steel Wing before the main force of the Alliance arrived. It was with this decision that they successfully deployed 35 million Greenskins to the surface of Steel Wing, but 30 million died in the process. This was a reckless, irrational decision, but very Greenskin. Obviously, now humans have held on. At this stage, no matter how irrational he was, he had to let go. His ships withdrew from the orbit of Steel-Winged Star. He even tried to find the main force of Gu Hang fleet heading to Steel-Winged Star after leaving the orbit of Steel-Winged Star and fight a decisive battle. He would first eliminate Gu Hang and then turn back to continue besieging Steel-Winged Star. But then his choice failed. Gu Hang would not fight him. He had 200 warships, and the Greenskins probably only had 350. But the 200 ships in Gu Hang hands, most of them are unarmed merchant ships, and the chances of winning a bloody battle with the Greenskins are low. Even if Gu Hang fleet joins the Pegasus fleet and fights the main force of the Greenskins, even so, the chances of winning are only 50 to 50. Even if there is a 50% chance of winning, Gu Hang still doesn't want to fight. The probability is still low. He is unwilling to use all his belongings to bet on a 50% chance of winning. If there is a more reliable method, it must be used. Gu Hang avoided the main fleet of the Greenskins, and the Pegasus fleet also chased out. The two sides exchanged a few shots in the void of space, at a very long distance, and chased each other for 2 days. The final result was that both sides lost 2 small boats, and the human fleet returned to the orbital defense system of the Steel-Winged Star. Then, the nightmare of the Greenskin ground forces came. First, there was a dense and fierce orbital bombardment. When the Greenskin fleet temporarily stopped suppressing the human fleet, they took half a day to launch a fierce fire bombardment on the Greenskin ground forces. The Greenskins' anti-orbital firepower and means were pitifully few, and they were originally the attacking party. In the fierce bombardment, all the Greenskins' offensive actions were stagnant. By the way, The ecosystem that the Greenskins had worked so hard to build was also devastated. A large number of green-skinned orcs died in this wave of bombing. Fortunately, their previous attack was relatively dispersed, with more than 30 million people distributed throughout the northern hemisphere of the planet. After being bombed, the survivors learned to disperse as much as possible and flee everywhere. In addition, during the orbital bombing, it was not easy for ground troops to encircle and suppress them, which meant that the number of greenskins who were actually killed was not that high. However, there is no doubt that all their offensive postures were completely disintegrated in this half-day bombing. A large number of heavy equipment that was difficult to transfer and disperse were eventually destroyed in the bombing. This was an extremely serious blow. The orbital bombing of the human fleet ended only when the fleet led by the One-Toothed Ghost hurriedly returned and launched a repressive attack on human ships again. But in this process, tens of millions of Star Army troops were deployed to the surface. The Angry Bear Legion and the Dragon Eagle Legion all went down, and the Alliance army of about 20 million also went down, with the Orc army dizzy and suffering heavy casualties from orbital bombardment. The nearly 50 million elite human army will be an opponent that the Greenskins cannot resist. Moreover, the situation of the space war has also changed. The Greenskin fleet can no longer suppress the human naval force. After the two human fleets merged in the naval battle in the void, the winning rate of both sides was only 50-50. Not to mention that the battlefield is now around the orbit of Steel Wing Star. Although 1/3 of the orbital guns on the ground were destroyed, the remaining 2/3, combined with star fortresses, starports, and armed space stations, could still provide great help to human ships. The Greenskin fleet that took the initiative to attack and tried to suppress human ships was soon beaten black and blue. Several attacks were repelled, and the cumulative loss of more than 20 ships was considerable. Even if they were just small boats, it was still painful. The key point is that, despite so many losses, there was a lack of results. The humans only had 4 or 5 ordinary warships at most, and the damage was so severe that they could not fight. The key point was that they could hide in the starport, and maybe they could repair it and sail it out again. If they couldn't repair it, they could dismantle the usable parts and put them on other ships, which was also a means of emergency recovery of combat effectiveness during war. The Greenskin ship exploded, and it really exploded. Although they did prevent the human ships from continuing to provide fire support to the ground, the price they paid for it was too high. However, do you care? What about the ground battle? There are at least 20 million Greenskin guys still alive, and they can't be withdrawn. Including the guys lost in the previous airdrop, he has thrown more than 70 million troops in. Even for the green-skinned orcs, this is a number that cannot be ignored. If Chief Titus knew that he paid such a high price and got no results, it would be very bad. The One-Toothed Ghost was in a dilemma, but Gu Hang was considerate and didn't let him be in a dilemma for too long. The human fleet seized an opportunity and launched a counterattack. Chapter 421, Terrible Psychic Power, Tearing the Ship Shield. When Gu Hang proposed to take the initiative to attack the Greenskin fleet, he was opposed by Tillmans. The Pegasus commander thought that, since he had decided to play it safe, he should play it safe to the end. Taking the initiative to attack, the risk is high. Now they are the only Imperial Navy force still in the eastern part of the Dragon Eagle Star region, and they cannot afford to make mistakes. Gu Hang thought what he said made sense, and decided to continue the attack. Don't be safe for the sake of being safe, Gu Hang said. The ultimate goal of stability is to solve the problem. Now, the opportunity is good. The severely damaged Greenskin fleet is in a dilemma. We can seize this opportunity and try to inflict heavy damage on them. This will greatly ease the war situation. Moreover, we have the orbital defense system of Steel Wing Star behind us. If something goes wrong, we can retreat immediately. Tillmans thought for a moment and was persuaded by Gu Hang. Under their joint command, the fleet took the initiative to attack. However, the response of the Greenskins made Tillmans regret it soon. The Greenskin fleet, which was originally on the offensive but did not dare to attack, saw the human fleet almost rushing out in full force, and its first reaction was to retreat. They certainly did not want to engage in battle when the human ships were under orbital fire cover. Even if they lost 2 ships in order to temporarily escape, they ran away more resolutely. This first made Tillmans feel relieved, and he felt that Gu Hang's strategy was indeed good. He took advantage of the gap to expand the results of the battle and cause as much damage to the Greenskin ships as possible while expelling them. In this way, it can be considered a great victory. Just thinking about this, I saw the rear team of the Greenskin fleet suddenly rushing over. Then, the front team of the Greenskin fleet took cover, circled behind, turned around, and rushed up. At this moment, the human fleet had already left the orbital firepower cover of the steel-winged star. Obviously, the Greenskins were not afraid of fighting with human ships at all. As long as the human ships dared to chase them out, they would fight back. Of course, the winning rate is not high. They have to bear the casualties of being chased in front, and the casualties when changing formations. This will greatly reduce their winning rate, which was originally only 50%, to only about 30%. A rational human commander would not do this, but the Greenskins would. The Greenskins are not stupid, but very smart and cunning. But there is only one thing they lack: rationality. If you can't completely annihilate them, don't force the Greenskins to death. Otherwise they will bite back fiercely before they die. You can safely set traps for the Greenskins, even if they are a little rough. It doesn't matter. They can easily see it. But just for a fight, or purely confident that they can win, they jump in without caring about casualties. These characteristics all mean that it is quite normal for the Greenskins to desperately act despite the low chance of winning. Now it is his turn to be uncomfortable. He estimates that he has a 70% chance of winning. But even so, he doesn't really want to fight. He doesn't want to fight a fleet-decisive battle. What if he loses in the 30% low probability event? Even if he wins, what if the fleet suffers heavy losses under the crazy counterattack of the Greenskins? Tillmans is worried, and even plans to change his strategy and retreat. They were not far from the orbital firepower, so they could retreat and make plans. Even if they were bitten back and suffered some damage during the retreat, he would accept it. If the Greenskins dared to chase too fiercely, they could also fight back. However, just as he was about to give the order, Gu Hang order came first. Fight! Kin. Concerto. Violin. Opera. Gu Hang named several cruisers in a row, including Tillman's flagship opera. Go forward. Target, enemy ship number 1, fire at full force. Destroy it. Tillmans was a little confused. What are you doing, kid? Are you addicted to commanding? I am the fleet commander. Moreover, concentrate fire on ship number 1? This is not a conventional way of fighting. The so-called ship number 1 is the number of many ships in the Greenskin fleet. The unimportant ships behind, which are very similar, may be difficult to recognize, but ship number 1 is definitely easy to recognize. This is the largest and most powerful ship among the Greenskin ships, and it should be the flagship of the Greenskin fleet. You want to focus fire to destroy the other party's flagship? It's a good idea, but in a naval battle, it's quite unreliable. They are not targets, so you can just focus fire? The Greenskin frigates will concentrate their firepower to intercept and block the firing range. If the other party's flagship finds that it is being focused, it may retreat, or it may increase the strength of the energy shield with great power, so it will not be easily broken. The most important thing is, if you send out your main ships, they will also bombard you. An overly rash attack could easily lead to the situation where the enemy battleship was not destroyed, but your own battleship was damaged. This was written in the teaching plan of the Naval Academy. If you don't understand it, Gu Hang, don't do it. Tillmans now discovered a big problem, at present. His command is somewhat confused. He instinctively wanted to refute and stop Gu Hang's order, but he was worried about exacerbating the chaos. He did not immediately order his flagship to act according to the order, but he found that the concerto, violin, and quintet all obeyed the order and went up. This put him in even more trouble. If they really followed Gu Hang's order, and everyone went up together, then if something went wrong, they could at least take care of each other. If he tried to stop them as the fleet commander at this time, then some ships would listen to him and not go up, but some ships would have gone up, and would not have time to withdraw, resulting in greater losses, and that would be another disaster. There were many thoughts in his mind, and when they came to reality, it was that Tillman seemed hesitant, and in the end his opera neither followed Gu Hang's order nor went up, nor did he speak out against Gu Hang. Gu Hang, who was on the concerto, did not react to this. He had thought of what Tillmans would do. Even if the fleet commander wanted to cause trouble, he would use the power of psychic energy to temporarily cut off and interfere with his communication channel. And his not going on board was also expected. The other ships just needed to come up. To be precise, 3 ships would be enough. Needless to say, the concerto he was on was of great significance. The orders of Major General Du Shiliang, who had cooperated with him a lot in recent years, had a great effect on the violin. This ship was also the ship that stayed in the Tianma Star region before, and it should also obey the orders. The quintet, where Yi Lixiao was also a ship that Gu Heng was very confident would cooperate with him. He believed that Yi Lixiao would believe him, and the fact was indeed so. 3 cruisers. Enough. The 3 main human ships that were exploring were of course observed by the greenskins. In an instant, a large amount of firepower came towards them. But the many Silver Shield-class frigates belonging to the Alliance played a role at this moment. They blocked a lot of firepower attacking the 3 main ships. On the one hand, they used their excellent interception firepower to block a considerable part of the greenskins' artillery fire. On the other hand, they even used their own bodies to block the firing range of the greenskins' ships, and retreated before the shield was about to collapse. Of course, most of the firepower from the greenskin ships was directly borne by the 3 cruisers. The reckless behavior directly caused the void shield to enter the dangerous red. But at this time, the Orc No. 1 ship was also exposed. The 3 cruisers immediately opened fire. The heavy firepower was directed at the opponent. Tillmans, who had not caught up yet, was full of regret. He should have directly blocked Gu Heng's order just now. Even if the 3 cruisers concentrated their firepower, it would be impossible to shoot down the enemy No. 1 ship. On the contrary, the concerto, the quintet, and the violin were completely surrounded by the enemy. At this time, even if Tillmans was indecisive, it was time to make a decision. He ordered the entire fleet to press forward. Although, this would lead both sides into a more intense, close combat with a higher hit rate for the naval guns, the greenskins' boarding battle would also become more threatening. But what can be done? The 3 cruisers that rushed forward had already kidnapped the entire fleet. However, the next moment, Tillman saw a scene that made his eyes pop out. The shield of the Orc No. 1 ship had inexplicably cracked. The heavy artillery from the 3 cruisers, whether it was the Wrath of the Loyal Heirs macro cannon, or the Doomsday Light Spear Ray, all penetrated the shield of the Greenskin No. 1 ship without any hindrance, and bombarded it. The Greenskin No. 1 ship, which was naked and hit by the heavy artillery, exploded into a sky full of flames. The greenskin frigates that were supposed to be guarding it were trembling strangely in place. What the hell was going on? Tillman's rich experience in naval battles could not help him understand what was happening in front of him. But this did not prevent him from recognizing that this was a huge opportunity. The enemy No. 1 ship was of similar specifications to a human heavy cruiser. The 7 cruisers of the Pegasus fleet were strictly speaking light cruisers. If they really had to fight, the 2 musician-class ships might not be able to defeat the greenskin flagship. And there were 2 such flagships on the other side, plus 5 or 6 ships of similar specifications to human light cruisers. That was the main force of the greenskin fleet. Don't look at the previous few months, they fought fiercely, and both sides lost a total of 100 ships, but in fact, most of the explosions were the lowest level patrol ships. Few frigates were destroyed, and no destroyers were lost, not to mention the core of both fleets, the cruisers. This is a great opportunity. The enemy lost a heavy cruiser, which means that in the greenskin fleet array, there is a huge gap in the firepower of the central part. The lack of heavy artillery like the L-type cannot be made up by any number of low-level artillery. No matter how indecisive Tillmans is, it is impossible for him to continue to hesitate under such an opportunity. Gu Heng has already fed him the food. At this time, Gu Heng received another new order: focus on the second ship. The so-called No. 2 ship is the other of the only 2 heavy cruisers in the greenskin fleet. Governor Gu issued this order. Could it be that the previous method can be used again? Attack! Attack! Break through the center line. Tillman's order was then transmitted to the entire fleet. On the bridge of the concerto, Gu Heng stood on the observation platform with his hands behind his back, looking at the battlefield in front of him, which was shining brightly and constantly exchanging fire. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the bystanders, his eyes were shining with a hazy blue light, and his spiritual power was constantly echoing in the void. Gu Heng normally has the level of an S-class psychic, not to mention this time. In order to ensure safety, he has torn a hole in the void that connects the Kingdom of Storms with the real world. Although the hole is not big, it also allows him to gain the blessing of the subspace essence from the Kingdom of Storms, allowing his psychic level to be raised to a higher level, reaching the level of S+. And on his ship, there is also the assistance of half of the Storm Mage Corps. The psychic array they formed is connected to Gu Heng, their own power, even the power that they cannot control as psychics. Gu Heng can take over all of them. In this case, as long as the distance is shortened, Gu Heng can completely tear open the energy shield protecting the outer periphery of a green-skinned heavy cruiser. Of course, the actual situation is not that simple. In the number 1 ship, there are some orc shamans, psychic boys and the like, which have a deeper layer of Wak energy protection. When the ship is affected by Gu Heng's psychic power, these energies also react immediately to counterattack. However, the level difference between the two sides was quite large. Gu Heng spent some effort, consumed about 1/3 of his spiritual power, and finally quickly tore open the shield of ship number 1. The characteristics of the green-skinned ship's glass cannon, without the protection of the energy shield, became more prominent. Too bad. The poor hull structure made it impossible for them to really withstand the fierce bombardment of human heavy artillery. Without a shield and a poor ship structure, the orc flagship naturally exploded into real space junk in a round of attacks. Of course, if that were all, the situation might not go so smoothly. The greenskins have more than one ship. They have a whole fleet. And those small frigates and destroyers are responsible for protecting the main ships. As for them, Gu Heng also has ways to deal with them. Since the cracks in the Kingdom of Storm God have been torn open, it might as well be torn open more violently. On those greenskin frigates, Gu Heng opened the Kingdom of Storm God from the inside. In the Kingdom of God, a large number of heroic spirits descended directly onto the ships, especially in the bridge, control room, and captain's room. The greenskins had previously invested 70 million troops to smash into the surface of Steel Wing Star. With so many people gone, the greenskin ships that should have been crowded became much emptier. When they were invaded by this special boarding attack, the resistance was not as strong as expected. Although, attacking so many escort ships at the same time, it was not possible to rely on the heroic spirits to destroy these greenskin ships from the inside, but just disrupting their actions, making them unable to perform protective actions at the critical moment, is enough. After the destruction of the number 1 ship, it also means that the enemy psychic boys and orc shamans are all dead or wounded. It will be easier for Gu Heng to tear open the shield of the next greenskin ship. Gu Heng naturally set his sights on the greenskin number 2 ship. Chapter 422, Supreme Command? When Gu Heng first proposed to take the initiative to attack, I actually disagreed. The voice of Tillman's sounded in Yilishya's ears. The naval battle that broke out in the void outside the Steel Wing Star has come to an end. At this moment, the human joint fleet is attacking the fleeing greenskin ships, trying to expand the results of the battle as much as possible in the pursuit. After the greenskin ship number 1 was destroyed, the second ship was next. The destruction of the only 2 heavy cruisers caused a huge decline in the combat effectiveness of the greenskin fleet. This is still a comparison of hard power. Ship number 1 is the flagship of the greenskin fleet, and their pirate commander is on that ship. His death instantly made the huge greenskin fleet lose its backbone. Then the demise of ship number 2, coupled with several other ships that were not at the cruiser level, but were equally strong, were torn apart by Gu Heng in a similar way, and after he commanded the ships to annihilate them with firepower, the greenskin fleet array collapsed. They began to flee. So far, the human fleet has achieved an undoubted victory. The remaining work is to pursue the victory and expand the results. It was at this time that Tillmans finally had time to find someone to talk to. Yilishya smiled and said, "I didn't expect him to be able to do this." "Then when you heard his order, you still rushed forward without hesitation?" "Because I trust him," Yilishya said frankly. "Although I don't know what he will do, and to what extent he can do it, I believe he is not a stupid person. He made the decision. And of course, he had his reasons. Facts have proved that following his command helped us achieve a brilliant victory." Yes, a brilliant victory. Thinking of this, Tillmans was not as happy as he should have been. The victory itself is certainly worth being excited about. But it is obvious that this victory is related to him. But it is definitely not his decision. The problem I thought of before, the command of the human fleet is chaotic and inconsistent. It seems that it needs to be solved. If Gu Heng had clearly told him his abilities before the battle, how could he have been so indecisive and embarrassing when the whole army went out to attack? He would definitely have led the fleet to victory. However, he did not say these words to Yilishya. From the look of her, she would obviously support Gu Heng. Tillmans did not think that he was engaging in internal struggles. Unified command was very important. As the commander of the Pegasus fleet and a real vice admiral of the Imperial Navy, he should be the owner of the highest command of the Navy. The Concerto also appeared in the battle to hunt down the scattered Greenskin fleet, but it had little to do with Gu Hang. It tore open 4 Greenskin ships in a row, including the energy shields of the number 1 and number 2 ships, and also supported the battles of hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits in each Greenskin ship. This was also a huge cost for Gu Hang. After all, he only tore open a hole in the curtain of reality, relying on part of the power of the Kingdom of Storms, rather than being in the Kingdom of Storms, and becoming one with the essence of the subspace. The gap between the two is quite large. Gu Hang remaining spiritual power is only 1/10 of his peak. With the overall situation determined, and only the conventional pursuit and killing operations left, there is no need for him to intervene in the command of the ship. Just leave it to the naval commanders. He needs to close his eyes and rest. In the process, he also considered the problem of chaotic command of the current joint fleet. Tillmans is not suitable to be the commander-in-chief. Gu Hang didn't think that even if he told the other party in advance what his psychic power could do, Lieutenant General Tillmans would be able to make a correct and decisive judgment. It is very likely that before witnessing it with his own eyes, he would still be skeptical about what Gu Hang said, and then think that safety is more important in action, thus missing the opportunity. Safety is of course important. Before Gu Hang arrived, when Tillmans was defending Steel Wing Star, the more stable he was, the happier Gu Hang was. Don't make any trouble, just hold Steel Wing Star steadily, and wait for me. That's good. However, Tillman's stage mission has been completed, and in the future, it can't be purely prudent to solve all problems. The problem of the unestablished Supreme Command must also be solved. However, these things can be put aside, and the current things must be done first. The so-called current things, of course, refer to the pursuit and killing of the remnants of the Greenskin fleet, and to maximize the results of the battle. This pursuit battle lasted for more than 3 days. In the end, nearly 200 green ships still escaped. The human fleet actually had a chance to chase them again. Isn't it just escaping through the star tunnel? Human ships can also pass through. However, most of the green ships that escaped ran through the tunnel from the Steel Wing Star to the Tamir star system. Tamir already belongs to the Jingguan star region. No one knows what the current situation of Jingguan is. If you chase them rashly, the risk is still too high. Forget it. In fact, this battle could not be fought as an annihilation war. It is already very good that the human navy can defeat the enemy. It is not capable of encirclement and annihilation war. The scattered greenskin ships are running around, and the human side cannot split so many branch teams to continue chasing. As I said before, if you are not sure to completely annihilate the greenskins, don't force them to death. If you really split the fleet to chase them regardless of how the greenskins split the teams, you may find that the pursuers behind them are not that strong, and turn around to knock you down. The current results are quite good. Moreover, although half of the greenskin ships escaped, their combat effectiveness loss was far greater than this ratio. In the process of pursuit, since it was already known that it was impossible to destroy all the greenskin ships, we naturally had to focus on the most valuable ones. The 2 heavy cruisers of the greenskins were destroyed in the previous fleet decisive battle. Of the remaining 5 greenskin ships, which were equivalent to the level of human light cruisers, only 1 escaped in the end. The remaining 4 were all destroyed. The loss of most of the main battleships meant that although the remaining greenskin ships were still 200 in number, they were actually completely powerless. If another fleet decisive battle was fought, Gu Hang would not take action, and the human fleet would be able to easily wipe them out. The Battle of Steel Wing Star was launched, which marked the full invasion of the Eagle Horse Star region by the Greenskins. At that time, the total number of Greenskin ships entering the Eagle Horse Star region was about 400, and the number of Greenskin legions carried in them was about 150 million to 300 million. Now, only 200 ships have escaped. According to conservative estimates, the Greenskins' military losses will reach about 60 million. If the Greenskin fleet is deployed to the surface of Steel Wing Star, the 35 million that have been essentially abandoned, and the more than 20 million greenskins in various parts of the Eagle Horse Star region who are still resisting, but whose final fate is undoubtedly to be wiped out, the Iron Tooth clan has lost at least hundreds of millions of troops in the Eagle Horse Star region. This is an undoubted victory. Ever since Chief Titus suddenly appeared, bringing with him the wealth that the Iron Tooth clan had accumulated for decades, and swarming out from the 4 occupied star regions. The Iron Tooth orcs have defeated the human army from space to the ground, starting from the Jingguan star region, all the way to Yunluo. No one could stop their troops, and they could only retreat all the way. And now, The Iron-Tooth clan's troops have finally been stopped for the first time. Although, this is only a branch fleet. The real main force of the Iron-Tooth clan is the Legion led by Chief Titus himself. However, the division consisting of 400 greenskin ships is by no means a force that can be underestimated. The loss of 200 ships, including most of the main ships, and the loss of more than 100 million troops, even for the Iron-Tooth clan as a whole, this loss cannot be ignored. It is foreseeable that if there is no major change in the future, the greenskin invasion disaster in Kimati can be considered to have been alleviated. But although the disaster has been resolved, the threat still exists. I don't know when the enemy will come back again. After this failure, if the greenskins invade again, the force they will bring will be even greater than this time. At that time, can the Alliance still resist? It depends on how strong the Alliance can become next. In Gu Hang view, the victory of the Steel Wing Star battle is that it has bought a relatively long period of time for the development of the Alliance. Although he couldn't tell how long this time would last, it was good to have time. The Alliance was becoming stronger every minute and every second. After the pursuit was completed, the main force of the human fleet returned to Steel Wing Star. The battle on the ground was still going on. Many orcs died in the orbital bombardment, but it was obviously impossible for all of them. In fact, most of the green-skinned orcs were actually alive. They were basically lingering on. In the previous large-scale orbital bombardment, many of their clusters were blown apart and exploded. The loss of a large amount of heavy equipment meant that even if many of these greenskins were still alive, they were unable to launch any large-scale attacks. However, lingering on did not mean that the remaining orcs were easy to deal with. On the contrary, according to the estimation of the Alliance Army General Staff, if Steel Wing Star wanted to completely eliminate the threat of the greenskin orcs, it would be a war that would last 5 to 10 years. The orcs, who had no offensive capabilities, switched to a dispersed, completely defensive posture. They dug holes, mixed spore organisms with native vegetation, and formed strongholds one after another. Once these strongholds were discovered, they would be attacked. The human army would quickly mobilize heavy artillery, come to encircle and suppress, bomb, and then the armored troops would rush in with infantry to eliminate the living orcs and eradicate the green plants. If some strongholds were particularly well defended, or were large in scale, the human army would not bother with them for too long, and would directly call for orbital bombing, and then enter after the ground troops were bombed. But the problem is, there are too many strongholds. Tens of millions of orcs, fart spirits, are scattered across tens of millions of square kilometers of land in the northern continent of the entire planet. Some small strongholds may have only dozens of them. Hundreds of greenskins. It is not difficult to eliminate them, but it is quite difficult to find them all, and to find them without leaving any. Orbital bombardment also has similar problems. It is impossible to bomb every stronghold when attacking. Strongholds that are too small may not have shells, and missiles are valuable, so they are not worth bombing. The fleet's firepower cannot be consumed in this way, even if the cost is not taken into account. The inventory and productivity are not enough to be wasted like this. In the end, those strongholds can only be found one by one, and the army can only gnaw them one by one. Even more, Gu Hang cannot keep tens of millions of Alliance troops on Steel Wing Star to suppress bandits for a long time. Many other planets still need the Alliance army to rescue. In fact, he plans to withdraw all the Alliance troops in half a year, leaving only the 30 million people of the Dragon Eagle Legion and the Angry Bear Legion. I believe that in half a year, even if the greenskins are not completely eliminated, the remaining number will definitely be less than 10 million, and they will not be able to form an aggregate. The 2-star Army Corps will slowly strangle them here, and strive to clean up Steel Wing Star within 3 to 5 years. By the way, it will also serve as a guard force to prepare for the next possible greenskin invasion. After arranging the work of the army, Gu Hang held a naval meeting without stopping, in the starport of Steel Wing Star, except for a few who were still on duty on their own ships. Most of the captains participated in this meeting, especially the captains of the 7 cruisers of the Pegasus fleet, each of whom was an imperial general, or at least had the rank of brigadier general, and they all arrived. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. In the previous great victory, the price paid by the human side was very low. Only less than 40 warships were destroyed, and the only ones that were really heartbreaking were 3 destroyers, 11 frigates, and the remaining 26 patrol ships or armed merchant ships, which were not worth much. What reason is there to be unhappy? At the dinner before the meeting, everyone was in high spirits. The meeting was about to start, so drinking was not allowed. Since the war had just ended, the dinner could not be luxurious. But no matter what, it could not stop the warm atmosphere. However, among these smiles, some were not so pure. Tillmans, and the captains of the 3 cruisers, were talking about something together. Their discussion ended quickly, and it seemed that they had reached some degree of consensus. The dinner ended, and the meeting began. The first half was nothing special. At the meeting, Gu Hang and Tillman stood together, and in front of many officers, they happily announced the results of the battle, commemorated their fallen comrades, and announced that everyone's merits would be recorded. The results of the battle. The soldiers would get the glory and rewards they deserved. And the captains of the Gu Trading Company, who were recruited, would also receive compensation from the Empire and war bonuses. The second half was the key. After most people left, the only ones left were the 7 cruiser captains of the Tianma fleet and Gu Hang. At this time, Tillmans no longer smiled, but raised the first topic in a serious manner. All the ships of the Tianma fleet are here. Next, we need to clarify the command. With the current war situation, the Tianma fleet no longer needs to be split into 2 parts. Major General Du Shiliang, the formation you lead will return to the team immediately, and will all be under my command. Chapter 423, Close your eyes, it will be fine in a moment. Major General Du Shiliang, the formation you lead will return to the team, and all will be under my command. Hearing this, Du Shiliang instinctively looked at Gu Hang. It shouldn't be like this. He is the captain of the Pegasus fleet, the cruiser Concerto, and a major general of the Imperial Navy. The commander, Lieutenant General Tillmans, is his undisputed superior from any perspective. If there is an order, then he should stand up and accept it without saying anything. Why look at Gu Hang? But he still looked. Tillmans also noticed his gaze, and was a little annoyed. However, he did not say anything to Gu Hang. It was definitely not because he was afraid. He continued to stare at Du Shiliang, and his voice unconsciously became colder and harder. Major General Du, do you have any questions? Du Shiliang was helpless. He could only stand up, said yes, and then sat down again. Tillman's face was smiling again. This was not his main goal today, it was just an appetizer at best. Now, it was considered a victory. Gu Hang did not speak when he clearly received Du Shiliang's look for help, which made Tillmans more confident. Perhaps Governor Gu was also concerned about the imperial decree, and did not dare to object to his proposal that clearly complied with the relevant regulations of the empire. The encouraged Lieutenant General coughed lightly, and continued, since there is no problem with this matter, let's start the second topic. In view of the current war situation, and the current situation of our space force being relatively complex, I propose that all the ships belonging to the 7 horses be centralized and deployed, and a unified command system be established to better use this force, and fight against the green-skinned orcs. Just like Governor Gu organized the various star regions to sign the 7 horses agreement. At this point, Tillmans looked at Gu Hang frequently. The ships belonging to the 7 horses, in addition to the Pegasus fleet, are the ships of the Alliance, Navy fleet, and Gu Trading Company. Although the planetary governors of other star regions, some small imperial chambers of commerce, also have some ships. But the number is small. There are no big ships, and the combat power is poor, which can be almost ignored. This matter is what Gu Hang is most likely to oppose, and he has reasons to oppose it. The Alliance Navy is his, and Gu Fleet is also his. If he doesn't want to, Tillmans can't take it away. However, he has also prepared a series of arguments and means for this. Wait a minute. It depends on how Gu Hang opposes, and he can come up with corresponding arguments to gag or squeeze him. I agree. Gu Hang was the first to express his opinion. Agreed? Tillmans was stunned for a moment, and then he was quite surprised. That's great. I thought it would take a lot of effort, or even a quarrel with Gu Hang, to get it done. But it was solved so easily. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was definitely a good thing. This Gu Hang is still more concerned about the overall situation. His gaze towards Gu Hang also became much more friendly. However, when he occasionally glanced at Du Shiliang, he would still feel a little cold. Although Gu Hang was sensible, you have a big problem. Wait, I will take it off for you later. But, certainly not now. I have to give Governor Gu some face. Thinking about this, Tillmans also stood up. He showed a sincere smile on his face, and said, then we have reached a consensus. I believe that, With the support of Governor Gu, with our concerted efforts, those damn green-skinned aliens will definitely be wiped out. He said these words in a masterly manner. But at this time, Gu Heng also stood up. He also had a smile on his face. But the words he said made Tillmans feel chilled to the bone. I have another proposal. I suggest that Major General Yi Lixia and Major General Du Shiliang become the first and second joint commanders of the Seven-Horse Fleet. Major General Yi Lixia is very familiar with the Tianma Fleet and can take on the responsibility of the first joint commander. Major General Du Shiliang has been very experienced in integrating the Tianma Fleet, the Alliance Escort Fleet, and the Gu Merchant Fleet in the past few years. He can assist General Yi Lixia in coordinating the joint work of the three parties. What about me? Tillmans didn't ask this stupid question. He stared at Gu Heng with a gloomy face and said, I object. The position of joint commander is unheard of. That's General Tillmans. You are surprised, Gu Heng said. There are precedents. When multiple imperial fleets act together, there is usually a joint commander, responsible for the coordinated command of multiple fleets. When the Golden Pass and the Silver Pass fought against the Greenskins, when the Pegasus Fleet acted together with the Yunluo Fleet and the Northern Fleet, wasn't it Admiral Zhang Shaoxuan of the Yunluo Fleet who served as the joint commander? That is only needed when multiple fleets within the Imperial Navy are linked together. Now, the only authentic Imperial Navy here is the Pegasus Fleet. The Imperial Navy has the right to recruit. No, I don't have the right, Gu Heng said. I am in charge of the Eastern Theater of the Dragon Eagle Star region. All Imperial forces here should be under my command and dispatch. If I say we want to establish a joint fleet, it's a joint fleet. Where did you get the Eastern Theater of the Star region? I was appointed, and I have the final say on all matters in the Eastern Star region. Where are the documents? I can send you to Yunluo to get them. At this point, Gu Heng's face was expressionless. You? Tillmans was furious. Gu Heng said he would send them, then he really dared to send them. But did he dare to go? Is he afraid that he would die in the attack of the Greenskins after just getting on the ship and setting off? He gritted his teeth, with a little growl in his voice, and asked Gu Heng, what do you want to do? I want to win this war. And you? Vice Admiral Tillmans. Under your leadership, the combined fleet cannot win. We need a leader who can bring victory. Enough, Tillmans said. I am tired of your greed. The Pegasus Fleet will not fight alongside you anymore. I will report to the Star Region Navy Command. The Pegasus Fleet will also leave here and head for the Yunluo Star Region. You can do whatever you want. Let's go, he said, and was about to leave. To some extent, what he said was just angry words. However, since you, Gu Heng, have no shame and turn the table over, let's turn it over together and see who is afraid of who. Without the Pegasus Fleet, you will use your head to block the Greenskin army? But no one present followed. When Tillmans walked to the door of the conference room, he also realized the embarrassing situation at the moment. He turned around suddenly and asked Du Shiliang and Yi Lixia, why don't you follow? Do you want to split? Yi Lixia looked calm. But Du Shiliang looked a little embarrassed. He just wanted to ask for Governor Gu's opinion. But he didn't expect the situation to turn into such a situation. Is he going to choose a side now? If he really had to choose, he would choose Gu Heng without a doubt. The reason was right on his face. Although Tillmans was his direct superior. Could the Tianma Fleet leave the Alliance now? Your ship's artillery shells, energy, and everything else depended on them to supply you. The Star Domain Naval Command you count on? They are far away in the sky, separated by the Greenskin-occupied areas of several star regions. How can you get close to them? Cut off with Gu Heng and stand on the side of Tillmans? Then let people lead the fleet with nothing and be lonely ghosts? Or, without supplies, cross the Greenskin-occupied area and go to Yunluo? That's not realistic. What's more, in addition to those reasons, there is another point that he also agrees with Gu Heng's words in his heart. The most important thing at present is to win the war, and this requires a commander who can lead them to victory. Is this person Gu Heng or Tillmans? Even a fool can make a choice. In the end, Du Shiliang closed his eyes, slid his mouth, and sat there like a wax figure, without giving Tillmans any response. Okay. You want to rebel, right? Tillmans was furious, and waved at the other three captains who had been following him. But they also looked embarrassed, and dared not move. A brigadier general said softly, there is no need to make such a fuss, everyone sit down and talk it over. Their ideas were actually similar to Du Shiliang's. Although they had not worked with Gu Heng for a long time, and were not familiar with him. They had seen the current situation in the eastern part of the star field and the performance of the previous war. Emotionally, they were more inclined to Tillman's. And they also felt that as a noble Imperial Navy, they should be the leader of a joint fleet with escort teams and armed merchant ships. For this reason, when Tillman's communicated with them privately beforehand, they all expressed their support. But they didn't support him to the point of wanting to see the two sides fall out. Nor did they support him to the point of going away with Tillman's and accompanying him to his death. Of course, they also saw that Tillman's so-called going to Yunluo was probably just a rant. But they didn't want to really make the situation too embarrassing. What if they were really forced to take that step? They would really die. What's more, the three captains had all received favors from the Fofana family to some extent. In other words, there is no one in the Pegasus fleet who has not been promoted by Fofana, including Tillman's. If it were someone else, it would be fine. It seems that it is not impossible for Ulyssia to be the joint commander. Inside the fleet, it has long been tacitly accepted that Ulyssia will be the commander of the Pegasus fleet in the future, but it is just a matter of sooner or later. When she has accumulated enough experience, she will be promoted. Including Tillman's himself, he also knows that he is a transitional person. Of course, he did not lose out. With more than 10 years of experience as the commander of Tianma on his resume, if he is transferred to another place, his position will not be low. And now, if Ulyssia is promoted, it will also bring forward what is bound to happen in the future. It seems that it is not impossible. Looking at their appearance, Tillman's was really disappointed. He waved his hand and threatened, "If you don't obey the orders of your direct superiors, you are rebelling. I will report everything you have done, and you can wait for the military court." After saying that, he pushed the door open and left. However, as soon as the door was opened, he took 2 steps forward and felt 2 huge shadows covering his body. He looked up and saw 2 giants wearing scarlet power armor. Through the helmet, the cold eyes fell on him, which cooled his anger. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, turned his head, and looked at Gu Hang in shock and anger. "What do you want to do? Rebellion? You need to calm down." Commander Tillman's. As Gu Hang finished speaking, 2 Phoenix Space warriors suddenly took 2 steps forward and directly controlled Lieutenant General Tillman's. He opened his mouth and wanted to curse. But the next moment his mouth and nose were tightly covered by the iron gloves. He could hardly breathe, let alone make a sound. He was taken away by the 2 phoenixes like a little chicken. Then, 2 more phoenixes appeared at the door, politely closed the door of the conference room, and stood guard outside. Gu Hang nodded with satisfaction, and said to the rest of the people with a smile, "It seems that Vice Admiral Tillman's will calm down in a while. Agree to the establishment of the joint fleet, and agree to the appointment of 2 joint commanders." He looked at Ulyssia and Du Shiliang, and continued, "I hope we can cooperate sincerely in the future." Ulyssia smiled and nodded, and Du Shiliang next to him was wiping the sweat from his forehead. Of course. Of course. At this moment, a brigadier general asked, "What about Tillman's?" Gu Hang said gently, "He is the commander of Tianma appointed by the Imperial Navy headquarters, and no one will change this. The Tianma fleet cannot do without him. He will return to Fei Star in the Tianma Star region to supervise the future shipbuilding projects of the Fei Star shipyard. This is a very important task. Only when we hand it over to Lieutenant General Tillman's can we feel at ease." Hearing this, everyone was really relieved. Of course, they knew that this was equivalent to house arrest in disguise after seizing power. But this result is relatively acceptable. As long as Tillman's is not killed, it will be fine. As for other things, we can turn a blind eye to them for now. Everything depends on victory in the war. As for other things, we can talk about them after we win the war, and get in touch with the Star Domain Command. Whether to punish Gu Hang is not something that the captains can decide. We will see how the Star Domain Navy Command, the Military Affairs Department, and even the Star Domain government view this matter. After the military meeting, Gu Hang and Ulyssia were the only ones left in the meeting room. The business was over, and the other captains left quickly and tactfully. No one would ask Ulyssia why she didn't follow them at this time. Facing Ulyssia, Gu Hang showed a genuine smile. "Long time no see. It's been a long time." Since the fleets reunited, although the two had talked a lot, they had all met in the form of virtual images. After the battle, they finally met in person. But it was a banquet, a military meeting, and only now was it a private meeting. Before, Gu Hang had not discussed with Ulyssia what he was going to do. However, it seemed that there was a special tacit understanding between the two of them. And everything went so smoothly. Yi Lixia, who was no longer dignified and showed her true fatigue, said to Gu Hang from the bottom of her heart at this time, "Yes. Long time no see." Seeing her current state, Gu Hang walked behind her thoughtfully. Shh. Don't move. Gu Hang's hand touched both sides of her forehead. Close your eyes. It will be fine in a while. Chapter 424. My hero Yi Lixia was a little nervous. After all, she didn't know what Gu Hang was going to do to her. But since she was able to help Gu Hang with a coup and get rid of her boss without informing him in advance, she could do it in a tacit manner, let alone trust him. She didn't think that Gu Hang would do anything to her detriment. She was just not used to such contact with the opposite sex. And it felt very strange. Her body was a little tense. But she sat obediently, letting Gu Hang do what he wanted. She could feel the warmth from Gu Hang's fingers, extending down along the sides of her forehead, to her face, and then to the back of her neck. There was a slight tingling sensation, which spread from her mind to her whole body, and even penetrated her soul. This tingling sensation was not stimulating, but very comfortable and relaxing. Before she knew it, she actually fell asleep. When she woke up again, she was lying on a recliner in a lounge, covered with a thin blanket. She first paid attention to herself, and had changed into a set of comfortable and soft pajamas. Her face was a little red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Gu Hang. But then she thought again, it shouldn't be. In his impression, his fiancée didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. I can't misunderstand him. Just as she was thinking, she heard the door open. Gu Hang, dressed in casual clothes, walked in with a gold-rimmed carved porcelain plate. You're awake. The smile on Gu Hang's face was very gentle, which made people feel warm. Well, how long did I sleep? Not long, 2 hours. Oh, how did I fall asleep? Because of me. Gu Hang sat beside her, and placed the porcelain plate in his hand on the small table next to the recliner. The porcelain plate contained cut fruits. Gu Hang used a delicate fork to feed Yi Lixia a bite. Very fresh, Yi Lixia commented. I haven't eaten it for a long time. On the ship, this is of course an absolute luxury. Perhaps when they set out, the quintet's kitchen had stored some for the senior officers. But after so many years of fighting, there must be nothing left. The war situation was tense later, and precious transportation capacity could not be used to transport such things. Yi Lixia ate the fruit and asked Gu Hang, "What did you do to me just now? I saw that you were very tired. Mainly mentally. So I thought of some small ways to use psychic energy to help you relieve it. I do feel much more relaxed." Is this the power of psychic energy? I have never heard of it before. That is because the most powerful psychic you have ever seen is right in front of you. But Gu Hang did not say this out loud, but smiled softly. After seeing you fall asleep, I brought you here and asked one of my female secretaries to help you change your clothes. This finally answered the question that Yi Lixia was too embarrassed to ask, and made her feel relieved. But why did she still feel a little lost? One of them was rocking on a recliner, while the other was sitting next to him cutting fruit, chatting about some topics. There were all kinds of topics. First, they talked about the health of their families, especially the condition of old Fofana. Gu Hang sighed, and did not hide anything. He said that old Fofana's health was getting worse and worse, and there was no condition for another life-extending surgery. He might not be able to get off the operating table, and the Tianma Star region did not have the conditions and ability to do so. And he could not go to Jindy Star now. Yi Lixia was still a little sad. In the whole family, this grandpa, who was a generation apart, was her closest relative. This was not a happy, relaxing topic. Then, Gu Hang naturally shifted his words to describe the changes in Fei Star, and even the Tianma Star region over the years. It was indeed quite big. Even on Fei Star, it was also very big. During the years when Yi Lixia left the Tianma Star region, it was the period when Gu Hang power expanded from Nushu Star to the outside, and finally ruled the entire star region. Those changes, naturally, were mostly brought by Gu Hang. I really can't imagine it. Yi Lixia sighed. Just a few years ago, when you boarded my ship from the starport of Fei Star, you only brought one person with you to the notoriously hopeless world of Angry Owl Star. In just a few years, you have reached this point now. Gu Hang smiled and said, "Your help is indispensable in this." Of course. Yi Lixia proudly puffed out her chest. Of course, I will not forget my contribution. Your initial star-up capital was swindled from my starship. Those servitors, my marines, And even the current army commander of your alliance used to be a marine officer on my ship. Gu Heng laughed. Ha ha ha. You are right. You are my angel investor. My investment is so successful. Yi Lixia sighed. Who could have thought of that? To be honest, I didn't think you could accomplish anything at first. You were penniless, starting from scratch in a wilderness. Now, only 14 years have passed, and you have already ruled an entire star region, with 60 billion people submitting to you, with an army of millions, and a hegemon with spaceships that cover the sky and the sun. Don't even mention the past. Even when we were just engaged, you had already started to gain momentum. But the biggest label on you was still the young master of the Gu family. How could I dare to think that, after a few years, my fiancé would become the largest and only ruler in the entire star zone? Gu Heng teased Yi Lixia. Don't you want to? Yi Lixia's eyes were even a little blurry. Of course not, although I have always hoped to be able to carry the family and become the best naval commander. But have I never thought that my future husband is a peerless hero? Then do you think I meet this standard? Yi Lixia smiled and said, What do you think? Gu Heng did not speak, but lowered his head and continued to peel the fruit. But he felt Yi Lixia's breath coming from his side face. Of course you are. My hero. Gu Heng and Yi Lixia's tenderness was just an accidental episode in this cold universe. Cruel war is the eternal theme. They did not rest for long, as there were still too many things to do. On Steel Wing Star, they defeated the main fleet of the Greenskins. Next, they would immediately send people to solve the problem of Greenskin invasion in the Eagle Horse Star District and the neighboring Fog Horse Star District. There should be no Greenskin ships in the Hippogriff sector. Even if there are, they are small raiding formations, which will cause some trouble, but will not affect the overall situation. The two Astra Militarum Corps, the Dragon Eagle and the Angry Bear, will stay on Steel Wing Star as a defensive force. Half of the 80 million Alliance troops will be dispersed to various planets in the Hippogriff sector to solve the Greenskin ground invasion problem. Chapter 425. Don't expect to sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. It won't be that difficult to solve the Greenskin invasion problem on the planets in the Eagle Horse Star region. In fact, the situation on half of the planets has been brought under control. The Alliance army dealt with it on the way to Steel Wing Star. The other half that were not on the previous marching route are what we need to deal with this time. The Alliance accumulated ground forces in the Eagle Horse Star region, excluding Steel Wing Star, are about 35 million. They are facing a number of Greenskins that may be less than 30 million. And they have the help of several times more local defense forces. In general, even if the combined fleet cannot spare time to provide them with orbital fire support, it will still not be a problem to eliminate the Greenskins on the surface of those planets. It is nothing more than the size of casualties and the length of time. As for why the combined fleet cannot spare time to provide orbital fire support for the ground battle in the Eagle Horse Star region, it is of course because they have more important tasks. First and foremost, they must guard the Steel Wing Galaxy. This is a major transportation hub, and they must guard against the Greenskin invasion. After all, no matter how badly the Greenskin fleet was hit, there were still at least 200 warships left. Moreover, who knows how many Orc ships and troops are in the Greenskin base behind the Golden Pass Star region. This place needs to be heavily guarded. 30 million Star Army, and at least half of the ships of the combined fleet, must stay here and cannot leave. The person in charge of this war zone is Major General Du Shiliang. The second Joint Commander will take on this task. The other half of the Joint Fleet, led by the first Joint Commander Yi Lixia, entered the Wuma Star region with nearly 40 million Alliance troops. Although the star leaders of the Wuma Star region have not signed the Seven Horses Agreement yet, many governors of the planets have signed it. Since they have signed it, they have to take care of it. This is the core relationship that can establish the Seven Horses Agreement. Among them, there is another key star system, Suhun-1. From the star map, from Steel Wing Star to the north, you will reach Suhun-2, and further north, you will reach Suhun-1. This world itself is an ordinary mining world with a population of about 300 million, but it is also a major transportation route. It connects to the Eagle Horse Star region to the south, and to the east. It will pass through Shiyun-3, and enter the hinterland of the Mist Horse Star region. To the north, it is connected to the two worlds of the Tongwan Star region in the occupied area. Its status is similar to that of Steel Wing Star in the Eagle Horse Star region. By holding Suhun-1, it is basically possible to block the Greenskins from the Tongwan Star zone to the south. And it can also serve as a barrier to the Wuma Star Zone to protect the safety of the rear. The Legion led by Yilicia, after entering Suhun-2, placed a 1,000,000-man army to solve the local greenskin problem, and then continued to move north and entered Suhun-1. Suhun-1 did not sign the Seven Horses Agreement, not because they were unwilling to sign, but because they could not sign. The planetary governor of Suhun-1, about a month ago, had no news, and even the entire planet had no information transmitted outward. It is currently suspected that the planet has basically lost its ground resistance. People should not have died, but there should be no organized army to fight against the green-skinned orcs on the front battlefield. At most, there are some guerrillas and resistance forces. The people who are still alive, probably hid in the city's underground tunnels, strong fortresses, deep in the mines and other places to survive. The governor of Suhun-1 either died, or they lost control of the Star Language Tower. There was no way to conduct interstellar communication, and naturally no effective signals could be transmitted. But despite not signing the Seven Horses Agreement, the Alliance army still came. This is too important. The Seven Horses Agreement has unilaterally announced that the planet will be included in the scope of protection of the agreement. After Yilicia fleet arrived at the target galaxy, it quickly launched the battle. Without saying a word, the pioneers drove the green ships. They found about 6 or 7 green-skinned ships in the galaxy. These ships, coming from the Tone-1 star region, should be carrying a shipload of green-skinned guys, and a large amount of military supplies. These ships were probably transporting soldiers and supplies to the green-skinned invasion forces in various parts of the Wuma Star region. These fully loaded garbage ships could not run too fast, and had no combat power at all, so they were directly dealt with. Then, the combined fleet began to bombard the surface of Suhun-1. On the one hand, destroying the green-skinned troops on the ground is one thing. On the other hand, it is also to show the possible resistance forces on the surface that your savior has come. The 15 million Alliance army, through a large number of landing craft, established 3 large landing sites in places that were considered safe after orbital bombing, and deployed troops. On the one hand, they are fighting with the green-skinned troops on the surface, which are estimated to be about tens of millions in total. And on the other hand, they are also trying hard to search for survivors on the planet. The situation on the ground was almost consistent with their earlier judgment. More than 300 million people, scattered across the entire planet, in the complex environment of various mines, mining areas, and smelting plants, would not be so easy to kill. There are thousands of monsters and demons in this universe, but the largest group in the material universe, and the group that occupies the most planets, is undoubtedly human beings. Such a large population, such a vast empire, is definitely not given away for free when you recharge your phone bill. Never underestimate the resilience of the human race. The Alliance army searched for the survivors, not because they needed local forces to help fight the greenskins. There was no need for that. The local troops had been defeated, and only a group of rebels were left. They made their own weapons, and at best they could fight guerrilla warfare. They really couldn't help much in frontal combat. The survivors being searched for would be protected in the areas controlled by the Alliance army, and help the Alliance soldiers with some logistics and transportation, and build fortifications. By the way, they will also be organized to restore some production capacity. Mining and smelting, the original pillar industries of Suhun-1, are not in a hurry to be restored. Mainly, some soilless cultivation and the remains of 3-dimensional farms will be reused. If the logistical supply of the Alliance army depends entirely on interstellar transportation, the pressure will still be a bit high. If it is just the army, it is not bad. But the key is to manage a large number of local civilians, which will put more pressure. We still have to find a way to reactivate the few plantations occupied by the greenskins. We don't ask for all the food supplies to be solved locally on the planet. If we can solve some of them, we can relieve some pressure. In view of the importance of Suhun-1, Yilicia also specially left nearly half of her naval forces to garrison in the orbit of Suhun-1. This ensured that the Battle of Suhun-1 was foolproof. Then, Yilicia did not wait for the Battle of Suhun-1 to be completely over, and followed the star map to divide the troops to the east and west sides. The team that went to Suhun-3 from the west was only a small group. Suhun-3 was an isolated world, and there was nothing special about it. It was not important. It was just to be recovered along the way. The main force she led went eastward to Suhun-3 and headed all the way to the heart of Wuma. Their destination was Wuma 1 and Shangyuan Star. These two places were the capitals of the Star region, and the only way to the Tianma Star region. In addition to military purposes, Yi Lixia also had the political task of requiring the entire Wuma Star region to be included in the framework of the Seven Horses Agreement. She brought Gu Hang words to every planet of Wuma, and even to the Star District government of Wuma. While we are fighting bloody battles in the front, the Alliance will not allow any world to sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Every governor, leader, and government who cannot shoulder their responsibilities and fight side by side with the Alliance is suspected of serious dereliction of duty and betrayal of the Empire. The Alliance, with the power granted by the Seven Horses Agreement and the Star District government, will not tolerate such behavior. Chapter 426, The Seven Horses Agreement spreads widely. That was indeed what Gu Hang said. In fact, regardless of whether the Wuma Star region, or even the Purple Horse Star region, Bianma Star region, and Iron Horse Star region, whether they join the Seven Horses Agreement, Gu Hang will always have to fight this war. After all, he can ignore the lives of others, but he cannot ignore his own life and death. If he does not defend Steel Wing Star, if he does not defend Wasteland, the Greenskins will swarm in from the two northern star regions. The Alliance must defend the Fox Galaxy and the Wing Galaxy. It would be better to defend the first two. What's more, Steel Wing was originally a fortress world, and Wasteland was just a mining world. It would not be a pity if they were destroyed. If they fought on Wing and destroyed a cruiser dock, Gu Hang would have no place to cry. Never let the war spread to your homeland, since we have to defend Steel Wing and Wasteland. Then Eagle Horse, Mist Horse itself, and the four major star regions behind it: Purple Horse, Border Horse, Iron Horse, and Reclamation Horse, will all benefit from the military actions of the Alliance and avoid the invasion of Greenskins. They actually got the benefit. And then, they didn't join the Seven Horses Agreement, which was equivalent to taking advantage of the Alliance military protection for free. Gu Hang would let others take advantage of him. The Alliance is not going to annex you. In fact, even if they wanted to join the Alliance, Gu Hang might not agree. There are already several worlds in the Eagle Horse Star region that are secretly discussing with the Alliance, not only signing the Seven Horses Agreement, but even going a step further and joining the Alliance directly. But they were rejected by Gu Hang. It's not a sure thing, but at least the timing is not right now. On the one hand, it's a political and diplomatic impact. It's easy to swallow it. But when the Seven Horses Agreement spreads to other star regions, it will be difficult to deal with it. The governors and leaders had doubts about this. And if this happens again, the difficulty of negotiations will increase significantly. In addition, from the perspective of the Alliance, joining the Alliance means a major change in the political system, which means that the Alliance needs to treat the residents there as if they were its own country. Political reform, economic reform, welfare reform. All these things must be implemented. Otherwise, wouldn't it be in vain? Of course, with this whole set of things, the world will be digested by the Alliance and become part of itself. However, digestion takes time, and it also requires a large investment cost in the early stage. The Alliance itself has now sounded the third-level mobilization order, and it is already very good if the people's consumption remains normal and does not reduce the allocation. A large amount of production has shifted from civilian materials to military and heavy industry, and the improvement of people's quality of life has basically stagnated. The rising production capacity is basically in all industries related to war, such as civilian vehicles and civilian electrical appliances. The production has been reduced a lot. In this case, it is not profitable to let the Alliance take on the reconstruction of the worlds that have been devastated by war. No! At least wait until the war is over. According to the model of the Seven Horses Agreement, it is already good. This is an agreement that emphasizes the concept of military alliance. The Alliance does not interfere with the political and economic development of the signatory planets, and only requires the unity of military command. In other words, the Alliance will not care about the lives of civilians on the planet, the government structure, or the economic development. The Alliance only cares about collecting taxes from the Empire to fight against the Greenskins, ensuring that the number and quality of local defense forces reach a certain level and accept the unified deployment and command of the Alliance headquarters, and only collecting a special war tax when necessary. This is all for the sake of fighting. Fighting against the Greenskins is the responsibility of all governors and heads, and there is no reason to rely on the Alliance to support it all. Sign the Seven Horses Agreement honestly. If you don't sign, It's fine, the greenskins are blocked by me, and can't beat you, the Alliance can beat you. In the past, Gu Heng wanted to deal with a planetary governor, or even a Star District leader, outside the Star District. That was not possible. Before, he did it on the planet of Juetu. It was still in the name of arresting pirates, and he did catch evidence of the collusion between the governor of Juetu and the pirates, but Gu Heng dealt with it. But for this matter, the Kinma Star District came to negotiate and talk a lot, and also complain to the Star government. The actual damage is not great, but it is still annoying. But now, it is another matter. Gu Heng, the Star region government, has already confronted him. So what else is there to be afraid of? In fact, after Yilixia fleet swept through the 13 star systems in the Wuma Star region and ensured that this star region joined the framework of the Seven Horses Agreement, her fleet will continue to move westward and enter Dongyuan 3, which is the territory of the Zima Star region. Zima has not yet been invaded by the Greenskins. This star region has a population of 38 billion, which is the star region with the second largest population among the Seven Horses, second only to Tianma. The Purple Horse leader has always been evading the Seven Horses Alliance by saying that the Purple Horse Star region has been suffering from a serious rebellion. The rebels even robbed the starport and small shipyard of the ancient Silver Star. The rebel army made them miserable. And the rampant pirates also endangered the safety of the Purple Horse Star region. There was really no way to join the Seven Horses Alliance and deploy all the forces of the Star region to fight the green-skinned orcs. Yes, Gu Heng accepted their statement. The joint fleet led by Yilixia, as well as nearly 20 million Alliance troops, entered the Purple Horse Star region to help the Purple Horse leader quell the rebellion. Otherwise, after the rebellion of Zima is quelled, the entire Zima Star region will sign the Seven Horses Agreement. Otherwise, you are lying, deceiving the Alliance, ignoring the overall situation of the Star region against the iron-toothed greenskins. The Alliance will punish you, and then the new leaders and governors should understand the good intentions of the Alliance, and eventually join the framework of the Seven Horses Agreement. Anyway, the entire Zima Star region has the freedom to choose. They can choose how to join the Seven Horses Agreement. Gu Heng was waiting for good news from the Purple Horse Star region. If the situation really got worse, Gu Heng did not want to, and would not, start a civil war when the external threat was not resolved. He had already provided Yilixia with some additional personnel assistance, so that she could fully learn from some of the methods that the Empire would take when it encountered some planetary governors who were disobedient, difficult to use, and did not pay taxes. There were methods used by the Imperial Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Court of Inquisition. These two imperial organizations have sufficient experience in dealing with planetary governors. Gu Heng thinks that he can learn from them. If the Empire encounters a world that does not pay taxes, or is not satisfied with the taxes paid, and sends a large army to suppress it, the Empire will definitely be too busy. There are too many. Trial, bribery, assassination, subversion, coup. These methods, combined with small-scale military suppression, support for new spokespersons and interest groups, are all good ways. After these things were handed over to Yilixia and the accompanying multi-departmental alliance officials, Gu Heng himself was busy with another matter. The gift points of the Steel-Winged Star battle were settled for him. Chapter 427, Factory Exchange for 500,000. The Battle of Steel-Winged Star may be the largest battle that Gu Heng has ever launched. The battle on the ground alone may be even more massive than the Plague War of Kurogia. Except that there is no battle of a great demon in the subspace. But the Battle of Steel-Winged Star also has the part where the giant starships line up to bombard each other. In general, Gu Heng received 930,000 points of grace. The calculated grace points are less than those of the Plague War of Kurogia that year. The latter settled grace points reached the millions, but it was still a little short this time. The reason, Gu Heng estimated that the big demon Gawajia that he had killed provided quite a lot of grace points. In the Battle of Steel-Winged Star, the main place to earn a lot of grace points, that is, the naval battle, the main force of the Pegasus fleet, is not considered as core force, and in the calculation of the system, their battle results are not included in the income of grace points. If it weren't for the enemy main battleships, which were shot down by Gu Heng's psychic power, and the shields were torn open, the number of grace points settled would be even less. However, despite this, Gu Heng's current grace points have once again exceeded 1 million. In addition to the 930,000 settled in this wave, his monthly income for the past 2 months was also settled, which is about 70,000. In addition to the little left over from before. and the results of the Alliance Army's battles in various worlds in the Eagle Horse Star Zone on the way to Steel Wing Star. It is also several tens of thousands. Gu Heng still didn't plan to keep these 1 million grace points. He spent them quickly, hoping that these grace points would further speed up the Alliance construction work and prepare for the next stage of the war. With a big stroke of his pen, he invested all the 500,000 grace points into one thing, exchanging various factories in the building panel. The factory series of buildings is a very practical exchange option. There are no fancy effects, and it won't give anything new. It is just a simple way to improve the production efficiency of the real factories that have been built. Gu Heng did some detailed research. After the exchange, some comrades in the factory will have some sudden and miraculous effects, and some ideas for improving the existing production lines, from the moving lines, from the factory design, from the specific improvements of some production lines, and bring some practical benefits. And all of these will bring about the improvement of production efficiency reflected by the exchange options. No matter how the improvement of production efficiency is achieved, if enough of these options are exchanged, then it will greatly improve the overall production capacity of the Alliance. Moreover, in the building interface, it is not only the initial level 1 factory, but also the level 3 factory. The exchange option for the level 1 factory is 100 points of grace for one factory, 1,000 points for the level 2 factory, and 10,000 points for the level 3 factory. Gu Heng decisively upgraded each dock of the 2 major shipyards of the Alliance to at least level 2, and several important docks, such as the 2 cruiser docks of Phase Star, were all upgraded to level 3. As for the 2 important ammunition production center factories on the Angry Owl Star, Gu Heng also gritted his teeth and upgraded them to level 3 production. Gu Heng exchanged a total of 10 level 3 factories, 100 level 2 factories, and 3,000 level 1 factories, which were used in various production lines. After spending these 500,000 grace points, the total industrial output value of the Alliance was directly increased from 112.3 billion tax coins to 124 billion. This is a growth rate of more than 10% in total output value. According to the plan, this is the development-oriented period of the Alliance, and it is expected to take a year to achieve the development goal. But under Gu Heng gift point cheating method, in 1 second, this growth that would have taken a whole year was all in place. And the growth areas were all in the areas that Gu Heng wanted, mainly military production, supplemented by various other military supplies, such as field food and the like. In the military industry, the focus is on the construction of starships, which is the most needed by the Alliance, and the production has increased the most. Other things, such as the production of some hot melt bombs, plasma weapons, heavy artillery shells, and missiles, are also top priorities. Don't underestimate these things, especially artillery shells, which are the most consumed in war. When the intensity of the war rises to a certain level, and the war situation is dominated by a stalemate, there will often be artillery, but not enough artillery shells to fight. 10,000 guns firing simultaneously, it sounds fierce and exciting, but with the current artillery technology of the Alliance, it is easy to fire 10 guns in a minute. It is not that the firing rate cannot be increased, but if that is the case, the life of the gun barrel will not be able to withstand it. According to the firing rate of 10 guns per minute, the life of the gun barrel can be extended to the greatest extent. Don't say how rare 10,000 guns are. A group army of the Alliance really has, or even far more than this number. And at this speed, a group army of the Alliance can fire 1 million heavy artillery in an hour. Small caliber things like mortars and mountain cannons are not qualified to speak at the table. They are all large caliber heavy artillery, at least 155 caliber howitzers, and even a small number of 305 caliber self-propelled heavy artillery are equipped in the Alliance Army. Without sufficient production capacity, how can we withstand the consumption of the Alliance Army? The stronger the production capacity, the stronger the firepower. Not to mention, not only the Army needs various types of shells, but the Navy also needs them. The other part of the production capacity is placed on the production of Lion King tanks, mechas, and Titans. These ace war machines of the Army are the core equipment for the front battlefield to fight against the killing tanks, death tanks, and squig war beasts of the Green Orcs. The more the better. The Alliance, which is working at full capacity to produce, will transport a large amount of war materials to the front battlefield through a large transport team. At present, the intensity of the war that the Alliance is currently experiencing cannot actually use up so many ammunition reserves and equipment consumption. But it doesn't matter. These things can be stored on the planets of Steel Wing, SU-1, Eagle Horse Star region and Fog Horse Star region. This is for the large-scale war with the green skins that is likely to break out next. The more preparations are made now, the calmer it will be when the war begins. And the significance of Gu Hang 500,000 gift points is not just in the war. The improved productivity will never disappear as long as there are no accidents. In the future, it will always play a role. Chapter 428. Investing in people. 500,000 gift points, bringing an annual output value of 10 billion, and in theory, this increase is permanent. Of course, if the social environment of these corresponding planets, there is a great unrest, or there is large-scale corruption, the system is rigid, then there may still be a reduction in production. But that is not a problem of exchange options. But there is a problem with Gu Hang rule. Solve whatever needs to be solved. As for the other 500,000 points of grace in his hand, the use is more complicated. He spent 200,000 on military training, which will bring 20 million qualified soldiers. Now the army of the Alliance is no longer just relying on his soldier card training system to train soldiers. A considerable number of qualified soldiers are soldiers who have been trained under the qualified training mechanism that the Alliance Army has established in the past few years. But that time is still relatively long. In order to ensure the combat capability of the corresponding troops, Gu Hang still needs to supplement some qualified T5 level soldiers through the training of the soldier card system, and raise the proportion of standard soldiers of the Star Army in some corresponding troops to 70%, or even more than 80%. The newly trained 20 million soldiers will not be used to form a new organization. They are all in the recruit training centers on various planets in the Tianma Star region. They will be sent to various troops, especially the frontline troops, to be added to the corresponding teams. Now, among the troops of the Alliance Army, some division-level units that were beaten badly in the war have been withdrawn for rest. These troops will be given priority in receiving troop replenishment. Of course, to ensure that the frontline troops have sufficient combat troops. For every division withdrawn, the Alliance will send out a division to supplement the corresponding army group. At present, the total number of the Alliance Army has reached more than 400 million. At least that is the organization. It includes 18 army groups, each of which is composed of 20 army groups, with a total of 22 million people. A single army group has about 1 million people, composed of 25 divisions and brigades. But in general, the size of the army and army group is not the same. Some army groups have fewer armies, some have more, and the number of divisions and brigades under each army is not fixed, even during the war. Some divisions and brigades will be temporarily transferred to where they are needed. In contrast, the organization below the division and brigade is fixed. The current situation of the Alliance division and brigade units is already quite complicated. But generally speaking, the most common are three types of organization. The largest is the large infantry division, which is generally about 44,000 people and consists of 12 infantry regiments. This is the main frontline combat force of the division. The 8 artillery battalions attached to it have 400 heavy artillery pieces. The infantry regiment also has its own artillery support company, all equipped with self-propelled artillery. A division has 600 self-propelled artillery pieces. Those small mortars, rocket launchers, heavy explosive bombs, heavy plasma guns, hot melt bomb projectors, and the like are not included. These weapons are usually distributed to the company and battalion level. In addition, there is an Air Force squadron consisting of at least 60 Wind Falcons. This large infantry division is the well-deserved main force of the Alliance, the backbone force, the shield and hammer of the Alliance. They are outstanding in terms of number of people, fierce firepower, fighting offensive battles, fighting defensive battles. They rely on them. Once the trenches were dug and the fortifications were built, any enemy who wanted to break in would have to be bombarded by the heavy artillery of the Alliance before they had a chance. The total cost of such a division reached 1.3 million tax coins. The second common brigade level unit is the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade. 8 Heavy Armored Combined Battalions and 3 tank battalions are the main force. A large number of armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, etc. The most important main force are 320 Lion tanks, 9 Lion King tanks, and 60 Falcon fighters, although there are only about 12,500 people in total. The huge armored force makes such a heavy armored combined brigade almost indestructible on the battlefield. And the cost of such a division has also soared to nearly 5 million tax coins. The smallest number is the skeleton division. Such a division can actually be basically understood as a combination of an infantry division and an armored division, with a total number of more than 60,000 people, more powerful firepower, and stronger armored force. It mainly undertakes the most important combat mission of an army in a certain aspect. What makes them different from normal divisions and brigades is that a considerable proportion of their soldiers are T4 level, and their infantry equipment will also be upgraded to a large proportion of laser guns and electromagnetic rifles. The number of various high-level weapons such as explosive bombs, plasma, and melt will be much higher in the hands of infantry than in ordinary troops. The cost of such a division will further soar to 9 million tax coins. As for the 1st Wind Extinguishing Brigade, the 2nd Beast Killing Division, the 10th Special Operations Brigade, and the 31st Ace Airborne Division, these 4 elite special units, it is even more difficult to calculate, because their equipment and personnel configuration are different from other divisions and brigades. This is the current composition of the Alliance Army. It has numbers and frontal firepower, and is supported by numerous large infantry divisions. It has armor and offensive capabilities, and is supported by heavy brigades. The Skeleton Division is used to fight key battles. This is an elite unit. It is comparable to any elite unit of a reputable high-level Star Army Corps. In terms of equipment and training, it is not inferior. Unfortunately, the Alliance is still not rich enough. Elite units such as the Skeleton Division cannot even be guaranteed to be in every army group, and even each army group only has 1 or 2. But despite this, the Alliance Army is still Guheng pride, and is the trump card that has kept the Alliance standing to this day. Even though the Alliance has invested huge manpower and material resources, the most important resources and the most funds have been spent on naval construction, in order to catch up and overtake. But for now, the army is still the foundation of the Alliance. The large infantry division can ensure that the position is not lost when facing the same number of greenskins. With a heavy composite brigade, it can break through the positions of 2 or even 3 times the number of greenskins, facing the elite greenskins with heavy equipment. The Alliance also has enough firepower and enough armor to fight against them. These are extremely rare. Gu Heng can even say with confidence that in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, there is no other human ground force that can compare with the Alliance Army. Even the Dragon Eagle Legion can't do it. The Dragon Eagle Legion has a total of 13 legions, with a total of over 1 billion people, which is much more than the Alliance Army. But in terms of equipment and overall training level, it is definitely inferior. As long as the Alliance catches up in terms of naval power, or at least does not lag behind, the strength of the Alliance Army will be able to play a major role in the universe battlefield. This not dragging its feet means that the Navy does not have to win the naval battle, as long as it can ensure that the troops can be deployed normally, and that the enemy cannot recklessly carry out orbital bombing on its own army. That is enough. This requirement is much simpler than gaining control of space. As long as this low standard is achieved, the Alliance combat effectiveness can be multiplied. After all, in this cold universe, the void itself has no value. The most important value is still on many planets. In addition to the 200,000 grace points for army construction, Gu Heng also invested 150,000 grace points in talent development. Here the use is more complicated. The further construction of the academy spent a sum of grace points. The education industry on Phase Star is already quite developed, but the Alliance cannot really rely on Phase Star to complete all educational work. On Angry Owl Star, on Kuroga, on Fox, the construction of corresponding academies also need to be put on the agenda. There is also enough training for civilian officials. Especially after entering the war period, the Alliance launched a Level 3 mobilization order. Under this mobilization scale, large-scale social unrest is not likely to occur. The overall order is well maintained, or even stronger. However, maintaining a stronger social order requires more government ruling costs. At the same time, under the mobilization order, civilian production is not frustrated, at least the growth has slowed down significantly, which will cause the growth of people's regular consumption and living standards to stagnate. This problem also requires stronger government control and propaganda to be suppressed. Gu Heng was very wary of the possibility that systemic corruption would grow within the Alliance without his knowledge. The more critical the moment, the more we should be careful of pervasive corruption. At his request, on the one hand, the government system should conduct self-examination and self-correction to ensure that the system does not force people to be corrupt, or that they have to do the wrong things for the sake of superior indicators and performance. To ensure the consistency of core goals and specific policies, and to ensure the consistency of goals among the government officials, and the public. In general, an excellent system makes people do good things, and a bad system makes people do bad things. All these have put forward higher management requirements for the Union government. It needs to be vigilant at all times, adjust at all times, and rely on continuous institutional reform to maintain the vitality of the system. However, all reforms and internal adjustments require people to implement them. In terms of personnel quality, the conventional education system is, of course, the most important aspect. However, through Zhengxi College, directly training the loyalty of key personnel in key positions is a guarantee of the bottom line. Let's not talk about whether there is a problem with the system. First of all, we need to ensure that the reform system and the people who implement the system are okay. Without the latter, the former is out of the question. In addition to the educational foundation and the training of civil servants, Guhang also invested in personnel, which was placed on the special front. The alliance demand for intelligence has become increasingly heavy as its size has expanded. The legal center system under the jurisdiction of Chief Justice Lambert exists independently of the alliance government. Under him, the General Police Department, the General Security Department, and the General Integrity Department are all agencies with internal intelligence functions. But there are certain differences in their functions. The police station is responsible for public cases, mainly for public security and stability maintenance work. The Integrity Bureau is responsible for anti-corruption work among government officials and state-owned enterprises. The Alliance Security Bureau is responsible for counter-espionage, anti-subversion, and monitoring and combating insurgents. There is no need to say much about the first two. The Security Bureau has always had a low presence within the Alliance, but in fact, it has made many moves in secret. The Alliance society has always been very stable. This is not only because after the Alliance gained control of the entire Tianma Star region, the people's living standards have not decreased but increased. All kinds of local forces have either been tied to the Alliance chariot, or have been beaten to ashes by the Iron Fist. But it won't be completely clean. There are always some remnants. For example, the royalists in the old kingdoms of Black Arrow Star, the remaining old gangs of Kuroja, the old bureaucrats, the remnants of the Fokkers family, the old business owners who were nationalized on Wing Star, and their sympathizers, supporters, they always exist. Some of them were beaten by the Iron Fist, but not completely. Some pretended to get on the car of the Alliance, and secretly supported those remnants. These guys, of course, dare not jump out and act openly. If they jump out, they will die. Under the strong, unified, and strict rule of the Alliance, under the powerful military force, and the general trust of the people, direct rebellion and confrontation are like eggs hitting stones. However, this does not mean that the hatred in their hearts, and the will to resist will be completely lost. Rumors, incitement, strikes, privately making weapons to incite the people to riot, packaging individual tragic cases of individuals as the fault of the Alliance rule and privately promoting them. Such gutter methods have never been cut off. The main work of the General Security Bureau over the years has been to fight against this. The Internal Intelligence Organization also includes the Military Security Bureau under the Military Affairs Center led by Thaddeus, which is also for counter-espionage and counter-riots, but is more military-oriented. There is also the Military Police Headquarters, which is led by the Military Police Political Commissar and is responsible for internal military discipline. The government also has the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is responsible for self-examination and self-correction on the government side and the elimination of traitors. In total, there are 3 departments in the Legal Affairs Center, 2 in the Military Affairs Center, and 1 in the government, a total of 6 departments with clear internal supervision and management responsibilities, each with its own emphasis but overlapping and able to supervise each other. These institutions all need special personnel with investigation and special service skills. That is, special agent talents. In addition to the internal intelligence organizations, there are also the Foreign Intelligence Bureau under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Military Intelligence Department of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Central Investigation Bureau of the Legal Affairs Center, which are the 3 major external intelligence organizations. In fact, the military aspect is not bad, whether it is within the team or outside. Currently the political commissars and the special forces of various troops are drawn as military support, which is basically enough. However, non-military intelligence agents still need to be trained, and the Alliance has a large gap in this area. The first thing about these personnel is loyalty, which is mainly solved by the training of Zhengxi Academy and Gu Hang 10 points of grace for direct training of one person. However, the training of skills and techniques depends heavily on the training of the alliance itself. And Gu Hang current troop exchange options do not have such things. But fortunately, for this type of work, quality is more important than quantity. Gu Hang cannot provide a guarantee for the alliance internal and external intelligence personnel. But he has a way to improve his abilities, hero activation. Currently, with a population of more than 60 billion, there are already tens of millions of people with hero potential who can be activated. Gu Hang cannot activate all of them, but he can activate them in a targeted manner. For example, if the efficiency of the shipyard needs to be improved, Gu Hang can screen all the shipyard engineers, see how many potential heroes can be activated, and selectively activate some of them. The same is true for special agent talents. Although, it is possible that although this person is currently working as an agent, his greatest potential is not here. However, this probability is always low. Those who can become agents under the strict recruitment, training, and assessment of the 8 major departments are likely to have special expertise in the agent. If you really want to draw wrong occasionally, then so be it. Anyway, it is not expensive to activate a potential hero with 10 points of grace. The expensive thing is the subsequent upgrade. But they can also accumulate experience and upgrade slowly. In short, Gu Hang spent a total of 200,000 points of grace on the construction of the academy, the activation of agents and ship engineers. He used the remaining 100,000 to prepare to draw 100,000 level technology. Chapter 429, I am the ruling bishop. Whether it is the training of the backbone of the army, or the construction of the academy, or the loyalty training of Zhongxi Academy, or the targeted activation of ship engineers and special agents, it is all an investment in people. The most basic and most important resource. Including the previous 500,000 factory investment, Gu Hang has basically spent most of the gift points he earned this time. The remaining 100,000 or so, except for keeping tens of thousands as a reserve fund, the rest, he plans to invest in the technology tree lottery. Not counting the previously drained prize pool, Gu Hang now has 2 choices, 10,000 and 100,000. After thinking about it, he chose the latter. Although the former prize pool is not yet dry, the probability of epic and elite level shipments is not high. Although, if you really draw 10 times in a row, you may still get something. But since you have 100,000 on hand, and the 100,000 prize pool is still a complete, high probability prize pool, it is better to go for a big one. What Gu Hang hopes most is to draw naval-related technology, which will directly increase the speed of the Alliance's subsequent naval explosion. However, after spending 100,000 grace points, the opposite happened. Although, there was a 50% chance of getting an epic technology, it should not be considered bad luck. However, the Navy-related technology he wanted was not obtained. But stellar energy technology, he was a little disappointed. But Gu Hang quickly accepted the reality, and thought that this stellar energy technology was actually quite good. The Alliance is now in a stage of explosive production capacity. And on the front battlefield, the daily energy consumption is also astronomical. It is definitely unrealistic to rely on fossil energy. What's more, many core war machines, many high-level manufacturing plants, cannot use fossil energy at all. The former is represented by the Navy's ships, the Army's Titans, and the latter is represented by the shipyard. The energy solutions for these things rely on the elite technology that Gu Hang had extracted earlier. Compressed energy technology, to convert electrical energy or spiritual energy into energy crystals. This is an ultra-high-density solid energy crystal, which can be compared to a battery with extremely high performance and storage capacity. Although the Alliance now has oil industry, it is basically supplied to some low-end vehicles and machinery that use grinding stone engines. The energy used by high-level machinery is energy crystals. Even at critical times, when the fossil energy reserves on the front battlefield are insufficient, but the machines need to be moved, the grinding stone engine also needs energy crystals to support it. At that time, the cost effectiveness is not considered, and the machine is moved first. Similarly, energy crystals can also be converted into electrical energy again, when it is necessary to trade energy at the interstellar level. It is impossible to do so without actually building a transmission network to send it to another planet. On the contrary, it is a more convenient and quicker way to transport a ship of energy crystals and send them to the power plant on the other planet as fuel. A standard compressed energy crystal, worth 1,000 tax coins, is enough to supply a town with a population of over 100,000 for a whole year. Of course, this cannot be counted as industrial electricity consumed by factory production. Such an energy crystal block is in the shape of a cube with a length, width and height of 10 centimeters. If it is not used with compressed energy release technology, it will not explode, is not afraid of collision, and can even be cut. It is also convenient and reliable to transport. However, its energy source is a problem to be solved. Compressed energy technology can only convert available energy into this energy crystal block. But where does the energy source come from? The main energy source of the Alliance now is the waste energy storm of the Angry Owl Star. Directly in the area where the waste energy storm has been raging for a long time, build a compressed energy factory. When the storm blows, use the technology of collecting the waste energy storm, infuse it into the energy compressor in the factory, and make energy crystal blocks. But this depends on the weather. Even on the two waste continents of the Angry Owl Star, the storm does not blow every day. Another relatively stable means is power generation supply. One energy crystal block can supply a small town for a year, then a small power plant of this size can also produce one energy crystal block a year. Right? This technology is now mainly used in some nest cities, large nuclear power plants in industrial centers. But it is mainly used to collect surplus electricity or release electricity to correspond to peak electricity consumption when electricity consumption is at its peak. Although it can also produce some energy crystals, it is definitely unrealistic to expect them to be used for trade or to supply wars. Even some large power plants need the waste energy conversion plant of the Angry Owl Star to export energy crystals when supplying energy consumption for industrial production in order to ensure the cost. As more and more starships are built, the main means of power generation in the Alliance is now the controllable reactor. With air and water, nuclear fuel can be generated and electricity can be generated. This thing is already high-tech enough, and the cost of generating energy is low enough. However, Angry Owl Star and Black Arrow Star can be developed on a large scale because of their abundant water resources. But if time passes, the sea will be drained. At present, the population scale is not very dense, so it is still better. However, the energy consumption required for the increasingly developed industrial production has begun to show its strength. Regardless of the situation now, environmental problems will become more serious in the future. The only water left from industrial wastewater is dried up, and most domestic water resources can only rely on the water circulation system of the Kuroga hive world, which is an example. If possible, Gu Heng does not want to drain every world under his control. He has two options: calm the storm on the Angry Owl Star, and restore it to a spiritual gas field. Needless to say, just by collecting and manufacturing energy crystals from the spiritual gas field, the Angry Owl Star can get a net income of 8 billion tax coins a year. This is equivalent to half of the current annual output value of the Angry Owl Star. But obviously, the Alliance does not have planetary-level climate modification technology. Gu Heng does not even know whether this technology is in the epic prize pool. Maybe its level will be higher. And stellar energy technology is another route. After carefully checking the instructions of the blueprint, although he certainly cannot understand the specific technology at once, he can roughly understand the effect. Just build a huge stellar energy collection station around the planet, and add the supporting compression energy technology. It will be able to continuously extract stellar energy and create energy crystals. If there are enough collection stations built around a star, so that the entire star is completely surrounded, then it will form a thing in Gu Heng impression, Dyson sphere. Of course, there are many engineering technology fortresses in between, and it is not something that can be solved by simply accumulating numbers. Moreover, even if there is technology, the current Alliance certainly does not have the qualifications and financial resources to invest in building such a super megastructure. At present, several galaxies in the Tianma star region do not have this condition. Building a Dyson sphere will make the entire galaxy fall into silence. However, building a few energy mining stations is always easy. The standard output value of such an energy mining station is 10,000 energy crystals per year, which is equivalent to about 10 million tax coins. It takes half a year to put it into production. A total of 100 million tax coins are required to build one, and high maintenance costs are required every year. Overall, it will take about 20 years to pay back the cost. But this is the normal construction cost, which is the price calculated by pulling out the production line and using the technical blueprint to build it yourself. Gu Heng has a black box cheat. The finished black box is used to produce key components and then transport and assemble them. The construction cost can be sharply reduced to almost only the cost of labor, and the construction period can be shortened by half. This is a cheaper energy source than the reactor. The supporting compression technology can not only solve the energy needs of the present and a long time in the future, but also after the war, the unused energy can be sold directly. And, if the number of it built is not large, the environmental impact on many planets in the star system is negligible. Gu Heng put the black box into the black box factory in the subspace Storm Kingdom. Under Gu Heng instructions, the Secret Research Institute of the Alliance began to prepare to produce things, and the corresponding construction instructions were also issued to the Alliance government. Later, the Alliance government will follow his orders and launch a certain number of energy station projects on the 8 major stars in the Tianma star region. However, the construction time will be relatively long. Gu Heng Chief Technology Officer, Ms. Wu Jiarong, is not in the Tianma star region at present. In the distant Steel Fire Dragon star region, the Mechanicus, the core forging world of the Mingyang sect, the orbit of Jindy star, a huge Mechanicus fleet, slowly sailed out of the port. The paint of all the ships, which is different from the common red of the Mechanicus, is mainly bright yellow, with bright red as embellishment. The leading one is a square battleship that looks a bit bloated. Just from the size, it is much larger than the flagship Dragon Eagle of the Yunluo fleet, and even larger than the main battleships in the Human Empire Navy. The actual combat capability may be slightly worse, because the Jindy mechanical arc of the Mingyang sect also has certain research and manufacturing functions, and its structure is not entirely designed for war. Its firepower and protection have reached the level of battleships, or even exceeded it by a lot, but in terms of structural strength, agility, speed, and steering, there are gaps, and the overall combat capability may be slightly weaker. But in general, when the Greenskins invaded, the Mingyang sect did not stick to its own forging world, but clearly chose to stand with the Star Domain government, and took the initiative to deal with the disaster, which greatly excited the entire Dragon Eagle Star Domain government. The atmosphere of despair had changed. Although the revived Yunluo fleet, even with the addition of the Mechanicus fleet of Jindy Star, was still behind the main force of the Greenskins led by Titus in terms of overall size. With the addition of the Jindy arc, it was already at a level where it could fight. At the moment, the huge fleet of the Mechanicus was about to attack, heading to Shangyuan Star, and join the Yunluo fleet. According to the agreement between Jindy's casting general, Chen Haishu, and the Star region head Tan Jiui, the two fleets would be combined, take the initiative to attack, and jointly fight against the Greenskin fleet. It was not a fleet-decisive battle, but we could have the confidence to defend the Upper Plateau Star, which was a major transportation route. Titus had already shown his strategic intentions, and the fleet was clearly moving from the Snow Eagle Star region to the Steel Fire Dragon Star region. Between the Star region capital Yunluo Star and the forging world Jindy Star, the iron-toothed chieftain chose Jindy Star as the primary target, and Wu Jiarong was on this ship at the moment. More than a year ago, she finally accepted the invitation of Wang Xiaoran, the technical director of the Fei Star shipyard and the ruling bishop of the Mingyang sect, and came to Jindy Star. In the past year or so, she has been doing well on Jindy Star. The struggle within the Mechanicus is fierce and cruel, which Wu Jiarong has experienced deeply. She was born on Jindy Star, and she became a victim and was taxed. This is of course unreasonable. Jindy Star is the forging world of the Mechanicus, and this type of world does not even need to bear imperial taxes. She was completely tricked to death. However, the people who tricked her could never have imagined that she would come back one day, and as an important guest. While the struggle within the Mechanicus was fierce, the entire sect also had a strong admiration for technical ability. After Wu Jiarong returned, she gave several speeches and participated in several project guidance, and she showed her full level. This is the basis for her to win respect. Furthermore, many of the technologies she mastered were not even available in the Mingyang sect. It is also normal. Wu Jiarong Academic Foundation came from her studies on Jindy Star, but the subsequent technical and academic growth was basically due to the growth brought about by the research on the black box. She studied every product directly produced by the black box, pondered what these most accurate products represent, and gained some experience. The so-called technology that she mastered, which the Mingyang sect did not have, did not roughly mean that she mastered the production blueprint of the War Dog Titan. And Jean Dixon could not build a Titan. Jean Dixon could certainly build a War Dog, and even Jean Dixon had the ability to build a higher-level Warlord-level Titan. Still taking the War Dog Titan as an example, Wu Jiarong mastered some special technical details. For example, by studying the key components produced by the black box, she knew the specific technical details of a weapon installation component. This detail can increase the power of Warhound Titan by 7% when equipping hot melt weapons, and it is safer and more stable. She not only knows how to do it, but also knows how to improve the production line to achieve this goal. This is a technical detail that she has mastered after studying the absolutely standard parts produced by the black box, which is not available on Jindy Star. There is no doubt that this kind of detail is very important. There are many similar things. As long as the black box of the Alliance has output, she has studied it carefully, and there will be more or less similar gains. It is nothing more than the value of this gain. Of course, she would not be so foolish as to throw all these things out. If so, what she would win would not be admiration, but suspicion and greed. The current level is just right. The things she took out were all discussed with Gu Heng before coming. These efforts, in exchange for the recognition of the Mechanicus and a proper title, and some technology in return, this deal can be done. She successfully passed the review conducted by the review committee composed of 6 main business sages, and got the title of ruling bishop. In the past, she only met the requirements for ability. Now, after she obtained a definite identity, the corresponding honors, status, and authority also followed. Then, she did a small thing besides her normal activities. She checked who was responsible for sending her to be a human tax and becoming an indispensable technical specialist in the Pegasus fleet. Later, she found out that it was really a small matter. One of her colleagues at that time was also competing for the promotion opportunity of mechanic, but he could not beat her through the normal assessment route. In addition, the two had a feud, so he mobilized some connections and gave a gift to one of his relatives. That man was just a mechanical priest, and she was sent away. After finding out the truth, she didn't want to pursue the matter any further. That might be a good thing. If she hadn't been sent away, she wouldn't have met Governor Gu. She would have been hanging around in Jindy Star for 14 years. She might still be wasting time at the level of a mechanic. Without special opportunities, it would be very difficult to move up a level. At best, she could find someone to guide her, and at most, she could reach the level of a mechanical priest. And she would probably stop there. How could she be like this now? Having officially obtained the status of a ruling bishop, and being considered a big shot on the entire Jindy Star? However, she didn't have to do anything herself. Her actions to investigate the matter naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested. Then, the mechanical priest and his entire family soon became slaves. Wu Jiarong even asked, "Is this a bit too much?" An ancient prophet in charge of supervision smiled humbly and said no. That person was not clean to begin with, and getting rid of him is like removing the termite. Wu Jiarong said nothing more. She remembered that day. She looked up at the dim sun hanging in the sky of Jindy Star, and was filled with emotion. All the past grievances vanished, and at the same time, the little thought of returning to the Mechanicus that she had in her heart also vanished. According to her original plan, it was time for her to return. She had become a ruling bishop recognized by the Mechanicus, had gained some fame, and had even avenged her past. What she had to do on Jindy Star had been largely completed, and it was time for her to return and prepare to establish her own branch sect. The level of ruling bishop was enough. By then, the small branch sect that was established would be part of the Mingyang sect. This situation is quite common. A ruling bishop or a master sage has some special ideas of his own. He unites a group of members of the Mechanicus around him, and forms a branch sect that is attached to the main sect in the past. Generally speaking, the attached sect will not be sure whether it will support, ignore, or even be hostile to this. It depends on the popularity of the ruling bishop in the original sect, and what the motivation and goal of establishing a branch sect is. Specifically for Wu Jiarong, she has already privately talked with some other bishops with whom she has had good relations, and even the 2 sages. It is not realistic for the new sect to get the support of the Mingyang sect. But as of now, it should not be hostile. At most it will be cold. Wu Jiarong's statement is that she first boasted about the alliance, which developed very quickly. And the governor was indeed quite reliable. And he seemed quite wise and powerful. Moreover, she also played a role in it. She also contributed a lot to the development of the alliance. The alliance is also a part of her life's work, and she is reluctant to give it up. With the help of Fei Star's foundation and Kurojia's population, the alliance will have great development potential in the future. She can establish a branch of the Mingyang sect there, And Bishop Wang Zhaoran at the Phase Star shipyard can also provide some help. Wang Zhaoran has been on Phase Star for so many years, and the expansion of the religious influence of the Mechanicus has not been very good. She will change this situation. In fact, the Mingyang sect is not particularly interested in Wu Jiarong's statement. In other words, the Mechanicus is not so obsessed with expanding the influence of religion in the traditional sense, unlike the state religion. Anyway, as long as an imperial world needs machinery and has technical needs, it will be inseparable from the Mechanicus. Faith and the like are not so important. What they care more about is where there are special technologies, precious resources, and the potential to build a new forge world. However, they will not hinder the expansion of religious influence. To sum up, Xiao Wu, if you want to help us expand our religious influence, that's great. We are a sect, so you can just build a branch. They won't hinder us. They may support us in name, but this is not important, so don't count on their actual support. Wu Jiarong accepted this completely. However, just as she was about to leave, the Iron Tooth War broke out. The green-skinned orcs pierced through the Dragon Eagle Star region, and the east-west traffic was cut off. Wu Jiarong could not go back. She was also involved in this war, and began to work for the Mingyang sect in Jindi Star, supervising factory production, and personally engaging in the production of some high-tech equipment. It was not without benefits. She even mastered the ability to hand-roll titans, but it was a bit slow for her to do it alone, and she could not mass-produce. But on Jindi Star, she was only responsible for the hand-rolling of core components, and the main production was handed over to the factory. Moreover, she also used the resources of Jindi Star to make a series of body modifications. At present, although she still looks like a human girl, in fact, there are 4 metal brackets extending from her back, supporting a mechanical vehicle that is almost as big as her, which is part of her body. It looks like a means of transportation, but when necessary, it can be transformed into a variety of powerful weapons, both for close combat and long-range combat. In a one-on-one fight, it should be no problem to kill an ordinary space warrior. To be honest, she actually doesn't want to do such a large-scale body modification. However, during the war, she must do so. Otherwise, if an accident happens, she will not even have the ability to defend herself, and she will be finished. Chapter 430, Battle Moon. When the Mechanicus fleet set off, Wu Jiarong herself was also in the mechanical arc, and together with hundreds of other ruling bishops, he listened to the pre-war meeting held by the forging general Chen Haishu and 7 other main business sages. The words in the meeting, such as the lips and teeth are cold when they are gone and fighting together, are not special. However, this is a high-level meeting after all, and the lowest-ranking person attending the meeting is a ruling bishop. Later, some real things were said. They did not avoid Wu Jiarong. The Mechanicus still had this kind of grace and confidence. Even though Wu Jiarong was trained by the Alliance, they also showed closeness to the Alliance, but they still regarded Wu Jiarong as their own. There are 2 main pieces of real information. First, what price the Star Domain government paid in order to persuade the Mingyang sect to take the initiative. And these prices will be divided by the sages of each main profession, and the ruling bishops below can participate. Secondly, there is a message of reinforcement. A regiment named Fury Flame responded to the distress signal from the star field and is on the way. Fury Flame is a regiment that often operates in the eastern star field, although there are some criticisms about them. The Imperial Army that is fought side by side with them always says that the combat style of this regiment is too bloody, cruel and violent. It's okay during the battle, but after the battle, they like to abuse corpses, pile up the skulls of enemies and burn them together, and hold prayer ceremonies, saying that they are offering the skulls of enemies to our emperor. This image is a bit too much like the performance of some heretics, but they are loyal subjects of the empire, and have always been enemies of the empire, so they tolerate many things. Anyway, no one dares to trouble them so far, including the Inquisition. However, although their cruelty and special rituals are suspicious, their combat effectiveness is unquestionable. A complete battle group of thousands of people, and they have a whole navy fleet dedicated to them. It is a powerful fleet of hundreds of ships, with nearly 9 main battleships as the core. There are no small boats in there. The flagship of the Fury is a battle barge. This type of warship is almost exclusive to the Space Marines. In terms of size, it is larger than the average Imperial battleship. At the same time, they also have 2 strike cruisers and 6 Moon-class cruisers. The former is comparable to the battlecruisers of the Imperial Navy, and the latter is the most common cruiser. With their joining, plus the Yunluo fleet, the Mechanicus fleet, they are already able to win the Greenskins in terms of strength. And now, the Mechanicus fleet and the Yunluo fleet went to Shangyuan Star. Not for a decisive battle, but just to use the orbital defense of Shangyuan Star to defend this star system, delay the enemy, and prevent the war from spreading to Jindi Star and Yunluo Star, as long as they can hold on for a few months, and wait for the Fury Flame Corps to arrive. Victory in the war will be just around the corner. This news excited many bishops in the Mechanicus. The hope of victory has come. And of course they are happy. Wu Jiarong was no exception. However, when she heard the name of the Fury Flame Corps, why did it sound familiar? After recalling it, she remembered the situation of this corps. They also played a role in the Bauhinia Rebellion. The Iron Armor Corps also had allies, and there were 3 of them. One of them was the one named Fury Flame. Its parent corps was the former 5th Legion, now the Punisher Corps. They were supposed to be with the Iron Armor Corps, guarding the Spider Web universe, the Queen Star domain. However, about 50 years ago, they came to the Eastern Universe to carry out activities. This does not mean that their relationship with Taikai is broken down. On the contrary, Taikai and the multiple star regions they rule, such as the Princess, have always provided them with resource supplements. As their actions in the Eastern Universe increased, they also began to receive support from multiple star regions in the Eastern Universe. With Wu Jiarong's political sensitivity, she felt that Nguyen's actions had some special meaning. Moreover, she also realized that this matter might be very disadvantageous to the alliance. The Phoenix and this Fury have a grudge, right? After the meeting, Wu Jiarong thought about it, and decided to pass this information to Gu Hang. On her body, she had a psychic coordinate left by Gu Hang, which could be used for short note communication. She reported the 2 pieces of news that the Mechanicus fleet had set off to Shangyuan Star to join the Yunluo fleet, and the Fury Corps was about to arrive. Soon, she received a reply. I know. Snow Eagle Star region. Frost Plane 4. Planetary surface. Titus stood on the highest building of the capital city of this civilized world, overlooking the bottom. Titus, wrapped in heavy armor, looked more majestic and powerful than an ordinary space warrior wearing Terminator armor. His scarlet eyes reflected a whole city burning in the flames of war. The original Frost Plane 4 was a civilized world with a population of 4 billion. There are vast plains with plantations. There are many large and developed metropolitan areas. There are good industrial production capacity. There are scientific research and religious sites of the Mechanicus. However, it is now in the hands of the iron-toothed orcs. When Titus brought his fleet to Frost Plane 4, the human fleet had already retreated and abandoned this world. The main fleet of the orcs, while destroying the orbital defense system of Frost Plane 4, Titus also personally led his guards corps to the surface of the world. The quality and equipment level of the planetary defense forces integrated by Frostfield 4 are relatively complete. All kinds of weapons and equipment are also relatively complete, although they cannot reach the general level of the Star Army. Overall, they are more reliable than most of the Imperial worlds. Not to mention, because the invasion of the Greenskins was expected, the entire planet had already begun full mobilization in preparation for war, so that a mobilization rate of 15% of the 600 million defense forces in a population of 4 billion broke out for only a few months. For the organizational level of the Imperial world, this is already a miracle of some size. Although, there are only about 100 million truly reliable troops, and the remaining temporary mobilized soldiers only have a few months, or even dozens of days of training, and their equipment is relatively simple, but this is already the limit under realistic conditions. These mobilized soldiers, at least, have no big problems in morale. To fight against the extinct aliens like the Greenskins, the government only needs to do a little publicity and give a little effort. It is easy to create the atmosphere of unity and fighting against foreign enemies all over the world. Titus also expressed respect for the resistance of these humans. When he was giving a speech to his Greenskin leaders, he mentioned this point. Then, his orc bosses and orc boys became more excited one by one. The war along the way, actually, felt quite boring. Since they swarmed out of the Jingwan Star region, they swept across most of the Dragon Eagle Star region, and countless worlds fell in their war cries. But in fact, most of the human worlds failed to organize particularly effective resistance. Those so-called planetary defense forces were not waff at all in the fight, and were easily defeated. Although, in fact, most of the people in those worlds were not killed, The resistance still existed, but they were not organized, and were scattered. In fact, many worlds felt worthless. The main green-skinned fleet bombed them twice, and left behind hundreds of thousands of troops. There are actually very few worlds like Frostplane 4, which can be fully prepared for war. After being bored for so long, we finally had a good fight. That made us happy. Under the leadership of the Great Chieftain, hundreds of millions of green-skinned orcs landed on the surface. Amidst the huge roar, after several key battles, the main force of the defense army of Frostplane 4 was defeated. A large number of brave human warriors died in the extremely intense battlefield. They had tried very hard, but the objective gap that existed made the results of the two sides completely disproportionate. Although the number of green-skinned orcs is much smaller than that of human troops, the green-skinned orcs are too difficult to deal with because they can only be killed after being hit by dozens of bullets. The green-skinned orcs are also more sophisticated, with squig war beasts, various armored vehicles, various cannons that are comparable to human mechas, and various modified super heavy artillery, which are all weapons and equipment that the defense army cannot resist. Under such a gap, the human army was eventually defeated by the orc army led by Titus himself. After several battles, a large number of main forces were annihilated in an organized manner. When the last human army that wanted to resist stubbornly by relying on urban street fighting was eliminated, Titus successfully stepped onto the tallest building in the city. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be under his feet. However, Titus was not too excited. The news that Duyagwe died in the eastern starfield finally reached his ears. This incident actually happened a while ago. But before that, Titus had been rushing all the way in the Star Sea, either fighting or on the way to fight. The speed at which the news came was not even as fast as the speed at which he spread the flames of war. And this news certainly would not make Titus happy. At this moment, on the top of the tallest building in the city, behind Titus stood many orc warlords, prophets, and great masters. In the eyes of ordinary orc boys, these high-ranking bosses were like quiet chickens behind Titus. Perhaps, when Titus just became the chief, these military leaders would not be so respectful. But when Titus led them to launch such a grand waff, the prestige of the chief also expanded and stabilized rapidly with the victory and the advancement of the WAC. All this will continue at least until Titus encounters his first real defeat. Titus' voice was like thunder, echoing in the strong wind of the tallest building. One-toothed ghost, an incompetent loser. His death is the proof of his weakness. The surrounding orc warlords lowered their heads one by one, not daring to look into Titus' scarlet eyes. They knew that the chief's anger was like a storm, and any green skin standing in front of him might become the target of his venting. Titus turned around, and his eyes swept sharply to the orc leaders behind him. Saru, you go to the east of the Starfield. I want you to take charge of the overall situation there. Don't let me down. You should know what to do when you go there. Saru, a burly orc warlord, wearing heavy armor, his eyes flashed with ambition. He kowtowed heavily. His voice was hoarse and full of power. Yes, great chief. I know. I will kill all the shrimps. I will definitely prove that. I am definitely not a waste like the one-toothed ghost. Saru won't let you down. No. Saru. Titus rejected his idea. I don't ask you to kill all the shrimps. You can kill them, that would be the best. But your most important task is not to let any shrimps threaten our nest. The orc warlord named Saru was stunned. This statement is not waff at all. But Titus' figure is still standing in front of him, and he said in his strongest voice, the Great Gogo has set the goal of this waff for us. We are going to destroy the shrimp world called Jindy. There are many mechanical shrimps there. As long as we take it, we can have more. Bigger and wagger big booms. The Great Mao told me that. Those shrimps have gathered together, and there are many canned shrimps on the way. We must get there before that happens, to have a chance to complete the goal, to make Gao Gu and Mao Gu happy. I need to mobilize all the forces I can, to fight these gathered shrimps. East, I don't want to care about it now, and you don't want to mess it up for me. It's good to kill more shrimps, and grab more scrap metal, but the most important thing is not to let those shrimps take one more step towards our home. Do you understand what I mean? Saru was a little unhappy. It sounds like following the main force is more interesting. There will be a more grand whack going to the east of the Starfield, but it's not so whack. However, the prestige that Titus had established made Saru dare not have any courage to refute. He could only say in a muffled voice, I understand. But what can I do for you? You can bring your entire tribe. And the old nest will also provide you with support. I need everything. But in addition, You can mobilize all the guys and warships you want from the old nest. And I will make the split-lip ghosts guarding the old nest listen to you. Yes. Chief. I leave right away. Go. After Sarah left, Titus' eyes turned to the scorched earth of the city again. His scarlet eyes flickered. After a while, Titus said, Battle Moon? Bring the Battle Moon that Brother Mal gave us, from the Silver Gate. I will use it to crush all enemies. Behind Titus, the Iron Teeth Chief Technique Master, Black Kidney, looked a little embarrassed. Chief, the Battle Moon is not ready yet. The failure of the One-Tooth Ghost has affected our plan. He should have plundered enough scraps for us in this whack. However, he failed to do so. Instead, many of our good ships were destroyed and many guys died. We did not get any resources from the east as planned. Our moon is not very useful now. Titus turned back suddenly, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. I know what you said. But you should also know what I said. I don't want the full moon in your plan, but it must be brought here. It must be able to appear on the battlefield. It must be able to play its role. If the battle moon cannot be used in time, I will make you die more miserably than the one-toothed ghost, and I also guarantee that the second brother will bring his anger to you. Yes, Chief. I will urge it now. The battle moon will be ready when you need it. Titus nodded with satisfaction. He believed that his majesty was enough to make any hesitation disappear. He looked up at the sky again, as if he could see the ferocious and mighty faces of the great Gogo and Mao. He believed that the favor of the second brother Gogo and Mao to him would only grow stronger. Because, as long as he, Titus, was there was no waft that could not be completed. Wu Jiarong had arrived at the upper plateau with the mechanical arc. Here, it was only one interstellar tunnel away from Shuangyuan 4. The defense of the upper plateau was carried out day and night. On the surface, human warriors, in a limited time, reinforced the base as much as possible, deployed more anti-orbital guns, and inspected fortresses and fortifications. On the orbit, one after another, firepower platforms and armed space stations were being deployed. The starport of Upper Plateau was also being fortified rapidly. Here, it was the battlefield of the human side. After Frostfield 4 was conquered, they were ready. The main force of the Greenskins could jump to Upper Plateau at any time. And that was the moment when the arduous defense battle began. According to previous estimates, this time will not exceed 1 month at most. However, the Orc fleet has not made any movement. Their actions on Frostfield 4 seem very slow. The human reconnaissance force did not dare to approach, so they did not know what happened on Frostfield 4. Could it be that the defense force mobilized by Frostfield 4 is really good at fighting, and has held back the Greenskins? This is really possible. Orcs are not a race that is good at strategy and waiting. Their tactics have always been straightforward, crushing everything with numbers and strength. If nothing unexpected had happened, they would not have waited in vain. However, this is certainly a good thing. Delaying time is undoubtedly beneficial to humans. The human side hopes that the Greenskins will continue to delay. It would be best to delay until the arrival of the Space Marines, then the Yunluo fleet, the Mechanicus fleet, the Fury Corps will all gather together, and then fight a decisive battle with the main force of the Greenskins. Then the chances of winning will be very high. However, Wu Jiarong was still a little uneasy. The Greenskins who have been advancing like a hot knife through butter, can they really be stopped by the defense forces of a planet? Chapter 431, No Hope, Wait for Death. Wu Jiarong did not believe that Frostplane 4 could stop the Greenskins' army. Although, this seemed to be the most reasonable explanation, Wu Jiarong still felt that the Greenskins were holding back a big move. But she did not tell anyone else. Firstly, there was no evidence, and secondly, it was useless to tell anyone. Could it be that knowing that the Greenskins were holding back a big move, Shuangyuan Star would not defend it? That was obviously impossible. The Star Region government and the Mingyang sect have done their best to arm Shuangyuan Star. The Star Army of the Dragon Eagle Legion gathered here, with 4 sub-legions, with a total of more than 300 million troops, and the Mingyang sect's Guardian Army came with more than 200 million troops. The defense forces of many surrounding planets were drawn in large numbers, with a total of more than 1 billion. It's not that more troops can't be mobilized, but the supply capacity of the Plateau Star and the delivery capacity of the troops must be considered. Otherwise, I would like to mobilize more troops. 500 warships can't even be arranged in orbit, divided into 2 parts. One led by the mechanical arc with limited mobility, relying on the fortified starport, together forming an orbital defense system. If the Greenskins come to ram us, they will definitely be bruised and bloodied. and the track cannot accommodate them, and forcing them in will make it too crowded. The flagship of the Yunluo fleet, the Dragon Eagle, will lead another part of the high-speed ships, and cruise in the void, with the main strategy of retreating when the enemy comes, and harassing when the enemy retreats. If the enemy dares to attack us head-on, with the mechanical arcs and fortress starports guarding us, then the fleet cruising outside will hit the Greenskin fleet in the ass, and if they chase them out, the fleet composed of all high-speed ships will run away. The main point is to pull. In short, all preparations have been made, and pre-war mobilization has been completed. It is absolutely impossible to give up because of a conjecture without evidence. Moreover, if we give up, what should we do next? The Steel Fire Dragon Star Zone is behind, and after 2 more jumps, we will reach Jindy Star. Let the war start on Jindy Star. The defense facilities there are more solid, but when we get there, there is really no defense flexibility and retreat, and we are afraid that winning the war will be the same as losing the war. If Jindy Star is turned into a wasteland, then winning will be the same as not winning. That's it. Wu Jiarong could only do her best and continue to work for the war. After all, she was here too. And she also had to face the Greenskins. If she really lost, her life would be seriously threatened. Even if she had undergone quite advanced body modifications, however, in a war of this scale, the power of an individual was minimal. And whether she could survive depended mainly on her fate. In this intense preparation, another month and a half passed. The Greenskins are finally here. The observatory has already discovered that there are a large number of ships passing through the astral tunnel from Frost Plain 4 to Upper Plateau. The main force of the Iron-Tooth Orcs is gathering. The huge fleet has even made humans give up the plan to go to the jump point to cause trouble. They only place some void mines there, which are similar to land mines and sea mines, and can be deployed in space areas. When a ship passes through the airspace, these void mines will be triggered to explode. Generally, they will be placed at the jump point, placed around the orbit, which is the only way for ships to pass through, to play an effective role. However, the universe is too big, and the explosion range is too small. The range of the jump point is as large as a dozen stars added together. It is impossible to cover them all. Otherwise, how many would be built? Doing so is mainly to do one's best, and leave the rest to fate. And there is no doubt that the Greenskin fleet passed through the star tunnel without any damage, and appeared in the Upper Plateau galaxy. Titus Orc flagship was in the line, rushing towards the planet in a show of force. At this point, the Horn of War was officially sounded. The Greenskin fleet launched a fierce attack on the Upper Plateau without any buffer. Their fierce and brutal offensive made it difficult for the human fleet to withstand. From the beginning of the battle, both sides suffered huge casualties. There is no doubt that the Greenskins suffered more casualties. The human side made so many pre-war preparations, relying on the orbital defense system, and the existence of the mechanical arc, which is like a pillar. The entire Upper Plateau was built into a solid fortress. Of course, a strong attack would cost a huge price. The Greenskins' behavior was a little unexpected, but also reasonable. This was definitely the style of the orcs. Irrational, but fierce enough. However, humans were relieved. Although many orbital space stations were destroyed every day, ground fortress rail guns were blown up, and small ships were destroyed. But the Greenskins also suffered considerable casualties. The Greenskins deployed a group of ground troops with an interception rate of 80%. But they didn't get anything in return at such a high price. 1 billion defense forces plus 300 million star forces plus 200 million friars. The ground defense capability of the Upper Plateau is quite strong. The millions of Greenskins coming down are useless. They barely occupy a small corner, and it is estimated that they will be annihilated in a short time. Even, the orcs have no way to continue to send reinforcements. The 80% interception rate is too terrible. Even the Greenskins can't withstand this ratio of loss. If the battle continues at this exchange ratio, even if the human fleet is completely lost, the orcs will definitely lose 90% of their combat effectiveness. By then, even if the Upper Plateau was lost, the orcs would not have the strength to continue advancing. When the Fury and their fleet arrived, it would be time for humans to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. However, just as the human soldiers and members of the Mechanicus on the Upper Plateau were struggling to withstand the fierce attack of Titus, and gritting their teeth in anticipation of victory, the turning point of the war occurred at a moment that no one expected. The Dragon Eagle of the Yunluo fleet sent an alarm that they had observed a huge monster descending on the Upper Plateau galaxy. And when it was discovered, it was not far from the planetary orbit. This is really shocking. The stargazers didn't notice it at all. Such a big thing, it should have been detected when passing through the astral tunnel, not to mention that after entering the void of the galaxy, it should be as bright as a star in the eyes of the stargazers. How could it appear without any signs? What's even more frightening is the news that came from the Dragonhawk next. They call this unknown green-skin creation the Battle Moon. This is an ancient term, which once appeared in the historical records of the Empire. At present, in the entire Empire, the green-skinned orcs are a nasty threat, called the cancer of the universe. The small ones make a planet miserable, the big ones, like the Iron-Tooth Orc Empire, make an entire star field in danger of extinction. The largest one, located in the southeastern border of the Empire, is the Blood Axe clan that spans 3 or 4 star fields, is a huge and stubborn disease for more than 300 years. The entire universe has become a war zone, and they have to fight against it. However, none of these can compare to the real beast Green Tide 6,000 years ago. 6 orc kings, against their nature, united together, united almost all the orcs in the universe, and launched a massive whack. They even fought to Holy Terra. It was a huge crisis that was enough to destroy the human empire. The final result was that the 6 orc kings were eliminated one by one, and humans once again survived the crisis of genocide. In the historical records of the human empire, this also left a strong mark. In these records, the ultimate weapon of war of the orc empire is mentioned, the Battle Moon, named after the moon. It is huge, just like a small planet. It is the home of the orcs, with an efficient orc ecosystem, which can continuously produce new green skins. It is the orcs' arsenal, which can produce all the technological products and war tools that the greenskins can produce. It is the core of the orcs' fleet, which can store an entire greenskin space fleet. Its own industrial facilities can even build new fleets. It is an invincible space war machine. Its ruthless firepower and attack can destroy an entire human fleet in a short time. In defense, even a few sky-burning torpedoes, or even extinction weapons such as the Earth-blasting Star Destroyer, cannot destroy it. The super strong structural strength and special built-in defense structure make the extinction weapons powerless. In addition, the Battle Moon can tear the planet to absorb the usable materials inside, and then use the internal industrial facilities to make new weapons, fleets, and repair its own damage. Therefore, in theory, if the defense limit of the Battle Moon is not overwhelmed, it will be able to fight indefinitely. A dozen Battle Moons are the most powerful and desperate weapons of the orcs in the beast Green Tide that almost destroyed the human empire. It is conceivable that when the Dragonhawk said that a Battle Moon appeared in the Upper Plateau Galaxy, the human side was desperate. Why fight? No hope. Just wait to die. But soon, after the initial shock, people began to have doubts. According to historical records, the green tide that swept across the empire was only a dozen Battle Moons. The Blood Axe clan, the largest orc empire in the universe, only had one Battle Moon, which was enough to make the human empire helpless. More than a dozen war groups, countless Imperial Navy and Star Army gathered there, and they could only barely fight to a stalemate. In a small place like Dragonhawk Star Region, a clan that has not yet unified the Star Region, and even a year ago only had a few star regions, how could the Iron-Tooth clan come up with something like a Battle Moon? This is impossible. Did the Dragonhawk see it wrong? The captain of the Dragonhawk, who is also the commander of the detachment, actually doubted what he saw. He could understand why its existence was not detected before. There are also some so-called psychic boys among the greenskins. The leaders of these greenskins are called shamans and prophets. They also have many magical abilities. Perhaps it is their, or the orc's special technology that has created the ability to conceal the observation of stargazers and applied it. However, he doubts the thing itself. In fact, if you calm down and look at it, although it looks like the Battle Moon in the records, it is much smaller. Although it is still many times larger than an ordinary battleship, it is still different from the legendary thing that is really as big as a moon. Could it be a fake? He wanted to test the quality, but he was a little afraid, for fear that if he failed to test the quality, his entire fleet would be destroyed. Hesitant and tangled, he could only send back warnings continuously, and then watch this Battle Moon coming out of the orbit of the upper plateau. The Greenskin fleet followed this new big guy, and once again launched a fierce attack on the human orbital defense system. This time, the result was very different. The human side was already very wary of the Battle Moon, but its naval guns were powerful, and they also had a completely different accuracy from ordinary green ships, and their range was also quite outrageous. After 2 rounds of gunfire, A cruiser-class main battleship belonging to the Mingyang sect suffered a fatal blow. The destroyed wreckage was affected by gravity and fell into the planet's atmosphere. The crash would probably cause a considerable ground disaster. But at this moment, no one cares about this anymore. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. On the plateau, it's over. Indeed, this battle moon is far less powerful than the legend. It is unknown whether it has the characteristics of those battle moons. It has not yet been demonstrated. But in terms of combat power alone, it is still far from it. But this strength is enough, combined with a huge number of greenskin fleets and the original flagship. In the next battle, the human space force will be completely unable to fight against it. When, in the next 2 hours, one human ship after another was torn to pieces, one space station after another was easily destroyed, this view has almost become a reality. What should we do next? Wu Jiarong, who was in the mechanical arc, was at a loss. Then, she saw Chen Haishu. This casting general of Jindy Star was walking hurriedly with a few followers. Wu Jiarong was about to go up and ask what to do next, but before she could speak, Chen Haishu had already spoken. No time to waste, follow me. Wu Jiarong followed Chen Haishu in a daze, and boarded a small fast ship. The ship left the mechanical arc and, amid the bombardment of naval guns all over space, first hit in the planet's atmosphere, then circled to the other side of the planet, where the situation was much more stable. Then, the ship escaped from the atmosphere again, and rushed at full speed in the direction away from Shangyuan Star. Wu Jiarong, who was on the ship, was stunned at first. She originally thought that Chen Haishu had some brilliant plan. Only now did she realize that the casting general was going to run away. Then, she felt a little scared. She realized it late. But she was really lucky just now. There were 20 to 30 ruling bishops on the ark. But here, she only saw 8. And the 3 main sages on the ship were all there. The rest, whether they were in the ark or on the surface of the upper plateau, seemed to have been abandoned. She was neither of high status nor a confidant. If they hadn't happened to meet, Chen Haishu would have no reason to bring her along. The war was doomed to fail, and the mechanical arc was likely to be destroyed. The difference in that moment was the difference between life and death. She had walked through the gates of hell. Some time ago, she was still lamenting the changes in her life, thinking that she had achieved success. But now she was just a little bit away from dying on the ark. The world was changing so fast that it was really scary. Wu Jiarong, who was covered in cold sweat, came to her senses and thought of another point. The main force of the human fleet was not safe and was about to be destroyed. The upper plateau was occupied, and the gates of the Steel Fire Dragon Star Zone were wide open. The Jindy Star would face the impact of the greenskins without the protection of the main fleet. The overall situation of this orc war had undergone a major change. She had to pass the news to Gu Hang immediately. Chapter 432, I Called Too Early. Gu Hang was on Shangyuan Star in the Wuma Star region, where he got the news from Wu Jiarong. After the Battle of Steel Wing Star, the threat of invasion by the main force of greenskins on the Eagle Horse was basically eliminated, and what remained was to pacify the remnants of greenskins on various planets. The Alliance army had been dispersed to various places, and the situation was very good. The Wuma Star region was also invaded by greenskins, coming from the direction of the Tongwan Star region, but this was obviously not the main force of greenskins, with few ships and small numbers. Although the local defense forces were beaten to tears, the main force of the Alliance arrived as soon as the 7 Horses Agreement was signed, and they all suppressed the situation. In this situation, what else could the leader of the Mist Horses do? He had not signed yet, but all the governors under him had signed. He immediately became a decoration, and all the governors could directly conduct military, political, and economic relations with the Alliance through the framework of the 7 Horses Agreement. Even the core power to determine the development degree and population of the Star Zone and to establish the tax amount was gone. The imperial taxes were collected by the Alliance under the 7 Horses Agreement, and there was no need to set a hammer. Now his situation is that the Alliance can deal with him if they want to. But if they don't, he will be useless as the head of the Star Zone. The head of the Mist Horse named Matthias Becker, at this point, can no longer be tough, and signed it with a pinch of his nose. If he didn't sign, he was worried about his life. The Alliance didn't even have to do anything, and the governors who signed the agreement looked at him with something wrong in their eyes. Gu Heng also came to the Wuma Star region. After the war stopped for a while, he had originally planned to go back to the Tianma Star region. The fastest route is of course to return from the Eagle Horse, but since the Wuma just surrendered, it's okay to go from Wuma. It's a little roundabout, but there are 13 real worlds, and 16.6 billion people. This can't be fake. Compared to the Tianma star region, this population is actually pitifully small. Among the 7 horse regions, the Tianma star region has the fewest planets, but it has Phase star and Karogia. The surrounding star regions, Wuma looks big, with a population of 16.6 billion, and Ingma is not much better, with 15 billion, both are only a quarter of Pegasus. The largest is the Zima star region, with 17 worlds and a population of 38 billion. But at least it is a scale of tens of billions, and it is worth Gu Hang trip. He went from Gangyi star to Chui Quan 2, Chui Quan 1, and then went all the way south to the heart of Wuma, and then turned east to Shangyuan star. After 2 more jumps, it was Fei Yi star. The entire journey was almost over. As a result, at this time, Wu Jiarong brought him this devastating news. Shangyuan star was finished, and the joint fleet of Dragon Eagle and Mingyang sect was also finished. It was unknown how many ships could break through. But the slow mechanical arc would definitely not be saved. Without the cover of the fleet, the orbital defense system would be dismantled, and the 1.5 billion elite humans deployed on the surface of the world would be in real trouble. They will have to fight against the green-skinned orcs under orbital bombardment and interstellar supply cutoff. Shangyuan star itself is not a developed world. At most, it can produce some ammunition to replenish the troops, and its industrial facilities have to face the bombardment of the greenskins. For example, tanks and titans. If one is broken, there will be one less. Even energy crystals cannot be produced locally, and some high-performance equipment will face energy shortages. Even food supply will be difficult. Shangyuan star itself may not be able to supply the food consumption of an additional 1.5 billion troops. That is an astronomical figure. Famine, energy shortage, bombing, war, 1.5 billion human troops are probably doomed. Thinking about that scene, Gu Hang would feel sad. It was not simply due to fear and terror, but a kind of heaviness, a kind of heartache. 1.5 billion people, young and strong elites. Many human planets. The whole world has only so many people. And they will all die miserably in the near future, in the bombing all over the planet, in hunger and cold, in desperate predicament. What a pity. After losing these 1.5 billion people, losing the mechanical arc, losing at least half of the fleet, the Dragon Eagle star region has nothing that can stop the Iron-Tooth orcs with the battle moon. Although their battle moon is just a showpiece, so what? The Dragon Eagle star region can't even produce a battleship-level thing now, and has no capital to fight. Even for the ground forces, after losing 1 billion defense forces, the multiple human worlds in the rear are empty, almost equivalent to no defense. After losing 300 million star realm troops, the defense of Yunluo star is also empty. The Guardian army is 200 million, and there is even a part of the Titan Legion of the Mingyang sect. The ground defense of Jindy star will also face huge challenges in the future. This is not just a feeling. Gu Hang really felt the threat. Yunluo, after Jindy fell, who will be the next unlucky guy? Wouldn't it be the Alliance? Although the Battle of Steelwing Star was fought in a decent manner, Gu Hang was not facing the main force of Iron Teeth. The scale of the battle was a whole order of magnitude smaller than the Battle of Upper Plateau that was happening at the moment. If the main force of the Greenskins turned to the east, the current alliance would not be able to stop them. But Yunluo, Jindy's main battlefield, is out of reach. Even if it can get through, the alliance small body can't change the situation. Could Gu Hang still find a way to kill that battle moon? He wasn't sure. How can I save you, my star field? Gu Hang decided to ask the person who was to be saved. Using the star language tower on the starship, it took a while for Gu Hang to call the Starfield government. The figure that appeared in front of Gu Hang was the Starfield leader Tanjui. Tanjui's face was dignified, and the first sentence he said when the phone was connected was not very polite. Gu Hang, you are quite outrageous now. You clearly have the ability to contact the Star Domain government, but you rarely take the initiative to contact them. What? Have the Star Domain government's instructions no longer been of any guiding significance to you? Hearing this, Gu Hang was stunned. Tanjui is hitting me? Gu Hang reacted immediately. Tanjui, who is in Yunluo, may not know what happened on Shangyuan Star. From Tanjui's perspective, he persuaded the Mingyang sect to join forces with him through diplomatic efforts. And the green-skinned orcs were dragged in Frost Plain 4 for a long time without moving, which gave humans precious time to build Shangyuan Star into a solid fortress. In addition, The Fury Warband is about to arrive. And there is already great hope of defeating the green-skinned orcs. The Alliance does not need to do anything else. This leader may have already considered what to do after the war, such as how to limit the increasingly expanding Alliance and how to consolidate power. The current verbal attack is just a foreshadowing. After thinking about this, Gu Heng just felt ridiculous. He said softly, "It seems that I made this call too early." Chapter 433, War is a Waste of Money. What do you mean? Shang Yuan's star is gone. Ming Yang Sek's mechanical arc is no longer safe. Forging General Chen Haishu led a small number of people to break through and escape to Jindy Star. 1.5 billion human troops have fallen. Don't talk nonsense here. Tan Jiui didn't believe it at all. But Gu Heng didn't want to bother with him about the truth of this matter. Listen, Head Tan, I won't joke with you about this kind of thing. I have no point in deceiving you, and I don't need to get anything from you. I just want to know, in this situation, what should I do to help the situation in the star field? Wait a minute. Tan Jiui was completely confused. He would rather think that Gu Heng had a conspiracy than believe it was true. How could he believe it? If the news was true, it would be like the sky falling. Don't have any more illusions. The sky is falling, Gu Heng said. I know, you won't believe it completely without verification, but I tell you this information in advance, so that you can prepare as much as possible in advance. You can try every possible way to verify whether the matter is true. But please treat it as true first, and make the worst plan. Tan Jiui tried to maintain his dignity as the head of the star domain, but his heart was actually in a state of panic. Okay. I know. Let's do it. He took the initiative to hang up the call, and didn't even give any instructions. The virtual portrait disappeared, and Gu Heng sighed. He didn't have much hope for the star domain government, but he thought that they were teammates after all. So he contacted them to ask about their plans. But he didn't expect that the quality of this teammate was worse than he expected. He still had to rely on himself. He could only rely on himself. He did his best, and left the rest to fate. Gu Heng quickly figured out what he was going to do next. There were only 3 aspects. Internally, he called Osina and gave clear instructions. Next, the productivity of the Alliance should be greatly tilted towards shipbuilding. We should squeeze as much production capacity as possible, and reduce the time-consuming processes of the subsequent ships. This would affect the life and performance of the ships. But even if it meant making a bunch of disposable products, it would be worth it. Anyway, bring up the number for me first. For this reason, the technical director of the Fiexing shipyard, the ruling bishop, Wang Zhaoran, will have to work overtime. In the past, it was not realistic to order a ruling bishop to work overtime, and you couldn't force him, because he had a special status, and the political power behind him was huge. The governors of Fiexing in the past not only couldn't command him, but had to flatter and lick him. But at special moments, he couldn't take care of it. In fact, there was no need to force him. As long as Wang Zhaoran is informed of the news from the frontline, if he is not stupid, he will know what to do. The premise is that this guy does not have the idea of escaping. The Alliance has just unearthed a group of special agent talents, so we must keep an eye on this matter. For the outside world, it is also divided into 2 aspects. The first is to deal with the greenskins. The Alliance must be more proactive. If Gu Heng was a little worried before, what if he fought too hard here and provoked the main force of the greenskins? But now, he doesn't have to worry about this. Although he was reluctant, Gu Heng found that he really needed to attract as much as possible, to involve some of the greenskins' power. And it would be best to let them allocate some ships and troops to defend their home base. Gu Heng was not sure if this would work, but he had to do something. Otherwise it would be like leaving his fate to the great chief Titus. After killing the Star Domain government and the Ming Yang sect, would he let him go? Obviously not. Gu Heng planned to let the joint fleet take the initiative to attack. Enter the Jinghuan Star Zone. Find the main force of the Greenskin fleet that had collapsed before, and try to destroy it. The Alliance army will also enter the ground combat of many worlds in the Jinghuan Star region to recapture the Jinghuan Star region. This will slow down the Greenskins' plundering of resources, and prevent their strength from further expanding. At the same time, it is also possible to attract some Greenskin troops from the main battlefield to come back for support. Will Titus' main force come back? Gu Heng judged that it would not. Now, the 2 most beautiful results of the battle, Jindy Star and Yunluo Star, are lying naked in front of the iron-toothed chieftain. If these 2 places are not taken, Titus will not come back. If he takes it, then he will come back no matter what Gu Heng does. It makes no difference. On the contrary, he can bear more pressure on the front battlefield here. And maybe the main battlefield can hold out for a little longer. And the time for Titus to return will be delayed. This can not only buy more development time for the Alliance, but the ultimate goal is to prevent Titus from coming back. The Fury Corps is coming. Even if the Fury Corps cannot defeat Titus, at least a strong army can hold out for a longer time. And maybe when they realize that the problem in the Dragon Eagle Star region has become bigger, and even the Mechanicus and the Corps can't handle it, the Empire will send stronger reinforcements. Gu Heng needs this balance. The second thing to do externally is that the expansion of the 7 Horses Agreement can no longer wait. Gu Heng must integrate as many human and material resources as possible in the 7 Horses. In the other 6 horses of the 7 Horses, there are indeed no particularly awesome worlds, but that does not mean that their output is not important. Among those 6 horses, there are 78 human worlds, with a total population of 100 billion. Even if their productivity is poor, they cannot be expected to manufacture starships, titans, and high-level equipment for the Alliance, but laying some artillery shells and the production tasks of logistics supply are always possible. With such a large population, it is also a good place to draw troops. The former is especially important. The materials consumed in a war are simply astronomical. In a battle on Steel Wing Star, the cost of various shells is simply outrageous. Take Elicia Cruiser Quintet as an example. When it fires at full power, it fires hundreds of Scalpel missiles, 20 Hot Hammer macro cannons, and 2 Wrath macro cannons. The total cost of shells is 210,000 tax coins. The other cruisers are almost the same price. After the battle on Steel Wing Star, the shells, light spears, and missiles fired by the 7 cruisers alone cost more than 20 million tax coins. The total cost of other ships is probably 30 to 40 million. This does not include ground forces. If an army group fires 10,000 artillery shells at once, and fires rapidly for 2 minutes, after 10 rounds, 100,000 shells will be used up, and that will cost tens of thousands of tax coins. The army participating in the ground battle on Steel Wing Star, there are 50 army groups. In fact, the current alliance maintains a low intensity of operations in the Mist Horse Star region and the Eagle Horse Star region, 200 million troops, logistic supplies, including food, medicines, equipment loss, ammunition replenishment. Every month, 60 to 70 million materials are invested. If we take into account the arming of the planetary defense forces in those places, this number will rise. This is still a low-intensity situation, and it is only logistical supply, not counting the cost of replenishing war units such as tanks, artillery, armored vehicles, and infantry after they are destroyed. Once the intensity of the war increases significantly, the consumption of war costs will increase sharply, and there is no cap. Take the Battle of Steel Wing Star as an example. With the logistical costs, the loss of ships and ground units, the Alliance lost 5 billion tax coins in one battle. Fighting a war means burning money, which makes people panic. Fortunately, the communication with the Star Domain government is cut off, and there is no need to bear the imperial tax. Otherwise, the Alliance cannot bear such a burning. If we don't integrate all the 7 horse lands and get their imperial taxes into our own hands, how can we fight this war? Not to mention that Gu Heng still wants to take the initiative to attack and take the initiative to share the pressure on the main battlefield. If we don't collect extra money, the Alliance can only maintain the current intensity of the war. If we fight a few more battles on the Steel Wing Star, the Alliance's own economy will collapse. At least the 3rd level mobilization order will definitely not be able to withstand it. It must be at least the 2nd level, or even the 1st level. The other planets are just watching from behind, shouting, "Come on." But how can that be? You all have to get on board. Even if it is really a poor and backward world like Jew Saturn. Providing some agricultural products, doing some preliminary food processing, textile industry, or providing some minerals, and transporting them to several core worlds in the Tianma Star region, so that the Alliance can reduce the pressure on daily necessities and raw materials, and put more workers and productivity into expanding the docks and producing more military equipment. That is also a kind of help. Moreover, not only must it be integrated, it must be done quickly. Before, Gu Heng thought that, after winning the Battle of Steel Wing Star, he still had time. He could use gentler means and slowly plot. But now the overall war situation has undergone major changes, and Gu Heng no longer has time to dawdle. For this reason, some special means, which were originally to be used with caution, must be used now. After thinking about it, Gu Hang sent a directive to Asuna, Lambert, Thaddeus, each. Flying Wing Star, the official residence of Chief Justice Lambert. This is not only the residence of Lambert Hodgson, but also the office of the Alliance Legal Affairs Center, located on the Flying Wing Star. At this moment, Chief Justice Lambert, who had just received the order from Governor Gu, was having a headache. The man sitting in front of him, who had a righteous face, was the current director of the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Alliance Legal Affairs Center, named Gustav Isaacson. Arnochenko, you should know who he is. Right? Although his confidentiality level is high. It can be seen. Yes. In fact, without looking at the information, his last name is also very sensitive. Since you know who he is, why did you send him to Baishua Star? You said. What? You asked me to send my best agent to the Zima Star region to be responsible for special operations. So I said Arno. You? Alas. Do you really have no one else? Yes. But none of them are as good as him. You are quite capable. Lambert was a little speechless. Okay, now the governor wants us to launch the special forces in advance. The first place to start is the capital of Zima, Baishua Star. There will be changes there. Arno will complete his mission. I believe in him. Then have you ever thought about failure? What if something happens to him? That is our responsibility. I am willing to bear all the consequences if we fail to complete the mission entrusted to us by the governor and the people. As for Arno, if something really happens, we will lose a reliable and loyal comrade, and I will be very sad about it, but this is our duty. Then Asuna will peel your skin off. No, I believe in Prime Minister Asuna's awareness. You are talking about me with a sarcastic tone. Right? You don't believe in my awareness? I didn't say that. You. Lambert really had no way to deal with Isaacson in front of him. This guy has a bad temper and is stubborn, but he is indeed a rare talent under his command, loyal and capable. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to the position of the head of the Investigation Bureau. However, this overly upright, indifferent character can really cause trouble. Arnochenko, this is Asuna's younger brother. Back then on the Angry Owl Star, when Asuna came to Governor Gu camp as a refugee, she did not come alone, but brought her younger brother with her. When the two were fleeing from the abscess monsters and famine in their hometown, Asuna suffered a lot of hardships along the way. And only then did she save Arnochenko's life. 14 years have passed since then. The boy, who was only 11 years old at the time, has now become a young man. After Asuna became a high-ranking official, the boy's living conditions not only became better, but he also received the best education in the Alliance. He was also very competitive, and his grades were very good along the way. He graduated 2 years ago. Based on his grades, he has a bright future, and as Asuna's younger brother, it is easy for him to be in a high position. However, on the one hand, Asuna herself is a little worried about this. As the Prime Minister, she is walking on thin ice and under great pressure every day. If her younger brother is arranged to come in, it may cause criticism. On the other hand, Arno himself is not interested in politics as a civil servant. He once wanted to join the army, but in the end, Asuna asked Lambert to help him. Although he still used some connections, the legal center of Lambert is an institution parallel to the Union government. Then, the young man forced his way into the most unsafe of Lambert's many institutions, the Union Central Investigation Bureau. This is one of the 3 major foreign intelligence agencies of the Union. He performed well in the 2-year training. Especially some time ago, he suddenly showed a performance as if he had opened his mind, and became one of the best newcomers in the Central Investigation Bureau. Of course, Lambert only knew about this after Director Isaacson reported it to him. Lambert was too busy to go and see the training performance of a young agent in person. To be honest, he was a little skeptical at first. Maybe Arno Boy did perform well, but to say he was the best was probably an exaggeration because of his status. But he still told Asuna the news to make her happy. At that time, he was still thinking that Isaacson had improved, that he knew how to say something flattering, and that he knew how to slightly exaggerate the performance of a person with a special status like Arno. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried. But now it seems that the facts may not be like this. Isaacson is still Isaacson, and Arno is probably the best agent. So much so that he was sent to such an important mission. Moreover, Isaacson really didn't consider the identity issue at all. He just believed that the most suitable person should go to the most suitable place. Lambert knew that this was right, and it should be so. But, could it be that he had forgotten his original intention? Was it really as Isaacson said, that his consciousness began to have problems? He couldn't help but start to reflect on himself. During this process, Isaacson always sat upright in front of him. Okay. You go back. Pay close attention to this mission. It has nothing to do with the identity of that kid. This is an important mission of the Alliance. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Isaacson stood up. He hesitated for a moment, but still asked, what about Prime Minister Asuna? I go talk to her. Yes. After watching Isaacson leave, Lambert called Asuna and told her the situation. Asuna didn't respond for a long time. Just when Lambert was a little nervous, worried that the Prime Minister of the Alliance was very angry and was about to lose his temper, Asuna's voice came over. I know. Zima Star Region, by Shua Star. This is the capital planet of Zima Star Region, which belongs to the civilized world type, has a population of 9 billion, and a development level of 2. Although there are no outstanding specialties, but as a civilized world, the overall productivity is not too bad, and the people here live a good life, and the small shipyard on the starport can even build some civilian ships. The entire Zima Star region has a population of 38 billion and 17 worlds. Excluding the capital Baishu, many other worlds are pretty good, nothing is particularly bad, and there are even multiple places with a development degree of level 2. Except for the Pegasus Star region, the Purple Horse is the best developed among the 7 horses. The Purple Horse leader, Mrs. Squill Zealous, has a pretty good control over the entire Star region, and has the support of the governors in the Star region. With high support and good strength, she is the one who has the toughest attitude towards the 7 horses agreement among the surrounding Star regions. From her perspective, supporting the Alliance in the Greenskin War is a matter of course. But signing the 7 horses agreement is unnecessary. The former is the responsibility of the head of the Imperial Star region, while the latter has changed its nature. Wouldn't that mean that the Purple Horse Star region is under the control of the Alliance? It is not a formal joining of the Alliance, but it is just short of changing all officials and the political system of all planets to the form of the Alliance. As for the rest, all human and material resources must be dispatched by others, and they must do whatever they are told to do. Where is the administrative, military, and economic independence? This point was also supported by many governors in the Purple Horse Star region. They heard that the planetary governors in the Tianma Star region were all honorary positions, either held concurrently by the famous Governor Gu, or remotely by high-ranking officials of the Alliance, with no real power. And they were the real governors, the local emperors of their respective planets, although they did not join the Alliance, but only entered the framework of the 7 Horses Agreement. Many conditions in that framework would still impose considerable restrictions on them. Moreover, who knows what will happen in the future? The bottom line is broken step by step. However, when the iron-toothed beast men spread the flames of war to Baiyuan Star, the governors of Wuma sent letters for help one after another, and signed the 7 Horses Agreement one after another, waiting for the Alliance soldiers to come and save the world. The governors of Zima had some subtle changes in their mentality. On the one hand, they rejected the governors of Wuma's request for help, saying that they were also poor and rotten places, and they could not spare any troops to help. Even if they had the intention, they lacked the ability to deploy troops, and they really could not help. On the other hand, they also felt sympathetic when they saw the Wuma people trapped in the flames of war and suffering. Baiyuan Star was the world closest to Zima in the Wuma Star region. The flames of war there were felt by the governors of Zima, especially the governors of Dongyuan 1, 2, and 3. They also had doubts in their hearts. What should they do if the Greenskins really came to attack? Just like they couldn't save Baiyuan Star if they didn't go to save it. The other worlds in the Zima Star region would probably have the same attitude towards them. This is a matter of life and death. Under this pressure, the 7 Horses pack seems to have become a very attractive thing. This mentality, after the Alliance won the Battle of Steelwing Star, and then quickly pulled the Mist Horse Star region out of the flames of war, developed to its peak. The reason why it reached its peak, of course, was because their mentality changed again soon. The Alliance is so powerful, we definitely don't need to do anything anymore. Right? In the area bordering the Purple Horse, the Pegasus is the Alliance's base camp. The Mist Horse joined the pact, and was protected by the Alliance. Doesn't that mean that the Alliance will definitely stand in the front, blocking the Greenskins? Then whether I sign the Alliance or not, won't they have to stand in front of me? As for the Alliance implicit meaning that the Greenskins can't beat you, I can beat you, they understood it, but pretended not to hear it. It is more or less deterrent, but overall, they still don't believe it. We are all part of the Empire. How dare you openly attack me? It is precisely with this mentality that they began to become shy again and reunited around the leader Zealous. They did not dare to offend the diplomats of the Alliance. The Alliance had already demonstrated their terrifying strength. But besides tearing their faces apart, they still had many options. For example, they could push the issue onto Zealous. It's not that we don't want to sign, but we really can't. Our Purple Horse Star region has always been ruled by the head of Zealous. She has a great influence. We can't bypass her and sign the agreement ourselves. I won't be able to explain to the Star region government if we do that. This is the unified excuse of the governors of Zima. Officials of the Union Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, know that. These are just excuses, but if they stick to this statement, it will be difficult to deal with. However, since your excuse is the head of the Star region, then go to this head. Hardliners? Very good. On Baishua, the capital planet of the Zima Star region, the storm is coming. Arnochenko, wearing the traditional local costume of Baishua, walked into a tavern in the lower city of Shuagwa City, the capital of the planet. He saw the mark at the door of the tavern, and saw that the safety mark was still there, confirming that there was no problem here. He lowered his hat, and went to the bottom floor of the tavern. Chapter 434 Subversion. Pushing open the door of the innermost room on the bottom floor of the tavern, under the dim light, Arnochenko saw a small table inside, and a man and a woman standing next to it. When they heard the door being pushed open, the two looked over at the same time, and their hands quietly touched their weapons. Arno made 3 complex gestures in front of his lower abdomen with his left hand. The two men's emotions eased a little, and they also made different gestures. The 3 gestured to each other for half a minute, and then they completed the complex but necessary mutual identity confirmation. Hello, comrade. I'm Martin from the Military Intelligence Bureau. I'm Amanda from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. After the two of them told their origins one after another, Arno also said, I'm Bentik from the Investigation Bureau. He gave a pseudonym, and I believe the other two did the same. The name is definitely not real. Even after confirming each other's identity, there is no need to say the real name. A pseudonym can be regarded as a code name, as long as the origin is correct. It's fine. This gathering was originally a meeting of the 3 major foreign intelligence agencies of the Alliance. The operation that the Alliance values is not something that any one of them can accomplish independently. The 3 organizations, which seldom interact with each other and only exchange intelligence at a high level, have rarely cooperated directly on frontline agents. Without more pleasantries, they quickly got to the point. Amanda spoke first, 2 days later. At noon, Zealous will come to the hotel. It is an invitation from several wealthy businessmen and politicians from the native planets, and he has accepted it. Arno said cautiously, Are the wealthy businessmen and politicians reliable? Will they leak our actions? No. They don't know what we are going to do. Arno nodded slightly, and then took the initiative to talk about the situation on his side. Strikes and riots have been prepared. It is estimated that at least 30,000 people will take to the streets to protest in 2 days. Weapons and equipment have also been distributed. At that time, the palaces of the planetary government and the district government will be impacted. The parade will pass by the hotel. Then, his eyes turned to Martin and Amanda. Amanda said, The local police department may take action, which is a challenge. Martin said, Several of our comrades will lurk in the crowd of marchers, and they will help to solve the threat of the local police force. If necessary, our Special Operations Brigade soldiers who have lurked in the team will also take action, but the noise will be huge, and we hope it will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Arno asked, What if it is the army? Martin said confidently, I can ensure that the army will act very slowly after receiving the suppression order very slowly. Arno didn't know how Martin would fulfill his promise. It is possible that he has already instigated the commander of the army guarding the capital, or it is possible that the number of special agents lurking in the military intelligence agency through various means is quite large, so that they can stop the army's actions. But no matter what the specific means are, Arno doesn't care, and doesn't ask more, as long as the goal can be achieved. The 3 of them got together, and after confirming the details and process of the action again, this secret gathering ended. With different identities and different images, they left the tavern one after another. And when they left, they never noticed that on the balcony on the 3rd floor of a small building opposite the tavern, there was a woman who was always watching them. She was Milia de Jong, a demon hunter of the Alliance. The Alliance had 8 intelligence organizations on the surface, but in fact, there were 9. There is also a Demon Hunter organization. The Demon Hunters were first established under the Alliance Legal Center, and were led by Lambert, and also led the first anti-corruption wave of the Alliance. Later, the Demon Hunters were separated from the Legal Center, and were no longer led by the Grand Justice, but became an agency directly under the Governor's office. They are responsible for both internal and external affairs, both intelligence and direct actions, and even have the authority to handle tasks directly without trial. The Governor's special permission, to kill first and report later. This is the Demon Hunter. This operation is so important, the Demon Hunters are here too. Milia de Jong is considered the oldest member of the Demon Hunters. In the earliest anti-corruption operation, she was the one who set off the wave. In the Plague War in Koroja, she also participated. Although she was not in charge of the frontline battles, she and her Demon Hunter team played a very important role in controlling the political situation in Mingyan City. She has a long history, and has made great contributions. Now she is a leader of multiple independent teams in the Demon Hunter organization. This time, the action on Baishuo Star was directly requested by the leader of the Alliance. And it was extremely important. The 3 major foreign intelligence agencies of the Alliance all went all out. And of course, the Demon Hunters were also involved. However, the Demon Hunters still acted independently. The Demon Hunters knew some of the intelligence of the 3 bureaus. And they also roughly knew what they were doing. But the 3 major agencies knew nothing about what the Demon Hunters were going to do unless the Demon Hunters took the initiative to share their intelligence. With more intelligence support, more resource mobilization authority, and even all the agents have at least been trained as Demon Hunters. Not only mastering various agent skills, but also with the blessing of psychic power. After they came to Baishuo Star, the degree of infiltration was even deeper than the 3 divisions of the Alliance. And they also had their own set of action plans. However, after learning that Arnochenko had linked the power of the 3 divisions to prepare for the action 2 days later, Milia was really interested. The overall plan looks like it makes sense. And it seems that the probability of success is relatively high. And it can indeed achieve the goals that the Alliance wants. In this case, it is better to give a hand. If it succeeds, it will save us from spending more effort later. If it fails, the Demon Hunters also have their backup plan. 2 days later, Arnochenko, dressed as a waiter, was in a luxurious hotel, doing his job, clearing the table, serving dishes, carrying plates, pushing the food cart. Nothing more than that. He has been doing this work for 2 months. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last day. The luxury hotel where he works is also the location of the mission codenamed Hotel. At this moment, the hotel is somewhat empty. Today, they only arranged a wave of guests. Many politicians, representatives of wealthy businessmen, are here to entertain the head of the Star Zone, Ms. Zealous. Such a grand guest, of course, needs to be treated separately. In fact, 2 days ago, the hotel had stopped operating to the outside world, and was fully preparing for today's banquet. At the same time, the security team of the Star Sector leader also entered the hotel at that time to check the hotel for safety hazards, and stay here to avoid any hidden dangers. As the Star Sector leader, the security around Zealous is very strong. And these are also what Arno and others have expected. He concentrates on doing what he should do. Just like his foreman has been telling him in the past 2 days, saying that the guests this time are of great status, and no mistakes are allowed. He couldn't see or hear what was happening outside, but he thought that the first step of the plan should have already begun. Inside the hotel, the banquet had already begun. Ms. Zealous, who was a big shot and arrived on time, had just been toasting with others and chatting about some unimportant topics when a security guard came to her side. Chief, hearing the soft call, Zealous smiled perfectly and gestured to the person in front of him, then restrained her expression and walked to the side to listen to the report. The content is very brief. A demonstration broke out in Shuagua City. The content of the protest mainly demanded that the government release the journalists, critics, and scholars who had been arrested in the past month. The charges against those people were the trumped-up crime of espionage. This statement is simply laughable. Isn't it just that the planetary government, the district government, does not want to join the Seven Horses Pact, and those media people have made some core reasons and analysis of the government's reluctance to join the Seven Horses Pact? Arresting people just because you don't like what you hear? That's too outrageous. This was a set of sayings that emerged in various places on Baishuo Star a few months ago. Some newspapers, radio, TV programs, magazines, and many other media mentioned it. Some experts said that joining the Seven Horses Pact is a good thing. There will be alliance protection, which will completely solve the security problem. Mutual assistance is also the responsibility of different human worlds. Moreover, although the connection with the star field has been cut off and the imperial tax cannot be paid, the planetary government still continues to collect the imperial tax. Collecting the imperial tax is fine. But in addition to the imperial tax, a war tax is also collected. And normal taxes have not stopped being paid. The high taxation is unbearable. After being teased by many parties, there is a natural call to join the Seven Horses, believing that it will be safer and life will be better. Moreover, some conspiracy theories believe that the reason for not wanting to join the Seven Horses Agreement is not because of freedom, independence, or the idea that the Baishua people decide their own destiny, but rather that the senior officials do not want to give up their rights and act selfishly without considering the overall situation. This statement is not without reason. Quite a number of people think it makes sense. Just based on this, it is too hasty to think that those media people who speak are spies. Dictatorship. Tyranny. Moreover, the term espionage is also ridiculous. Even if they receive money from the Alliance, how can they be spies? Is the Human Alliance an imperial force? It is said that they have the authorization of the Star Domain government to form the Seven Horses Pact. You say they are spies? Is Baishua Star an imperial world? Does the government think that it is not an imperial force? So the people sent by the Alliance representing the Empire are spies? It doesn't make sense. So, there was such a protest march. When she knew that the march had broken out, Zero's mood was certainly not good. She had at least 3 concerns. The first was the anger of the people. The second was the dissatisfaction with Governor Baishua. To be able to trigger such a march of tens of thousands of people, it can be regarded as a boiling public outrage. The way Governor Baishua dealt with those media people was too rough and unskillful, which was the direct reason. And the fundamental reason behind it was the corruption of the planetary government. Over the past many years, Baishua Star has had some problems: excessive taxation, failure to solve the high unemployment rate, and long-term stagnation in people's living standards. These accumulated problems, due to the recent tax increase on the green skin issue and the arrest of media people, have a tendency to explode. It is the poor performance of Governor Baishua that has led to these reasons. The third point is that she is vigilant. Although the public resentment is boiling, although there is a fuse and a reason for the explosion, it came so quickly and so fiercely that she had to wonder if there was any hostile force causing trouble. Otherwise, has the public resentment really reached this point? It shouldn't be that serious, right? However, even if it reaches this point, Zero still thinks it's no big deal. It's just a demonstration. The police have been dispatched, and the Planetary Defense Force has received orders and began to be on alert. As long as there are signs that the situation continues to escalate or get out of control, then the Defense Force will be dispatched. In fact, the situation is unlikely to develop to that point, and the Capitol Police Department should be able to solve the problem. But the following news made her feel that something was wrong. First, the mob and the police started shooting at each other in the street. They actually had a lot of weapons in their hands. This almost confirmed that there must be a mastermind behind the incident. What is the purpose? Who could it be? What is the goal? Overthrow the current government? She no longer had the heart to attend the banquet. After finding a room and asking people not to disturb her, she called Governor Baishua and asked him to mobilize the defense forces immediately to suppress the situation. Governor Baishua was sweating profusely, and he stammered, "It shouldn't come to that. The police force has already called for reinforcements." Zealous was furious and rebuked. "Things will never be that simple. Call up the defense forces immediately. No matter what those guys hiding behind the scenes are planning, they must be suppressed as quickly as possible. We can't let things continue to ferment. Do you understand?" "Understand." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Zealous felt a little relieved. But soon, she heard some noisy noises. "What's going on?" The security guard asked a few questions into the intercom, and then responded, "There are civilians who are fleeing due to the riots. They are trying to enter the hotel to hide. The hotel security and our people stop them." Hearing this, Zealous was about to speak, but heard explosions and gunshots. And they were very close. Someone is hiding among the civilians and attacking the hotel. They are very strong. Ah! There were some screams during the call. And now, Zeros was really nervous. Is it coming for me? She suddenly looked at her personal bodyguard. He also quickly said, Master, please follow me, we are leaving this place. Don't worry, the psychic masters and elite teams in the security team are all here, we will definitely ensure your safety. Yes. Zeros knew that this was not the time to panic. And things were not desperate. It is naive to want to assassinate her in this way. There are 3 skilled psychics in her security team, and 30 elite bodyguards wearing feedback power armor. It is not easy to break through their protection and threaten her. Moreover, the army will arrive if she delays a little. She can also take the initiative to find the army to join up with the security accompanied by the security. The safety should be guaranteed. Zealous is full of anger at this moment. She swears to make the mastermind pay a heavy price, no matter who is behind the scenes. In fact, she already has some guesses about this. Chapter 435. Assassination. The hidden manpower among the civilians. The effect of attacking the hotel was not very good. Although there were constant explosions and gunshots, Arno knew that it was not realistic for the manpower deployed by the Alliance to rush into the hotel to complete the mission. In the intelligence collected before, it was mentioned that the security level around Zealous was still very high. The elite security guards were equipped with feedback power armor, and there were also psychics and anti-psychic devices for protection, making the assassination very difficult. The Alliance fighters hiding outside are indeed elite. They are either agents of the Military Intelligence Bureau or elites of the Special Operations Brigade in the Army. However, since they are sneaking in and conducting a surprise attack, some heavy equipment cannot be brought. They only have light weapons and throwing grenades. At most a few rocket launchers, grenade launchers and other things. It is normal that they cannot get in. But the target is not here. After the hotel is attacked, what will Zealous do? He should not panic. But it should be normal for him to want to leave the hotel. The number of security guards she could bring with her was limited after all. Although the hotel had already conducted a security check, it was definitely not as safe as her own residence. There were more and more elite guards protecting it. There were multiple escape routes, and the ability to directly contact all parties. It was definitely safer and more suitable for sitting there and coordinating the forces of all parties after a major event. So, run. Arno, who was pushing the dining cart in a panic in the aisle, was roughly pushed away by a bodyguard and blasted into a box. Through the crack of the box door, Arno saw a large number of security guards passing by. He couldn't see who was being surrounded in the middle, but he could guess. During the time he worked in the hotel, he was very familiar with the terrain and environment here. After some calculations, Arno knew that the route they were going to take was one of the 2 he had prepared before. That was no problem. Estimating the speed of their action, Arno silently counted seconds in his mind, and at the same time, his hand reached into his pocket, where there was a remote control. When the time came, he pressed it gently. Instantly, there was a rumbling explosion. And with it, there was a scorching heat wave that he could feel even here. That was a high-performance, hot melt bomb. It took a lot of effort to install it. Zealous security team was very cautious. In the past 2 days, they would conduct inspections from time to time. Although he was confident in his craftsmanship, Arno still did not set the bomb in advance. He didn't want to gamble on this probability. If it was discovered, today's banquet would have to be cancelled due to safety concerns. In that case, all their plans would fail. Instead, he chose to install it today. After seeing the security complete the routine inspection, it would definitely not be possible to install it in key locations, such as the banquet hall, the lounge, etc., where there are guards all the time. However, after all, it is not possible to deploy guards at all places in the hotel. That is not realistic. From the hotel's banquet hall, where the lounge is located, to the garage, there are several porches, corridors, hallways, and you need to go through an elevator or 3 stairs. In any case, it is impossible for these places to have guards all the time. It is considered a relatively tight security to ensure that the patrol team passes by every 15 minutes. And today, Arno relied on this interval of less than 15 minutes. After the last security check, he completed the preparations for the placement of the bomb. When the armed conflict broke out, the patrol team naturally had no time to continue patrolling. They either gathered around Zealous to perform security work, or went to the lobby of the hotel to fight the armed attackers. This was also Arno's last and best chance. He completed the final placement of the bomb before the patrol team was transferred away and Zealous was evacuated, and detonated it at the moment. Although due to the restrictions of infiltration, Large yield bombs could not be brought in, and only grenades were brought in. At the same time, because he could not be sure where the target would evacuate from, he placed bombs in all the necessary places, resulting in only 2 bombs that could really work. But that's a melta. Even the Space Marine's Terminator armor can't withstand a melta bomb. This thing, if it's big enough, can even be used to blow up a starship. Some boarding tactics are to let elite commandos kill to the core of the starship and detonate a large melta bomb. This one we're using now, although small, is not the target of the starship. The explosion site should be a porch, 2 melta explosions. The splashing high-temperature fluid is enough to cover the entire area. No creature inside can survive. Of course, that was just a theoretical statement. As an agent, Arno had to verify with his own eyes whether he had really completed the mission. He took out his pistol and walked out of the room. This was a laser pistol, which was naturally quiet, and with a special silencer. It was almost silent. Approaching the explosion site cautiously, Arno saw 3 or 2 injured people who were helping the bodyguards out. The 3 were also stunned when they saw Arno. Some wanted to speak, but were stopped by their companions. They saw the gun in Arno's hand. Arno fired 3 times in a row, and 3 lavender beams penetrated the bodies of the 3 people, killing them. Then, he quickened his pace, approaching the center of the explosion. On the way, he saw a lot of debris. Those looked like some type of feedback power armor, which was slightly different from the ancestral used by the Alliance, and should have been bought by zealots from other places through trade. Under the hot melt bomb, these elites wearing feedback power armor could not withstand it. Many parts of the power armor were severely melted. Continuing forward, approaching the center of the explosion, Arno's eyes suddenly froze. He saw a sudden, well-preserved ground in front of him. Several thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and he roughly confirmed the most likely one: a miniaturized energy shield for 1 person. This thing is very rare and expensive. But with Zealous' identity, it is not surprising to be equipped with one. If there is this thing, the possibility of survival under the hot melt bomb will be much higher. Arno's eyes are calm, and he quickens his pace. It has come to this point, and he cannot let Zealous survive. He has to solve this unexpected situation by himself. He judged that there should be no guards around Zealous. Judging from the relatively intact position, there is only enough space for 1 person to stand. This is basically consistent with the performance of the miniaturized energy shield mentioned in the relevant knowledge Arno has learned. That thing, the size of the shield released, is only enough to cover 1 person, and cannot protect the second one. The rest of the guards should have died under the hot melt bomb. Of course, there is a chance that some lucky guys are out of the explosion range when the hot melt bomb explodes. Everything is possible, but Arno still wants to catch up and see. Even if there are other people who survived, he has to find a way to solve it. He will act accordingly. The traces left by the survivors in the explosion are quite obvious in his eyes. As he keeps tracking, Arno's mood becomes heavier and heavier. They were almost at the underground parking lot. There, he had not had time to place the bomb. And there must be guards guarding the place. After hearing the explosion, they might come to help. That would be troublesome. Although they had a plan in case Zealous was not killed in the hotel, they still had a backup plan, but the simpler the better. He could not help but speed up his pace, and he could not even think about the secret operation. When passing a small path, he squinted his eyes and slowed down his pace. He observed that the traces left by the survivors had changed. His sight looked towards a small storage room next to him where cleaning supplies were stored. The door there was slightly open. Arno made a judgment, hid his footsteps, and approached quietly. Suddenly, he saw a metallic reflection. He dodged to the side subconsciously, and a beam of light passed by him. Without caring about the consequences, Arno waved his hand and fought back. He pulled the trigger continuously, shooting a series of lavender beams into the compartment, while he exerted force on his feet and rushed forward. There was no movement in the compartment. Arno, who was leaning against the wall next to the compartment, carefully reached out his hand, opened the compartment door completely, and then aimed his gun. He saw Ms. Zealous lying inside. The sector leader was not dead yet, but a hole the size of a wrist had been melted out of her abdomen by the laser. The residual heat from the laser shot through, and continued to burn her flesh and internal organs from the inside. She was indeed not dead, but she would soon. However, Zealous felt that she could still be saved. If she could be sent to a doctor now, with powerful medical technology and medical investment regardless of cost, or even replacing part of her body and turning her internal organs into mechanical structures, she should have a good chance of surviving. The premise is to send her to a doctor in time. She looked at Arnochenko with a look full of desire for life, and tried to say, "I know you are from the Alliance. Save me, I will sign." Before she finished speaking, Arno fired 2 shots in a row, hit the chest, neck, and then he lowered the power, and shot another shot in the forehead. The power was lowered to avoid burning a hole too big, which would damage the head and face. Then, Arno took out a micro camera, and took several photos from multiple angles, and then turned away without mercy. He definitely didn't want to kill her alive. In this incident, a dead Zealous was more useful than a living one. The Alliance didn't believe that she would completely change her position. After the assassination, only hatred would remain. In fact, it would be best if she could cut off her head, or take away the intact body. But at the moment, he didn't have the conditions, and couldn't take away Zealous' body. It would be enough to have photos. He returned to the staff dormitory, where he took refuge with other hotel employees, and found an opportunity, sent a message to Amanda and Martin respectively. The first step of the action has been completed, and the subsequent actions can be continued. An assassination is not enough to overthrow a government. But Zealous' death still caused a huge wave. Zealous is a very special person. As the head of a star region, he is different from the governors of various planets. He cannot be born from the bottom up. This position is clearly appointed by the Empire, acting on behalf of the Empire's will and unifying the Empire's forces in the star region. Planetary governors are of course also appointed by the Empire, acting on behalf of the Empire's power within the planet. However, the more important thing for a planetary governor is to represent the rights and interests of the local planet. If he cannot handle these, the title of governor alone is not enough. But the Star District leader, just having this title is enough. If it is a normal situation, if the Star District leader dies, then the Star Region government will send a new one and that's it. Although people have different abilities and accumulated connections are different, they play the same role. But now the contact is cut off, the Star District leader can't fill in a new one. And the Zima Star District, which relies on the existence of the Star District leader to unify its pace, is a bit at a loss. It is difficult for them to produce a new person in charge from within in a short period of time. And further things happened in Baishua Star. The Baishua Star government was of course controlled by the Baishua governor. Although he listened to Zealous, he was not dead. And the government structure of Baishua Star did not collapse. It would not collapse because of Zealous' death. However, the assassination of Zealous was obviously just the beginning. Soon, someone among the rioting people stood up to take responsibility for Zealous' death. It was an organization that called itself the Salvation Party. They used the slogans of the previous march and riot as their program, clarified the organizational structure, and acknowledged the assassination of Zealous. They further proposed that the current government should step down and they would replace it. The riots in the capital were never suppressed, and even approached the government office center. The police were beaten up by the mob. But after the army entered, things gradually improved. Arno questioned Martin about this matter, but he could not get in touch with him. The fact that the Capital Defense Force, which had been suppressed and slow to take action, was now taking action, made him and Amanda judge that something might have happened to Martin and the CIA's action might fail. The police and a few guards were defending the city, and the rioters could not enter the city for the time being. The defense forces outside the city were about to enter the city. The situation was getting quite bad. At this point, Arno and Amanda almost decided to give up the mission. In fact, completing the assassination of Zealous had already achieved the basic part of the mission arranged by the headquarters. The next challenge was to overthrow the current government and establish a local government that was pro-alliance. This matter could not be done for a while. After all, after Zealous' death, the scattered Purple Horse region will become easy to control, and there will be many ways to use it. But Arno was still unwilling. He still hoped that his first important mission could be done as perfectly as possible. But he was also very rational. Pursuing perfection in everything will lead to bad results. Now, the most reasonable approach is to transfer the power that has been developed on the native planet to the underground. Stop the riot, continue to accumulate strength, and wait for the next instruction. However, just as he and Amanda were about to do this, the situation suddenly changed significantly. On the third night of the riot, they saw a brilliant fire in the sky. That was the location of Baishua Starport. Baishua Starport was in orbit above the capital city of Shuagua. In the early morning, they received news. If they continued to lead the riot, they would receive support. Chapter 436, acting according to the script. Is it your Foreign Affairs Bureau? Is it your Investigation Bureau? When they met again, Arno and Amanda asked each other at the same time. But it seems that neither of them was the case. What they mentioned, of course, was what happened on the Baishua starport, where the fire burst in the night sky tonight. There is no specific information yet, but it is clear that something big happened on the starport, and it was done by the Alliance. If not, there would be no instructions from their superiors, letting them continue to work. If it's not us, then is it the Military Intelligence Agency? But Martin has lost contact. Amanda was confused. Either he is actually fine, but just moved, or there are other agents in the Military Intelligence Agency, or other departments of the Alliance. Arno gave several guesses, but these are irrelevant. What we have to do is to follow the instructions of our superiors. Since we have ensured that there will be reinforcements in the future, our actions must continue. I understand. Amanda nodded gently, but then she felt embarrassed again. It's just that. It's easy to say, but it's too hard to do. The politicians and business owners I've contacted have all wavered. Many of them can't be contacted, and some are even doubting my identity. My old identity, I'm afraid it won't work anymore. Hearing this, Arno also felt it was difficult. Although this riot was a big one, they also used it as a cover to assassinate Zealous, the head of the Star Zone, but in fact, there were not many core personnel. The entire riot may have a scale of only 50,000 people, and only 1/10 of them dared to take up arms and fight. When the riot evolved into an armed conflict with the local police force of the planet, most of the rioters were scared and dispersed. And these 1/10 of thousands of people were just armed workers, and they did not have much military training. If there were not some key agents from the Investigation Bureau and the Military Intelligence Bureau in the rioters, and some elite special forces mobilized by the Military Intelligence Bureau to support them, there would be no need for the army to enter the scene, and the police alone could suppress it. But even so, the riot was able to last until the third day and was still vigorous. Another core factor was the efforts of the Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Alliance had a diplomat running around here, and the Foreign Affairs Bureau under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that is, Amanda and her colleagues, shook some local politicians and wealthy businessmen. The help they provided in secret also played a key role. Some police forces were involved. Some private armed forces were not used, and even some supplies came from them. But now that they have wavered, a lot of help is gone. In addition, after daybreak, the army will probably enter the scene. What to do? Arno doesn't know. It's true that they captured the Chihuahua city government, but the governor Baishua is not there, and even most of the government officials have already fled. For now, we can only defend the government building. Arno couldn't come up with any better solution. I hope that the support from the superiors will be strong enough and come in time. In the early morning, it was already dark. The drizzle at night turned into a heavy rainstorm when it should have been dawn. The sky was covered with dark clouds, rain was pouring, and there were thunder and lightning. Arno Chenko, who personally led the team to guard the government building in Chihuahua City, was already in a tough battle. Not only did the police force intensify their offensive, but the vanguard of the Planetary Defense Force also arrived. Although it was only about an infantry regiment, the changes it brought were overwhelming. Although the Planetary Defense Forces were beaten to pieces by the Greenskins every day, they were actually not weak. They were the regular army of the planet after all. The enemy mainly relied on armed mobs, which was really unsustainable. Moreover, the enemy also took out artillery. The 105 caliber artillery fired in the rain was not particularly fierce, but it was obviously not something that the armed mobs without countermeasures could resist. Under the heavy artillery bombardment, the defense of the government building seemed to be unable to hold up early in the morning. Those poorly trained armed personnel began to suffer large-scale casualties, and there was a hint of morale collapse. Although the infantry regiment's first attempted ground attack was not smooth due to the heavy rain, and was blocked by the elite backbone of the Alliance. But the next time, with a larger-scale artillery bombardment followed by an infantry charge, it would definitely be unstoppable. Is it really over? Just now, a shell exploded in the next room, making Arno, who was a little deaf in one ear, completely helpless now, leaning against the wall. Raindrops dripped down the broken wall. He had only one thought: where are the reinforcements? Just as he was thinking, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Under the suddenly brightened clouds, he saw many black spots. What was that? A light shone in his eyes. It was reinforcements. Grabbing the intercom beside him, He shouted excitedly, "Comrades! Hold on! Our reinforcements are coming!" There were doubts in the communication channel. Some people thought that Arnaud was lying to boost morale. Arnaud did not explain much. Just said, "Look at the sky." Then, there were many cheers in the communication channel. Obviously, they saw it too. Not only the defenders in the government building, but also the planetary defense forces outside. Obviously noticed it. They obviously became anxious and launched a fierce attack on the government building. The artillery began to fire fiercely, and the infantry rushed into the government building under the cover of the artillery in the rain. Seeing hope, the morale of the defenders in the building was revived. They also fought back frantically from the windows and the cracks in the building. But this was not enough to stop the enemy from entering. The artillery cover still made the defenders in the building unable to raise their heads. However, the next moment, a whistling sound covered the sound of rain. Then, a violent explosion occurred about 10 kilometers away. Arnaud climbed to the window and looked in the direction of the sound. That was the artillery position of the Planetary Defense Army. At this moment, it was hit by continuous missile attacks and machine gun bombardment and turned into a sea of fire. Flashing through the rain was a formation of Alliance fighters led by 8 Chilean fighters and followed by many Wind Falcons. After completing the task of destroying the artillery formation, these air fighters began to sweep away the local defense army that was still attacking the government building. The large-caliber machine gun plowed through the ground. The Fengshan was fine. The 40mm machine gun would kill a person. It would hit the concrete floor and create a small shallow pit the size of a wash basin. But the weapons loaded on the Chilean were much more exaggerated. Not only did it have a larger caliber 55mm machine gun, it carried twice as many missiles as the Fengshan. It could also be equipped with multiple rocket launchers at the same time to enhance firepower. The most terrifying thing was that it could have all these things at the same time, and it didn't have to be installed as an option like the Fengshan. At the same time, it also has a proper reflector. This is a naval gun with S-type firepower, not a castrated anti-aircraft gun or vehicle secondary gun. When this reflector, at a frequency of once every 2 or 3 seconds, continuously bombards the ground, the area in front of the government building becomes a light energy hell. The huge heat brought by the high-energy laser not only destroys the core position directly hit, but also pierces it. At the same time, the dissipated heat energy will cause fatal damage to the surrounding creatures. The airstrikes from Chilean and Fengshan alone had destroyed this infantry regiment. Of course, they were not killed, but the frontline combat troops were exposed to the airstrike and suffered heavy losses. And the main firepower position supporting the artillery in the rear was eliminated, which meant that this infantry regiment was destroyed. They no longer had any offensive capabilities. At the same time, a large number of black spots began to fall in the sky. They were transport planes one after another. After landing, a large number of airborne soldiers filed out of them. Arnaud's face was already covered with a bright smile. He recognized the logo of this unit. This was the 31st Special Airborne Division of the Alliance, one of the Alliance ace units. After the paratroopers landed, they began to clear the scattered enemy troops in the combat area. At the same time, they were also firing airborne vehicles and artillery from transport planes. It was hard to imagine that the airborne troops could carry so much equipment. Although there were still some questions in my mind, for example, when these paratroopers and the Alliance fighter planes were raiding, why did the air defense system of Baishuo Star not open fire? But, at least he is safe here. His mission is now complete. Milia de Jong is sitting in the air defense headquarters of Shuagua City. Right next to her, some masked men are cleaning up the scene. Whether it is the bodies or the surrenderers, they all need to be cleaned up. Is the government building not lost? Captain. No. The 31st Division came just in time. Okay. After thinking for a while, Milia asked, "Is the guy from the investigation bureau named Arnaud, who you are concerned about, okay?" "It's okay." "Yeah." After answering, Milia stopped paying attention. "It's okay as long as he's not dead." In fact, the actions of the 3 bureaus have helped a lot. The assassination of Zealous left the Star region leaderless, saving trouble, and set off a 3-day riot. In addition, the influence of the assassination made the political forces of all parties on the planet turn their attention to that place. This provided a good cover for the actions of the demon hunters. The actions they had prepared in advance were also launched. The primary target was the starport. The 2 Phoenix tactical teams that had applied for the transfer of resources from the demon hunters had infiltrated the starport. Under their leadership, there were about 50 demon hunters who launched the initial attack. Then, through planetary trade, they contacted an Imperial merchant ship that had already sided with the Alliance, and helped the Alliance send 2 divisions to the starport, with the cooperation of both inside and outside. Baishua's starport was quickly taken. Earlier, the explosion in the sky that Arno saw at night was this operation. In fact, it was a small accident. According to the best estimate, there shouldn't be even that kind of explosion, and the matter should be resolved quickly and quietly. Then, one of the 2 skeleton divisions sent to Baishua quickly came to the ground through the space elevator between the starport and the ground, and controlled the ground part of the starport. There, it was also the suburbs of Shuagwa City. They will set up a defense line here, and then move into the city after it is completed. The 2 Phoenix teams came down one step ahead of him. After they landed, they immediately rushed to the air defense headquarters of Shuagwa City. At the same time, the demon hunters had already made arrangements at the air defense headquarters. The 2 sides joined forces and quickly took control of the headquarters again. Another merchant ship that assisted the Alliance in the attack launched dozens of transport planes, Qilin and Fengshan fighters in the planetary orbit. These transport planes quickly and directly deployed the elites of the 31st Airborne Division to the battlefield. Qilin and Fengshan arrived first to clean up the situation, and the airborne troops landed afterwards, directly controlling the center of the city. And then, the more than 30,000 people of the Airborne Division will determine the location of Governor Baishua at the fastest speed, according to the intelligence integrated by the Demon Hunters and the 3 major external intelligence agencies of the Alliance, and quickly launch an assault. At this time, Governor Baishua may have just received the news that the starport was lost and the vanguard of the defense army was destroyed. No matter how he reacted, it was too late now. He didn't even have the chance to join the planetary defense forces that were about to enter the city. Milia was confident of this. The Air Defense Command Center of Shuagwa City had now become the operational command center of the Alliance on the surface. Milia sat in it, methodically releasing information one after another. Her power only lasted for 2 or 3 days. Afterwards, when the overall situation was settled, the military and political officials of the Alliance, who were already on the way, would all come to this world. The Alliance political officer will announce here that the Purple Horse leader unfortunately died in a civilian riot. The reason for all this is the poor political governance of Baishua Star and the betrayal of the imperial decree. The governor of Baishua should bear full responsibility for this. The Alliance will use the authority granted by the Star Domain government to remove the current governor of Baishua and judge his crimes. The new governor of Baishua will sign the 7 Horses Agreement and call on all planets in the entire Purple Horse Star region to sign. These things have not happened yet, but they are already written. Under the will of Governor Guhang, this scenario will surely be staged. When the entire Baishua Star was completely controlled according to the established plan, half of the main force of the joint fleet led by Yilishia also entered this star region. Earlier, the various planets in the Zima Star region would have had a very intense reaction to this. This was a serious provocation. But now, they are as quiet as quails. What happened on Baishua Star shocked them. It is the planet with the largest population, the best development, and the strongest military power in the entire star region. But how come the star region leader died because of a simple civilian riot? And the Alliance made a little effort, and Governor Baishua was arrested on his own planet and sentenced to execution. Chapter 437, 7 Horses Surrender. If that was all, it would be fine. Although a leader and a governor died almost instantly, your Alliance is powerful, everyone knows that, and there are even space marines who obey your orders. However, just because you can kill the previous ruler, it doesn't mean you can rule this place smoothly. This is what many Purple Horse governors think secretly in their hearts. In their expectation, after the Alliance uses such unsophisticated means to overthrow the Baishua government, the entire planet should be in turmoil, and everywhere will be caught in the flames of war. Defense forces from all over the country will swarm up. Not to mention revenge for the dead governor and leader. But at least it will not be so easy to accept a sudden change of master on their heads. Right? People from all over the country will also question the legitimacy of the Alliance, especially the subversion and coup carried out by such despicable means. They will also inevitably stir up unrest, armed confrontation, strikes, riots. However, the news they actually heard disappointed them. these things cannot be said to be completely absent. After all, it is such a big planet with 9 billion people. However, those sporadic riots are not enough to affect the overall situation. It is normal for there to be sporadic unrest in a real regime change. It is said that a spark can start a prairie fire. But it is not said that every spark can. Most of the flames in this world will be extinguished as soon as they are ignited. Unless there is an oil depot behind the flame. The coup spark ignited by the Alliance has an oil depot. And now with the unrest on Baishua Star, the governors of Zima want to be the oil depot. But they have neither the ability nor the courage. Governor Zealous and Baishua were just cremated. Who dares? They watched helplessly as the Alliance supported a new acting governor on Baishua Star, and declared that they had the power to do so. The relevant procedures were handled urgently, and had been filed with the Alliance. As long as the contact with Yunluo Star, Wuji Star, and Holy Terra was restored, the official appointment would be made. This left them with nothing to say. What to say? The previous governor was finished. So someone had to come up with something. Right? The Alliance cannot directly appoint a governor, but it is called an acting governor. The formalities have been said to be completed later. Now the question is, which governor of the Purple Horse Star region also wants an acting governor? The diplomats of the Alliance did not say this directly. However, they would understand this meaning. The constant communication with the diplomats. The news from Baishua Star constantly refreshed their cognition. The approach of the joint fleet. These things are constantly attacking the psychological defenses of these Purple Horse governors. When the United Fleet really brought the text of the Seven Horses Agreement to the orbit of their planet, most of the planetary governors made the right choice and signed their names on it. A few governors found the diplomats of the Alliance before the arrival of the United Fleet and took the initiative to sign their names. There was not a single one who did not sign. After Zealous' death, within half a month, the Purple Horse Star region fully joined the Seven Horses Agreement. Gu Heng was quite satisfied with this result. Of course, he was determined. If things went wrong, he would take over the 17 worlds and 38 billion people in this star region. Even if it meant starting a war. But determination was one thing. And the optimal solution was another. If you can avoid a war, don't fight. It costs money and trouble. But the ruling power will also be in trouble after the war. That's why they used the method of subversion. After the Alliance staged a coup on Baishua Star and overthrew the local government, whether it could control the entire planet was also a decision made after a relatively strict preliminary investigation. And the previous successful experience on the 3-star Fash. Gu Heng was actually worried at first. Using this method can indeed overthrow the central government of the planet. But it does not mean that the Alliance can immediately establish a reliable new government. In other words, it is no problem to establish it. But whether the new government can effectively rule the planet is not guaranteed. However, after investigation, this concern was basically eliminated. The residents of Baishua Star, regardless of their class, generally identify themselves with the human race and the human empire. They do not regard the governor, the planetary government, and the star district government as their own government or their own monarch, but rather as the ruling officials set by the empire. In this case, by removing these two in the name of the empire and the name of the superior institution, the new government created by the Alliance can naturally obtain legitimacy. And the people of Baishua Star will not have any doubts about this. Isn't it just changing a new governor? Just like changing the mayor or town head in some places. The civilians will not rebel. This reassures Gu Heng. This is also the difference between the Alliance and other administrative regions of the Empire. Is the understanding of the people on Baishua Star wrong? Of course not. That is the common understanding of the vast majority of humans in the Empire. It is not absolute. After all, there are some special cases, such as the forging world of the Mechanicus, the religious world of the state religion, some particularly ignorant feudal systems, slavery and even primitive systems. But from the overall, macroscopic point of view, there is nothing wrong with this statement. The legitimacy of the human empire comes from the human race, which is formed by the emperor who ascended to godhood. This is the reasonable understanding of the empire. And there is nothing wrong with it. The same is true in the Alliance. But what happens next is different from other star regions. For most residents of the world, I am a human, an imperial, and the governor is a ruler sent or appointed by the empire. So he has the right to rule me. If the empire changes the governor one day, the new governor will also have the right to rule me. If the empire says that the governor is a traitor one day, I will be furious and shoot the governor. The alliance is slightly different. The legitimacy of the alliance rule, which comes from the direct appointment of the empire, is of course the most important. But in addition, the alliance is establishing its own political legitimacy through various means, such as institutional reform, centralized construction, improved living standards brought about by the development of productivity, ideological propaganda, education, etc. I am an imperial, and I am also an alliance. You cannot change the governor at will, or the governor is not important. The alliance government is the legitimate one. This thing is very important. It determines the social order, whether the ruling authority can be consciously recognized and obeyed by the people, and determines the relationship between the ruler's political rule and the people's political obedience. To put it more bluntly, whether the alliance's own political legitimacy can be cultivated will determine whether Gu Hang will point to Holy Terra and say that all the ministers are rebels, for the emperor, for humanity, and to kill Terra with me. The alliance will follow him to charge into battle, or tie him up and send him to Terra. It's just a metaphor. Gu Hang definitely doesn't have this idea. When the regime has legitimacy from the bottom up, the alliance will be more unbreakable, and will not disappear just because of a transfer order from the Star Domain government. What happened on Baishua cannot happen in the core territory of the alliance. Gu Hang can use the method of directly gaining the ruling power of a planet through a subversive coup against others, but others cannot use it against the planets of the alliance. If someone really does this, then in the core territory of the alliance, people will swarm up. The alliance has a complete grassroots structure, local government structure, which can perfectly lead the uprising and fight against outsiders. Of course, the alliance can now only achieve this step, and only the Angry Owl Star and Kurogia. The former is Gu Hang base camp, and the latter is the one that Gu Hang really pulled out of the world-destroying crisis, and has great prestige. The other planets, especially the Winged Star and the 3 stars of Fesh, are on the way. But to be honest, they are not completely stable. But in general, the 9 worlds in the Pegasus region are all the core territories of the alliance. The political system has been reformed, and the alliance control has penetrated into the grassroots. It is only a matter of time to establish the so-called legitimacy of rule. As for the places outside the Pegasus region, although the situation in each place is different. For example, Eagle Horse is more obedient, Mist Horse is second, and Purple Horse has just been conquered by tough means. But in general, under the current situation, these places do not have the conditions to be transformed into the core territories of the alliance, mainly due to the war. There is a war going on now. The alliance does not have the time to carry out social reforms like it did in the past few years in the Tianma Star region. It is not necessary to take root in the Zima Star region for a few years and turn it into the core territory of the alliance. Since it has been decided to control Zima with a restraining strategy, it is necessary not to reform and eliminate the local ruling class first. Keep the people and indirectly control those planets. However, this is not absolute. Will the alliance really not interfere in the internal affairs of the planets under the framework of the 7 horses? That's right. The agreement clearly states that the alliance will not interfere in the politics, economy, and military construction of each affiliated planet in principle, and each planetary government/governor will be responsible. But at the same time, the agreement also states that the alliance, as the leader of the 7 horses agreement, will supervise all worlds to ensure that the main resources can be used in the war against the orcs. How to supervise? The alliance will send 3 supervisors to each planet. These supervisors will monitor the work within the planet to see if it is operating as stipulated in the 7 horses agreement and ensure that each planet can fulfill its obligations. If everything goes well, the supervisors will not interfere with the affairs of the planet. If not, and problems arise, the supervisors will give supervisory opinions to the planetary government, which is equivalent to intervening in specific affairs until the problem is resolved. If the supervisory opinions cannot solve the problem, the supervisors will report it to the alliance. The alliance will cordially provide support to the planet. Real support, the necessary materials, manpower, will all be in place. However, allowing the alliance to explode in gold coins is not without cost. At that point, the alliance will directly send a larger team of officials to the planet to manage these alliance assets, to ensure that they can be applied to the right place and can actually change the bad situation on the planet. That is equivalent to directly intervening in the duties of the planetary government, or even acting on its behalf. Of course, the alliance itself does not want to go that far at the moment. It just leaves a loophole. In the future, if the planetary governor is not very obedient, this is a way to inspect and intervene. Later, when the war situation stabilizes, the pressure is not so great, or even when victory is imminent, it may be the starting point for the Alliance to expand its core territory. The number of supervisors arranged for each planet is not fixed. Among them, there must be military supervisors. They will supervise the military construction of the planet and the preparation of military supplies. To put it bluntly, they supervise the money collection. Secondly, there are economic supervisors, who are responsible for supervising the economic development and production capacity of the planet. This is to ensure that the economic development of the planet can be maintained as much as possible, and not to delay the production of military supplies. There are relatively few economic supervisors, and they will only be set up in some planets where the governors are more reliable, are closer to the Alliance, and need the help of the Alliance. The least set up is the political supervisor. When the intelligence department of the Alliance finds signs of anti-Alliance and anti-Seven Horses agreement on the planet, it will warn the governor and send out the political supervisor. The political supervisor can directly supervise every government personnel appointment and organizational structure. When the political supervisor is sent out, it means that the Alliance's army may arrive at any time. As long as the political supervisor says that the planetary governor/government is unfaithful, or the affairs officer is in trouble, then the Alliance will directly believe that the planet is in rebellion, and the Alliance will come to quell the rebellion on behalf of the Empire. Don't think of these three officials as just three people. Each of them represents a whole team of staff, support, and assistance built around them, which is equivalent to 3 institutions. The supervisor system will be the means for the Alliance to control the member planets of the Seven Horses Pact. At least until this pact completes its historical mission, the supervisor will exist for a long time. Only Baishuo Star is a little special. The Alliance intends to bring Baishuo Star's starport and capital city Shuagua City under direct control, and the Alliance will directly send people to lead them. The reason for this is that there is a shipyard in the starport of Shuagua City. Although it cannot build large ships, it can still build some armed merchant ships, patrol ships and other things. Although it cannot play a decisive role, it is still a good supplement for the Navy that is currently the most lacking in the Alliance. Yilixia Fleet. After leading the Seven Horses Alliance through the Purple Horse Star region and conquering it, continued to move south. Her target is the Bien Horse Star region, followed by the Iron Horse Star region. With the precedent of Zima, the leaders and governors of these 2 star regions thought they would be more sensible. They signed the Seven Horses Agreement one after another. Among them, the Kinma Star region did not even need the fleet to arrive, but signed it on its own. For the Kinma Star region, they had a more direct appeal. A part of the Iron Teeth Green Skin Army came to the Black Bone Ridge Star region west of the Kinma Star region. Although the invasion of Kinma has not yet begun, they are very worried that something will go wrong. Gu Hang was also alert about this. His main focus now was still in the northwest of the star map. Kinma in the southwest was not the main strategic direction of the Alliance, but it had to be guarded against. If there was really a Greenskin army, it would penetrate all the way from the Kinma Star area, and it could reach the Red Arrow Star in the Tianma Star area. Yilixia did not need to go to Kinma, but a small force had to be separated from her fleet to go there and keep an eye on the Greenskin army in the direction of the Black Bone Ridge. After arranging the defense line in the southwest of the Alliance, Gu Hang attention turned to the main battlefield in the northwest again. Major General Du Zhiliang, who had received his order, led the fleet cautiously, left the Steel Wing Star, and advanced into the Tamir Galaxy. That was the east gate of the Jingguan Star area. Chapter 438, Humanity Must Win. The Tamir Galaxy is located in the southeast corner of the Golden Pass Star region. It is the only way to connect the Golden Pass and the Eagle Horse, and it is also the main transportation route in the entire Golden Pass Star region. In this star system, there are 5 star tunnels, 3 of which are connected to the 3 star systems in the Golden Pass Star region, and the other 2 are connected to the Bronze Pass Star region and the Eagle Horse Star region. At the same time, the value of the Tamir Galaxy itself is not low. In this star system, there are 3 habitable planets orbiting Tamir, namely planets 2, 4 and 5. Before the Iron-Toothed Beastmen appeared, these 3 planets had a combined population of 20 billion. Planet 2 was a large agricultural world with 4 billion people, and the food it produced was enough to supply the entire star region with some surplus. Planet 4 was a mining and industrial world, focusing on heavy industry and raw material exports. It originally had a population of about 4 billion. Planet 5 was a civilized world with a population of 12 billion and many cities. Not to mention how great it was. The 3 worlds in the star system each had their own advantages and could complement each other, coupled with the property of being a major transportation route. This place can be called a Pearl Land. Only before the rise of the iron-toothed greenskins. After the orcs came, there was nothing to say. After the fall of the 4th district, the Jingwan Star District became a battlefield, although the Tamir Galaxy was not in the main battlefield category at the beginning. After all, it was located in the heart of the Jingwan Star District at that time. However, it was precisely because of its proximity that it had some foundation. So when the Star Region government fought against the iron-toothed orcs, many forces were directly drawn from the Tamir Star District. Blood was drawn for decades, and the green-skinned orcs invaded the south several times and reached Tamir, causing these 3 planets, which were originally quite good, to become desolate. It sounds miserable, but in fact it is not fatal. No matter how desolate it is, the productivity and population of the planet are there anyway. At most, the development potential will be hollowed out. The living standards of the population will be greatly reduced. Famine will occur, and various comprehensive problems will cause the population to decline. This is the worst possible situation. The few times the green-skinned orcs came to the Tamir Galaxy, the chaos only lasted for a short period of time, and the number was not large. The human army would still quickly drive them out. After all, the Tamir Galaxy is one of the few strongholds in the territory after the Golden Pass became a war zone. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the human army will certainly not abandon these 3 worlds. However, the previous battle in which the active attack collapsed under the counterattack of Titus caused Tamir to suffer a devastating disaster. The Northern Fleet was destroyed and Yunlu ran away. After the loss of space power, a large number of elite human ground forces were trapped in the 4 galaxies in the southern part of the Silver Pass Star Zone, and there was no news. The Jingwan Star region, which had been pacified, suddenly opened its doors, and orcs swarmed in. Although the main force of the Iron Tooth clan was divided into 2 at Jingwan, the army led by Titus went all the way west, bringing the war to the heart of the Star region. A powerful detachment led by Diagui went east to Eagle Horse. However, the green-skinned orcs who remained in the Jingwan Star region still caused the Star region to collapse. When Du Shiliang brought his fleet to the Tamir Galaxy, the first thing he did was to carefully collect intelligence on the entire galaxy. When the one-toothed ghost was destroyed and the greenskin fleet collapsed and escaped, it was from the jump point of Steelwing Star that it fled to Tamir. Although most of the greenskins' main battleships were destroyed, there were at least 200 ships left. Now, a small half of the joint fleet was taken away by Ylisha to patrol the 7 horses, and the fleet strength in his hands was also a little insufficient. If he was careless and was bitten by the greenskins, it was still possible to overturn. He knew that the Alliance could not afford the result of the Navy overturn, although he had to take the initiative to attack. He could not be too careful. After investigation, Du Shiliang initially confirmed that the main force of the green-skinned orc fleet was not in the Tamir Galaxy. The stargazers on the ship only found a dozen green-skinned ships here. However, the situation on the surface was already very bad. The environment belonged to Tamir too, the favorite of the greenskins. There was almost no trace of human activities on the surface of the planet. This made Du Shiliang very sad. The former Jingwan Granary, with a population of 4 billion, beautiful scenery and a pleasant environment, had become a place full of green-skinned spores and fireworks everywhere. As for the green-skinned orcs, they obviously regarded Tamir too as an important breeding base, and invested a lot of effort here. During the months of occupation, the iron-toothed orcs invested a considerable amount of manpower in Tamir too. Not only were the human residents on the ground slaughtered in just a few months, but they also took great efforts to transform the local ecological environment and establish a large green-skinned ecosystem. A new batch of green-skinned creatures are already thriving. Not only are there green spore plants everywhere, small squiggle beasts are running around everywhere, and fart spirits have grown all over the ground. The former can be used as food and animal power for the greenskins, and can even be used in battles, as a role similar to military dogs, to cooperate with the greenskin army. And the latter, of course, are also greenskins. Fart spirits are usually the bottom members of the greenskin society, the helpers and servants of the orcs. It is smart, cunning, cruel, but at the same time mean and cowardly. They are not qualified soldiers. Under normal circumstances, if the army is composed of only fart elves, their morale will be extremely worrying. They are fine when the wind is favorable, and they may even be more vicious than their orc masters. But once the wind is against them, the fart elves' army will collapse in a minute. Their nature makes them stay at the bottom of the Greenskin Society for their whole lives. They are also willing to do so. And in the Orc Society, they take on all the responsibilities that the orcs are unwilling to take on, which is actually the work except fighting. Sometimes, when the orc master is unhappy, he will catch a few fart spirits to eat and relieve his boredom. Fart spirits are not particularly good industrial workers, farmers, and their cunningness will be used in work, and they like to be sneaky. But this problem is also relatively easy to solve. The orcs will personally take the whip to be the supervisor, or appoint a favored fart spirit as the supervisor. The latter will be even more cruel to their own kind than the orc master. Through these means, the Greenskin Society will be able to maintain at least the minimum production capacity. As for the upper limit, it is unfathomable. WAF is a very outrageous thing. It was originally just a meaningless roar from the Greenskins, but in their language environment, it also represents an adjective, describing everything positive for the Greenskins. It can also be used as a noun, representing a great war. Even the so-called WAF energy is a kind of psychic power unique to the Greenskins. In short, if they believe that something can come true, then it will come true. This is the shocking part of the Greenskin technology. The ridiculous garbage piled up can fly into space and fight against human giant ships. It's ridiculous. The fart spirits also have this ability, and their sneaky and slippery characteristics, in most cases, of course, are a minus for productivity. However, once a fart spirit cuts corners and makes some magical things, it represents a big increase in productivity. Add to that their huge numbers, and their bodies that can mature in a few months. Now Tamir 2 has been destroyed into a huge greenskin factory. The main product of this factory is the greenskins themselves. And it also produces some weapons and equipment. The resources are looted from the other two planets of Tamir. Compared with Tamir 2, where human activities are almost undetectable, the situation of Tamir 4 and 5 is better, although it is also very bad. Among them, the situation of Tamir 4 is relatively better. The large and small mines and complex industrial facilities in the mining world allow the humans in it to hold on firmly. With the limited manpower invested by the Greenskins, they have to gnaw on the mines one by one. It has been occupied for several months, but it has not been completely eaten up yet. However, the problem with Tamir 4 is that the planet itself is short of supplies. In the past, it also relied on Tamir 2 for food. Now that interstellar transportation has been cut off, when the planetary supplies are gone, and even the production line of synthetic starch can no longer withstand it, the many bases on Tamir 4 that rely on mining will suffer a devastating disaster. They will be saved. The situation of Tamir 5 is worse, but it will not be as completely destroyed as Tamir 2. After all, unlike Tamir 2, most of the land is fertile plains. It is good in peacetime, a good place for farming. But in war, there is no defense and people are quickly slaughtered. On Tamir 5, at least humans can still resist in some mountainous areas and in the interior of large cities. After carefully analyzing the situation of the three planets of Tamir, Dusher Liang made a set of response plans. On Tamir 2, in this world where no large-scale human activities can be detected, not everyone has actually been killed. That is impossible. Humans are a tough race, and they will not die so easily. Even in this case, even if more than 90% of the humans on the planet were slaughtered, this is already a terrifying number, which shows the killing efficiency of the Greenskins. However, the remaining less than 10% means that there may be 200 to 300 million, or even more people, surviving in every corner of the planet. Xu Shabao is one of them. He is now 70 years old. He is a veteran of the local defense force of Tamir 2. He was once recruited by the Empire, and led tens of millions of Tamir 2 defense forces to fight on the front line against the Greenskins. He is strategic, courageous and brave, and he led the defense force to achieve impressive results. Then, when he was old, he retired and returned to his hometown. He also gained a grand status in his hometown, and was called the Marshal. He had no interest in politics, and just wanted to spend his old age in peace. However, when the Greenskins invaded, he stood up again and called on the Tamirs to fight against the invaders. The gap in strength between the two sides was too large. In addition, when the war started, The orbit was full of greenskin ships. The human army was easily defeated, and the Temirs were slaughtered crazily on the plains without any defenses. But despite this, the old commander still did not lose his tenacious will. Given Temir's situation, it was impossible to confront the greenskins head-on. He decisively led his troops, protected the people, and moved to another place. A planet is so big that it is impossible for the orcs to conquer every place in a short time. They went through untold hardships and found places that the orcs had never set foot on, and survived hard. They established a base, attacked cautiously, and eliminated small groups of greenskins that might discover their location. Among them were warriors, heroes, and women and children. Zhu Zhengbao always told everyone that they must have faith, that the emperor would not abandon us, that as long as they persevered, one day we would be redeemed, that the empire's army would eventually arrive, and that we would be the final victors. Long live mankind. This was not just propaganda, but something he firmly believed in. Without this kind of faith, how could a veteran in his 70s, who was covered in injuries, hold on until now? Under his leadership, people's hearts were at peace in the past few months. In the current situation where they had nothing, they established a stronghold. Although it was not big, although there were only a few 100,000 people, although if a large number of greenskins swarmed in, they would still have to run. But at least, they sowed the seeds. And in the past few months, the wheat seedlings broke through the soil. And it was almost the harvest season. Looking at these scenes, many people could feel the hope and faith that Marshal Zhu said. At the same time, they also contacted several other strongholds, each of which was large and small, and agreed with each other to support each other. If they met a greenskin that they could fight against, they would fight against it. If they couldn't fight against it, they would run away. The other strongholds were at least a retreat. Just hold on like this. As long as you hold on, you will surely see the day that Marshal Zhu said, the Empire's army will surely arrive, and mankind will win. And this day will come even earlier than expected. On this day, early in the morning, Zhu Zhengbao was called up. The visitor said to him excitedly, "It's coming! It's coming! It's really coming! The Empire's fleet is coming! What did you say? Go and have a look." Zhu Zhengbao put on his clothes and came to the outside of the simple house. He looked up. The weather was very good today. In the blue sky, he could see several shadows. At this distance, the shadows didn't look big, and they were not clear, but considering the distance, they were huge. The old marshal's eyes were not working well anymore. He urged someone to take out the telescope, and now he saw, those were indeed human ships. With the old marshal's experience, he could even tell that they were human cruisers, and there were 3 or 4 of them. This is definitely the main force. The army is coming. We are saved. Pass the message on. We have hope of holding on. Zhu Zhengbao said. Okay. Others were also beaming with joy. Actually, there is no need to spread it. Everyone can see it. We should also publicize it. This is a good time to ensure morale. Zhu Zhengbao smiled, excited in his heart, but still quite calm. Although the army is coming, we have hope. But before the ground troops land and join us, there are still dangers. In this last moment of success, we must not fall before dawn. Understand? Understood. I will find someone to write a manuscript to boost morale. Marshal, rest assured, we will do all the work and hold on as long as possible. Well, go ahead. After sending the adjutant away, Zhu Zhengbao continued to pick up the telescope with a smile and looked at the sky. Our human ships are so beautiful. At this time, he saw a small black dot falling from the ship, and soon it ignited a fire when it came into contact with the atmosphere. Is that a landing capsule or a landing spacecraft? It seems a bit too big. The size is not right. Are we in such a hurry to land? Won't we conduct orbital bombing first? The old marshal had some questions in his mind. And then he saw that small fireball exploded in the atmosphere. Shot down by the greenskins? It seems not. He saw the rolling waves of fire. Not only did they not annihilate like ordinary spacecrafts when they were destroyed, but they continued to expand as if gasoline was ignited. In a very short time, the small fireball turned into a big fireball, and then turned into a sky-wide cloud of fire. But even at this point, the flames showed no signs of shrinking or extinguishing. Instead, they expanded faster, until the sky turned from azure blue to a sea of fire. The sea of fire was still extending, and continued to spread downwards and around. All of this happened in just a few dozen seconds. The entire stronghold was quiet, and the cheers that had just risen also subsided. Everyone stared blankly at the sky that had turned into a sea of fire. All this was silent. Zhu Zhengbao could even hear the chirping of insects and birds, and the breeze. But all his expressions were frozen. According to this trend, in 1 or 2 minutes at most, the sea of fire would extend to his base. In less than an hour at most, the sea of fire would spread throughout the atmosphere of the planet and burn every inch of the land of Tamir II. At that time, the entire planet will become a fireball burning violently in the universe. The fierce flames covering the surface will continue to burn for more than 10 days to a month, burning up the atmosphere and oceans of the entire planet, and killing every living thing on the planet, even if there are lucky people hiding underground, in the mountains, or in solid buildings. The completely destroyed ecosystem will make it impossible for the survivors to continue to survive on a planet that has become a dead land. Tamir II will change from a rich and beautiful agricultural world to a dead world. Dead world, places that are absolutely unsuitable for human survival in the records, untransformed primitive planets, or destroyed planets, are all classified as dead worlds. In his 70 years of life, he had never thought that, only in rumors, in the records, the contents would one day come to his beautiful hometown. Now, he has understood what it is. It is the extermination order from the Empire. It is the burning sky torpedo. Chapter 439, I am not an executioner. In the void, on the interlude, Du Shiryang stared at the fireball that was getting farther and farther away in the universe. He had a blank expression on his face, like a cold general. But his hands still trembled unconsciously. At this moment, it had been 2 days since the interlude dropped the sky-burning torpedo on the surface of Tamir II. The flames burning all over the world were also becoming more and more intense before their eyes. After completing the drop mission, the combined fleet observed near Tamir II for a day. After seeing that the burning sky torpedo had indeed set the entire planet on fire, and the extermination order had been effectively executed, they left. The burning sky torpedo was launched by him. In fact, he was not even sure if he had the power to issue the extermination order. At first, he did not expect to shoulder such a responsibility. He and his war staff, which included a part of the Alliance Army staff, assessed the situation on Tamir II. They came to a unanimous conclusion. It is unrealistic to launch a ground attack on Tamir II, even if the Joint Fleet provides orbital support. This brings us to their war goal of taking the initiative to attack the Gene 1 star zone, which is, on the premise of ensuring the safety of the fleet. 1. Strike the living forces of the Iron-Tooth Orcs. 2. Evacuate the Imperial Army and civilians from the occupied areas. 3. Occupy the planet and build forward defense positions. These 3 tasks have priorities according to the order. It is most important to strike at the living forces, and it is also important to evacuate the Imperial Army and civilians. Which one should be prioritized depends on the situation on the battlefield. Relatively speaking, occupying the planet is the least important. This is mainly because even if you occupy it, you may not be able to hold it. If you have the opportunity to occupy it, then occupy it. Put a small force there as a nail, and when the greenskins come back again, it will become an obstacle to the orcs' attack. For the human side, it is also a position that can be used. At the very least, it is also an early warning post. But if you invest too much power to occupy the planet, it will not be worth the loss. Attacking the manpower and evacuating the Imperial Army and civilians is not the case. This is to weaken the enemy and strengthen yourself. For Tamir II, obviously, the option of occupying the planet can be almost ignored. There are nearly 500 million orcs on it, and no less than 2 billion other greenskins, mainly fart spirits. There are so many people, and most of them are not even born on the planet, but have been transported here on greenskin ships over the past period of time. After all, it has only been a few months since the complete fall of Tamir II. So it is unlikely that so many greenskins will grow. The purpose of transporting so many greenskins here may be to spread more spores, hoping that many greenskins will grow in the future. At this level, the combined fleet carries 60 million human troops from 3 army groups. Even if they are all thrown down, with orbital support, it is not an easy task to wipe out the enemy. If they really fight like that, the war is likely to turn into a protracted tug-of-war. At that time, humans may have to face the orcs that keep growing out of the greenskin ecosystem, and engage in equal consumption. Moreover, orbital support cannot be always available. The greenskin fleet is still there. At that time, The 200 garbage ships that escaped from the Steel-Winged Star will reunite and attack again. Even if they cannot defeat the main fleet, they can still hold back the human ships and prevent them from supporting the surface without restraint. That will be possible. In this case, the hope of a quick victory in the ground battle is even smaller. Their mission is to find an opportunity to destroy the enemy manpower, not to use their own manpower to consume the enemy. As for saving people, the same principle applies. Doesn't Du Shiliang know that there are still many survivors on the surface? Of course he knows. Even if 95% of the people were slaughtered, the remaining 5% still represents more than 200 million people. But the key is that these 200 million people are scattered all over the world of Tamir too. If they gather together, it will be easy. With strong orbital firepower, troops will be deployed to the ground. A defense circle will be established, and they will be guarded for a month or so. During this period, as much as possible, people will be transported to ships and evacuated. When the troops are almost gone, the torpedoes will be deployed. If this can be done, everyone will be happy. But unfortunately, these 200 million people are only tens of thousands of people. At most hundreds of thousands of people, scattered all over the world. And there is no way to save them. If we want to gather them one by one and evacuate them, it will take a long time. The green-skin main battleships can arrive at any time, and the green-skins on the ground can entangle the human deployment forces at any time. The cost performance is too low. In contrast, while the orbital defense system of Tamir 2 itself is not very good, after the greenskins occupied it, they have not had time to build their own. At the same time, the greenskin main fleet is not in this galaxy. When the conditions for launching the Burning Sky torpedo are fully met, we should quickly smash down this extinction weapon. This is the best solution. Otherwise, if they wait a little longer, the situation may change. They may not even have the chance to launch the Burning Sky torpedoes. After all, if the main fleet of the greenskins arrives, they will not allow the human fleet to do so. The process from the launch of the extinction weapon to the explosion is very fragile and can be easily intercepted. However, at this point, launching the Burning Sky torpedoes is still just a plan. Although it seems to be the optimal solution, it seems to be the most rational choice. However, Du Shiliang had never thought of doing this. Or rather, he had not thought that. He would have to make this decision himself. He had never released a Burning Heaven torpedo, nor had he ever executed an extermination order. Even the Pegasus fleet itself did not have a reserve of such extermination order weapons. Even the Star Region government itself might not have such a thing at most. The Inquisition within the Star Region would have 1 or 2 in stock. Now, the 2 Burning Heaven torpedoes on his ship were transported from the Angry Owl Star by Governor Gu. He no longer wanted to think about why Gu Heng had such a powerful weapon in his hand. But it shouldn't be me who has the final say on whether to launch the Burning Sky torpedo. Right? The Empire lacks particularly clear regulations on the units and individuals that issue extermination orders. From past records, the Inquisition does the most, followed by the chapter masters of the Star Legion. The former is easy to understand. This is their job. And the latter is also easy to understand. The Space Marines always fight on the most critical and worst battlefields, and the probability of encountering problems that can only be solved by extermination orders is much greater than that of ordinary Imperial troops. In addition, they have this power, so they will naturally issue more. Apart from these two, the number of times other people used extermination orders has dropped dramatically. Of course, in such a large universe over the past 10,000 years, anything can happen. Marshals of the Astra Militarum, admirals of the Navy, commanders of the war zones, senior government officials, senior clergy of the state church and the Mechanicus. Although few, they all have records of issuing extermination orders. But no matter who it is, it's not me anyway. I'm just an ordinary rear admiral, and I can't make such a big decision. Although he didn't understand who could sign. There was someone. Send the combat report back, and wait for orders. I will execute it. Then, the order he waited for was to ask the person in charge of the forward campaign, that is, Major General Du Shiliang himself, to make the decision. Gu Heng, as the governor of the Alliance, the head of the Star Zone, and the leader of the Seven Horses Alliance, gave him full authorization and took all the consequences of his decision, allowing him to make the decision with confidence. This is not a scapegoat. After all, Governor Gu said that he takes all the responsibility. This is to delegate authority, so that the frontline commanders have full autonomy and make the decisions they think are right, so that they don't let the frontline have big problems because of something like I can't make a decision. Then, Du Shiliang was confused. Me? He was caught off guard. After another round of discussion, they still believed that this was the best solution. Let's do it. But when Du Shiliang saw with his own eyes that the whole world had turned into a sea of fire because of his decision, and when at least 200 million people had died because of his decision, he felt his whole body trembling. He had been trembling for 2 days. These 2 days, he couldn't sleep at all. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw a burning world, and the wailing of the Tamirs, which he had never heard with his own ears, but lingered in his ears all the time. He always told himself that it was not my fault. It was the fault of the greenskins, and it was the invasion of those aliens that caused all this. I just did my duty. I just wanted to reduce casualties and avoid more deaths. But, no matter how many, and how correct the reasons were, they could not dispel the heavy pressure on the 200 million innocent souls. However, reality did not give him the chance to escape or relieve his mood. He immediately made the next decision. The battle situation at Tamir 4 and 5. In these two places, the conditions for launching the Burning Sky torpedoes were not met. The Burning Sky torpedoes were very expensive. Although, the Alliance did not have a production line to build the Burning Sky torpedoes. These two Burning Sky torpedoes were in stock, produced by black boxes, which was equivalent to free money. But the black box could only pull out 3 Burning Sky torpedoes in 2 years, and the Alliance's inventory was not much. Moreover, Du Shiliang didn't know this. He only knew that it was a good deal to exchange 2.5 billion greenskins' lives for 1 Burning Sky torpedo. However, there were not so many greenskins to bomb on Tamir 4 and 5. Moreover, there might be more than 80 to 90 billion people alive in these two places. Whoever bombed them would be a war criminal. For these two planets, the plan in the previous military meeting was to make preserving the Empire's population the first priority. The plans for the two planets can be discussed separately. There may be about 100 million greenskins on Tamir 4, half of whom are fart spirits. They collect raw materials and waste materials in the occupied areas, and build greenskin factories on the spot to produce various primary process garbage. On the one hand, they are directly made into weapons and equipment and provided to the army. On the other hand, they are stored. From the looks of it, it seems that greenskin ships will come here regularly to transport these garbage away. This is also in line with the positioning of Tamir 4 as a mining and industrial planet. However, the natural environment of this planet is not very good. In the mining area and outside the hive, it is almost unsuitable for organisms to survive. The greenskins are very adaptable, and their spores can take root and sprout anywhere. However, the quality of the environment will still affect the development speed and yield of the spores. They have also initially built an ecosystem, but it is not large and not critical. In the past, the greenskins of Tamir 4 were mainly supplemented by Tamir 2, which has a large population next door. Now, Tamir 2 is burned, and the greenskins on 4 need to see when the main fleet of the greenskins will arrive, and whether they can transport more troops from their home base. In addition, on Tamir 4, the human race still has a well-organized defense force, and the government has not collapsed. Although the orbit is completely lost, the remaining ground anti-orbital force is relatively weak, and they dare not fight against the greenskin fleet, but when necessary, they are willing to sacrifice, and can also be used to cover the attack or retreat of the defense force, which can play a role to some extent. At the moment of life and death, Tamir 4 almost maintained a defense force of more than 500 million people, and the greenskins were constantly fighting and consuming in mines, tunnels, and huge industrial areas. They were no match for the greenskins, and lacked supplies, especially food supplies, and often had to pay 10 times the casualties to defeat the enemy. However, they knew that this was a battle for survival, a battle between species with no retreat. There was no surrender, no giving up. They gritted their teeth and fought. The number of greenskins was not enough, so although they had a lot of fun, the progress was not fast. To save Tamir 4, it would be easy. They planned to send 4 armies to take the lead, contact the local defense forces, and provide them with a large amount of logistical supplies. Among them, food was the main source, and weapons and ammunition production lines were the supplement. The former could solve the urgent problem, and the latter could update the local weapons and equipment. Tamir 4 is not short of raw materials, but it lacks a production line for good weapons. Many of their defense forces are still using homemade guns and cannons. The Alliance has invested in the production capacity of G9 rifles and ammunition, plastic steel production lines, individual armor, shells, and cannons. It is not necessary to build a production base, but with more production capacity, the combat effectiveness of the 500 million planetary defense forces can be improved. With the 5 ships of the United Fleet stationed here, and the assistance of 8 million elite Alliance troops, it should not be a problem to push back the group of greenskins. At the same time, civilians in large settlements can be evacuated. The supply fleet and transport ships of the Joint Fleet are enough to transport 300 to 500 million people in one wave. First, they will be transported to Steel Wing Star, which is considered safe, and then they will be transported. As for how to arrange the transportation capacity, and where to really receive such a large population from Steel Wing Star, it is not something that Du Zhiliang, a general fighting on the front line, should consider. The officials of the Alliance will take over. When a series of plans for Tamir 4 were made and really implemented, Du Zhiliang's mentality finally improved a little. Until this time, he was able to tell himself, "I am not an executioner, I am a savior." Chapter 440, Tamir 5 Meat Grinder. The war situation on Tamir 4 basically proceeded as planned by the war staff. Although there were some surprises, for example, when the ground troops really landed, after joining the planetary defense forces, the fleet also provided support in orbit. After a more detailed investigation of the enemy's specific situation, they found that the number of greenskins estimated at the beginning was wrong. The number of greenskins on Tamir 4 was not 100 million, but close to 300 million. There are 70 to 80 million real orcs. And the number of fart spirits is not 50 million, but more than 230 million. The enemy situation estimation has a big deviation, but it does not affect the implementation of the specific strategic plan. We will fight as we should. The few greenskin gathering places and ecosystems detected will be destroyed by orbital bombing. The ground forces deployed are still the same 8 million people, but their next battle will be more difficult. On Tamir 4, the armored forces had a hard time deploying, just as the orcs were troubled by the various mines and pits that made it difficult for them to destroy the human army on Tamir 4. When the human side switched from defense to offense, it was also difficult for them to attack the greenskins. Those aliens could also hide in the pits. These pits, unless they were some particularly large, normal guard posts, tanks could not drive into them. Because of this, the several armored divisions that went down, after some consideration, exchanged some equipment with other brother units, greatly reducing the investment in Lion tanks and Lion King tanks, and even reducing the artillery. Replacing the heavy tanks are a large number of Sentinel mechas. This thing is definitely not as useful as a heavy tank on the front battlefield. With that little armor, even if it carries a machine gun, it can't withstand too many rounds and will be damaged. It can't be like a tank, directly carrying a large caliber tank gun, at most carrying some machine guns, rocket nests and other things. But it is at least an armored unit, and it is flexible. It is roughly a humanoid, although it is much taller than a normal human soldier, but basically, it can go anywhere that an infantryman can go. This is the convenience that tanks cannot replace. In the Battle of Tamir 4, which is full of holes and fighting inside buildings, it can play a great role. Its natural enemies on the front battlefield, artillery groups and heavy tanks, are all gone in the narrow and complex environment, or they can't play their effect. Wouldn't it be the Sentinel mech showing off its power? At the same time, artillery is not easy to deploy in such a war environment. It's okay when defending, but when attacking, the cave is winding, and artillery can't blow it down, and artillery is useless if it goes in, not to mention that it can't get in. What replaced the artillery was stronger individual firepower, equipped with more offensive grenades, bombs, and rocket launchers. Let's not talk about grenades. Bombs are used to enter the cave, find the key parts, install them, and blow up the cave. Once the key passage collapses, the greenskins inside will die in the end, regardless of whether they are dead or not. Greenskins do not need to eat, and can photosynthesize, but there is no sun to shine on them in the underground cave. Rocket launchers are suitable for attacking, and they can directly blast into the cave entrance. No matter if there are people inside, just shoot 3 or 5 barrels in first, and then the infantry will go in. In short, if the tanks are not useful, find other armored alternatives. If the artillery is not useful, find other firepower alternatives. Thanks to the mobilization order issued by the Alliance in the rear, tens of billions of skilled workers Working overtime to produce all kinds of war materials and equipment, the Alliance army still has sufficient, a wide variety of things, to fight against those greenskins. Of course, if we want to completely eliminate the greenskins in Tamir 4, it will not be done in a short time. The Alliance has set 8 million people. And in the end, they still have to rely on hundreds of millions of local troops as the main force. Even if those greenskins have no backup and are afraid of orbital attacks, they must retreat. But because of this, relying on the terrain for pure defense, if the human side wants to completely eliminate the opponent, it will probably take 8 or 10 years. But it doesn't matter. Once the big situation is settled, that's all. Although Tamir 4 is still in a state of war, all production activities in the human-controlled area can be fully recovered. They no longer need to be afraid that starting production will attract orcs and lead to destruction. Now they are eager for the orcs to come out on their own initiative. And then the defense army with enhanced equipment will be the main force. And the Alliance army will be the final killer, to eliminate the enemy living forces in an organized manner. If the orcs don't come, then we can just mine. And the ores we dig will be processed into steel alloys on site, processed into raw materials and chemical plants, and then sent to the newly established arsenal to be produced into weapons or bombs, and supplied to the frontline troops, to innovate equipment, and to strengthen firepower. The local defense forces will become stronger and stronger as they gain more war experience and update their equipment. As long as these orcs can be prevented from being replenished in space, it will only be a matter of time before the orcs on the planet are completely eliminated. Even as the battle line becomes more and more stable, these defense forces that have emerged from the flames of war can be recruited and sent to other battlefields. In fact, the Alliance military and political department has been organizing troops under the framework of the 7 Horses Pact under Gu Hang instruction. This will be the Alliance army, the third army force that Gu Hang will soon control. The Pact army, in addition to the Star army, the 500 million people on Tamir 4 can all be included in the framework of the Pact army. At the same time, the minerals, raw material processing, and developing military industry of Tamir 4 can also be exported to the Alliance cause. Tamir 4 no longer has a governor. When the disaster came, their governor fled the battlefield and was stopped and executed by the angry soldiers and civilians on Tamir 4 before it took off. Now, the person in charge on the planet is a commander of the local planetary defense force. After consulting with Commander Gu, the execution of the governor on Tamir 4 was defined as the elimination of traitors, which is certainly not a rebellion. The commander of the defense army was temporarily appointed by Gu Hang as the acting governor of Tamir 4, and brought this planet into the 7 Horses Pact. No one stipulated that only those with the word horse in their star regions could join the 7 Horses Pact. Right? Compared with Planet 4, the situation on Planet 5 would be more difficult. There is no complex, defensive terrain like that on Planet 4. This is just a very normal civilized world. However, the number of greenskins here is similar to that of Planet 2. There are 400 million green-skinned orcs, and fewer fart spirits, but there are still more than 1 billion. The defense organization of Planet 5 is not as reliable as that of Planet 4. It is not only because of the terrain, but also because of the difference in the government's organizational ability. Planet 4 lost about 500 million people at the beginning of the war, relying on 3.5 billion people to produce 500 million army, with a mobilization rate of more than 14%, and the rest of the population almost all worked for the war. But Planet 5 has an initial population of 12 billion. Even if it has lost more than 2 billion, it still has 10 billion left. But the number of defense forces they organized is only 500 million. The same as Planet 4. And the mobilization rate is only 5%. Moreover, as a civilized world, the productivity of Tamir 5 should be much more developed than that of Planet 4. However, these productive forces have not been effectively organized to serve the war. With only 500 million defense forces, fighting against orcs of similar number, and 2 or 3 times the number of fart spirits, they are of course at an absolute disadvantage. One city after another was occupied and burned, and one greenskin ecosystem after another was established. Obviously, the Iron Tooth clan regarded Tamir 5 as the same place as Tamir 2. The conditions here were even better. After all, there was a developed industrial base, which could be transformed by the greenskins into their garbage factories and garbage cities. The human defense force could only maintain a size of about 500 million. The planetary government in the rear was desperately recruiting soldiers, but often when a legion of tens of millions of people was formed and sent to the front lines of various planets. The battle lines in various places had already shrunk a lot, and tens of millions of people were sacrificed. The human resource pool was consumed like crazy. Even so, they could not maintain the front line of the entire planet. Often, the hole in one place was finally blocked, and the orcs in another place suddenly rushed in. This situation was often accompanied by the fall of a large city, and then the insufficient human resources due to the poor administrative and organizational capabilities, further depleted. This world is what the Alliance needs to invest a lot of effort to solve. The extermination order was too much to issue. The only ones that could be used were fleet support, orbital bombardment, and ground forces. 50 million Alliance army troops were deployed to the surface. The already fierce ground battle on Planet 5 was raised to a higher level. The Alliance was quite dissatisfied with the original combat command system on Planet 5. The commander-in-chief of this Alliance army, Lieutenant General Commander of the Alliance 1st Army Group, Perbov, demanded that the command of the Planetary Defense Force belong to him. Moreover, under the leadership of the Alliance army, the human army fought 3 beautiful battles in 3 different directions in 1 week. In such a short time, it was not even enough for the starship to deploy troops and then assemble to fight again. A considerable part of the army was directly deployed to a place not far from the front battlefield, and then directly engaged in the battle. It was precisely this situation of divine soldiers from heaven that shocked the local defense army, and thus made it much smoother for Perbov to take over the command. Next, it is conventional combat, using armored forces, using artillery, finding the main force of the greenskins, and fighting a decisive battle. And often, the human side always wins the decisive battle. The excellent quality of the Alliance army is one aspect, but it is not the key. After all, although the tactical quality of the greenskins is rubbish, the individual quality is too high, and sometimes even tactics cannot handle it. The key is still the orbital firepower support. As long as the human army finds a main force of the greenskins, no matter it is a battle of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of people, the battle will start anyway, and the greenskins will be detected in orbit, and the intelligence will be basically transparent. They will be bombed when they gather, the logistics and munition depot will be bombed, the transport troops will be ambushed and destroyed by the infiltrated human infantry company, the spearhead company. Even if they really set up their formations and fight, the two sides are often not at the distance of infantry fighting. The greenskins will not only have to endure the bombing of heavy artillery clusters, the attacks of the aviation forces of various divisions and brigades, but also suffer from fierce orbital strikes. This kind of large-scale decisive battle, the greenskins cannot fight. After suffering several losses, they have become smart. They rarely gather large forces. When they encounter a large number of human troops gathering and marching, they will disperse. Even if they lose the ecosystem, they have managed with great difficulty. Key places such as the garbage city arsenal, and so on. The greenskins who have been divided into small groups, relying on the fact that they do not need food supplies, have some armed trucks made of garbage, plus the transportation of squiggogo beasts, and even carry more ammunition and supplies on their bodies, have become armies with a scale of about a few hundred at least, and a scale of just over 10,000 at most. And they are pushing deep into the human army's front line. Often, in the front, a large number of fart spirits form a cannon fodder army, attracting the attention of the main human forces, while the real orc troops fight guerrilla warfare and small-scale operations in the back. This way, the offensive momentum of the human army is curbed. It's very uncomfortable. These greenskins can really fight without logistics. At least their dependence is much lower than that of humans. The human army can hardly fight without logistics. People need to eat. Guns need bullets, shells, and cars need energy. If anything is missing, the combat effectiveness will immediately drop a lot. Greenskins are different. They don't need to eat, or they can eat the fart spirits and squiggles that accompany the army. They also need ammunition and energy, but the former can be obtained by hand, and the latter can be captured. Turn around to suppress bandits? Fight a small-scale war with greenskins? That would be a real disadvantage. In fact, ground troops are fine. Catch greenskins, delay one part, and help from all directions. If greenskins also reinforce, that would be even better, and we would be happy if we could have a decisive battle. But often they don't reinforce, they just try to break through. If that doesn't work, they just hold on and fight hard. The greenskin guys have a fight to fight cry. This small force, Calling the naval guns to fight is a big loss. The Navy masterly habits are much better here in the Alliance. They don't say that if you can fill the hole with 20,000 lives, don't ask me to bomb it. But if I really call a ship over, I will bomb you hard for a day. The money spent on the shells, the firepower cost effectiveness will become outrageous. Then we can only rely on the Army's firepower to fight. There will be a lot of casualties. The Alliance Army is precious and elite. The main combat power still depends on them, so we can only rely on the local defense forces to fill this hole, the Alliance heavy artillery for firepower support, the armored forces for assault, and the infantry to finish. But even so, the local defense forces still had no big objections. Although it sounds bad to say that they were being cannon fodder. The casualty ratio was much lower than when they fought independently before. Prabov was unwilling to be led by a bunch of greenskins. While providing necessary support to the planetary defense forces, he still assembled the Alliance Army as much as possible and selected many strategic goals. Rescue the occupied cities. Save the population. Destroy the garbage city. Destroy the greenskin ecosystem. If you don't dare to fight a decisive battle with me, I will dig out your roots. As for the countless scattered battles in the rear, which are almost spread over tens of thousands of kilometers around the world, and the intricate battle lines, the battles that can be called meat grinders, can only continue to be fought, with the Alliance Army as the core backbone of the battles in various places, and with the firepower reinforcement of the space fleet. The countless meat grinders are not only grinding human meat, but also green skins. Before the Alliance came, the exchange ratio between humans and green skin orcs was about 10 to 1. But now, it can be reduced to less than 2:1. Most of the human casualties are still local defense forces. This is without counting the fart elves. If the fart elves are included, the casualty ratio can be reversed, humans 1, greenskins 2. The combat effectiveness of the fart elves is far inferior to that of the regular orcs. Cut off the external reinforcements of the greenskins, try to destroy the greenskin ecosystem, reduce local production. It's a matter of consumption. The existing more than 1 billion greenskin creatures still can't outlast humans. But even so, it is estimated that to eliminate the greenskins on Planet 5, humans may have to pay more than 500 million casualties. This number, after reading the data given by the General Staff, made Prabha feel frightened. 500 million people, the native residents who were burned to death by the sky-burning torpedo dropped on Tamir 2, are less than half of this number. But if you want to clear Tamir 2 through ground attack, then the loss will not be less than this number, or even more. What's more terrifying is that, on Tamir 2, there are still a large number of planetary defense forces without number 5. Now we should ask the Allied forces to serve as friendly forces for the Alliance. At that time, most of the losses may be borne by the Alliance Army. Who can bear it? Interstellar battlefield, a war that involves both sides crossing star regions and combining the strength of all races, is so exaggerated that it is unimaginable. Thinking of this, Prabhav no longer has any doubts about whether he should really release the world-destroying weapon. All he has in his heart now is the hatred for the alien race. Gritting his teeth and commanding the troops again after destroying an orc garbage city, he suddenly got a bad intelligence. That came from the sky. Commander Du Liang told him that, from this moment on, the firepower support that the Alliance Navy could provide would be greatly reduced. Because the Greenskin fleet was coming. Although it had not arrived yet, and was still shuttling through the astral tunnel, the Navy had to save its naval gun reserves. Otherwise, if a naval battle broke out, and the naval gun supplies in the rear had not arrived, it would be ridiculous to fight a naval battle without firepower. And soon, a few days later, Du Liang's joint fleet was forced to leave the planetary orbit. This planet does not have any orbital defense system to provide shelter for the human fleet. So it is not a wise choice to defend the orbit and fight against the orc fleet that can advance and retreat outside. They will be blocked in the planetary orbit and beaten. They have to pull out to the vast star field to confront the orc fleet and pull. In general, the strength of the fleets of both sides is similar. After all, there is only half of the joint fleet here, and the remaining half is with Elysia. There are about 100 warships and 4 main cruisers. The Greenskins on the other side had 200 ships and 3 cruiser-class battleships. This number was one more than the battleship that escaped from Steel Wing Star. It seemed that the orcs still had a lot of resources. Du Liang had to be careful. When the two sides were of similar strength, he really didn't dare to fight a fleet-decisive battle. The impact of the victory or defeat would be too great. with both sides being a little cautious. They began to play hide and seek in the entire star field, testing each other, sneak attacks, exchanging a few shots at a very long distance, and then hurriedly avoiding each other. By the way, both sides would take the time or pass by the vicinity of the planet to fire a few shots. In this space situation, neither side had the right to control the universe. But the ground battlefield was brewing the most massive battle since the war began. When he heard that he had no orbital support, Prabhav's first reaction was of course nervousness. This was definitely not good news. He didn't even consider whether he would win or lose the naval battle. Anyway, if he lost, he would be as uncomfortable as the greenskins, who were bombed some time ago. Just looking at the current situation, without the support of naval guns, the greenskins' ground forces would probably not fight guerrilla warfare so uncomfortably. They are likely to stand up and gather their strength to fight a large-scale battle with humans. By then, can the human army, which lacks orbital firepower support, still guarantee victory? Can it still guarantee a high loss ratio? These are all areas worth worrying about. But Prabhav may have a bit of a gambler's character in his nature. This may also be an opportunity. Fighting countless small-scale meat grinder battles, the firepower support that the fleet can provide is relatively limited, and it is more of a deterrent to prevent the enemy from gathering. In actual combat, it is fought with a relatively fixed loss ratio. This is certainly stable. But if you can achieve a clear victory in a certain battle, it means that countless greenskins will lose their combat effectiveness. The heavy artillery clusters and armored clusters assembled by humans can, after the victory, massacre the orc army that has finally gathered. Wouldn't that be better? Of course. If you lose, the same situation may happen to you. But Prabhav thinks he can take a gamble. And this opportunity came soon. When the Greenskin fleet really appeared in the Tamir galaxy, the Greenskin leader on Planet 5 obviously got the news. This cunning orc commander immediately thought that this was a good opportunity for a counterattack. He had had enough of guerrilla warfare. If possible, which orc would not want to fight a world-shaking battle? Under his deliberate command, many originally scattered greenskin orc armies quickly gathered around him. In just a few days, a large army of about 500,000 people was assembled. At the same time, more troops gathered towards him. But he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately took action and deployed heavy troops to break through a front line hundreds of kilometers wide. The huge armed trucks, the squig war beasts, the death tanks, all these heavy equipment of the greenskins appeared. The human army was beaten to the ground in an instant.